Chapter 1. Oh, my short-lived wife. Pain, it hurts too much. Mitsai, you have no heart. Oh, my short-lived wife. There are two water deities. One is divine, unseen by the sun and moon, while the other is mortal, unheard of by the gods. For 5 centuries, they have deceived the heavens and concealed their truth from the Dragon King, merely renaming Fengdan to usher in a new era. With a sword suspended above, the jade feet dance, spinning in the steps of a sinner. Tears cascade, power returns, declaring no one to blame. The prophecy begins with but one who can return. Yet at the tale's end, only one remains lost. Fucalos Yue Na, with a sword aloft, dancing gracefully, spinning in the steps of a sinner. Beneath the crown, tears fall, bearing sorrow alone, as the world plays its part. The youth gazed at the screen before him. Unable to contain his emotions, tears streamed down his face. At the moment of Fucalos' death, his heart trembled, his hands shook. The god of justice, if he does not restore the ancient dragon's power, is deemed unjust. If he fails to save the people of Fengdan, he is deemed unkind. Yet, this demands her to endure 5 centuries of solitude, along with her very life. Perhaps overwhelmed by grief, the youth closed his eyes and drifted into an eternal slumber. Outsider, your journey ends here. The world has rejected you. In his dazed state, the youth vaguely heard something, yet could not quite recall. Water dragon, cease your weeping. Then Violet, do not be sorrowful. The restoration of the ancient dragon's power should bring you joy. Moreover, it seems. Then Violet. Douluo Continent, Tiando Empire, Soto City. So this is why I'm called Violet? The youth, no. It should be said. Violet stared blankly at the elder before him, speaking. Upon traversing into this world, he had felt some confusion. Was he truly dead? According to custom, an unexpected journey typically leads one to the realms of a game, novel, or film from their past life. Yet, he had merely been playing Genshin Impact. Why had he found himself in Douluo Continent? Could it be that during a moment of idleness, he had perused the original work of Douluo Continent? The elder nodded, saying, speaking of this, little Violet, you are quite the enigma. When I found you, I was about to name you. Yet you kept uttering Violet, Violet. Upon hearing this, I thought it a splendid name, far better than my own, Lexius. Thus, I named you Violet. Lexius chuckled. It was a peculiar occurrence, a mere infant capable of speech. This was one of the reasons he had chosen to raise Violet as his own. Violet stood in stunned silence as the memories of his past life began to awaken, unveiling the mysteries of his womb, leaving him somewhat disoriented. The elder before him, named Lexius, was a terrifying powerhouse of the soul Douluo level. He was also the patriarch of one of the 8 hidden families. To speak of the 8 hidden families necessitates mentioning the Soul Arena, for throughout Douluo Continent, aside from the Soul Arena in Wuhuan City, all others are operated by these 8 families. The 8 families do not partake in the conflicts of Douluo Continent, they merely run the Soul Arenas, which is one reason no one dares to provoke them. Moreover, their formidable strength is of utmost significance. Each of the 8 hidden families possesses at least one Soul Douluo level powerhouse, equivalent to at least 8 Soul Douluo. Such a force, which remains uninvolved in any disputes, why would there be a need to offend or annihilate them? Do not underestimate a Soul Douluo. Even the leaders of the lower 4 sects are merely Soul Douluo level powerhouses. Lexius possessed an eccentric yet carefree demeanor. It was not surprising that Violet, as Lexius' adopted grandson, did not share his surname. After all, Violet was found and would not inherit their family's legacy spirit. Is it not better to have a different surname? At the very least, the direct descendants of the family would not oppose Violet's existence. Little Violet, tomorrow marks your 6th birthday, fret not. Even if you cannot become a soul master, my allowance will suffice for you to live extravagantly for a lifetime. Lexius patted Violet's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Initially, Lexius had perceived Violet's innate difference from other children's ability to speak as a sign of exceptional talent, believing he would surely achieve greatness, thus adopting him rather than sending him to the orphanage in the Soul Arena. Years had passed, and Lexius had come to regard Violet as his own grandson, having lived a carefree life without offspring, Violet's presence brought a modicum of change to his later years. The awakening of one's martial spirit and becoming a soul master is the most significant event in Douluo Continent. Should Violet awaken his martial spirit tomorrow without soul power, rendering him unable to become a soul master, Lexia's savings would ensure that Violet could live lavishly not just for one lifetime, but for generations if spent wisely, of course. Upon hearing this, Violet came back to reality. Unable to help the twitch of his eye did he appear burdened? He was merely preoccupied with the reason behind his name, Violet. Alas, what has come is to be accepted. The past is but a wisp of smoke. I have now arrived in Douluo Continent. To dwell on the events of my previous life is merely to seek trouble. With that thought, Violet ceased his internal struggle. Fate had bestowed this name upon him, and surely his martial spirit would not be lacking. There was no way to control the awakening of a martial spirit. He was an outsider, an orphan found by Lexius. What a martial spirit is, Violet truly had no certainty. Old man, I have yet to awaken my martial spirit or test my soul power, so what is this talk of despair? At this, Lexius paused, realizing that he had already prepared a fallback plan for Violet before he even awakened his martial spirit. A soul master should forge ahead without hesitation. Little Violet speaks. Rightly it was I who erred. My grandson possesses extraordinary talent. Able to speak within 2 months, she undoubtedly has the potential to become a soul master. Lexius stroked his beard, appearing spirited as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Violet felt a chill run down his spine, as if paralyzed. Dear grandfather, could you refrain from making such proclamations at this moment? The last person to declare my child as possessing the potential for greatness met a most tragic fate. Violet found himself at a loss for words, his expression a peculiar mix of emotions, leaving Lexius somewhat bewildered. 02 Fucalos. For the people of Douluo Continent, the age of 6 represents a pivotal moment in determining one's destiny. Violet had traversed into this world for 6 years. Today marked the significant occasion of his martial spirit awakening. Unlike ordinary commoners, whose martial spirit awakenings do not necessarily occur on their 6th birthday, they are instead unified on a designated day of the year, facilitated by the clergy of the Martial Spirit Hall. Families of great stature or those with soul master elders can assist their children in awakening their martial spirits at the age of 6, while affluent commoners may also pay with gold soul coins to awaken their martial spirits at the Martial Spirit Hall. Little Violet, there's no need to be anxious. Close your eyes and feel your martial spirit with your heart. During this process, Grandfather will guide you with soul power. Unlike the weak Kuan servants like Su Yun Tao, Lexius could assist in awakening martial spirits without the need for an awakening stone. The use of an awakening stone is a precaution against insufficient soul power during the awakening process, which could lead to failure. Lexius, being a soul Douluo-level powerhouse, possessed soul power as vast as the ocean, thus did not require the aid of an awakening stone. In fact, he did not even release his own martial spirit. Violet stood before Lexius. Nodding, claiming he was not nervous would have been a lie. Having traversed once, he had no desire to become a commoner devoid of soul power. In this world, one's worth is measured by strength. Thank you, grandfather. Violet expressed his gratitude, feeling immensely fortunate. Had it not been for Lexius, he might have perished on that winter night without him. Whether anyone would help him awaken his martial spirit remained uncertain. You, child. Lexius waved his hand, his face alight with joy. To understand gratitude is to be a good child. One should not fear a lack of strength, but rather an absence of gratitude. Ungratefulness is universally despised. Lexius stroked his beard, observing as Violet obediently closed his eyes. He hesitated no longer, extending his right hand toward Violet, and began to channel his soul power. The awakening of a martial spirit is, in essence, the use of soul power to stimulate the body, thereby causing the dormant martial spirit within to manifest. As for how the first soul master came to be, that remains a mystery. Violet's body began to levitate under the influence of this soul power, rising to about a meter off the ground before coming to a halt. As time ticked by, approximately 5 minutes later, Lexius' brow furrowed while maintaining the flow of soul power. Strange, For an ordinary person, the awakening of a martial spirit typically manifests within a couple of minutes at most. What could be the case with Naue? Gazing at Naue light, who is emanating a radiant azure glow, Lexius murmured to himself. From the luminescence surrounding Naue light, it was evident that his martial spirit was likely of the water or ice attribute. However, why had it yet to materialize? It seemed almost impossible for a 6-year-old child to conceal their martial spirit under the influence of soul power. No child, no matter how gifted, could achieve such a feat. After all, Lexius himself was a peak soul Douluo, was he not? Unaware of the passage of time in the outside world, Naue Light felt as though he had entered a realm of oceans, enveloped by water with no other creatures in sight. Surrounded by the water, Naue Light felt nothing but warmth, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. At that moment, a gentle, yet hauntingly familiar voice resonated within Naue Light's mind. Naue Light, we meet again. Upon hearing these words, Naue Light jolted, the voice striking a chord of familiarity, yet feeling so ethereal she should not be here. Moreover, her address of him certainly seemed amiss. Who are you? Did you not already guess? The soft feminine voice carried a teasing lilt, reminiscent of youthful exuberance. Fucalos, Naue Light instinctively exclaimed, still grappling with disbelief. Fucalos had not perished. She had traversed to Douluo Continent alongside him. What could this possibly mean? And why did Fucalos refer to him as Naue Light? He was not the true Water Dragon King. He had merely been bestowed with that name by happenstance. Bingo, you guessed it right. It seems I left quite an impression on little Naue. Naue Light. Fucalos, you have mistaken me. I am not the Water Dragon King Naue Light, but merely a mortal named Naue Light. Hearing the voice of his supposed, short-lived wife filled Naue Light with joy. However, he was not the genuine Water Dragon King, and he did not wish to deceive this goddess of justice. Have I erred? Naue Light's explanation left Fucalos momentarily stunned. How could she possibly be mistaken? This little Naue bore an uncanny resemblance to the Naue Light of yore. Moreover, the ancient dragon authority was indeed vested in him, having once possessed a portion of that power. How could she be mistaken? Could it be that Naue Light had lost his memory? Or perhaps, due to her deception, little Naue was feigning ignorance? Might it be a result of their transference? When Fucalos discovered she had not perished, but rather traversed worlds alongside little Naue, she was utterly bewildered. Fortunately, matters in Fontaine had been resolved otherwise. She would have been unable to play at all. Naue Light, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am the demon god Fucalos, once the goddess of justice, the water deity. Reintroduce? At least show yourself. Naue Light internally scoffed. That day will come at present. I lack the ability to take on a corporeal form. As if perceiving Naue Light's thoughts, Fucalos spoke lightly. Her divine essence shattered and reformed, a process fraught with difficulty. Currently, she lacked the capacity to assume a physical manifestation unless she could absorb a significant amount of energy or regain some of the ancient dragon authority. Of course, she had already relinquished some of that ancient dragon authority to Naue Light, so it was impossible for her to reclaim it from him. This point she conveniently omitted. Could Fucalos truly see through his thoughts? Naue Light blinked, pondering in confusion. Furthermore, was Fucalos currently in a pure water spirit state? The demon god Fucalos, initially an ordinary pure water spirit, had ascended to her divine status by acquiring the powers of the previous water goddess, Egeria, much like the wind god Barbados. Why ponder so much? If Fucalos could truly discern his thoughts, then did my short-lived wife not go unheard by her? At this realization, Naue Light felt his face flush, casting an awkward glance around, finding only water and more water. Fucalos, short-lived? Wife. Was there something peculiar about Naue Light's demeanor? 03. The Water Dragon King is me. Lexius had never anticipated that one day he would find himself drenched in sweat from assisting someone in awakening their martial spirit. He was genuinely at his wit's end. Hiss. Lexius inhaled sharply, his mind racing with terror. Was it truly necessary to expend such effort merely to awaken a martial spirit? Sustaining the awakening ceremony had consumed nearly 80% of his soul power. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Naue light appeared to be an insatiable void, continuously siphoning his soul power. If this were an ordinary individual, Lexius would have severed the flow of energy long ago, yet this was his grandson. How could he possibly thwart his future? The more peculiar the situation, the more formidable the martial spirit awakened. But he was on the verge of collapse. Just as Lexius was drenched in sweat, resigning himself to fate, Naue light, suspended a meter above the ground, began to transform. He witnessed a shadowy figure of azure hue subtly emerging behind him, resembling Naue light in the midst of awakening his martial spirit, radiating righteousness, wielding a staff, with white hair adorned by two water-blue strands resembling dragon horns. Simultaneously, as the soul of the weapon awakened within Violet, his hair transformed from black to white, with two strands of aqua-blue hair emerging atop his head, which actually represented the dragon horns of the Water Dragon King. However, after manifesting in human form, the shape of the dragon's horns had undergone a transformation. The staff, on the other hand, did not appear, indicating that it was not a component of the weapon's soul. Lexius stared in astonishment, whispering in disbelief, "A humanoid weapon soul?" Humanoid weapon souls are not entirely absent from the Douluo Continent. They exist, though exceedingly rare, and each is immensely powerful. Among the most emblematic is the inherited weapon soul of the Spirit Hall, the six-winged angel. Lexius glanced at Violet, and then at the silhouette behind him. It bore an uncanny resemblance, almost like the grown-up version of Violet. How could this be? Could it be that the young Violet truly possesses an extraordinary origin? He found it incomprehensible, utterly perplexing. Unable to fathom it, he decided to ponder no more. Weapon souls are diverse and peculiar. Perhaps this is simply a mutated weapon soul? In the Douluo Continent, anything that defies explanation can typically be attributed to mutation, be it mutated soul skills, weapon souls, soul rings, or soul bones. Lexius was already exceedingly pleased that Violet had successfully awakened his weapon soul. Why dwell on further complexities? With the weapon soul awakened, Lexius no longer needed to sustain the flow of soul power. Just as he prepared to sever the connection, an unexpected event unfolded. A water-blue book slowly materialized before Violet, subsequently falling into his right hand. Its surface bore patterns reminiscent of ocean waves, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lexius was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his eyes with disbelief, shaking his head in astonishment as he murmured, "A duel weapon soul? First a humanoid weapon soul, and now one resembling a book. What on earth is happening?" Violet possessed a dual weapon soul? Had he stumbled upon a treasure? At that moment, Violet opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed. Fucalos had not perished. She had traversed alongside him to the Douluo Continent. However, she was currently in a predicament, unable to maintain her human form and requiring substantial energy to revert. She could only temporarily reside within his consciousness, waiting for the moment she amassed enough energy to emerge from his mind and regain her human form. Such matters cannot be accomplished overnight. At this moment, the mood of Violet was somewhat heavy and shrouded in gloom. The survival of Fucalos was a fortunate occurrence for him. This ephemeral wife was, after all, the most cherished figment of his past life. To his surprise, Fucalos turned out to be a genuine existence. "Fucalos, I shall aid you in reconstructing your form," Violet silently vowed. Beyond the confines of the dwelling lay the heavens, where the gentle patter of rain had just ceased. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, once again illuminating the earth. "Little Violet, you still possess that penchant for tears." Fucalos' teasing words went unheard by him. "My grandson possesses an invincible form." Upon hearing this, Violet nearly stumbled, jolted back to reality by the unexpected enthusiasm of the old man. A look of confusion crossed his face as he glanced at Lexius. What was happening? Why was the elder so agitated? It was one thing to speak of achieving a soul master's stature, which he could accept, and another to attain a titled rank. But how did one arrive at the notion of an invincible form? Previously, Violet had yet to fully grasp the significance of Fucalos' survival and their concurrent journey to the Douluo Continent, which had diverted his attention from his own transformation. At this moment, he sensed a surge of power coursing through him, and in his right hand, a tome materialized. The Grand Compendium of Eternal Currents? He is well acquainted with this book. Isn't this the exclusive weapon of the Water Dragon King, Navelet? What is happening? The sense of bloodline connection is not an illusion. My martial soul is the eternal flowing classic? Navelet blinked, feeling something amiss. He seemed to have undergone certain changes himself. He sensed that the water molecules around him were exceptionally vibrant, as if he could feel their emotions and even condense and control them. Dual martial souls, my grandson. You possess an invincible presence, Lexius exclaimed with excitement, disregarding his own sweat and the potential embarrassment before Navelet. He promptly retrieved a crystal mirror from his storage soul tool and placed it in front of Navelet. Navelet? Well, how could his appearance become identical to that of the Water Dragon King? Navelet, observing the silhouette behind him, he became more certain of one thing. The other martial soul is indeed Navelet. Is this really just a martial soul? Navelet pondered, regrettably. The figure behind him would not respond to his inquiries. No wonder, Fucalos believed I was the Water Dragon King. Navelet, he thought. As a moment of clarity washed over him, under Lexius' guidance, Navelet quickly learned how to retract his martial soul. However, it was peculiar that upon retraction, his appearance remained unchanged from when his martial soul was manifested. My grandson, remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not use your second martial soul. After saying this, Lexius seemed to have thought of something, shaking his head and continuing, that's not right. If someone can protect you, and they cannot prevent you from using your second martial soul, then utilizing it won't change much. My grandson possesses the potential for divinity. Choose one of these two martial souls as your primary, while the other should remain concealed, only revealing it when you reach the title Douluo level. Navelet understood the rationale behind Lexius' words and did not inquire further, nodding and saying, Grandfather, I understand. Aren't you going to ask why? Lexius queried, puzzled, as this was his moment to showcase his knowledge. However, Navelet's lack of inquiry was somewhat unsettling for him. Hearing this, Navelet felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. Lexius' eager expression truly made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Why? Unable to resist, Navelet decided to feign ignorance and ask, Dual martial souls differ from those of ordinary soul masters. As the name suggests, you possess two martial souls. Breaking boundaries. One martial soul requires obtaining a soul ring, while the other does not need to acquire a soul ring until your cultivation reaches a higher level. Just imagine, when you break through to soul Douluo, or even title Douluo, will you still be able to obtain soul rings for your second martial soul that are of the 100 or 1,000-year level? This is also why your grandfather said you have an invincible presence. As for why you should not expose your dual martial souls, it is because a commoner, innocent of wrongdoing, may suffer from the jealousy of others. Though there have been instances of soul masters with dual martial souls, none have succeeded in attaching 9 soul rings to their second martial soul. But what if someone manages to do so? Those lacking such talent may envy your gifts and conspire against such prodigies. Until you possess sufficient strength, it is best to keep it concealed. My family, one of the 8 great clans, is not to be trifled with, yet unreasonable assassinations are unpredictable. Should misfortune befall you before you have grown strong enough, do you understand? Lexius patted Navelet's shoulder, earnestly imparting his wisdom. He feared that Navelet's youthful exuberance might lead him to boast about his uniqueness, which would contradict the path of seclusion. True strength lies in being powerful in silence. The pursuit of fame and fortune bears no relation to hidden families. Merely watch from the sidelines. Navelet nodded in understanding. His heart was as clear as a mirror. How could he not comprehend? Yes, I understand, Lexius thought, ultimately feeling that he had misjudged. Navelet was far too intelligent, leaving him devoid of the satisfaction typically felt after guiding a junior. Let us test your innate soul power. Your grandfather can sense that you possess innate soul power, though the exact level remains uncertain. With that, Lexius discreetly retrieved a testing crystal, which was not the cheap kind used by the Spirit Hall, but rather a high-quality tool capable of measuring soul power beneath the rank of Soul King. It appeared slightly larger than the ordinary testing crystal, but its function was no different. As a peak soul Douluo, if he could not detect Navelet's innate soul power, that would indeed be strange. Navelet glanced at the crystal ball, hesitated not, and placed his right hand upon it. Instantly, a force emanated from the crystal ball, drawing Navelet's soul power and illuminating it. Navelet looked at the crystal ball in confusion. After all, he possessed dual martial souls, one being the Water Dragon King, Navelet, and the other an artifact, the Eternal Flowing Classic. Yet, the crystal ball only illuminated slightly more than half. Could it be that he was a waste? A failure with innate power below level 5? Lexius swallowed hard. He had previously believed Navelet's innate soul power to be considerable, but this revelation was beyond mere significance. What a remarkable level of innate ability. It is hard to believe that he has neither seen nor even heard of it. An innate full soul power is typically classified as level 10. So what does it signify when it comes to Violet's innate level 20? Goodness, could it be that I am a mere waste with an innate level below 5? Violet instinctively inquired, feeling utterly perplexed. Although the soul power within him may not be vast, it is certainly not insignificant. Such immense soul power. Could it truly be only at the level of 3 or 4? Just imagine how formidable an innate full soul power must be. Upon hearing this, Lexius's eyes twitched slightly as he cast a peculiar glance at Violet. An innate level below 5, a waste? If this information were to leak, countless soul masters would surely wish to eliminate him. In the entirety of Douluo Continent, how many soul masters possess innate soul power exceeding level 5? Those who can achieve innate level 5 are exceedingly rare, and those beyond level 5 are even more elusive. Wait a moment. Could this lad possibly believe that the crystal orb in his hand is meant for testing level 10 soul masters? Glancing at the orb, Lexius felt his lips twitch once more. Innate level 20. He has stumbled upon an extraordinary prodigy. Even with his composure, he found it difficult to remain calm. Dual martial souls and innate level 20, each of these qualities is an extraordinary rarity, found only in the tens of millions. If both qualities culminate in one individual, could it be that Violet possesses the potential to ascend to divinity? To become that ethereal being, a god? With such thoughts in mind, Lexius gazed at Violet with an increasingly peculiar expression. Was he blessed by ancestral fortune? Or had he exhausted the luck passed down through generations to discover such a grandchild? Although the 8 great families lack a title de law to preside over them, they are far from simple, having inherited a formidable legacy over many years. Naturally, they are privy to knowledge that the nouveau riche powers are oblivious to. That is to say, deities do indeed exist. However, it has been a long time since a deity has manifested in Douluo Continent. Young Violet, this is not a crystal for testing soul master power, but rather for assessing those below level 50. Your innate soul power stands at 20. Lexius feigned an unshaken demeanor and calmly stated, 20? So that's it. Violet pondered, innate super soul power, level 20? It was not that he could not accept it, rather he felt it was slightly lower than he expected. How could the quality of his 2 martial souls be merely at level 20? Well, he had previously thought he was a mere 3 or 4, a waste of potential. Little did he know, it was the elder who had used an incorrect testing crystal. Young Violet, do not hastily divulge the details of your innate soul power level. If others inquire, simply say you possess full innate soul power. Remember, full innate soul power is only level 10. Avoid conflict whenever possible. Lexius was deeply concerned. His grandson's talent was terrifying, and if it were to be exposed, he did not know if he could safeguard it. Tomorrow, grandfather will take you to hunt for soul rings. For now, return and rest. As night fell, Violet, who had awakened his martial soul less than 8 hours ago, remained somewhat bewildered. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, his emotions were profoundly complex. The Water Dragon King, it is truly me. When exactly did I become the true Violet? Initially, he believed he had awakened the martial soul of the Water Dragon King Violet, but after much contemplation, he realized that this was, astonishingly, his innate martial soul. As for why a mature phantom had manifested, Violet could not ascertain. The innate martial soul signifies that this soul is indeed himself. He is the true embodiment of the Water Dragon King Violet. This is also one of the reasons why, despite having reclaimed his martial soul, his exterior and appearance remain unchanged. Why is my power so feeble, given that I am the true Water Dragon King, endowed with the complete authority of the ancient dragons? Furthermore, he is indeed the Water Dragon King, and so is Violet, by the adage that dragons grow stronger with age. How can it be that he has only just been born 6 years ago? 6 years of such feeble strength seems somewhat justifiable, perhaps? Violet pondered, stroking his chin. Why do I lack memories of Tivit? Since I am the true Violet, what could possibly account for my transmigration to the Douluo Continent? Moreover, was my previous life merely an illusion? Which version of myself is the authentic one? Not only is Violet in a state of confusion, but even Fucalos, upon learning of Violet's predicament, is equally incapable of providing a rational explanation. The enigmatic Navalet seems rather peculiar. He is acutely aware of the events that transpired, yet lacks detailed memories of them. Strangely, he possesses memories from another realm. Could it be that Navalet is also an otherworldly visitor? Both Fucalos and Navalet find themselves in a state of perplexity, unable to comprehend the situation. Ultimately, they decide to abandon their thoughts on the matter, believing that with the passage of time, clarity may emerge naturally. Navalet sits in a meditative posture, embarking on his inaugural practice of cultivation. This so-called cultivation is, in essence, a fundamental form of meditation. through which he seeks to channel the external soul power into his being. In the Douluo Continent, aside from Tang San, no complete cultivation method exists. Soul masters rely on their innate soul power to engage in meditation, thereby augmenting their own strength. This is precisely why those devoid of innate soul power are destined to remain unable to become soul masters. Without innate soul power, even the most fundamental meditation becomes an impossibility, thus precluding the emergence of soul power itself. In truth, that Violet does not require arduous cultivation. He merely needs to exist and persist, and after a millennium or so, he will still reign supreme in this world. The longer a dragon lives, the stronger it becomes. From the moment Violet ascended to the status of Water Dragon King, his lifespan was no longer a constraint. As long as he does not meet an untimely demise, he can continue to thrive until the end of time. Even in the event of an unexpected fall, he would eventually be reborn at some point, albeit as a different entity altogether. The first generation of the Dragon King may perish, but the second generation returns with fragments of the first memories. Yet it can never truly be the first Dragon King again. Suddenly, Violet opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment filling them. There exists a rule in the Douluo Continent, a rule that no one can defy. Only by transcending the consciousness of the Douluo Continent can one escape its constraints. However, upon transcending this consciousness, adherence to the rule becomes unnecessary. The rule states that soul masters must acquire soul rings to enhance their power, regardless of how one obtains a soul ring. Be it through slaying soul beasts, self-condensing a soul ring, soul beast transformation, or receiving a divine soul ring. It is imperative to possess a soul ring to advance to a higher rank. Yet, during his recent meditation, Violet felt no hint of a bottleneck. Though his soul power had not broken through, he distinctly sensed significant progress. With innate soul power at level 20, one typically faces two bottlenecks before obtaining the first soul ring, one when transitioning from a soul scholar to a soul master, and another from a soul master to a great soul master. However, these barriers seemed non-existent to Violet, with just a bit of practice. He felt his soul power had indeed advanced. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he gasped in realization. Could it be that I am free from this limitation? The absence of a need for a soul ring could mean that its significance is diminished. As a complete dragon, even a mere soul ring, or worse, 100,000-year soul ring, would only tarnish his being. It is absurd to think that a soul master must rely on external forces to harness the power of soul beasts in order to ascend to the next tier of cultivation. If one day soul rings become unusable, soul masters would merely be ordinary individuals, possessing soul power but lacking the knowledge to wield it. Take for instance a soul master like Mahon Jun, whose Fire Phoenix martial soul requires him to use a soul skill to breathe fire rather than it being an instinctual ability. And what of Tang San? Is the ability to entangle with plants not instinctual? Why is it categorized as a soul skill? The anomalous often deviates from the norm, much like the wind god and earth god, who adorn themselves with false glass beads. Should I don a counterfeit soul ring? To wield my power while masquerading behind a false facade seems quite unpleasant. At that moment, Violet perceived the reluctance of Teyvat's inhabitants to wear such deceitful glass beads. Dragons are born powerful, being the pinnacle of elemental beings. Pride is an inevitable trait. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never incorporate an authentic soul ring or soul bone. As for a faux soul ring, Violet had his means. He could manipulate water, and although his strength was not yet formidable, forming two azure soul rings was certainly within his capabilities. Was it truly appropriate to deceive the old man? After a moment's contemplation, Violet devised a scheme to mislead Renxue. However, with his inherent sense of justice, he questioned whether such actions were justifiable. Well, this would be a benevolent lie. Surely, the old man would not hold it against him. Violet, you have strayed. Suddenly, the teasing voice of Fucalos echoed in his mind, causing him to pause, his cheeks flushing. Fucalos, I am no longer the person I once was, Violet declared, steeling himself. Although he lacked memories of Teyvat, he retained recollections from his past life on Blue Star. He was aware of the happenings in Teyvat. Otherwise, he would not have referred to Fucalos as a fleeting spouse. Time passed, and 6 years later, in the kingdom of Barak, in the city of Soto, a noble young man, whose presence could draw the gaze of nearly every passerby, walked down the street with an impassive expression. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, with long hair cascading to his waist, the base hue of his hair was white, interwoven with strands of aquamarine. Clad in a resplendent aquamarine attire, he donned black gloves and held a staff-like object in his hand. How swiftly the years have flown since his arrival in the Douluo Continent. The young man in question was none other than Violet. At this moment, he bore a striking resemblance to the Grand Judge of Fontaine, and his attire was tailored to mirror that esteemed figure. As for the gloves, well, being of the water element, it was understood that prolonged contact with water could lead to wrinkles, thus eliminating any suspicion of ostentation. For the first time in 6 years, that Violet made a bold appearance before the world, for he was indeed unlike any ordinary child. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, his condition could be revealed, which would be disastrous. Violet himself was not particularly worried about being exposed, but Lexius was oblivious to the specifics of his situation. Wow, third brother, look. Such a handsome guy actually exists. A playful voice broke Violet from his reverie, prompting him to glance towards the source. Before him stood two individuals, the girl, with her fair complexion, striking beauty, and long legs, exhibited a remarkable proportion that was striking yet harmonious. The other boy, in contrast, appeared rather unremarkable, perhaps due to other factors, resulting in his somewhat darker skin. His face was the kind that would blend into a crowd without leaving a trace. This face indeed complements the assassin rather well. Upon hearing this, the young man furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. It was the first time he had heard the girl beside him praise someone for their good looks. Previously, due to his unremarkable appearance, she had never uttered the word handsome. Following the direction of the girl's finger, when he beheld that violet-haired figure, he was momentarily taken aback, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. This person made him understand the meaning of a gentleman as exquisite as jade, unmatched in the world. This demeanor, this visage, is scarcely inferior to that of the legendary readers by a mere fraction. A sentiment known as jealousy began to take root in the heart of the youth. It is essential to understand that he had never experienced such emotions before. As an assassin, possessing good looks and charm is hardly advantageous, being a figure shrouded in darkness. How could one accomplish their tasks while attracting excessive attention? Xiao Wu, this individual clearly hails from a prestigious family. He is not a person of good character. We ought to leave, the young man softly remarked to the girl beside him. The two of them are none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, the protagonists of the original tale, who have just arrived in Soto City. As for Violet, if only this were Fontaine, where the court of judgment resides, he would surely lodge a complaint against this unremarkable youth for slander. He slanders me. What does it mean to say someone looks like a scion of a wealthy family and is not a good person? Does Violet truly appear villainous? Is there anyone who embodies justice and fairness more than he? What, if not slander? Brother San, your words seem unjust. He does not appear to be a villain. Merely somewhat aloof. Xiao Wu exclaimed with a bewildered expression. The pursuit of beauty is not solely the prerogative of men. Women too share this desire. This was the first time Xiao Wu had encountered someone so strikingly handsome. Of course, her admiration was solely for Violet's appearance, devoid of any ulterior motives. While the realm of romantic entanglements may have dulled intellects, it does not plunge one into love at first sight. At most, it incites mere lustful intentions. Upon hearing this, Tang San's countenance fell, and he felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He was uncertain whether this extraordinarily handsome man before him was indeed a rogue. He merely sought an excuse to whisk Xiao Wu away. Little did he expect Xiao Wu to defend a stranger. Casting a glance at Violet and then back at Xiao Wu, he pondered whether this individual was indeed courting disaster. Violet, having not uttered a single word, found himself unjustly accused by Tang San of courting danger. Fortunately, the Qian treasure record did not contain a protocol for such situations. Otherwise, Violet might have indeed found himself in peril. As an assassin and disciple of the Tang sect from Shuzhong, Tang San primarily acted in accordance with the regulations documented in the Qian treasure record, while the rules forbade external disciples from covertly studying the record. This particular disciple chose to disregard such prohibitions. Noticing Tang San's silence, Xiao Wu, undeterred, approached Violet with a bright smile, her hands clasped behind her back, leaning slightly forward as she said, "Hello, handsome. May we be introduced?" Before Violet could respond, she continued, "I am Xiao Wu, the dancer." Violet glanced at both Xiao Wu and Tang San, and in that moment, realization dawned upon him. So it was these two. After all these years traversing this realm, it was only natural he would momentarily forget. Who would ponder the thoughts of those they deemed inconsequential daily? "Greetings. I am the chief judge of the Soul Arena in Soto City. You may address me by my surname, Violet," he replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Indeed, this so-called chief judge of Soto City was a position arranged for Violet by the elder, Lexius, facilitating his movements across the continent. Whether Violet accepted the role or not, He was officially recognized in that capacity. The Soul Arena? Chief Judge? Xiao Wu murmured in confusion. What is the Soul Arena? I understand what a judge is, but what, pray tell, is a chief judge? This name is truly melodious. At this moment, Tang San also joined in, finding no fault in Violet's performance whatsoever. The expressionless narration seemed to keep others at a distance, revealing his utter disinterest in Xiao Wu. It was rather Tang San who underestimated the noble intentions of others. A classic case of overthinking. The Soul Arena, a term Tang San had never encountered before, along with the position of referee, was entirely new to him. Greetings. I am Tang San, Xiao Wu's elder brother. May I inquire about the purpose of the Soul Arena? He stated with neither servility nor arrogance, believing himself no lesser. Even when faced with a scion of a prominent family. Ha ha ha, two country bumpkins. Before Violet could utter a word, a bystander laughed derisively. You are unaware of the Soul Arena? Truly, you hail from a remote locale. The Soul Arena was, after all, one of the scarce entertainment venues on the Douluo Continent. Widespread across the land. To be ignorant of such a place could only signify one's origins from a lesser-known region. My apologies, I was reminded of some joyous memories. I did not expect this young master to be the referee of the Soul Arena. It is an honor to meet you. The bystander bowed slightly to Violet, offering compliments. The Soto City Grand Soul Arena is no ordinary force to reckon with. The so-called adjudicator must indeed be related to the judge, right? The supreme judge, too, is a judge, the most formidable one, the paramount authority among judges. Upon hearing this, Violet's eyes twitched slightly. He had just assumed his position. Yet they were already proclaiming their admiration. Quite astonishing, indeed. How courteous. Violet replied with indifference. He felt little about it, yet Xiao Wu and Tang San were incensed. They were genuinely unaware, hence their inquiry. To their surprise, they were labeled as country bumpkins. Very well, they were indeed from the countryside. The Soul Arena of Soto City is situated in the heart of Soto City. If you two have time, you may pay a visit. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. After Violet spoke, he turned and departed, leaving Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanging glances in bewilderment. What was this? Why was he so cold? He was rather handsome, yet he resembled a block of ice. Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, exclaimed indignantly. She had expected Violet to enlighten them about the Soul Arena. But instead, he completely disregarded them. Tang San glanced at Violet's retreating figure, deep in thought, then shook his head. He resolved that he must learn more about this so-called Soul Arena when he had the chance. Seeing Violet leave, Tang San felt a sense of relief. He truly harbored no interest in Xiao Wu, which was quite beneficial. Xiao Wu, perhaps he truly had pressing matters? After the registration concludes, we should visit the Soul Arena. Tang San consoled, patting Xiao Wu on the shoulder. Xiao Wu, what is going on? Why is Tang San defending Violet now? Hadn't he previously labeled Violet a villain? Staff at the Soul Arena earn hundreds or even thousands of gold soul coins in mere moments. Who has the time to chat with you? A few words exchanged could cost them several hundred gold soul coins. Who do you think you are? A passerby disdainfully scoffed. And as if struck by a thought, continued, I never expected that this young man is actually a referee at the Soul Arena. I haven't seen him before. He must be new, perhaps gaining experience at the Soul Arena. The one who just proclaimed admiration must be you, right? Yes, new. And yet you express such familiarity? Hundreds or even thousands of gold soul coins in mere moments. Xiao Wu and Tang San were taken aback. They had initially disliked this passerby, yet he uttered such astonishing words. It is worth noting that Xiao Wu and Tang San were merely great soul masters at present, each receiving 10 gold soul coins monthly from the Spirit Hall, 10 coins each. Over a year, that amounts to a mere 240 gold soul coins. Yet, the passerby claimed to earn hundreds or thousands in moments. Sir, are you pulling our leg? Xiao Wu couldn't believe it. How could anyone earn such a vast sum of gold soul coins? Humph, you deny being country folk, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Do visit the Soul Arena when you have time. That is the true den of extravagance. The passerby, a man in his 40s, spoke with yearning in his expression. After uttering these words, he glanced at Tang San and Xiao Wu with a hint of disdain before departing. Tang San and Xiao Wu, is this the city of Soto? Is this what a big city is like? During his time in Nottingham, Tang San had encountered a mere gatekeeper, yet even he had been subjected to insults. The two exchanged a glance, and in that fleeting moment, their once buoyant spirits plummeted. Xiao Wu, let us find an inn to stay at. Shrek Academy doesn't commence enrollment for another 2 days, Tang San remarked after a long pause. Upon arriving in Soto City, he had already faced a setback. Someone had brazenly called him a country bumpkin, and he found himself utterly unable to retort. It was hard to fathom, for in Nottingham, Tang San had basked in much glory, being sought after by numerous intermediate academies. However, he had ambitions beyond that, which is why he had heeded the master's guidance to come to Soto City. Very well, third brother, Xiao Wu replied, her enthusiasm waning. It was one thing for the handsome stranger to ignore her, but now even an ordinary passerby had dared to mock her. Was it her appearance that fell short? Meanwhile, Violet, who had witnessed the exchange between Tang San and Xiao Wu, paid little heed to their plight. His thoughts drifted to something of slightly greater significance within Soto City. This object is specifically designed to dispel the aura of soul masters, whether utilized as a concealed weapon or as a fundamental material for crafting advanced hidden arms. It is indispensable. Moreover, this item serves as one of the essential components for creating high-grade soul-guiding devices. To dragons, items that gleam like gold are particularly enticing. And indeed, treasures of significant worth hold the same allure. Before long, Violet discovered Flandra's quaint little shop, a humble establishment specializing in soul-guiding apparatuses. As previously mentioned, this is not Fontaine, devoid of a tribunal. Otherwise, Flandra's use of that particular emblem would suffice for his indictment. 2 crossed swords, a hammer, and a tower. This was a case requiring litigation with 3 formidable factions. Violet shook his head and entered the shop discreetly. Inside, Flandra's eyes suddenly widened, after scrutinizing Violet momentarily. He promptly rose from his reclined position. It had been days since he had last conducted business, and here stood a veritable golden goose, come to bestow soul coins. Welcome, Flandra exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating his face as he approached Violet with haste. Despite his unattractive appearance and the sunglasses he wore, which rendered him somewhat unsettling, Violet could not help but feel a flicker of concern. Was Flandra perceiving him as a mere cash cow? Such a notion seemed highly probable. Regrettably, Flandra's hopes would soon be dashed. There's no need for such enthusiasm. I'm merely browsing. Violet waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Flandra's eagerness waned slightly. Yet he was not one to relinquish hope so easily. After all, a seemingly affluent young gentleman like this was not something he could afford to overlook. My dear sir, do not be deceived by the modesty of this establishment. It harbors treasures aplenty. Among these soul-guiding devices, there may well be relics from ancient times. Should you select even one, it would be a tremendous gain for you. Violet could not contain himself and erupted in laughter. Forgive me. I was reminded of something quite joyous. Flandra's assertion of ancient relics hidden among his wares struck him as absurdly humorous. Ha ha ha. Flandra felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Something about Violet's laughter seemed off, almost mocking. What delightful thoughts have you conjured, young master? Flandra inquired, his expression darkening. Indeed, I am mocking you, Violet replied nonchalantly. The esteemed soul sage had fallen to such depths that he was now the target of ridicule from a noble scion. It was a minor miracle that Flandra did not explode in fury. My uncle's 3rd concubine's nephew has just become a soul master today. What splendid news that is. Violet stated with an air of calm, as if such a far-flung relation were indeed significant. Flandra was momentarily taken aback, blinking in bewilderment at Violet. Merely becoming a soul master, and from such a distant kinship, was that even worthy of mention? Just as Flandra contemplated a response, Violet pointed to a nearby crystal imbued with impurities, asking, "How much for this crystal, proprietor?" Flandra, without further thought, followed Violet's gesture, only to find that the crystal in question was indeed tainted with impurities. His initial cheerfulness plummeted instantly. This crystal is entirely composed of impurities. Selling it for even a single gold soul coin would be a testament to the buyer's lack of discernment. The young gentleman's identity and status were evidently extraordinary. Merely the attire he donned suggested that acquiring it would require no less than several thousand gold soul coins. Flandra did not believe that Violet was unaware of the crystal's worth. It seemed he was merely seeking an excuse to depart. Alas, it was a pity for such a splendid piece to be overlooked. With this thought, Flandra waved his hand and remarked, "If the young master fancies it, 1 gold soul coin will suffice." After uttering these words, Flandra languidly ambled towards the chaise lounge, reclining once more, adopting a demeanor of leisurely contentment. Violet, not one to be impolite, picked up the crystal from the table, examined it briefly, and then placed it into the storage bracelet on his wrist, a soul-guided storage device. Though you may not recognize the value of this crystal, I cannot feign ignorance. Justice and fairness are my lifelong pursuits. Upon saying this, under Flandra's astonished gaze, Violet produced a golden card and placed it on the table. This was a savings card worth 10,000 gold soul coins. The crystal's value would not be less than 10,000 gold soul coins for someone of merit. nor would it exceed a single gold soul coin for those of no use. Violet's offer of 10,000 gold soul coins was a gesture of equitable and fair trade. He lacked no such coins and had no need to cling to the hope of an unearned bargain. After placing the savings card down, Violet turned to leave, leaving Flander in a state of bewilderment. Moments later, Flander sprang up, causing the chaise lounge beneath him to collapse, and hurried to the table to seize the golden savings card. After a brief inspection, he murmured, "Is this young gentleman truly foolish, or merely pretending? Can that wretched crystal genuinely be valued at 10,000 gold soul coins?" The card in his hand was indeed real. As a soul saint, Flander possessed enough discernment to recognize its authenticity. He was not ordinary. In the realm of Douluo, did fairness and justice truly exist? With a resounding slap, Flander struck himself across the face. As someone with experience, he knew well that in Douluo, strength reigned supreme, and notions of fairness and justice were mere illusions. Yet, how could he mock the aspirations of a young man in pursuit of equity? He lamented, "How foolish of me to lack the insight of a child." Shaking his head, Flander carefully stored away the savings card, uncertain of the true nature of the crystal, yet aware that the 10,000 gold soul coins were indeed tangible. If it were not for my dire financial straits, why would I ever resort to running a small shop, engaging in trickery? After a considerable time reflecting, a glimmer of determination flickered in Flander's eyes. He had made a decision. The small shop can no longer be opened. However, Violet was unaware that a mere phrase coupled with a sum of 10,000 gold soul coins had compelled Flander to shut down the establishment, relinquishing the deceitful enterprise. Of course, Flander had another reason for closing the shop. To produce 10,000 gold soul coins without a flicker of an eye, one must possess a rather formidable background. What if the other party discovers that the wretched crystal is not worth 10,000 gold soul coins and comes to confront him? Upon contemplating this, how could Flander not consider fleeing? Yet, it must be said that Flander was overthinking. After all, it was merely 10,000 gold soul coins, and it was unlikely that Lexius would pursue him. After departing from Flander's small shop, Violet surveyed his surroundings, feeling somewhat bewildered. Over the years, Reincarnated has protected him with utmost diligence, fearing that powerful individuals might discover his extraordinary talent. He has never dared to let him stray too far. With a twin martial soul and innate level 20, such a prodigious gift could not be overlooked. The mere revelation of this talent could incite a relentless pursuit by other formidable factions, even among the 8 noble families. The true extent of Violet's abilities remains shrouded in secrecy. This illustrates the exceptional discretion exercised by Reincarnated. As for why he allowed Violet to venture forth alone, it was due to the observation that Violet's 6 soul rings had diminished to 4. Remarkably, the soul rings were also concealed. Reincarnated did not reproach Violet for this concealment. Instead, he offered an encouraging pat on the shoulder, remarking that the child has matured. It is wise to exercise caution, for such prudence ensures longevity. Reincarnated took the opportunity to impart wisdom to Violet, stating that he ought to possess only 3 soul rings rather than 4. Upon hearing this, Violet's lips twitched. Indeed, age brings with it a sharper wit. Wasn't it said that the average intelligence of people is negative? Yet, all he encounters are seasoned strategists. Reincarnated's assertion holds merit. At the tender age of 12, even with innate full soul power, possessing 3 soul rings is commendable, while 4 would be excessively remarkable. These soul rings, akin to mere glass beads, are not genuine soul rings. One can have as many as they desire. At present, Violet's true soul power level hovers around 63. A testament to the extended lifespan of dragons, the formidable buffs they possess, and his relentless cultivation efforts, culminating in his current prowess. Just then, Violet furrowed his brow. Not far away, someone was engaged in a soul duel. His perceptive abilities, even surpassing those of the peak soul master, Renxue, were heightened by the constant transmission of information from the surrounding water molecules. Everything possesses emotion, and water is no exception. As a pinnacle being of the water element, Violet could sense the emotions of all water elements. Could it be that Tang San and Dai Mubai were engaging in battle at this time and in this place? Violet murmured to himself, subsequently making his way toward the Rose Hotel. The confrontation between Tang San and Dai Mubai was undeniably a spectacle, marking Violet's first indirect defeat in the realm of soul duels. Naturally, Tang San would never concede. He believed that if it were a life-or-death struggle, he could ensure mutual destruction alongside Dai Mubai. With Dai Mubai's formidable entrance, Tang San regarded him merely as a respectable adversary, devoid of any notion of a path to death, thus highlighting the pronounced aura of a supporting character that enveloped Dai Mubai. As Violet walked, he pondered this, and suddenly, he paused, lost in thought as he recalled past events. Could it be that Tang San had merely glanced at him and perceived him as someone with a path to death? It seemed quite plausible, especially with Xiao by his side, calling out to the handsome stranger and stacking buffs. In his contemplations, it would indeed seem somewhat abnormal if he were not associated with a path to death. He noticed Tang San's brow furrowed, his expression dark as coal. Admittedly, Tang San's complexion was already somewhat dusky, likely a result of his frequent blacksmithing, and his current appearance bore a resemblance to Tang Hao. Though not unattractive, it was rather ordinary. Reflecting on this, Violet shook his head in resignation, finding it somewhat amusing, and beyond that, he harbored no further thoughts as he continued toward the Rose Hotel. Nearby, a young girl gasped in astonishment. She had never encountered anyone resembling Violet before. In her entire life, this was the first time she had laid eyes on such a striking individual, his demeanor impeccable. Yet, he seemed a bit peculiar, reminiscent of her father, who also had a penchant for carrying a cane. After exhaling a deep breath, the girl discreetly followed suit, dressed in a light blue dress that fell just above her knees, revealing her fair calves. She trailed not far behind. Close to her, another pair of eyes watched Violet intently, yet this observer's intrigue diverged from the girl's. She was merely curious about Violet. Contemplating this, the girl clad in a tight black outfit stealthily followed in their wake. Violet, it appears you are indeed favored by the young maidens. Suddenly, the teasing voice of Fucalos echoed in Violet's mind, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Given his appearance, was it not entirely reasonable for him to be well received by the fairer sex? Such matters were well within Violet's accustomed experience, and he felt no sense of impropriety. Fucalos, what do you mean by that? Before Violet could complete his thought, he himself sensed something amiss. Indeed, he had come to a realization. It appeared that two young maidens had stealthily followed him, prompting Fucalos's teasing remarks. With a resigned shake of his head, Violet chose to disregard the little tails trailing behind him. Fucalos, speaking of which, if two elements with opposing attributes both manifest in the form of water, would you be able to absorb them? This inquiry had lingered in Naivelet's mind for quite some time, as he contemplated posing it to Fucalos, yet he remained uncertain about his suspicions. On the continent of Douluo, where could one find the most abundant and accessible energy? Apart from the Lake of Life, the Eye of Ice and Fire would be the answer. The Eye of Ice and Fire was formed after the demise of the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King from the realm of the Douluo Divine Realm. Within it, the water element was plentiful, potentially providing Fucalos with the energy she required. The Eye of Ice and Fire comprises two springs, the Ice Spring and the Fire Spring. Now Evelet was confident that Fucalos could safely absorb energy from the Ice Spring. However, he questioned the Fire Spring. Although its energy form was water, its true nature was fire. Would Fucalos be able to absorb it? The elements of water and fire appeared to be in conflict, leaving Fucalos in a state of perplexity. Indeed, one was ice and the other fire. If Fucalos were to take a physical form, she might have felt a twitch in her eye, pondering how both attributes could manifest as water. Pure elemental energy? Until she witnessed it firsthand, she could not draw a conclusion. Nevertheless, the likelihood of absorption seemed high, for she was indeed the demon god Fucalos. After expressing this thought, Fucalos appeared to recall something and continued, Naivelet, why do you persist in wanting me to assume a human form? I find my current state quite satisfactory. There is no threat from the heavens, and the prophecy of Fonduin's destruction has been resolved. Presently, I feel no pressure, and with you guiding me through this world, it is a dream I never dared to imagine. Naivelet replied, since Fucalos became the water goddess, she has not enjoyed a moment of peace. When Egeria bestowed upon her the title of water goddess and the powers of the demon god, the heavy task of saving Fandun fell upon her shoulders. You wouldn't still be contemplating that matter, would you? Wives and such, Naivelet said, disregarding Fucalos's words and pretending not to hear as he continued toward the Rose Hotel. However, the slight blush on his ears betrayed him, revealing that his inner turmoil was far from calm. Fucalos mused, is Naivelet truly so fixated? After all these years, he still thinks of rescuing his short-lived wife, which translates to me. She whispered to herself, grateful that she remained in her pure water spirit form. Otherwise, her face would have surely flushed. Having been a deity for 5 centuries, she had also been trapped for 5 centuries, constantly devising ways to outsmart the heavens, leaving her mentally exhausted. Regarding emotions and love, Fucalos had little understanding when she first traversed into this world. Living a second life, she found it far more enriching than her previous one, and she felt immensely content. Although she could not yet leave Naivelet's consciousness, she could observe the outside world through him. Without worries, invincible foes, or imminent crises, her current situation was a significant improvement. As long as she accumulated sufficient energy, she would eventually break free from Naivelet's consciousness and regain her human form. Slowly accumulating this energy might take several hundred years, but to her, that was merely a fleeting moment. With no sword hanging over her head, all was well. It was merely a matter of a few centuries. Yet, she noticed Naivelet appeared rather anxious. Could it be that her deception over the past 5 centuries had instilled such peculiar thoughts in him? Should she take on a physical form? The thought of retribution from the Dragon King was mortifying. Fucalos's mind wandered extensively, primarily to thoughts of married life. Considering the Dragon King's vengeance, she decided that assuming a human form could wait, especially since she had yet to gather enough energy. Ah, Ning Rongrong, you are truly clever. Indeed, you are clever. In a short while, Naivelet arrived at the Rose Hotel. At that moment, the hotel was somewhat chaotic. The duel of soul masters was akin to a calamity for ordinary people. The only survival strategy was to flee as swiftly as possible, keeping a safe distance. During soul master duels, soul techniques were indiscriminate, particularly area of effect techniques, leading to numerous innocent bystanders being inadvertently harmed. Although regulations explicitly prohibited soul masters from dueling within the city and mandated that disputes be resolved in designated arenas, Daimu Bai clearly disregarded this rule. One could hardly blame him. He had already reserved a room, and with the new arrivals acting thoughtlessly and Xiaowu provoking him, how could Daimu Bai possibly endure? The purpose of his training was not to restrain himself. Soul masters were known for their tempers. If he refrained from teaching Tang San and Xiaowu a lesson at this moment, it would render his training futile. As Naivelet stepped into the hotel, a girl in a blue dress and another in a black bodysuit entered right behind him. Ah, they have come to witness the soul duel. The two individuals are Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon entering the hotel, Ning Rongrong exhibited little reaction, while Zhu Zhuqing paused momentarily, casting a contemplative glance at Daimu Bai, who was engaged in combat with Tang San. This martial spirit, these eyes. She must not have mistaken the person. Apart from Daimu Bai, who else possesses heterochromatic eyes and a martial spirit of the evil eye white tiger? What Violet does not realize is that her presence here has inadvertently caused 2 girls, who should not be here, to become spectators. Tang San, your martial arts skills are indeed commendable. However, a soul master duel is not solely reliant on physical prowess. First soul skill, White Tiger's Shield. Daimu Bai was somewhat perplexed. Tang San's martial spirit was clearly not a beast spirit, merely an ordinary blue-silver grass. Yet he could hold his own against him in a martial spirit-possessed state. This truly astonished Daimu Bai, whose strength was by no means weak, and who possessed an additional soul ring that significantly enhanced his physical strength compared to Tang San. First soul skill, Blue-Silver Bind. In response to Daimu Bai, only the sound of Tang San's cough could be heard. Blue-Silver Bind. Handsome, who do you think will win? In the hotel lobby, a tense and exhilarating soul battle was underway. Ning Rongrong, dressed in a light blue dress, displayed no interest and quietly approached Violet, saying, she noticed that Violet seemed quite intrigued by the battle, and thus sought to engage him. Upon hearing this, Violet slightly turned his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong. With a height of approximately 1.60 meters, Ning Rongrong was a head shorter than Violet, making it quite normal for her to look at him in such a manner without moving her head. Isn't this the girl who follows me? She clearly pays no attention to the duel. Hello, miss. The outcome of this battle is of little consequence to me, Violet replied softly, shaking his head. This indifference from Violet left Ning Rongrong feeling somewhat unsettled. Did he truly not care about the victor? She was aware, of course. She merely wished to converse with Violet. It is not my intention to distance myself from you, miss, but as a referee in the soul arena, I must maintain a degree of professionalism to avoid accusations of bias during the competition. I trust that your intelligence can comprehend this. Violet continued with his indifferent tone, though his gaze remained fixed on Tang San and Daimu Bai. His words, though quiet, resonated clearly throughout the arena, even reaching the ears of the combatants. Both paused momentarily, turning to Violet's direction. Is that him? The referee? Tang San had encountered Violet before, but did not fully grasp the concept of a soul arena and its referees. Daimu Bai, however, frequented the soul arena and had never seen a referee as handsome as Violet. Yet, one thing Violet said rang true. It was nearly impossible for a referee to form friendships with others, at least not visibly. Nevertheless, Daimu Bai did not dwell on this thought. Who knew why a newly appointed referee was present here? Wait, could it be he wished to practice? But Dai Mubai was currently engaged in battle with Tang San. With that thought, Dai Mubai dismissed it from his mind. Xiao Wu glanced at Violet and seemed to understand why he was reluctant to engage in conversation. It was due to his profession as a referee. What a responsible and handsome gentleman. He was not only strikingly good-looking, but also gentle in speech and dedicated to his profession. Tang San, shouldn't you be concerned about whether Dai Mubai will defeat you? Well, of course. Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips in a haughty manner. For she was quite astute. How could she not comprehend Violet's words? A referee in the Soul Arena? Ning Rongrong mentally noted Violet's occupation and workplace, planning to encounter him casually when the opportunity arose. Such youth, yet entrusted with the role of a referee, attests to the formidable prowess of that Violet. To preside over the arena of combat requires not merely authority, but also the capability to instill calmness in competitors during critical moments. A commanding voice alone is insufficient. One must possess the strength to subdue the participants. In the arena, the least esteemed title among competitors is that of Spirit Master, thus, Violet, even in the capacity of overseeing such contests, must at the very least possess the rank of a great Spirit Master or even a Spirit Elder. To remain unfazed in the presence of a great Spirit Master and a Spirit Elder indicates a high probability that Violet is indeed a Spirit Elder. Ning Rongrong, how astute you are. Indeed, you are remarkably clever. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ning Rongrong, an auxiliary system Great Spirit Master. Being merely an auxiliary Spirit Master, I am unable to partake in solo battles, which should not impact your profession, correct? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Violet was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at the girl in the blue dress. What a revelation! This girl is Ning Rongrong, a significant troublemaker in the Douluo Continent. A genuine source of concern rather than mere exaggeration. Compared to the girl clad in black, could this be Zhu Zhuqing? Her features are strikingly evident. Ning Rongrong, greetings. I am the chief referee of the Soto City Combat Arena. You may address me simply as Violet. How aloof yet captivating. Wait, chief referee? Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned. Referees can indeed be classified into various ranks, and this chief referee. Is it possible for a Spirit Elder to also serve as the most formidable of referees? Could there be some nepotism at play? Ning Rongrong scrutinized Violet thoughtfully, noting his upright demeanor reminiscent of a noble scion. As for his role as a referee, he hardly fits the mold. Well, what of nepotism? It merely suggests that Violet possesses a notable background, which is undoubtedly an advantage. In the combat arena, not every combat type is accompanied by a referee. Most are merely hosts who take on the role of referee, announcing the commencement and the victor of the match. Naturally, if both parties require a referee, the arena will arrange for one to officiate, making such contests even more formal. Dai Mubai and Tang San felt a surge of indignation, despite their fierce struggle for dominance. They garnered little attention, while the referee merely stood there, capturing everyone's gaze. This was somewhat discomforting. Second spirit ability, parasitism. Just as Dai Mubai freed himself from the entangling blue-silver, he barely had time to react before Tang San's second spirit ability was unleashed. With the shimmering of Tang San's second spirit ring, Dai Mubai found himself once again enveloped by the overwhelming blue-silver, resembling a tightly wrapped zongzi. Tang San, seizing the moment when Dai Mubai was momentarily distracted, unleashed his soul skill once more, displaying a rather unchivalrous demeanor. Tang San, you are formidable among the Grand Soul Masters. You are indeed a rare adversary. However, I am a soul sovereign endowed with a third soul ring. As Dai Mubai's solitary purple soul ring shimmered, his physique surged dramatically. His golden hair transforming into a brilliant white, the strands dancing as if caught by an invisible breeze. With a resounding thud, the blue-silver grass encircling him was violently torn away, rendering him akin to an invincible god of war. Upon witnessing this, Tang San's expression shifted, his apprehension solidifying into genuine concern. The enhancement granted by Dai Mubai's third soul skill was overwhelmingly terrifying during its duration, unless he resorted to hidden weapons. He would undoubtedly fall short against Dai Mubai. Just as Tang San prepared to draw his concealed weapons for a desperate confrontation, Dai Mubai unexpectedly declared, Tang San, you are a worthy opponent. With your Grand Soul Master prowess compelling me to utilize my third soul skill, you have already achieved victory. This room shall be yours. After uttering these words, Dai Mubai relinquished his martial soul manifestation, appearing disheveled yet exuding an air of nonchalance. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, quietly retracting his martial soul, and replied, Thank you. Indeed, should he engage in a life-or-death struggle with Dai Mubai, victory was uncertain, but sustaining grave injuries was inevitable. Dai Mubai proved to be a person worthy of friendship, unrestrained and free-spirited. Tang San mused, undeterred by Dai Mubai's initial intent to claim their room, recognizing instead the honor in their brief encounter. This is indeed quite intriguing. Unlike the original text, Dai Mubai, for reasons unknown, felt a peculiar chill along his spine. He refrained from discussing much with Tang San and was eager to depart from this place fraught with conflict. The twin sisters, witnessing the stalemate between Dai Mubai and Tang San, exhibited no particular reaction. It was evident to any discerning observer that Tang San was no match for Dai Mubai. Rather, it was Dai Mubai's sense of martial virtue that prevented him from taking advantage of the weaker opponent. Young Master Dai, you were truly magnificent just now. This refers to the events that just transpired in the Soul Arena, rather than any other matter. The twin sisters, one on each side, were entwined with Dai Mubai's arms, their gazes nearly sparkling with admiration, a sight that evoked envy in those who beheld it. Although neither of the two women were soul masters, their beauty was exceptional, standing out even among ordinary individuals. Dai Mubai, somewhat proud, embraced both women and surveyed his surroundings with a smile, relishing the envious glances directed at him. However, a peculiar chill ran down his spine. He pondered the source of this unsettling sensation. Casting a glance around, he noticed nothing amiss. Even the referee of the Soul Arena seemed distracted, responding to the questions of a nearby girl with little engagement. Wait a moment. Weren't there two girls beside him just now? Where had the one dressed in black pants disappeared to? Shaking his head, Dai Mubai dismissed the thought. Wherever she had gone was of no concern to him. He decided it was best to leave this place. Tang San, perhaps we shall meet again in a few days, he remarked as he walked away. Oh? Tang San responded, momentarily puzzled by Dai Mubai's words. You, along with that young lady, are already powerful soul masters at such a young age, and you have come to Soto City, undoubtedly to enroll in Shrek Academy. I happen to be one of the current students at Shrek Academy, eagerly anticipating your arrival. What? Tang San's mouth fell open, momentarily speechless. Shrek Academy lived up to its reputation. Even a mere student was of an extraordinary caliber. Dai Xiao? This will be charged to my account. Yes, thank you. Dai Xiao. Thank you, Dai Xiao. Just as Tang San was about to say something, he realized Dai Mubai had already walked away with the two girls. What a disappointment. A Shrek Academy student, merely a lecher. Xiao remarked disdainfully, though her heart harbored a hint of concern. The students there were of Soul Master rank. Would there be Soul Douluo level powers within this so-called Shrek Academy? Hearing this, Tang San waved his hand dismissively. Xiao, Dai Mubai is simply a free spirit. A bit overly sentimental, but his character is generally commendable. Surely, Shrek Academy will provide us with ample opportunities for growth. Observing Tang San's demeanor, Xiao felt compelled to voice her concerns but found herself at a loss for words. They would have to proceed cautiously. Fortunately, Soto City was not far from the Stardow Forest. Should anything feel amiss, she could swiftly flee toward the forest. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, engaged in conversation with Wei Lai-te, brightened upon hearing the mention of Shrek Academy. She hadn't anticipated that the individual from earlier was a student of Shrek Academy. Her anticipation for the academy grew, as causing mischief was something she relished. As for the wooden fellow before her, Miss Ning had plenty of time to deal with him slowly. After all, he was still within the Soul Arena and couldn't escape. Truly, Shrek Academy was a haven for monsters. All who came to enroll were formidable soul masters. Wait, something seemed off. If all the enrollees were indeed monsters, then what distinguished them as such in relation to the academy? Ning Rongrong pondered, realizing that it was not the academy that produced monsters, but rather, monsters that chose to join the academy. 500 years. Yet again, 500 years. What is the matter with you? Appearing somewhat disappointed, Ning Rongrong whispered in Wei Lai-te's ear. Miss Ning, you misinterpret my expression. I merely have a habit of wearing this countenance. Wei Lai-te responded with a shake of his head, puzzled as to how Ning Rongrong perceived his disappointment. Why does Tang San not consider Dai Mubai as a path to death? Why not reveal the Zhuge Divine Crossbow and give Dai Mubai a harsh lesson? Fortunately, Ning Rongrong remained oblivious to the peculiar thoughts of Violet. Seeing Violet's inscrutable demeanor, she mistakenly believed she had misjudged the situation. By the way, Violet, you must have been in Soto City for quite some time. Could you enlighten me about Shrek Academy? With her hands clasped and a face full of anticipation, Ning Rongrong expressed her desire. Rather than relying on hearsay, it would be more enlightening to hear from a local, and with Violet's face of justice and fairness. He would surely provide an objective assessment, wouldn't he? Violet's innocent appearance seemed unlikely to harbor deceit. Ning Rongrong's inquiry caught the attention of Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had intended to ascend to their quarters. They halted, ears perked, listening intently to the conversation. Miss Ning Rongrong, from a rational perspective, I should refrain from answering your question. Violet's response elicited surprise from Ning Rongrong, her large eyes blinking in confusion. Why not? The Soul Arena, as a neutral entity, has never passed judgment on anyone, any faction, or any academy. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. She merely wished for Violet to share his thoughts, not to imply judgment. Something felt amiss, very amiss. Ning Rongrong, possessing great wisdom, quickly discerned that Violet's words were laden with deeper meaning. Shrek Academy must harbor significant issues. Was it truly as she envisioned? Shrek Academy was nothing more than a den of deception, where the students were all monsters, merely monsters who had joined the academy. I understand now. Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully, her expression transforming into one of sudden realization. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged puzzled glances. What do you understand? Violet said nothing yet seemed to convey so much. While Ning Rongrong grasped it all, did they lack her brilliance? No, it must be that Ning Rongrong pretended to understand. The admissions for Shrek Academy will commence in 2 days. If you're interested, you can visit then. I shall say no more. Miss Ning Rongrong, I have matters to attend to. I take my leave. With a slight bow, Violet departed towards the Rose Hotel, leaving Ning Rongrong in a state of confusion. Regarding Ning Rongrong's predicament of being led to Shrek Academy by Ning Fengji, Violet chose not to comment, merely suggesting that Ning Fengji had his own considerations in mind. He had accounted for everything but the character of Shrek Academy's faculty and students, leading the already undereducated Ning Rongrong down an irreversible path. The swordbone Douluo treated Ning Rongrong as if she were his own granddaughter. However, when the sword broke, Ning Rongrong shed no tears, yet wept inconsolably at Tang San's demise. It was said that Ning Rongrong possessed the temperament of a princess. Yet she was indeed the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, with a status even above that of the true princess, Shueku. A bit of temper and personality was only natural. She had not committed any truly wicked deeds, mostly just pranks. The ultimate transformation she underwent was indeed perplexing. Violet, you are so heartless. That girl clearly has feelings for you, yet you respond with such indifference. It feels wrong. Upon hearing this, Violet paused momentarily, his eyes twitching. This was the love continent, where early maturity was commonplace. However, he was not a native. Some things were difficult for him to accept. Moreover, he already had someone he cherished, that short-lived wife, who awaited his rescue. Wait, those words just now were spoken by that short-lived wife? Fucalos. I do not wish to discuss romance at this moment. I merely desire for you to regain your human form swiftly. What should have been a profoundly touching statement left Fucalos trembling with fear. Goodness, was Violet indeed preparing to take revenge on her? Was he to create a pure water spirit with her? Ah, how embarrassing. Well, Violet, there is no need to rush, at the very most. In 500 years, I shall accumulate enough energy to transform. 500 years, another 500 years. Impossible. 500 years is far too long. I only wish to seize the day. Why are you in such a hurry? Violet was taken aback. What on earth was Fucalos talking about? Why was he the one being accused of impatience? He had not committed any overstepping actions. Wait, was Fucalos' mind becoming muddled? Fucalos, what on earth are you saying? Violet inquired. Puzzled, he merely intended to revive this poor goddess of justice. After all, she had once been his most beloved paper doll wife. Fucalos? Had she misunderstood Violet? Well, judging by Violet's bewildered expression, it seemed she had. However, admitting to such a misunderstanding was out of the question. After a prolonged silence without a response from Fucalos, Violet, still perplexed, turned his thoughts toward the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Fucalos suddenly fell silent. Yet he did not withdraw. Was he waiting in place? In no time, Violet arrived at the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Although it was his first visit, every staff member recognized him. We have seen the Supreme Judge. The crowd looked at Violet with a mix of curiosity and admiration. Previously, there had been no such title as Supreme Judge, but now that Violet was here, it existed. Their intrigue about this suddenly arrived Supreme Judge was palpable. Of course, they had seen Violet's portrait beforehand. While there were slight differences between the portrait and the real person, the latter possessed a far greater charisma. Violet nodded, likely believing that all of this had been arranged by the elder, Lexius. Hello, Violet. I am Dodo, the golden host of the Soul Arena. It is a pleasure to meet you. Suddenly, a remarkably beautiful woman approached Violet, her face alight with a smile as she extended her right hand. Violet recalled Dodo as the golden host responsible for commentary at the main arena. Of course, this was merely her public identity, behind the scenes. She was an heir of one of the 8 great families. Unfortunately, apart from her beauty and talent for commentary, her cultivation aptitude was not high. And her martial spirit was a dove symbolizing peace. Her identity as an heir was somewhat hollow. Dodo's fate would likely hinge on a marriage alliance. Greetings. Miss Dodo? Violet retracted the cane in his right hand into his storage soul tool, their hands briefly touching before parting. What, Miss Dodo? Call me Sister Dodo. Young Violet, your manner of address feels somewhat distant. Dodo frowned slightly, expressing her discontent. As members of the same great families, it was customary for younger generations to refer to each other as siblings. Dodo had previously met Violet. Seeing Violet's indifferent demeanor, Dodo did not take offense. He had always been this way, even when she had playfully teased him as a child. Upon reflection, he seemed to maintain this coldness towards everyone. Allow me to show you around the Soul Arena. Let us get you acquainted and also take you to your accommodation. As a distinguished commentator, Dodo possesses his own methods for alleviating awkward silences. After sharing a smile with Yue Na, he naturally took her right hand with his left and strolled towards the arena of combat. Yue Na, could it be that this Lady Dodo is masquerading under the guise of an elder sister, intending to take action against him? Violet thought it very likely. After all, she had a precedent. When he was merely 7 years old, this little sorceress had once teased him, leaving Violet quite overwhelmed. As time passed, after Lady Dodo introduced Violet to the Colosseum, she led him to his dormitory. Violet's lodging spanned approximately 200 square meters, nearly identical to his previous abode, suggesting that this was yet another of Rexius's meticulous arrangements. The old gentleman truly is thorough. So, what do you think? The atmosphere in the Colosseum is much livelier than at home, isn't it? On second thought, it appears you have an innate aversion to crowds. Wherever there are many people, you gravitate towards solitude. Lady Dodo cast a somewhat exasperated glance at Violet, who, despite his striking appearance, was afflicted with social anxiety, a pity indeed. However, it was somewhat reassuring that he treated others with the same reticence. Upon hearing this, Violet's eyelid twitched. The constitution of individuals varies, often. He perceived gatherings not as lively, but rather as cacophonous. I shall return now, as I must preside over the competition later. As she spoke, Lady Dodo paused momentarily before continuing. To serve simply as a referee requires little dialogue. The host will maintain the ambience. This is easily learned. You may practice in the sub-arena for a couple of days until you familiarize yourself with the process before joining me at the main venue. Of course, it is perfectly acceptable to hold the title without officiating as a referee. Lady Dodo was somewhat privy to the intricacies surrounding Violet's appointment and did not intend to treat him as a mere pawn for officiating duties. Very well. I shall learn, Violet replied with a nod, harboring no objections to Lady Dodo's plans. Those who traversed realms invariably relished the thrill of vanquishing opponents in the arena, flaunting their prowess. It appeared that Violet would be the first among such travelers to take on the role of referee. Lady Dodo made no further delay. There was ample time ahead. Now that Violet had arrived at the Soto City Grand Coliseum, there was no chance he could escape. For Violet, the position of referee seemed utterly fitting. While the outside world might lack absolute fairness and justice, such principles could indeed prevail within the arena. Time flew, and Violet had spent 3 days at the Coliseum. During this period, he refrained from immediately assuming the role of referee in the sub-arena. Instead, he observed and learned the rules of the Coliseum, as well as how to determine victories, defeats, and infractions while officiating. Contestants and spectators who frequented the arena gradually became aware of this new referee, with some female audience members and competitors eagerly anticipating a match hosted by Violet. Alas, this seemingly aloof figure had yet to officiate a single competition. Lady Dodo, I believe I have learned sufficiently over these past few days. I shall officiate a match in the sub-arena tonight. Before Lady Dodo could respond, she rolled her eyes at Violet, who quickly rephrased his statement, transforming her irritation into delight, a smile illuminating her face. Very well, I shall arrange it for you. Lady Dodo chuckled, patting Violet on the shoulder before departing. Standing about 10 centimeters shorter than Violet, her gesture required her to stand on tiptoe, which elicited a mixture of amusement and exasperation from Violet. Oh, the indomitable spirit of a strong woman. In the past 3 days, unbeknownst to the inhabitants of Violet, an intriguing event transpired. Just yesterday, Shrek Academy commenced its enrollment. Without the illustrious Dragonbeard Needle, Tang San was, of course, devoid of its power, yet the narrative continued to unfold as it did. After Xiaowu employed her alluring soul skill on Zhao Wujie, she was still met with a backlash that rendered her unconscious. Tang San, in a fit of desperation, found himself unable to breach Zhao Wujie's defenses despite his fervent efforts. Ultimately, he was subjected to a severe beating from Zhao Wujie, a rather educational experience for him. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Tang Hao witnessed this and showed no mercy towards Zhao Wujie last night, nearly delivering a fatal blow. Fortunately, he deemed Zhao Wujie somewhat useful, which spared him from a dire fate. Under the guidance of Flander, Tang San and Xiaowu's group arrived at the Soul Arena. Flander maintained a stern demeanor throughout the day, his gaze towards Tang San laced with an unprecedented intent to kill, a sentiment absent from the original narrative. This child's lack of prudence had nearly cost old Zhao his life, rendering him a principal instigator of the chaos. Nevertheless, Tang San, being the son of Tang Hao, elicited caution. Flander dared not display overt hostility towards him for fear of Tang Hao's wrath should he discover such intentions. This matter, Flander could only keep to himself. Unfortunately, Tang San remained oblivious to this fact. He believed he had earned Zhao Waoqi's approval, which enabled him to successfully join Shrek Academy. Old Zhao, too, lacked understanding, quarreling with a mere 12-year-old. But now, upon encountering someone with influence, the person behind him could easily teach Zhao Waoqi a lesson in humility. At this moment, standing beside Xiaowu, Tang San was hardly recognizable. Even Xiaowu almost failed to recognize him upon waking. The soul duels are classified into 1v1, 2v2, and team duels involving 5 or more participants, with the most common format being the conventional 7v7. Within the soul arena, there exist various types of duels, strategic contests, betting duels, and life and death battles. I do not recommend participating in betting or life and death duels, as these often result in casualties. However, strategic duels differ, posing a risk of injury yet rarely resulting in fatalities, for soul skills are unpredictable. Wouldn't that just lead to crying and wailing? How pitiful. After Dai Mubai elucidated the rules of the soul arena competitions, Tang San and Xiaowu suddenly understood. So this was the nature of the soul arena. Tang San inquired about the judge's status within the arena, noting that Violet's attire did not resemble that of an ordinary soul master. Could it be that judges earned a substantial income? Most judges hold a status equivalent to that of hosts at the same level. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Dai Mubai replied, puzzled. Is this your first encounter with the soul arena? The judges, while high in status on the platform, hold a lower standing overall, as they are merely employees of the soul arena. It's nothing, just a memory of an old acquaintance. Tang San waved his hand dismissively. Before the age of 6, he had lived in poverty, but after awakening his martial soul and obtaining a soul ring, he was able to receive subsidies from the martial soul hall, leading to a slight improvement in his life. He never anticipated that a mere judge in the soul arena would appear far wealthier than himself. This left Tang San feeling somewhat unsettled. Fortunately, the redness on his swollen face, marked by clear handprints, prevented others from noticing the change in his expression. Third brother. You wouldn't be reminiscing about that Violet, would you? Xiaowu inquired, blinking her eyes innocently. Upon hearing this, Tang San's face darkened. He had merely mentioned the referee without naming anyone, yet Xiaowu had directly uttered Violet's name. Tang San exhaled a deep breath. Surely, he was overthinking things? How could Xiaowu possibly harbor feelings for someone she had met only once? It was only natural for her to think of Violet, as he was the only referee she had come to know since arriving in Soto City. Indeed, Violet had always struck him as somewhat peculiar, leading him to suspect that he was a formidable individual. However, he merely sought to understand Violet's standing in the soul arena, harboring no ulterior motives. Tang San offered a brief explanation, affirming his thoughts. Although somewhat resentful of the affluent, he held no grievances against Violet, who was not deserving of such an ill fate. Moreover, judging by Violet's impartial demeanor towards Xiaowu and Ningrongrong, he seemed committed to fairness, showing no desire for personal connections. Violet? Are you referring to the referee we encountered at the Rose Hotel? Dai Mubai asked, puzzled. It dawned on him midway through that Zhu Zhuqing was still present, and he had completely overlooked the mention of the Rose Hotel. Unbeknownst to him, the girl in black who had stood behind Violet that day was indeed Zhu Zhuqing. Yes, that very referee. After receiving confirmation from the two, Dai Mubai pondered briefly before continuing. To be honest, when he introduced himself as a referee, I was utterly bewildered. I had never seen him in the Soul Arena, so he must have only recently arrived. With his attire. Do you have any idea how many gold soul coins that would cost? Even he paused, then resumed, I cannot afford to wear such extravagant clothing. How much? The elegance and solemnity of Villet's garments were beyond Tang San and Xiao Wu's comprehension, not counting the additional adornments. The clothing alone was worth at least 10,000 gold soul coins. Dai Mubai clenched his right hand, extending his index finger towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. Was he carrying a light blue cane? Suddenly, Flender, who had been sipping tea, interjected. Wait, Director, you've met him? Flender's eyes twitched. It was not merely a meeting. Villet had been the reason he had scouted every shop in town. Indeed, he visited my shop and purchased a broken crystal for 10,000 gold soul coins. I had intended to sell it for just 1 gold soul coin, but he insisted that I was unaware of its true worth, while he could not pretend ignorance. Fairness and justice. This was why he paid me such a sum. This young man's character is the most noble I have encountered in my years traversing the Douluo Continent. Alas, he is affiliated with the Soul Arena. Otherwise, I would have certainly invited him to Shrek Academy. Flender expressed a hint of disappointment, yearning to extend an invitation to Villet, yet recognizing the near impossibility of such a proposition given his status. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar stared incredulously at Flender, astonished to hear him praise someone so highly for the first time. Director, are you certain he isn't merely pretending? Spending 10,000 gold soul coins to curry your favor? Dai Mubai cautiously questioned, his concern not unfounded. After all, Flender was a powerful soul sage of level 78. If some nobles were aware of this, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for them to use gold soul coins to win his favor. In response, Flender shook his head. Having lived in Soto City for many years, it would be strange if the Soul Arena was unaware of his capabilities. However, when had the Soul Arena ever invited him? Besides, Villet did not strike him as that sort of person. It's simply not possible. That child is not like that. At that moment, a commotion outside interrupted their conversation. News from the Soul Arena announced that the handsome young man would be officiating at the 8th Division tonight. And what does that have to do with me? PSA man, your girlfriend is going to watch at the 8th Division. Wait, I must see for myself just how charming this Villet truly is, if he can draw my girlfriend to spectate. The individual spoke with a visage full of ire, yet was rendered helpless. After all, he was merely a referee at the Battle Soul Arena, distinguished only by his handsome appearance and without any intention of undermining others. My goodness, are there truly so many female soul masters registering for the competition today? If they cannot be assigned to the 8th arena, will they not lament and wail? Indeed, how pitiable. Haha. Violet has now become a celebrity at the Battle Soul Arena, and to entice spectators and participating female soul masters. The arena has openly announced that Violet will preside over the event. While the audience may directly approach the 8th arena, the participating soul masters must await their assignments. Tickets for the 8th arena are currently sold out. The 8th arena? Violet as the referee? Is he truly a referee? Initially, there were doubts about Violet's role. Is it only gold soul coins you see? Hello, may we directly register for the 8th arena competition? Xiao blinked her pink eyes and inquired of the attendant. She was eager to witness Violet's fairness and impartiality. Indeed, Xiao simply wished to meet Violet. She sensed an aura of superiority about him. Though she could not discern if it was merely her imagination, Violet could not possibly be an ordinary human. With such thoughts, Xiao's curiosity about Violet intensified. For she herself was not human. I'm sorry, but after registration, the competition venues will be assigned randomly. Many soul masters wish to go to the 8th arena, sharing your desire to catch a glimpse of Lord Violet's grandeur. Alas, everything must adhere to proper protocol. The staff member, a beautiful lady with purple hair, regarded Xiao with a hint of disdain, as if to suggest that merely wishing to meet Lord Violet was insufficient. What? Why is it like this? Xiao pouted, expressing her displeasure with a stomp of her foot. All right, Xiao, do not be upset, Tang San said with a hint of helplessness. Though his heart was weighed down by melancholy, how could he feel joy when his cherished sister constantly thought of others? Let us register for the competition first. Who knows? We might be assigned to the 8th arena. Earlier, Mubai had clearly stated that only by winning 10 consecutive matches could they be allocated to the main arena. As it was their first registration and they had yet to compete, the likelihood of being assigned to a sub-arena was quite high. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, as was the staff member. Before Xiao Wu could respond, the staff member remarked, Our Battle Soul Arena has a total of 36 sub-arena. The probability of being assigned to the 8th arena is 1 in 36. Xiao Wu's mouth opened slightly, caught between words. Even if she were illiterate and did not comprehend what 1 in 36 meant, she could sense that the staff member implied the chances of being assigned to the 8th arena were exceedingly small. Since this is your first visit to the Battle Soul Arena, you should register first. Only registered Soul Masters can enroll in competitions. Very well, let us register. Please pay the registration fee, a total of 20 gold soul coins for both of you. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu matured significantly, seemingly grasping why Violet was so affluent. Merely for registration, they had to pay 10 gold soul coins. It should be noted that a great Soul Master's monthly stipend amounted to just 10 gold soul coins. Despite their grumbling, they proceeded to register, becoming combatants of the Battle Soul Arena. By the way, we also need to register for the duo combat. Please register us both at once. Please pay an additional 10 gold soul coins for the registration fee. The competition has yet to commence, and already 10 gold spirit coins have been invested. Are both of you intending to register for the contest? Indeed. We shall participate in both the individual and team events. There are 3 matches, each with an entry fee of 10 gold spirit coins, totaling 30 coins. Upon securing a victory, the coins will be refunded in double. However, failure incurs no reimbursement. Alas, before even entering the arena, 60 gold spirit coins have vanished. Tang San felt utterly bewildered. After all, he was merely a great spirit master, and his monthly stipend amounted to only 10 coins. Upon enrolling in Shrek Academy, they each expended 20 gold spirit coins for the entrance examination. Earlier in the day, Flender demanded an additional 100 coins from each as tuition. Even landlords have their limits. Fortunately, over the years, he had been frugal and had not indulged in purchasing items from Flender's shop. What strange concoction had they inserted? After paying the registration fee, the two received badges crafted by the Spirit Arena, but a minor issue arose upon receiving them. It was the character Sanwu, which signifies 3 dances. How on earth did you engrave it as Sanwu instead of Sanwu? Xiao exclaimed indignantly. Must it be corrected? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao replied. You misspelled my name. Of course, it requires correction. Please remit 10 gold spirit coins. Xiao retorted. In your eyes, is there only money? It was clearly your error in engraving. Why must I pay to rectify it? Anger surged within her. When had she ever endured such indignity? The Spirit Arena displayed a lack of reason. It was undeniably their mistake, yet they demanded coins for the amendment. Xiao, naturally unafraid of confrontation, shouted at the staff. We apologize. It was indeed our oversight. Would you like to have the badge corrected? Yes. Please remit 10 gold spirit coins. At this moment, Xiao came to realize that in the eyes of her adversaries, there existed only an insatiable greed for gold soul coins, devoid of any semblance of remorse. Standing nearby, Tang San felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The lucrative nature of the Soul Arena was indeed astounding. Did they not feel the weight of their conscience? Would they not face any moral repercussions? Xiao, let it go. Let it go. Tang San interjected hastily as he noted Xiao's readiness to take action. He recalled the warning from Flender, who had cautioned them about the multitude of formidable opponents in the arena. Engaging with the staff, there would be an act of folly. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. Tang San would never willingly plunge into a perilous situation. Sanjia, it was their blunder. Why should we just let it slide? Xiao Wu replied, her face etched with dissatisfaction. She had never encountered such indignity before. Why should we simply overlook it? Tang San. Xiao Wu, this is the Soul Arena, a domain dominated by experts. If we persist in creating a scene, Tang San whispered, his expression grave. Upon arriving in the metropolis, he had come to the stark realization that their modest abilities were utterly insufficient. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu regained her composure, casting a furious glance at the staff before she fell silent, following Tang San to the side. Tang San, Xiao Wu, how did your registration go? At that moment, Dai Mubai approached with a cheerful expression and spoke. Don't mention it. Tang San recounted the earlier events. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's countenance darkened slightly. Yet he refrained from making any harsh remarks. The Soul Arena was not a trivial matter, and it would be unwise to offend anyone easily. If they were in the Star Luo Empire, the situation might be different, but here in the Heaven Do Empire, it was not Dai Mubai's territory. Never mind. It's just 10 gold soul coins, he remarked, shrugging his shoulders. What could he do? He was at a loss. Of course, he could give Tang San and Xiao the 10 gold soul coins to modify their badge. But a person of his high emotional intelligence would never consider such a course of action. Were Tang San and Xiao upset due to the lack of gold soul coins? Not at all. Their anger stemmed from a matter of principle. While it was true that the staff of the Soul Arena had made a mistake, Xiao had not specifically mentioned dancing earlier. After the registration concluded, everyone made their way to the resting area for the competitors. The atmosphere here is markedly more vibrant than usual, particularly with the presence of numerous female soul masters. It is astonishing how renowned Violet has become. Merely her name has drawn so many soul masters to compete, with a mere 1 in 36 chance. Yet they are willing to take the risk. Dai Mubai whispered, a tinge of jealousy creeping into his heart. He considered himself quite handsome as well. Why were there not as many female soul masters enamored with him? Why don't they simply purchase tickets to the 8th arena? Oscar inquired, perplexed. Isn't it better to watch directly? Competing requires allocation, and the probability of encountering Violet is exceedingly slim. Dai Mubai shook his head, responding, I inquired earlier. Tickets for the 8th arena have long since sold out. The Soto City Grand Soul Arena ranks among the finest in the entire Heavendo Empire, spanning a vast area. It can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators simultaneously. Should it undergo some renovation to merge the sub-arena with the main arena, it could potentially host hundreds of thousands of attendees. I sincerely hope to be allocated to the 8th arena. I am eager to witness this noble figure. He possesses beauty, strength, and charisma, making him the ideal romantic partner. Just you? Have you looked in the mirror to see if you are worthy of such a notion? Humph. Do not let me encounter you on the arena. Otherwise, I shall tear your mouth apart. Who is afraid of whom? I believe if we are indeed allocated to the arena hosted by Violet, it would be prudent to exhibit a gentler demeanor. Upon hearing this, the ladies nodded in agreement. Surely someone as noble as Violet would prefer gentle girls, wouldn't he? As time passed, the number of competitors in the resting area dwindled until it was finally the turn of Tang San and his companions. Please summon contestant Tang San to the 8th arena. Please summon contestant Zhu Zhiqing to the 8th arena. Please summon contestant Xiao Wu to the 33rd arena. Please summon contestant Ma Hongjun to the 7th arena. Please summon Dai Mubai. Upon hearing the announcements, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were momentarily stunned. Particularly, Tang San and Zhu Zhiqing. Were they to face each other in the initial match? Wait, they seem to be heading to the 8th arena. No way. Brother San and Zhuqing are going to the 8th arena. Why not me? Xiao Wu expressed her discontent. She desperately wished to meet Violet. Yet her luck appeared to be lacking. Xiao Wu, it does not matter which arena you are in. Perhaps in the next match, you will encounter him? Tang San reassured her, though who could understand the turmoil in his heart? Tang San, come with me. At that moment, Dai Mubai suddenly called out to Tang San. Having witnessed Tang San's combat prowess, he was taken aback that his first match was against Zhu Zhiqing. He could not afford to harm her. All right, boss Dai. Tang San cast a puzzled glance at Dai Mubai but nodded in agreement. The two retreated to a corner, where Dai Mubai finally spoke. Tang San. When you battle Zhu Zhiqing, please show her some mercy. After all, she is a classmate. Do not injure her. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He never intended to hurt Zhu Zhiqing, considering they were classmates who would be together for years to come. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed thoughtfully at Dai Mubai. Then patted his shoulder with a smile. Rest assured, boss Dai. I understand. I understand. You understand? Then I thank you. I shall treat you to a meal after the competition. Tang San surmised that Dai Mubai harbored feelings for Zhu Zhiqing. Dai Mubai certainly had discerning taste. As for the pair of twin sisters Dai Mubai had previously brought along, Tang San paid them no mind. What of a good brother being a little flirtatious? He, Tang San, remained pure and unsullied. Zhu Zhiqing, witnessing this, was filled with disdain, utterly unappreciative. During her time in Xinglua City, she had thought the rumors she heard were fabrications aimed at discrediting Dai Mubai. Little did she know, were those rumors indeed true? They were even more restrained than the reality. How could one alter their fate? As Zhu Zhiqing pondered this while making her way to the arena, the scene shifted to Violet. At this moment, he remained clad in his attire, wielding a water blue staff. The recent match between the two contestants had stirred something within him. These two women were akin to hidden dragons and phoenixes, wielding perilous soul techniques yet executing them with a grace as gentle as water. After the conclusion of the first match he hosted, Violet made a new discovery. My inner strength has inexplicably increased slightly. What could be the reason? Is it possible that presiding over a fair and just match enhances my power? Violet fell into contemplation. Upon the conclusion of the second match he hosted, he felt his strength surge again, confirming that it was no mere illusion. Just like the edicts of Fontaine, one could accumulate power through judgment. Fucalos. Do you know what this means? This matter truly perplexes Violet, leaving her with no choice but to inquire with Fucalos in the realm of knowledge, to ascertain whether she possesses any insight into the specifics. Violet, Have you forgotten the fragment of the ancient dragoness authority that has been restored to you? The decree to obliterate the divine throne is not a trivial undertaking. To put it plainly, this power fundamentally belongs to you. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Violet's face. Was the destruction of the divine throne intertwined with the ancient dragon's authority of Fucalos? Or rather, was it a portion of the ancient dragon's authority that had been severed by the natural order? The part that absorbs faith to enhance strength. Upon grasping the situation, Violet glanced at the audience in the 8th division, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. These individuals are all akin to chives. Ahem, no. These are people deserving of protection. Initially, I found the role of a referee somewhat tedious, but now that Violet has transformed my perspective, I wholeheartedly embrace the position. Had he realized his inherent capability sooner, even a 6-year-old referee would not be out of the question. Alas, 6 years have been squandered. Wait. The next match features Tang San against Zhu Zhuqing? Violet, having overheard the names of the competitors, certainly would not forget the members of the protagonist group. When he beheld Zhu Zhuqing's entrance, there was no reaction, but upon witnessing Tang San's appearance, he nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, he did laugh. As a referee, regardless of how amusing the situation may be, he must maintain his composure, unless he can no longer contain himself. How could Tang San possess the confidence to compete in such a state? Surely, he must have been thoroughly beaten by Zhao Wujia. The audience, equally perplexed, wondered how it was that none of the contestants appeared resplendent before taking the stage. The contestant named Tang San is indeed extraordinary. Is this the fairness you speak of? Violet? In the face of a formidable soul sage, Tang San, managed to emerge unscathed, suffering merely a slight injury. What more could one ask for? You spectators simply do not comprehend. The ignorant, judging by appearances, are destined to meet their demise. Tang San's expression darkened to that of coal. When he previously visited Soto City, he had been ridiculed by many passers-by. He initially believed he could acclimatize, but little did he know, he had overestimated his own fortitude. This close-range mockery is utterly intolerable to him. Damn Zhao Wujia, along with these spectators. Zhu Zhuqing gazed intently at the Violet. Her beautiful eyes filled solely with admiration. Nothing but admiration. This noble young man, in both his conduct and his actions, is beyond reproach. If only Dai Mubai could possess even half of that Violet's admirable qualities, even that would suffice. Alas, Dai Mubai is unworthy of comparison with Violet. Zhu Zhuqing's acquaintance with Violet is merely superficial, or rather, she has been quietly following him, having never exchanged a single word. Her assessment of Violet is entirely derived from the dialogues between Ning Rongrong and Violet, as well as Flander's appraisal of him. In the arena, there are hosts who warm up the crowd before the competitors face off. Those who come to the 8th arena are primarily there for Violet. His presence alone renders the host unnecessary, for no one wishes to hear anything he has to say. Silence. Violet lightly tapped his staff against the ground, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire venue. The audience, who had been discussing Violet, fell into a hush as if enchanted, their conversations abruptly ceasing. Please do not interfere with the competitors while watching the match. The arena is a realm of absolute fairness and justice. Anything that could potentially influence the contestants must vanish. Violet stated with an impassive expression. Yet, the more indifferent he appeared, the more the girls in the audience gazed at him with hearts aflame. So aloof, so captivating. Violet is truly handsome. At his command for silence, I was utterly entranced. What a peculiar thought to cross their minds. Such shameful words were beyond their reticent lips. The competitors have 1 minute to unleash their martial spirits, and after that, the match shall officially commence. As Violet's voice faded, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality. Tang San cast a surprised glance at Violet, feeling an unexpected stir of emotion within him. After enduring so much ridicule from the crowd, Violet's support made those disparaging remarks dissipate. Wait, why didn't he say this sooner? Only after Tang San had made a fool of himself did he step in as a mediator. That flicker of gratitude swiftly vanished. Helping Tang San would only lead to dissatisfaction for not assisting enough, while aiding that fiery companion next door would yield genuine reciprocation and unwavering support. Spirit of the Nethercat, manifest. Zhu Zhuqing, a level 20 of an agility-type soul master, called forth her martial spirit. Upon manifestation, subtle changes occurred, her physique elongated, and her fingers transformed into sharp claws, adorned with feline ears. Tang San, martial spirit blue silver grass, level 29 great soul master, at your service. A blue luminescence flickered in Tang San's right hand, and a sprig of blue silver grass appeared therein. Both were great soul masters. representing an optimal balance of two yellow spirits. Although they were classmates, their true acquaintance was scant. They possessed only a basic understanding of each other's soul powers. Having both undergone evaluations by Zhao Wujing, Zhu Zhuqing concede. In a matchup between agility and control, you stand no chance, Tang San stated coldly. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, but chose to remain silent. Tang San and Dai Mubai shared a camaraderie that did not bode well. And neither did Ma Hongjun or Oscar appear virtuous. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Tang San felt no anger, instead choosing to embrace the quietude that enveloped them. A minute elapsed swiftly, and as Violet's words concluded, Tang San emerged from his reverie, astonished at how quickly the time had passed. Reflecting on Dai Mubai's earlier comments, Tang San addressed Zhu Zhuqing once more. Zhu Zhuqing, for your own sake, concede. I fear I may injure you. And Dai Mubai would hold me accountable. In a level-matched 1v1, the control type reigns supreme. You are simply no match for me. Surrender, as we are classmates. And you are aware of my strength. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been poised to attack, knitted her brows tightly. Was Tang San unwell? She recognized her inferior position. After all, Tang San had battled Zhao Wujing to such an extent that she had no hope of overcoming him. The competition has officially commenced. What does Tang San mean by this? Will Dai Mubai hold you responsible? These words nearly caused Zhu Zhuqing to falter. Why must Tang San mention Dai Mubai of all people? Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to voice her thoughts, Violet's voice resonated. Tang San, this is your first warning. Intentionally disrupting your opponent's emotions is strictly prohibited in formal competitions. It is deemed a despicable act. You are receiving this warning now. Should you transgress again, a second warning will result in the forfeiture of your eligibility for this match. Violet stated with an impassive demeanor. Engaging in pre-match banter is quite commonplace, yet it is permissible only before the competition begins. The 1-minute interval to release martial spirits is meant for contestants to introduce themselves and provoke their opponents. Essentially the time allotted for such banter. However, once the formal contest commences, while such behavior may be deemed ignoble, it is not explicitly against the rules. Yet, as the highest arbiter of the soul arena, Violet possesses the authority to impose this regulation. Indeed, it is as stated. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. He had merely sought to persuade Zhu Zhuqing to concede, and yet he was deemed in violation? Is this what you term fairness, Violet? Which regulation forbids a contestant from urging their opponent to concede? Tang San almost shouted at Violet. He had perused the competition regulations prior to the match and found no such clause. As the highest arbiter of the soul arena, I reserve the right to impose this rule for the sake of absolute fairness. Furthermore, your actions do not constitute urging your opponent to concede, but rather, they disrupt her emotional state. While techniques that affect one's emotions can indeed be utilized, verbal assaults fall outside the realm of martial techniques. Techniques may be formidable, yet words can inflict deeper wounds. Violet remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance. Tang San, perplexed, thought, Violet, you are indeed taking a perilous path. This rule was just recently introduced. Are you certain it is not aimed specifically at me? His mouth agape, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. The highest arbiter could arbitrarily impose such competition rules? The audience too was taken aback. Upon reflection, Violet's assertion rang true. Mocking one's opponent is best conducted prior to the match. During the formal contest, it is more prudent to let actions speak for themselves. Such despicable behavior was met with disdain by the onlookers. Techniques may not be fearsome, yet words can be the most damaging. Violet, the arbiter, was truly invoking despair. Isn't despicable behavior also a facet of strength? Tang San pondered silently, grappling with his inability to articulate his thoughts. His sole intention had been to counsel Zhu Zhuqing against futile struggles, yet Violet accused him of emotional interference. A dead person was misrepresented as alive. How infuriating. Violet was indeed targeting him, rendering notions of fairness and justice mere illusions. Wait, how did I resort to verbal assault? Tang San queried, utterly confounded. He found no fault in his words. Tang San, my judgment is infallible. Do not question my assessment. When you mentioned Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's emotional response was rife with anger and confusion, which can be interpreted as exceedingly complex. Clearly, there exists some animosity between them, Violet elucidated, providing reasoning for his claim that Tang San was intentionally disrupting his opponent. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She never anticipated that Violet could perceive her emotions. Tang San was equally stunned. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, then at Violet. He was no fool. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was unmistakably sincere, devoid of pretense. Could it be that Zhu Zhuqing truly harbored a grudge against Dai Mubai? Indeed, in recent days, Zhu Zhuqing had shown irritation whenever Dai Mubai was present, completely disregarding him. Previously, he assumed her demeanor was merely aloofness, but it seemed their past was intertwined. Dai Mubai, when speaking earlier, had been hesitant. It appeared Tang San had misinterpreted his intentions. He genuinely wished to protect Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, what could be the reason behind his reluctance? Tang San mused, his thoughts focused not on Zhu Zhuqing, but on whether Dai Mubai had his own burdens to bear. Tang San, if I were your opponent and mentioned Xiao Wu in your presence, what would your thoughts be? Tang San responded with confusion. Indeed, that veilet possesses a lethal approach. How dare he? You see, one can also feel indignant. Discussing such matters prior to the competition might be acceptable. Yet to voice them during the formal event is rather inappropriate. Now, do you acquiesce to this newly added regulation? Upon hearing these words, Tang San experienced an epiphany. I concede. Ultimately, Tang San nodded. Whether he wished to or not, he had to concede. Although Veilet's analogy may be detrimental, he spoke nothing but the truth. Such actions are indeed inappropriate. The audience had no objections upon witnessing Tang San, as a contestant, yield. The competition continued. As Violet's words resonated, the soul duel commenced. The first soul skill, blue-silver bind. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing were merely 30 meters apart. Yet his initial soul skill could be manipulated within a range of 50 to 60 meters. As the first yellow soul ring shimmered, the blue-silver grass in Tang San's grasp surged forth like a vine, lunging towards Zhu Zhuqing. Aware of Tang San's soul skills, Zhu Zhuqing had anticipated this move. However, she chose not to evade. The second soul skill, Nether Claw, hiss, focused on Violet. The spectators were astonished to see that these two appeared quite youthful, yet were formidable soul masters. Indeed, one was at the 27th level and the other at the 29th level. How could that be? Gasps of surprise echoed as the audience turned their gaze towards Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, without their masks, the audience could clearly see their faces and couldn't help but sigh. They were simply too young. Wait a moment, if these two were exceptionally gifted, what of Violet? Standing at the edge of the arena? As the referee for these two formidable soul masters, surely his strength must be at least that of a soul sovereign? Violet appeared considerably more mature, yet not by much compared to these two. Meanwhile, as Zhu Zhuqing utilized Nether Claw to slice through the blue-silver grass, her first soul ring flickered to life. The first soul skill, Nether Strike. This is a skill that activates instantaneously, allowing for swift movement to the opponent's side, inflicting damage. Tang San's lips curled slightly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, in her attempt to sever the blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhuqing had ultimately become tainted by its seeds, rendering it exceedingly convenient for him to employ his second soul skill. He had previously advised Zhu Zhuqing to concede. Yet the girl remained resolute in her defiance. With no alternative, he was left with no choice but to defeat her. Second soul skill, Parasitism. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing, in a state of charge, was enveloped by the blue-silver grass. She attempted to sever it with her claws, but her hands and feet were bound, leaving her utterly helpless. The attribute of strength was not the forte of an agile attack soul master. She was unable to break free through sheer force. Despite her unwavering determination, Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to escape the binds. At this juncture, as Tang San spoke of Zhu Zhuqing, he seemed to recall something. Turning his gaze towards Violet, suddenly, he felt a jolt, nearly committing a foul. I concede. Zhu Zhuqing's cool voice resonated just before Tang San could cast her off the platform. She acknowledged her inferiority in strength to Tang San, but was taken aback by the vast disparity. Upon hearing her words, Tang San promptly released the blue-silver grass, restoring Zhu Zhuqing's freedom. Zhu Zhuqing has conceded. Tang San is the victor, Violet announced with an impassive expression. He felt no disappointment at Tang San's victory, for Zhu Zhuqing was never his match. Moreover, as an impartial judge, he remained unprejudiced towards either contender. Even if they're targeting me, how could someone of Zhu Zhuqing's combat prowess possibly triumph over me? Tang San mused inwardly, convinced that Violet was indeed antagonistic towards him. After all, it was unusual for a referee to disallow pre-match encouragement for a competitor to concede. The audience appeared somewhat disinterested. The match had concluded too swiftly, with both contestants employing two soul skills in rapid succession. The contest had scarcely begun before it reached its end. As the match concluded, Violet paused slightly, sensing an unprecedented surge of power within him. The vitality amassed from this bout surpassed that of all previous matches combined. What could be the reason? Violet pondered briefly, refocusing his gaze upon Tang San and Zhu Qing, already formulating a hypothesis. Could it be due to the fact that Tang San and Zhu Qing were the protagonists? Perhaps. The paradigm of judgment is influenced by the emotions and beliefs of the audience, gathering strength accordingly. Tang San is the original protagonist, while Zhu Qing is a supporting character. Yet part of the main cast, the fortune they embody is immeasurable. This may also pertain to previous regulations and factors. Further investigation is required. If it truly is due to their status as protagonists, then upon sensing Violet's contemplative gaze upon him, Tang San felt a twinge of confusion. Did this fellow intend to target him further? Before absolute strength, I, Tang San, fear no opposition. Among great soul masters, I have no rival. The exuberance Tang San currently felt would be matched by his future resolve. The match has concluded. Please return to the resting area, Violet stated expressionlessly. As Tang San's smug expression spread almost to his ears. What was he so pleased about? This left Violet perplexed. Why was Tang San always inexplicably confident? Tang San fell silent, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Do you have a problem? Can't you allow me to relish the glory of a victor for once? In a rush to dismiss him, yet failing to offer even a cup of tea, Tang San shook his head, dismissing the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind. He found that the enigmatic Wei Lai Te was odd. Despite expressing disdain for him, he felt an inexplicable reluctance to reciprocate such sentiments. The individual appeared to engage in matters strictly of duty, devoid of any personal grievances. Upon returning to the resting area, he discovered that Xiao Wu had also concluded her battle. Although her opponent was a soul master of the same rank, they were merely at the 22nd level, allowing her to swiftly resolve the conflict. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, was still embroiled in a fierce struggle against the defensive soul sovereign. After Zhu Qing returned to the resting area, she remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Among the Shrek Seven Devils, only Ning Rongrong was absent, as, akin to the original tale, Flinder had tasked her with running laps, chasing the Kunhai monkey. Brother San, have you seen Wei Lai Te? Alas, I wasn't assigned to the 8th arena. I wonder if I might be paired in the doubles competition for the 8th arena, Xiao Wu exclaimed, bouncing towards the group. Upon reaching Tang San, her excitement shifted to a tinge of disappointment as she lamented. Not being able to see Wei Lai Te in person is the greatest regret of this evening. She yearned to exchange places with either Tang San or Zhu Qing, to venture to the 8th arena and catch a glimpse of Wei Lai Te. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Wei Lai Te? That Wei Lai Te. Again, that Wei Lai Te. Xiao Wu, can you not think of anything else? For instance, whether your dear brother San has sustained any injuries or triumphed over his opponent. The mention of Wei Lai Te by Xiao Wu irked Tang San profoundly, akin to a thorn in his side or a fishbone lodged in his throat, leaving him in a state of restless agitation. Merely contemplating Wei Lai Te's impassive visage ignited a fierce blaze of anger within him. Why did everyone regard Wei Lai Te so favorably, while he, Tang San, found him utterly disagreeable? Xiao Wu, are you unhurt? How did your opponent fare? Tang San refrained from addressing her previous inquiries, redirecting his concern towards Xiao Wu's well-being, striving to maintain his composure lest he alarm her. After all, he is someone I must protect with my life. As for Xiao Wu's victory, it held little significance for Tang San. Of course I won. My opponent was merely a 22nd level soul master, she replied confidently. Suddenly, Xiao Wu seemed to remember something and continued, Brother San, you still haven't answered my question. Tang San felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Despite his clear statements, Xiao Wu seemed indifferent to his situation. Perhaps she simply had unwavering faith in him. After a moment of self-reassurance, Tang San's mood lifted considerably, and he finally spoke. I did encounter him. His style is rather peculiar, difficult to articulate. I merely advised Zhu Qing to concede, yet he accused me of interfering with his opponent. He chose not to mention Dai Mubai's predicament. After all, it was all Wei Lai Te's fault. His intention had merely been to counsel Zhu Qing to concede. What fault was that? Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, felt no particular reaction. For her concern did not lie with Wei Lai Te's role as a referee. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing furrowed her brow, casting a sidelong glance at Tang San. Her gaze tinged with a hint of disdain. This individual's prowess is commendable, yet their character leaves much to be desired. During the competition, he clearly acknowledged the regulations put forth by Violet, yet now he remains silent on the matter, instead portraying himself as a victim. Such behavior from Tang San is indeed perplexing for her. It appears that those who share a bond with Dai Mubai are hardly of sound mind. Zhu Qing shook her head, opting not to engage in a debate with them. She found little merit in arguing with such individuals. I truly envy you battle spirit masters, who can participate in 1v1 soul duels. With sufficient time, acquiring a silver badge would be but a matter of course. How delightful it would be if I, too, were a battle spirit master. Oscar spoke wistfully from the side, harboring a long-held desire to become a battle spirit master so that he would no longer be subjected to bullying, especially from Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who often took pleasure in teasing him, yet he dared not voice a single complaint, for he was merely a food system soul master, utterly lacking in combat prowess. Little Ao, you should abandon such dreams. There is no chance for you to become a battle spirit master in this lifetime. At that moment, Ma Hongjun approached with a grin, addressing Oscar. Humph, fatty, I will undoubtedly discover a way to become a battle spirit master. Oscar clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. The nature of one's martial soul is predetermined, leaving no room for choice. Noticing Oscar's distress, Ma Hongjun, unusually, refrained from further teasing him. He recognized that continuing might genuinely upset Oscar. One must know the limits when jesting with good friends. Ma Hongjun had known Oscar for a significantly longer time than he had known Dai Mubai. Since awakening his martial soul, he had apprenticed under Flandra and joined Shrek Academy. Befriending Oscar, who was 2 years his senior, indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to say they grew up together. Despite Oscar's seemingly frivolous demeanor, he possessed a remarkably strong sense of pride, albeit well concealed. Upon noticing Ma Hongjun's silence, Oscar paused for a moment, reflecting, before reverting to his usual self. As a food system master lacking combat abilities, it was imperative to maintain good relations with his teammates. Fatty, shall we go out for expenses later? Of course. The teacher asked me to accompany him today for that very reason. After breaking up with Sui Hua, expenses have indeed become substantial. Ma Hongjun nodded without hesitation, wearing a mischievous smile. The pure and virtuous Tang San. Humph, do not presume that Sister Xiaowu is unaware of your discussions. Xiaowu interjected, hands on her hips, casting a disdainful glance at Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Expenses? Do you truly think Xiaowu, I'm a foolish rabbit? I understand perfectly well. That day, Ji Laohu brought along 2 girls, and you, Ma Hongjun, were merely making excuses about your fiery passion. As for you, Oscar, your lecherous gaze is quite telling. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun and Oscar appeared thunderstruck. Tang San, why do you not reign in Xiaowu? It is one thing for Dai Mubai to be a philanderer, but I, Ma Hongjun, do not frequent such places merely because of fiery passion. Ma Hongjun blurted out, completely oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing's presence. Indeed, Tang San. Could you not intervene with Xiaowu? While Dai Laoda is indeed fickle, Fatty's predicament stems from genuine passion. My eyes are simply born this way. Oscar retorted boldly, questioning the validity of being labeled as lecherous. With Dai Mubai absent, the two felt emboldened to shift all blame onto him. Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened as she remained silent. Changing partners every few days? Dai Mubai truly excels at that. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, I believe Xiao Wu's words hold merit. You should focus your energies on cultivation. Such distractions are detrimental to your well-being and ought to be minimized, Tang San remarked thoughtfully. Which is more significant, Xiao Wu or the recently acquainted Oscar and Ma Hongjun? Is there even a need for contemplation? Clearly, Xiao Wu holds paramount importance. Humph, unlike the third brother in your lot, he remains unperturbed amidst temptation, a paragon of purity. Tang San. Xiao Wu curled her lips and remarked, purity? Unperturbed? Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, each uttering a phrase. Pht, ha ha ha. The pure and virtuous Tang San. Ha ha. The duo erupted in laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Under the piercing gazes of Xiao Wu and Tang San, they finally stifled their mirth. Yet their trembling shoulders betrayed their struggle to contain the hilarity. Apologies, Tang San, Xiao Wu. We are professionals trained to maintain composure. Under normal circumstances, we would never laugh. Unless we simply cannot help ourselves. Ha ha. The two burst into laughter once more. The pure and virtuous Tang San. Unperturbed Tang San. The reason Villet refrains from mingling with unfamiliar girls is due to his profession as a judge, preventing any personal connections. Yet you, Tang San, are merely a eunuch. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Tang San's countenance darkened to that of coal. He clenched his fists, repeatedly reminding himself that these two were jesting, merely jesting. He must not succumb to anger, and certainly must not unleash his wrath upon them. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold. Remember this day, you too. There will come a time when I, Tang San, shall repay you in full. Tang San's tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed, and for a fleeting moment, He regarded Ma Hongjun and Oscar with a gaze as if he were peering at the deceased. What merit is there in growing angry with the dead? Should the opportunity arise, he would ensure the demise of Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Were it not for his current weakness and his inability to offend the likes of Flinder and others, he would have already brandished a concealed weapon, preparing to send Ma Hongjun and Oscar on their way. Attention! The 3-5 combination, please proceed to Arena 8. The Iron Blood combination, please proceed to Arena 8. At that moment, the voice from the broadcast interrupted, halting the laughter of Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Tang San chose to ignore the two. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Hooray, third brother! We've truly been assigned to Arena 8. How wonderful! At last, I can see Villet again." Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression darkened yet again. The constant invocation of another man's name by the one he cherished was unbearable. However, unwilling to scold Xiao, he redirected his frustration towards Villet. "Let us make our way to the arena. I wonder about the strength of this Iron Blood combination." A sense of unease crept into Tang San's heart. He harbored a nagging suspicion that this dual soul battle might encounter complications. Yet, both he and Xiao Wu were at the pinnacle of their power as 29th level soul masters, nearly invincible at their stage. How could there possibly be an issue? With this thought, Tang San shook his head, dismissing the unsettling notion. "Third brother, hurry up." When Tang San regained his senses, Xiao was nearly sprinting to the arena. It seemed he had overthought the matter. There was no need for reminders, as Xiao was already dashing ahead. With a resigned shrug, he ambled towards the arena. "Fatty, did you notice the way Tang San looked at us? It was quite off, don't you think?" After Tang San departed, Oscar's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. He hadn't anticipated that Tang San would be so intolerant of jest, although Xiao had instigated the situation. He and Ma Hongjun felt too awkward to direct their remarks towards her. Hence, they had shifted their focus to Tang San. Yet, just moments ago, Tang San had appeared ready to kill them. As a weaker individual, Oscar possessed a keen sense of perception. "Is that so? Did you perhaps misinterpret?" Ma Hongjun scratched his head, belatedly realizing. "Let us hope it was just a misinterpretation." Zhu Zhiqing observed quietly, showing no inclination to integrate with the group. Tang San believed he was concealing his thoughts adeptly, yet the embroiled are often blind to the truth. The onlooker sees clearly. Zhu Zhiqing had always been an observer, and the murderous intent that flickered in Tang San's eyes was far more horrific than when her sister, Zhu Zhiqing, pursued her with a multitude of pursuers. It is indeed peculiar. Despite Zhu Zhiqing being chased by so many, she still managed to escape. It is worth noting that she could not even contend with Tang San, who was merely a soul master. Among her pursuers were numerous soul ancestors and soul kings, yet she escaped? Isn't this stroke of luck rather extraordinary? Unable to fathom it, Zhu Zhiqing relinquished her thoughts on the matter and redirected her contemplation towards the path that lay ahead. The original path of striving alongside Dai Mubai for a chance at survival might prove futile. A wayward soul like Dai Mubai could hardly turn back. Furthermore, a person of his ilk scarcely deserves her assistance. Yet, I find myself devoid of any alternatives. Indeed, should she choose to part ways with Dai Mubai, she would undoubtedly face the relentless pursuit of both her own family and the Star Luo royal family. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. The women of the Zhu family have evaded danger only to be relentlessly pursued by both factions, leaving no trace behind. If only there were choices to be made. With a heavy heart, Zhu Zhiqing sighed, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Xiao, rise. Reawaken, my beloved." Upon hearing the announcement, Violet was momentarily taken aback. This time, not only had the male protagonist arrived, but the female lead was present as well. Whether my assumptions are correct will soon be revealed. Before the conclusion of this dual soul battle, Violet also presided over a solo match, the strength exhibited far surpassing that of Tang San's earlier bout with Zhu Zhiqing. Unexpectedly, he had not leveraged his authority to arrange for the two to compete on his designated stage. Instead, they had come of their own accord. As Xiao ascended the arena, her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Violet. She sensed an aura of superiority emanating from him, one that felt distinctly non-human. Perhaps it was merely her illusion. Yet, upon seeing Violet once more, her conviction grew stronger, though the aura was subtle and not akin to that of spirit beasts. She firmly believed that Violet was not of human origin. It may sound convoluted, but it was the undeniable truth. Even the title Douluo could not perceive Violet's peculiarity. However, spirit beasts were far more sensitive and intimately acquainted with human essences. Violet possessed a human-like essence, yet it was intertwined with something alien, creating an affinity that spirit beasts could sense. Tang San observed this with a hint of jealousy, feeling utterly powerless. It was as if the prized cabbage he had nurtured was slipping away from him. The Iron Blood duo consisted of twin brothers, towering and muscular, their physique revealing their martial prowess. Upon encountering their youthful opponents, they were momentarily stunned. "Little girl, you should withdraw. I fear you may be harmed. This battle is no mere game. If one cannot hold back, the consequences may be dire." Only upon witnessing Xiao Wu's charming demeanor did the brothers offer their caution. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu snapped back to reality. Little girl? Her true age far exceeded that of their ancient ancestors. On the left, the newly formed trio. The 3-5 duo on the right, the seasoned Iron Blood duo with 4 consecutive victories. Today's contest would reveal whether the new trio would prevail or if they would contribute to the Iron Blood duo's 5 consecutive wins. The host concluded the preliminary remarks. And Violet proclaimed, "Both parties have 1 minute to unleash their martial souls. The match shall commence thereafter." Due to the nature of this contest, deliberate harm to one's opponent is prohibited, striking only to the point of control. With that, Violet cast a meaningful glance at Tang San. Knowing that with Xiao Wu in the fray, injury was inevitable. Should Xiao Wu be harmed, Tang San would perceive every opponent as a potential threat, despite it being he who had urged her into the fray. "Xiao Wu, go forth. Spirit of the soft-boned rabbit." Xiao Wu was the first to complete her martial soul manifestation. Tang San and the Iron Blood brothers, unwilling to be outdone, likewise revealed their martial souls. Having learned from previous encounters, Tang San refrained from speaking, wary of another warning from Violet. However, as a gentleman, he deemed introductions necessary. "I am Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, a level 29 control system, Grand Soul Master. Please guide me." "I am Xiao Wu, Martial Soul Soft-boned Rabbit, a level 29 assault system, Grand Soul Master. Please guide me." Note: Xiao Wu has always been an assault system soul master, not an agile system soul master, as established in the original text across all formats. "What? You both possess level 29? The Iron brothers were taken aback. These seemingly youthful individuals had reached such heights. "Humph. Do not underestimate us. You cannot fathom the gap between you and true talent." Xiao Wu struck a combat pose, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing this, the Iron brothers exchanged glances, choosing not to retort. Talent? This world is replete with prodigies. Yet, even prodigies require time to develop. They were merely Grand Soul Masters at this stage, and their practical experience could not possibly rival that of seasoned competitors in the soul arenas. Iron Dragon. Martial Soul Iron Hammer, level 28 Assault System Grand Soul Master. Please guide me. Iron Tiger. Martial Soul Iron Hammer, level 27 Assault System Grand Soul Master. Please guide me. The Iron brothers simultaneously unleashed their martial souls, ordinary forging hammers. Tang San was momentarily shocked, for he too possessed a hammer as his martial soul, while different from theirs. The combat style would likely be similar. "Xiao Wu, be cautious." "Understood, third brother." As time passed, neither side provoked the other. Instead, quietly awaiting the end of the allotted minute, Tang San remained cautious of a potential warning from Violet, while the Iron brothers pondered their own strategies. Achieving the remarkable level of 29 at such a tender age, with soul rings that represent the most optimal configuration, it would be untruthful to claim that they have no support behind them. Such an adversary is best left unprovoked. The minute has elapsed, and the match commences. No sooner had the words left his lips than Tang San turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, go." Having collaborated on numerous occasions, Xiao Wu sprang forth, charging into the fray alone, while Tang San remained in place, observing the unfolding situation. Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger exchanged a glance, hefting their 100-pound forging hammers as they charged at Xiao Wu, intent on eliminating her first. The hammerheads were larger than Xiao Wu's face. A careless blow could potentially lead to disastrous consequences. "Xiao Wu, be cautious." With Tang San's warning, Xiao Wu hesitated momentarily, fully aware of the need for prudence. Who would wish to be struck by a hammer? As the two sides clashed for several rounds, Xiao Wu, despite facing two opponents, found herself at a disadvantage yet remained unscathed. Just then, timely reinforcements arrived. First soul skill, blue silver bind. Now Xiao Wu. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu prepared herself. As time flowed, the battle progressed through several exchanges, until at last, Xiao Wu was inadvertently struck by Iron Dragon's martial spirit. In that moment, Tang San erupted with rage. "You seek death." Witnessing Xiao Wu's fall, his eyes blazed crimson, and the purple extreme magic eyes activated, followed by the application of Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. He surged forward like a phantom towards Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger. Why must he always wait until Xiao Wu is injured before unleashing his full power? Perhaps this familiar pattern led to Xiao Wu's sacrifice, only to be revived again. My beloved. At this thought, Violet could not suppress a chuckle. No one can provoke justice within the arena. Fortunately, as the match reached a critical juncture, no one noticed Violet's peculiar behavior. It was strange. Shouldn't the two be employing a combination technique, solitary throw, to assault Xiao Wu while Tang San intervened to prevent injury, allowing Xiao Wu to utilize her hidden arrows for a counterstrike? The battlefield shifted rapidly. Perhaps influenced by that butterfly, Violet, altering the course of events. Xiao Wu was injured, and Tang San unleashed his fury. With his eyes ablaze, he resolved that those who dared to harm Xiao Wu would meet their demise. He did not resort to hidden weapons but charged directly into the fray. Overestimating yourselves. Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger, twin brothers, though lacking a fusion technique, shared a deep bond. Once more, they exchanged glances, a glimmer of ruthless intent flashing in their eyes. Solitary throw. This is the ultimate skill of the two brothers, utilizing their own rotation to propel their martial spirits, subsequently launching them forth. The force generated by the spin significantly amplifies the throwing power. Observing this, Tang San was unimpressed. How could such a skill possibly strike him? Who possessed the elusive phantom shadow? The devilish footsteps deftly evaded the brothers' most formidable assault, seizing the opportunity as the brothers released their martial spirits. Tang San had already closed the distance to them. We concede. Tang San paused momentarily, preparing to strike. Concede? Do you think it will end with mere words? The flames of anger ignited within him. How could he honor his vow without vanquishing these two brothers? If someone sought to take his life, they would first have to step over his lifeless body. A fleeting recollection passed, and in Tang San's crimson eyes, only the thirst for vengeance remained. Die. This is the price you pay for harming Xiao Wu. Unbeknownst to him, two willow leaf blades had materialized in Tang San's hands, though classified as a lower-tier concealed weapon. At this moment, he didn't even require skill to deal with the two. Just then, Violet, standing at the edge of the arena, sprang into action with the swiftness of thunder, a velocity beyond anyone's imagination. Behind him, a book emerged, adorned with carvings reminiscent of crashing waves. 3 soul rings of azure hue rapidly ascended from beneath his feet. Upon manifesting his martial spirit, he did not employ any soul skills. Instead, he merely tapped the ground with his toes and leaped lightly into the air. Before the audience could comprehend the unfolding scene, he crashed down upon Tang San. Even with Tang San's purple extreme demon eye and phantom shadow, he remained oblivious, feeling only an overwhelming force locking onto him before everything faded to black. Youth is indeed a blessing. One can simply fall asleep. Violet's strike was but a casual one, yet Tang San was rendered unconscious. And that was with Violet tempering his strength. Otherwise, among the many children awakening their martial spirits 7 years hence, perhaps Tang San would have secured a place among them. No one could challenge fairness upon the arena. Violet, in a crouched position, rose calmly, not even glancing at Tang San. The opponent had conceded, yet still harbored murderous intent. Preparing to kill, such behavior was intolerable in the arena of competition. Tang San's violation of the rules warranted an immediate disqualification, leading to the Iron Blood duo's victory in this match. As Violet concluded his remarks, a collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Wow, I suspected this referee was formidable, but I never imagined he would be this powerful. My husband is amazing. He traversed such a distance with a mere leap. Even a soul master might struggle to intervene in such peril. What do you mean, your husband? Clearly, he is mine. But why are all Violet's soul rings azure? They look quite splendid. It must be influenced by his martial spirit. His spirit is a water blue book, so it's only natural for the soul rings to reflect that color. No one doubted the authenticity of Violet's soul rings, and they even concocted an explanation for their azure hue. Such a soul ring, it is not merely unheard of, but has never even been glimpsed. My husband is incredibly handsome. Wait, something feels amiss. Could it be that Violet is excessively powerful? He did not utilize any soul skills just now, and his martial soul is merely a weapon type. Is his physical prowess not a tad too formidable? Some astute individuals have begun to notice the underlying issue. I perceive your jealousy. What of it if my husband possesses a bit more strength? I am indeed your boyfriend. Not anymore. Atop the arena, the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers are now filled with trepidation. This Tang San, despite having conceded, displays a complete ability to restrain himself as he has not unleashed any soul skills. Yet, this Tang San still harbors intentions to eliminate them? Where is the spirit of competition here? They showed mercy to that young lady, only to be met with the ruthless strike of her companion. Thank you, esteemed judge. Thank you, esteemed judge. The two brothers bowed slightly to Violet, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. This is indeed a life-saving grace. There is no need for gratitude. It is merely my duty. Violet waved his hand and then retracted his martial soul. The reason for revealing the eternal flowing classics was simply that soul masters must harness their powers through their martial souls. Whether he employed his or not was inconsequential. Much like a deity adorning a mere glass bead, merely going through the motions to avoid appearing too unusual. For you, it is a duty. For us brothers, it is a life-saving grace. We are acutely aware of our limited capabilities and cannot repay you adequately. If Lord Violet ever has a request in the future, we would brave mountains of knives or seas of fire without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Violet cast a knowing glance at the two and nodded slightly, saying nothing further. Miss Xiao Wu, once you awaken, please take your companions down. Violet remarked, glancing at Xiao Wu, who was still lying on the ground feigning unconsciousness. I have already explained why you lost this match. Xiao Wu responded, I have long since awakened. The opponent indeed showed restraint. Otherwise, I would have remained asleep for a while longer. Losing is losing. I do not mind. It was my third brother who violated the rules. I have always adhered to the regulations of the Soul Arena. Fortunately, Tang San had already fallen asleep. Otherwise, upon hearing this, he would likely have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Xiao Wu, dear Xiao Wu, everything I do is for you. You are a team. His transgression implicates you as well. Violet offered a brief explanation. However, that was not Xiao Wu's intent. Once both sides had exited the arena, Violet finally sensed the depth of his own power. Indeed, it seems that the presence of a protagonist, or a just adjudication of a match, could yield an abundance of strength. The recent battle of souls surpassed the previous encounter between Tang San and Zhu Shiqing in terms of intensity. The collective assault on Dai Mubai was quite revealing. I knew that lad was no ordinary individual. His speed and mastery over strength are simply unparalleled by Tang San or Dai Mubai, murmured Flender, taken aback by the peculiar azure soul ring. The prowess of Violet seemed to hover around the 30th level, yet it felt elusive. Could a soul master of such a rank truly achieve this feat? Flender had not only never witnessed it but had scarcely even heard of it. Alas, as a participant of the Soul Arena, he lamented that if it weren't for his commitments, he would resort to any means to bring Violet to Shrek Academy. Flender's disappointment was palpable. He had encountered many prodigies in his lifetime, as Shrek Academy exclusively admitted the gifted, yet he had never come across a being like Violet. Wait. That lad was rather ruthless. With a single blow, he rendered Tang San unconscious. Xiao Wu, as a battle soul master, had no trouble escorting Tang San off the field. When the group reconvened, they found themselves deep in contemplation as they gazed at the incapacitated Tang San. They were acutely aware of his capabilities. What kind of adversary could have overpowered him? Dai Mubai, did you and Tang San cross paths with an extraordinary master? How could he have been knocked out? He inquired. Confusion etched across his face. At the great soul master stage, Tang San should not have faltered unless faced with a soul master who countered his abilities. Well, it's not quite that simple. Third brother violated the rules of the Soul Arena. After his opponent conceded, he attempted to strike them down. That's when Violet intervened and knocked him out, Xiao Wu replied, her expression steady, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of evasion. Tang San's actions were driven by a desire for vengeance on her behalf. This revelation plunged the group into silence. Ma Hongjun and Oscar instinctively took a couple of steps back, distancing themselves from Tang San. But Tang San doesn't strike me as a killer. Why would he act this way? As for Tang San's defeat at the hands of Violet, they chose to overlook it. Their curiosity lay solely on the motives behind Tang San's actions. I was injured by my opponent, and third brother sought revenge for me, Xiao Wu confessed, prompting Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar to instinctively distance themselves from both her and Tang San. This is terrifying. Truly terrifying. Is it not normal to sustain injuries in the Soul Arena? For Tang San to seek vengeance on my behalf to the extent of wishing to kill his opponent, no wonder. They realized the gravity of the situation. It was unwise to provoke these two individuals. Wait, didn't Tiwi mock Tang San earlier? Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, and at that moment, the chubby one finally began to trust Oscar's intuition. Tang San harbored murderous intent before. From now on, one must exercise caution. It is best to take the initiative. Thus, both pondered. Within Shrek Academy, there is not a single teacher who is ordinary. Otherwise, they would not have sought refuge there. Their pedagogical methods are, of course, exceptional. Those who dare not cause trouble are deemed mediocre. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Delay and suffer the consequences. Isn't this a standard procedure? Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, they are exceedingly difficult to eradicate. They fear that one day Tang San might treat them in the same manner. This is certainly not an impossible matter. Indeed, Tang San has acted inappropriately, violating the rules of the Soul Arena. Let this matter rest here. You may return for the time being. I have some matters to attend to with Ma Hongjun. At that moment, Flinder approached and spoke. Previously, he had held a certain admiration for Violet, but ultimately, she had led him to a complete defeat. Indeed, he had placed heavy bets on Tang San and Xiao Wu. And what was the outcome? Tang San was disqualified for violating the rules of the Soul Arena. After decades of hard work, he found himself back at square one. Flinder's gaze towards Tang San grew increasingly discontented. Could this be attributed to Violet? Certainly not. Teacher, let Oscar join us. He wishes to go as well. Ma Hongjun declared with unwavering loyalty, for the two had made a prior agreement that could not be disregarded. Oh, Oscar, could you not phrase it more delicately? Oscar lamented, feeling utterly despondent. What did it mean that he also wished to go? Well, it was indeed the case. Flinder's eyelid twitched as a lifelong bachelor devoted to Lu Erlong. He had sworn never to marry or visit such places. Yet, his disciples seemed to indulge in such escapades one after another. Alas, the times have changed. Very well, Oscar. You may accompany us, Flinder conceded. Yes, Dean. Upon exiting the Soul Arena, the group dispersed. Tang San, who had fainted, was supported by Daimubai, while Xiao Wu walked with her head down, lost in thought. Zhu Zhuqing did not even spare a glance at Daimubai, focusing solely on her own path. As they neared the entrance of Shrek Academy, Daimubai could no longer contain himself. Zhu Zhuqing, what do you truly mean? He exclaimed. For your sake? I have begun to change. You should have noticed my transformation these past few days. His voice was so loud that it reached Ning Rongrong, who was seated on a nearby stone, pondering life's mysteries. People do not change, Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly, her voice as frigid as her demeanor, causing the surrounding atmosphere to chill further. You, Daimubai, with one hand steadying Tang San, felt an impulse to strike Zhu Zhuqing. However, for reasons unknown, he halted his hand when Tang San did not intervene. Go ahead, strike if you dare. Zhu Zhuqing replied indifferently. A man like Daimubai, deemed a scoundrel, should not resort to violence against women. Xiao Wu stood to the side, blinking in confusion, utterly bewildered. What is the situation? Bai He and Zhu Zhuqing know each other? What is their current relationship? Why are they suddenly preparing to confront each other? As a woman, Xiao Wu naturally disapproves of Bai He's conduct and boldly questioned him. Bai He, what are you planning to do to Zhuqing? Are you truly intending to strike a woman? You are nothing but a beast. With a scoff, she added. It's simply unrequited love. Is there any other reason? At that moment, Ning Rongrong's voice echoed in the air. Surrounded by only two males, one of whom was still unconscious, the three young women directed their scornful remarks at Bai He, which was intolerable for him. He, known for his volatile temper and lack of inclination to ponder matters deeply, was overwhelmed by his own pent-up rage. He could hardly contain himself. What does my affair with Zhu Zhuqing have to do with you? Xiao Wu, I am sparing you for Tang San's sake. Bai He retorted angrily. Ning Rongrong, do not think that just because you belong to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bai He, would fear you. Others may cower before you, but I do not. Speak again, and I shall slay you on the spot. Bai He declared furiously, having never considered that Ning Rongrong was more than just a mere auxiliary soul master. As the two women departed from Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong mockingly said, Oh, how daring you are to threaten me. I have never feared anyone in my life, so do come and kill me. Her expression was one of disdain, completely disregarding Bai He. She seemed to forget that she was merely an auxiliary soul master. Without someone secretly protecting her, in such circumstances, her demise would be inevitable. How reckless for an auxiliary soul master to provoke a battle-type soul master. This is an irrational course of action. However, the environment in which Ning Rongrong has lived has cultivated her witch-like nature. Everyone indulges her, and the two high-ranking elders spoil her even more, leaving her utterly fearless. Ning Rongrong, this is not the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. No one will pamper you here. What if I kill you? Daimubai stated menacingly. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong finally felt a flicker of fear. She indeed had forgotten that this was not the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and no one would indulge her here. Yet, as the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she could not show weakness. Come on, kill me if you dare. Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing were taken aback by Ning Rongrong's sudden boldness. Just yesterday, she had been a meek girl, and now she had transformed entirely. Ning Rongrong. This is a matter between Dai Mubai and me. You should leave. Zhu Shiqing realized that she could not possibly stop Dai Mubai if he truly intended to harm Ning Rongrong, as she lacked the strength to do so. However, Ning Rongrong had stood up for her, and she did not want her to get hurt. Zhu Shiqing, this has nothing to do with you. I've long found that Dai Mubai's arrogant demeanor displeasing. Ning Rongrong waved her hand, dismissing Zhu Shiqing's suggestion. She was openly disdainful of Dai Mubai, with nothing to hide. But you are a support-type soul master. It's fine, I will assist you. Together we shall confront this paper tiger. Dai Mubai thought, does he truly believe he is inconsequential? Without Tang San to mediate this farce, the situation escalated. Dai Mubai was the kind of person who would never admit fault, unless he could be overpowered. He would remain oblivious to his errors. His nature was to bully the weak and fear the strong. Very well, I shall see what abilities you possess. With that, Dai Mubai tossed Tang San into the bushes and directly unleashed his martial soul. Martial soul possessed. Third brother. How dare you treat third brother this way? Dai Mubai felt helpless. He was supporting Tang San, but was unsure how to fight. Instead of throwing Tang San to the ground, he had placed him in the grass, showing considerable care. Yet Xiaowu was completely unreasonable. Xiaowu, stop your nonsense. Do not blame me for being unkind to Tang San. You say I'm being unreasonable? When have I ever been unreasonable? Ning Rongrong, you provide amplification for me and Zhu Shiqing. If we cannot defeat this bear, how could we possibly fail against this paper tiger? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong wasted no time and released her martial soul, bestowing her soul skills upon Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing. 7 treasures. The first is strength. 7 treasures. The second is speed. With Ning Rongrong's amplification in that moment, both Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing had their power and speed elevated to the level of soul respect. Sisters, let us strike him. Dai Mubai was utterly unprepared for the situation to unfold in such a manner. Faced with the onslaught from Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing, bolstered by the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, even Dai Mubai, at level 37, was thrown into a panic. As time passed, Dai Mubai lay on the ground, bruised and battered, severely injured. Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing fared slightly better. Though they bore some injuries, they were not as gravely wounded as Dai Mubai. What path should they take moving forward? Zhu Shiqing pondered silently. Ning Rongrong, I can no longer remain at Shrek Academy. It is filled with scoundrels and villains, those who would seek the company of the unsavory at such a young age. Why don't you come with me to the 7-treasure glazed tile school? I may not understand the situation between you and Dai Mubai, but once you are at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he would never dare to trouble you. What a shabby academy, claiming to be a monster academy. There isn't a sane person among them. Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she vented her frustration. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Xiaowu. Xiaowu, why don't you come with me to the 7-treasure glazed tile school as well? What is there to stay for in this wretched academy? It is nothing but a deceitful place, churning out monsters. If it weren't for us talented individuals being tricked here, what have they taught us at all? It is not that the academy produces monsters, but that monsters have been deceived into joining the academy. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu considered for a moment before shaking her head vigorously. She was well aware of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. With its duel Douluo, was she not courting death by going there? Thank you for your kindness, Ning Rongrong, but I shall decline. You cannot go. It would be tantamount to seeking your own demise. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. She had not anticipated being rejected by Xiaowu. Her mouth agape at a loss for words. It was remarkable how many soul masters wished to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school, only to be turned away. Zhu Shiqing's eyes lit up upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words. Ning Rongrong, can the 7-treasure glazed tile school truly free me from Dai Mubai? At that moment, Ning Rongrong was blissfully unaware of the magnitude of trouble she had stirred. Of course. Very well, I can join you at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. But they must assist me in resolving the issues surrounding my admission, and I shall have autonomy over my marriage. Zhu Shiqing nodded eagerly, realizing there was no alternative but to take a gamble, hoping that Ning Rongrong could wield influence at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. To strike at Dai Mubai would be akin to betraying the Star Luo Empire and Zhu's family. She would not have a good ending. And it was better to take a chance to see if she could find an opportunity for survival. Of course, Zhu Shiqing's willingness to accompany her filled Ning Rongrong with joy. This would be her first genius recruited for the sect. Ning Fengji, Chenxian, Gu Rong, we do not require such a genius. Do not come near. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing set forth. not even returning to their dormitory to pack their belongings, heading directly towards Soto City. Xiao Wu assisted Tang San from the bushes, escorting him back to his dormitory. As for Daimubai, no one cared about his plight. By the way, Xing, what is the relationship between you and Daimubai? Ning Rongrong inquired suddenly as they walked. Since she intended to help Zhu Zhuqing with her troubles, it was only prudent to clarify the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing recounted her background and the matter of her engagement with Daimubai. Ning Rongrong's expression twitched. She suddenly regretted recruiting Zhu Zhuqing. Would she be scolded upon returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? In another scene, at the Soul Arena, the Violet did not know of the events transpiring among the Shrek group. After the battles concluded, he began to tally his gains for the day. In terms of cultivation speed, his accomplishments today equated to the total of half a month's training. It is worth noting that he was not like an ordinary soul master. Not only could he train independently, but he also had buffs enhancing his abilities. He was truly reaping great rewards. Little Na Wei, how does it feel to be a referee? I heard you showcased quite a bit of skill today. At this moment, Dodo entered the room of Wei Laite, smiling as she spoke. She was concerned that Wei Laite might feel uncomfortable, yet to her surprise, he displayed a remarkable skill and even added a new regulation. This regulation acknowledges the arena of combat, yet does not endorse it, as the audience revels in scathing remarks. It is only when the referee, Violet, takes the stage that this regulation will come into full effect. Sister Dodo, please take a seat. Upon noticing the arrival of a guest, Violet returned to his senses and spoke. It is not that I seek to show off, if we do not intervene. Contestant Tang San will undoubtedly eliminate those two, which would amount to 2 lives lost. They have already conceded, and thus Tang San must not be allowed to commit such an act. Should they perish, many participants will cast doubt upon the integrity of the arena. After taking her seat, Dodo smiled wryly upon hearing these words. The arena does maintain a semblance of fairness. However, when a contestant's probability of victory becomes excessively high, it will resort to covert manipulation to impose challenges upon the competitor in order to preserve its own interests. This point, having spent so many years in the arena of combat, Dodo was already well aware. Moreover, the arena was a family enterprise. Her sister's visit was not one of reprimand. Rather, it was a query as to why, with such formidable strength, he never participated in the family competitions. Dodo inquired. Perplexed, as the 8 noble families were indeed interconnected, sharing a bond that was profound and inseparable. During occasional gatherings, the younger generation would engage in battles to enliven the spirit. Yet, that Violet had never taken to the field, had it not been for today's intervention. No one would have known the extent of his capabilities. Could it be that he refrained from participating precisely because he was too powerful? Violet nonchalantly remarked. I harbor no interest in combat. Upon hearing this, Dodo felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Indeed. He claimed disinterest in battle yet could leap several meters into the air, knocking opponents unconscious. If he truly had an interest in combat, one might fear he could soar to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. At such a tender age, Violet had already attained the rank of Soul Master, a testament to his prodigious innate soul power. While the 8 noble families were grand and prosperous, they lacked any innate prodigies of such caliber. Violet was indeed a pioneer in this regard. However, what remained unknown to all was that Violet's innate soul power was not level 10, but an astounding level 20. Little Violet, why don't you take a rest? You've worked hard today, and it would be prudent not to preside over the battles tomorrow. Take a day to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Violet was momentarily taken aback. Why the sudden suggestion to rest? He felt no fatigue. What was there to rest from? Indeed, Violet was not weary. Yet the staff of the arena was utterly exhausted. Due to his presence, both the audience and the competitors had surged in number, overwhelming to an extraordinary degree. Some hosts even found themselves at a loss for words. One could only imagine the magnitude of the pressure they faced. It was a bittersweet experience. The greater the crowd, the more revenue the arena accrued, thus elevating their income. However, who could endure such a daily burden? Ultimately, only Dodo and Violet were familiar enough to the staff that they implored Dodo to ask Violet to refrain from competing the following day, allowing everyone a moment to breathe. Upon hearing Dodo's explanation, Violet's eyes twitched. He relied on his formidable strength and the fact that he hardly needed to utter a word, making it indeed effortless for him. Yet, the other staff members could not bear the strain. Such circumstances are beyond our control. Very well, I shall take a day of respite tomorrow. The greater the benefit, the better. Alas, this benefit is beyond the acceptance of all. This amounts to 20,000 gold soul coins, which serves as remuneration and dividends for tonight's endeavor in utilizing your reputation to attract patrons. Douluo is aware that Violet is not short on funds. Yet the rightful compensation must still be rendered. Otherwise, even if Violet harbors no grievances, the other employees certainly would. Violet was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the multitude present tonight was due to the arena's promotional efforts on his behalf. What an unexpected avenue. The arena demonstrates considerable commercial acumen, effectively capitalizing on this wave of profit. Violet did not feel any embarrassment. Although 20,000 gold soul coins might not be a significant sum, it is rightfully his. Upon receiving the golden card, Violet expressed, "Thank you, Sister Douluo, for delivering this to me. No need for thanks, it is what you deserve. Rest early, little Violet. Today has been exhausting for me as well." Douluo waved her hand, casting a flirtatious glance at Violet before turning to exit. She had playfully teased Violet years prior. Indeed, it remained quite entertaining. Violet pondered, "Have you considered the feelings of the person involved?" He hesitated to confront Douluo. Was she truly teasing him? It seemed more akin to her desire for him. Little Violet, once again you find yourself at the mercy of your half-sister's playful antics. Suddenly, the laughter of Fucalos echoed in his mind, causing Violet to frown. That mischievous, short-lived spouse. When she regains her human form, he must exact a fitting revenge. Violet instinctively thought, "Fucalos, enough already." Before Violet could complete his thought, Fucalos panicked, envisioning how Violet might retaliate against her. She hastily declared, "Fine, I won't tease you anymore." Too late for that. Violet's lips curled into a subtle smile, his gaze resolute. Fucalos is hardly a challenge to suppress. Goodness, Violet is unraveling. Fucalos mused, having grown accustomed to this sensation over time, secretly reveling in it. Commonly said, inexperienced yet playful. She had developed a semblance of humanity, akin to the character of Finina. Upon her ascension to divinity, she had severed her human and divine aspects. Her humanity became Finina, while her divinity transformed into Fucalos. The one that perished was merely Fucalos, with little connection to Finina. After reuniting, Fucalos, having accompanied Violet over the years, gradually exhibited traits of humanity. Much like Finina, she embraced a playful disposition, filled with myriad thoughts. After all, Finina was but the human side of Fucalos, with the restoration of some humanity. It is only natural for her to exhibit certain attributes of Finina. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. With a day off, Violet initially intended to remain at the arena to observe the battles and learn from other referees on how to conduct the proceedings. However, under the weight of everyone's resentful gazes, he was compelled to depart from the arena and explore other locales. The city of Soto is neither excessively large nor particularly small. In recent days, that Violet has grown quite accustomed to the surroundings. The clamor within the city has rendered Violet somewhat uncomfortable, prompting an instinctive departure from Soto City towards a more tranquil area by the flowing waters. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Flanders stood in astonishment at the pitiful state of Daimubai. It was this morning when Ma Hongjun and Oscar returned from Soto City and stumbled upon Daimubai, lying amidst a pool of blood, leaving them both utterly shocked. After an indeterminate amount of time, Daimubai finally regained consciousness. "Mubai, what has happened to you? Who has done this?" Flandre inquired with a grave expression, a flicker of menace evident in his eyes. No one dares to cause trouble at Shrek Academy. He was perplexed by the fact that while Daimubai bore such injuries, Zhu Zhuqin and Ning Rongrong were nowhere to be found. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu remained within the academy. What transpired last night? "Dean," Daimubai weakly uttered. "It was that damned Zhu Zhuqin, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. They ambushed me." With that, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, revealing that the majority of his injuries were indeed inflicted by Xiao Wu. That explosive 8-stage throw nearly cost him his life. Upon hearing this, Flandre fell silent, as did those around him. Their minds were filled with confusion. Why would Zhu Zhuqin, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu conspire against Daimubai? Could it be that he has incited the wrath of the masses? Observing Daimubai's pitiful state, Flanders pondered briefly before stating, "Hongjun, go find Xiao Wu. I need to inquire about the situation. If Zhu Zhuqin and Ning Rongrong are present, summon them as well." "Yes, teacher," Ma Hongjun replied hastily, aware of his instructor's current fury, for Shrek Academy strictly prohibits students from harming one another, especially given that Daimubai was on the brink of death. However, before Ma Hongjun could step out, Tang San stormed in with Xiao Wu in tow, fury radiating from him. "Daimubai, why did you attack Xiao Wu?" Even before he arrived, His voice carried a palpable sense of murderous intent, filled with anger and confusion. He simply could not comprehend why Dai Mubai would have any reason to assault Xiaowu. Upon awakening, he had groggily sought out Xiaowu, only to discover her injured before he could pose any questions. How could Tang San, the devoted protector of his beloved, possibly endure this? Upon inquiry, it became evident that it was the doing of Dai Mubai. Is this acceptable? This is none of your concern. Go find Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun finally regained his senses and hurriedly replied, Understood, teacher. Without another glance, he dashed towards the dormitory of the two girls. At that moment, Tang San also arrived at Dai Mubai's room, his face a mask of murderous intent, his eyes ablaze. Behind him, Xiaowu stood silently, her lips sealed. Upon entering the room, Tang San quickly sensed that the atmosphere was amiss, his gaze shifting to Dai Mubai, who was spitting blood. A multitude of questions flooded his mind. What on earth was happening? Dai Mubai's injuries appeared far more severe than Xiaowu's, which were merely superficial. Dai Mubai was gravely wounded. It seemed that without immediate treatment, he would not survive. Tang San, do I look like someone who would attack her? Dai Mubai protested, his voice thick with grievance. It was clear he was the one being besieged, yet Tang San was twisting the narrative. Tears streamed down his cheeks. They say a man's tears are seldom shed, but only when he reaches the depths of sorrow. Being ambushed by his fiancée and two outsiders was a humiliation he could barely articulate. Tang San fell silent, glancing back at Xiaowu before scrutinizing the tear-streaked face of Dai Mubai. Well, you shouldn't have harmed Xiaowu. She is so adorable, she would never strike first. The fact that you're in this state must be your doing. Tang San stated cautiously, though his words lacked reason, his tone had softened considerably, and he dared not raise his voice too high. My doing? Dai Mubai was utterly bewildered, his mind reeling. He had quarreled with his fiancée, and now Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were indiscriminately berating him. Can this be tolerated? Dai Mubai is utterly incapable of enduring it. Furthermore, out of respect for Tang San, he forgave Xiaowu twice. However, this woman is utterly unreasonable, attacking with her explosive 8 right away. Had it not been for his formidable strength sealing his heart meridian with soul power, he would likely be in a dire state by now. Tang San, do you even comprehend the words you are uttering? Dai Mubai's heart roared in fury, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Even Flender and the others could no longer bear to watch. Xiaowu, do tell us honestly what transpired last night. Why did you all assault Dai Mubai to this extent? Flender adjusted his glasses, his expression grave, as an invisible pressure bore down on Xiaowu. She trembled. In the past, a mere soul sage would have been no match for her, but times have changed. Not only could she not defeat a soul sage now, but even a soul sect or soul king would pose a challenge. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaowu replied candidly, last night, when everyone returned to the academy. Upon reaching the entrance, Dai Mubai suddenly went mad, questioning Zhu Zhuqing. After recounting the events, she added, why does Dai Mubai look down on women and strike them? Xiaowu, cannot abide by this. With Ning Rongrong augmenting me and Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, caught off guard, ended up in his current state. Upon hearing Xiaowu's account, the group furrowed their brows. They understood that Dai Mubai had spoken hastily and meant no offense. However, for Xiaowu and her companions, his behavior was indeed deserving of reprimand. Where are Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong? Flender's expression lightened slightly. There was a reason behind this incident, making it somewhat justifiable. They have gone to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Xiaowu stated truthfully. Flender, along with Oscar and Dai Mubai, was taken aback, not anticipating that the two women had fled in fear of punishment to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Cold sweat began to beat on Flender's forehead. What if he thought? What if the Swordbone Douluo discovered what had transpired involving Ning Rongrong at Shrek Academy and Dai Mubai openly threatened to kill her? Would Shrek Academy still have a chance of survival? Dean, you seem to be sweating profusely, Oscar quietly reminded, while others might be unaware of Ning Rongrong's identity. Flender certainly was. Hearing Oscar's voice snapped him back to reality, and he inwardly sighed, hoping they could reason together, casually wiping the sweat from his brow. Flender's expression finally returned to normal. Xiaowu, regardless of the circumstances, Dai Mubai is still your classmate. You ought not to have struck him to such an extent. Dean, if I hadn't struck him, he would have directly slapped Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaowu retorted, refusing to be outdone. Flender's mouth opened slightly, hesitating to respond. He wished to educate Xiaowu and impose a minor punishment, allowing the matter to be set aside, especially since Dai Mubai had sustained serious injuries. Yet Xiaowu had a point. After all, it was Dai Mubai who initiated the confrontation with Zhu Zhuqing, and as women, it was natural for them to defend her. Dai Mubai, my argument with my fiancé, he has nothing to do with you, he shouted, expending all his strength. He felt truly numb. None of them were being reasonable. Xiao Wu was taken aback, instinctively asking, Zhu Zhuqing is your fiancé? Indeed. The group fell silent, genuinely surprised by this revelation. Even Flinder only grasped this fact at that moment. With the Dai family of Xinglua, the Zhu family, the Evil Eye White Tiger, and the Netherworld Spirit Cat, what a revelation. Zhu Zhuqing is indeed Dai Mubai's fiancé. Oscar cast a peculiar glance at Dai Mubai, pondering how one could be so unappreciative of such a beautiful fiancé while pursuing those of lesser character. There must be something amiss with Dai Mubai. But you cannot strike her. It is clearly your own fault for sowing discord, and it is only natural for her to be upset. I never intended to strike her. I merely wished to frighten her. Xiao Wu replied, can girls be frightened like that? Dai Mubai. The conversation reached an impasse, and he simply closed his eyes. To his astonishment, Zhu Zhuqing had actually accompanied Ning Rongrong to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Did she not fear retribution from her family? Regarding Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai felt a twinge of guilt. However, his temperament, coupled with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's provocations, had led to their conflict and divergence. She had traveled a great distance from the Star Luo Empire to the Heaven Do Empire. To claim that one was unmoved by such an effort would be disingenuous. Dai Mubai had resolved to turn over a new leaf and work diligently alongside Zhu Zhuqing, hoping for an opportunity to confront Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, only to find that Zhu Zhuqing had fled. As for today's events, it was best to let them be. Everyone should return to recuperate and grant Mubai some peace. Continuing the quarrel would only turn the place into a marketplace. Upon learning the truth, Flander could only shake his head in resignation. He had initially believed that Dai Mubai had been ambushed by outsiders, only to discover that the perpetrator was one of his own. Let this be the end of the matter. Both parties possess their own justifications. Such occurrences must never transpire again, nor shall they be tolerated henceforth. Regrettably, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong have already departed from Shrek Academy. And even if Flinder were imbued with additional courage, he would not dare to pursue these two. As for Xiao Wu, should she be expelled, Tang San would undoubtedly follow suit. The wrath of the Haotian Douluo is a burden that Shrek Academy cannot bear. At this moment, Zhao Wuji is still incapacitated, suffering injuries more severe than those of Dai Mubai. Upon hearing Flinder's declaration, Dai Mubai felt a surge of indignation. Why, he pondered, could they not simply expel Xiao Wu? Yet, with Flinder's words echoing in his mind, he found himself powerless to act. With a sigh of resignation, he buried his resentment deep within. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, await your fates. As for the reason Tang San takes precedence, it is due to his previous utterances. The scene shifts to Violet's perspective. Upon exiting Soto City, Violet traversed toward a location etched in his memory. After approximately half an hour, he finally arrived at the banks of a small river. This was once a place he frequented, surrounded by verdant hills and clear waters, untainted by pollution. Upon arriving, Violet spotted an elderly man leisurely fishing by the riverbank. Grandfather, have you caught anything? The old man before him was none other than Lexius, who had taken Violet under his wing. Ah, little Violet, you've come. Are you finding city life a bit unfamiliar? Lexius, holding his fishing rod, turned to smile at Violet. Of course, I have had my share of catches. You are well aware of my skills. Taking a seat beside Lexius, Violet noticed an extra stool, clearly set aside for him by Lexius. It is somewhat unusual, but being a referee is quite enjoyable. I find great pleasure in this profession. After settling down and gazing at the river, Violet spoke with a calm demeanor. As long as you are content, that is what matters. I was concerned you might find it difficult to adjust, given your fondness for tranquility. It is only natural to feel out of place in such a bustling arena as the Soul Arena. Lexius nodded, feeling a sense of relief. He had not imposed any plans on Violet's life. Everything would hinge on Violet's own choices. Should his cultivation falter, the inheritance of his pocket money would suffice for Violet to live joyfully for a lifetime. However, Violet's talent for cultivation was indeed extraordinary, indicating that this path might not be the right fit for him. Currently, Lexius was merely waiting for the opportune moment, anticipating when Violet would reach the rank of Soul Douluo or Title Douluo. At that point, even if he were to pass on, he would find solace in Violet's success. Once Violet attained the rank of Soul Douluo, he would inherit all of Lexius's wealth, including a stake in the Soul Arena and its accompanying status. Should Violet become a Title Douluo, the 8 great families might witness the emergence of a commanding leader. one nearly invincible. It is essential to note that Valette possesses twin martial souls. With his second martial soul, once he acquires 9 soul rings of 50,000 years or more, he will become unmatched. Rest assured, grandfather, I am no longer a child. I know what I desire, Valette declared with unwavering determination. Lexaeus smiled, thoroughly satisfied with his adopted grandson. Perhaps this is a form of compensation from the heavens. Suddenly, Violet seemed to have an epiphany and addressed Rexius, grandfather. Do you have a way to contact Douluo, the poison Douluo? Upon hearing this, Rexius was momentarily taken aback. He then set aside his fishing rod and replied earnestly. Douluo is a publicly recognized title Douluo from the Heavendo Empire, my dear. What is your intention in reaching out to him? His demeanor shifted as he continued. His temperament is peculiar, inscrutable, and he is not one to reason with. Engaging with him could prove detrimental. Understanding the implications of Rexius' words, Violet realized that if she truly wished to connect with Douluo, Rexius possessed the means to facilitate it. Indeed, they are making their escape, she thought. Grandfather, I have a matter that requires a private consultation with Douluo. Violet refrained from elaborating on the specifics, and Rexius did not press for details, instead fixing her with an intense gaze. After a prolonged silence, Rexius finally inquired, is it absolutely necessary? He warned, Douluo is not an easy individual to deal with. He resembles a venomous serpent. Violet asserted, I am no longer a child. Douluo possesses an item that could assist you in breaking through to the rank of title Douluo. Here, that Violet spoke a truth that was not quite a lie. Indeed, within the Eye of Ice and Fire, there existed a mystical herb capable of enabling Lexaeus to transcend his limits. Upon hearing this, Lexaeus was momentarily taken aback. But soon, the formidable aura of his peak soul Douluo erupted forth. For any ordinary soul sovereign or soul sect, even a mere fraction of his presence would be insurmountable. However, Lexaeus quickly regained his composure, hastily retracting his aura. If danger were to loom, he would gladly relinquish his title. Lexaeus harbored no doubts regarding Violet's jest. After all, a title Douluo represented an insurmountable barrier that many peak soul Douluo could never overcome in their lifetimes. The means to transcend such a title would not be so readily relinquished by the likes of Douluo. While Douluo may not be deemed an overwhelmingly powerful presence among title Douluo, he posed a far greater threat to those without such titles. He had the capacity to eliminate foes until only title Douluo remained. Rest assured, I am aware of what Douluo requires at this moment. There is no peril to be feared. Violet's lips curled into a slight smile, exuding confidence, not for himself, but to instill assurance in Lexaeus. After a prolonged silence, Lexaeus finally spoke. If your purpose in seeking him is not of great significance, allow me to handle this matter. You must not place yourself in jeopardy. Violet inquired, does he intend to claim the Eye of Ice and Fire? Such an act might obliterate this miracle. There are indeed some personal matters, Violet replied candidly. After hearing this, Lexaeus nodded in understanding, refraining from inquiring further about the specifics of these personal affairs. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Very well. I shall assist you in making contact. Within a month at most, there will be results. The distance from Soto City to Heavendo City is indeed vast. In the original text, it took Tang San and his companions an entire month to journey to Heavendo City, illustrating just how far apart they were. Though Lexaeus felt a twinge of curiosity regarding how Violet had come to know Douluo and his many secrets, he chose not to inquire. It was as if Violet's soul rings could conceal themselves. But were they truly soul rings? Having spent so much time with Violet, Lexaeus pondered. Regardless, he knew Violet was his beloved grandson, shrouded in great secrets yet exhibiting profound filial piety, and that sufficed for him. As time passed, after sharing a meal with Lexaeus and strolling by the riverbank, Violet finally bid farewell to Lexaeus and made his way towards Soto City. The old man's most prominent trait was his deliberate ignorance. This was the hallmark of an utterly neutral family patriarch. Did he not wish to know? He did. Yet, remaining oblivious and feigning ignorance was undoubtedly the best course of action. Upon reaching the gates of Soto City, Violet encountered Ning Rongrong and the slightly injured Zhu Zhuqing, leaving him somewhat perplexed. What was the situation? Zhu Zhuqing had not sustained any injuries during the soul battle the previous night. What has transpired? That Violet was filled with questions, yet none were voiced. At this moment, Ning Rongrong beheld Violet with great joy, for they were to return to Heavendo City. As she departed, the uncertainty of when they would meet again loomed heavily. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school lay nestled within a distant mountain range outside of Heavendo City, a journey not easily undertaken. First, she would return to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school to see if her father, Ning Fingxi, could resolve Zhu Zhuqing's predicament. for she was the first prodigy recruited by the school. Even if it meant beseeching Grandfather Jian or Grandfather Gu, she was determined to alleviate Zhu Zhuqing's concerns. Alas, who could have foreseen the magnitude of Zhu Zhuqing's background? Should Dai Mubai emerge victorious, she would ascend as the Empress of the Star Luo Empire. Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming sorrow, already envisioning her father's stern expression. Yet, Ning Rongrong understood that once words were spoken, they were akin to water spilt, irretrievable. Greetings, Miss Ning Rongrong. Miss Zhu Zhuqing. The ever-composed Valletta nodded slightly, her expression unchanging. Hello, Valletta, Zhu Zhuqing responded softly, her tone lacking its customary chill. Now more melodious and pleasing to the ear. Ning Rongrong paused, surprised to discover that Zhu Zhuqing and Valletta were acquainted. After a moment's contemplation, she dismissed the thought. Valletta, I cannot believe I get to see you before departing. I am truly delighted. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her excitement akin to that of an enamored admirer. Originally, she had hoped to invite Valletta to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School as her protector, but alas, the timing was not right. There would be ample opportunity in the future. Once Zhu Zhuqing's matters were resolved, she could return. Oh, are you headed back to Shrek Academy? Not at all. Who would return to that wretched academy? Valletta's words had scarcely left her lips when Ning Rongrong interjected. Shrek Academy is nothing but a deceitful institution. Their slogans are mere fabrications. Regrettably, I am without companions today. Otherwise, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she caught herself. Intending to voice her desire to dismantle the fraudulent academy, but reconsidering in front of Valletta, Zhuqing has already agreed to join our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I am merely escorting her back to get acquainted, Ning Rongrong declared. When the opportunity arises, we shall return to Soto City for leisure. At this revelation, Valletta was taken aback. Goodness, how could Zhu Zhuqing possibly leave Shrek Academy? That is a minor concern compared to her betrayal of her family and the Star Luo royal family to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. What transpired during this interval? At that moment, Violet was unaware. Everything must begin from the moment he incapacitated Tang San. Without Tang San, the mediator, Dai Mubai had directly incited the wrath of the masses. Although he yearned to uncover the circumstances, such inquiries were not befitting of his character. Ah, you are always welcome. I observe that Miss Zhu Zhuqing appears to be injured. Are you not waiting until her wounds are healed before returning? Violet inquired, puzzled. As they had departed from Shrek Academy and it seemed unlikely they would flee so hastily. To his surprise, they indeed were fleeing. Fearing that the instructors from Shrek Academy might not adhere to the principles of martial ethics, the two young women lowered their heads, somewhat embarrassed. No, it is unnecessary. I am merely lightly injured, Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly. Upon witnessing the demeanor of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Violet pondered thoughtfully. After a brief contemplation, he shook his head. Their affairs were of no concern to him. Instead, he should meticulously consider how to exact vengeance upon Fucalos after her revival. Seeking Dugubo was essential for the energy found within the ice and fire duality eyes. As long as the energy was sufficient, Fucalos could once again assume human form. If he were indeed Violet, the debts of the past 500 years must also be reconciled with Fucalos. How many offspring should be conceived to bring closure to this enmity? No, this enmity must never conclude. His beloved, who had only just been resurrected, could not be so easily relinquished. Fucalos, my family, I am in such disarray. 500 years. Even the monkey's havoc in the heavenly palace lasted merely 500 years. 500 years is no trifling matter. After some reflection, Violet suddenly addressed Fucalos within his consciousness. Fucalos, refrain from speaking for now. I am aware of your thoughts. I also know you are cognizant of mine. After 5 centuries of deceit, are you contemplating creating a few little dragons or several pure water spirits with me? Before long, I should be able to assist you in locating ample energy, and when that time comes. Fucalos currently lacked a definite form. If she had one, her complexion would surely be flushed. In this world, the truth is scarce. A woman's blush can convey more than a lengthy dialogue. When she bows her head, concealing her toes, she embodies unparalleled beauty, not because she is truly unaware of her feet, but because her gaze remains steadfastly upon you. Fucalos grew increasingly anxious. Could it be that Violet has truly gone awry? Perhaps it would be better to delay her transformation into human form? Even with ample energy, it may not suffice. Indeed, it is so. The thought of birthing a pure water spirit is simply beyond Fucalos' imagination. Violet, surely you are aware that the pure water spirit lineage can invoke curses? Beware of my curse. How dare a mere pure water spirit attempt to curse this dragon king? utterly oblivious to her own limitations. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What has come over Violet? Why has she suddenly become somewhat peculiar? He smiled. The corner of his mouth twisted into a sinister grin, sending chills down one's spine and causing cold sweat to trickle down. There was an unmistakable sense of something being amiss. Good heavens, the male idol has instantly transformed into a malevolent figure. At this moment, Violet came to his senses and, upon witnessing the bewildered expressions on Zhu Xing and Ning Rongrong's faces, felt a twinge at the corner of his eye. Good heavens. He had lost himself in his own delight, utterly ruining his image. My apologies, ladies, I was merely reminded of some joyous events, he explained. Yet, this clarification only served to further confuse Zhu Xing and Ning Rongrong. How could he, while conversing with two magnificent beauties, allow his thoughts to wander to such pleasant memories? What could possibly be more significant than conversing with them? A wave of frustration surged within me. No, it's all right. Well, we shall take our leave now. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing exchanged a few words, as if resolutely making a decision, and without a backward glance, they dashed away. It was utterly terrifying. Truly. It was beyond frightening. Although Violet's previous smile was equally charming, they couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled a curse of sorts. One that would bring forth numerous coughs. Wait, why were they harboring such thoughts? What does it mean to bring forth many? Is it truly within the realm of possibility for them to contemplate such matters at their tender age? At the very least. We should defer this conversation for another 6 years, until they have reached the age of 18. Violet, momentarily taken aback, then addressed Fucalos in her mind. Fucalos. Was my laughter truly wicked just now? Even I find myself quaking in trepidation. Without a moment's hesitation, Fucalos replied, albeit with somewhat inappropriate phrasing. Quaking? There was no quaking whatsoever. Only, Violet parted her lips, intending to articulate a thought, yet the words eluded her. Alas! The carefully maintained facade crumbled in an instant, leaving her in a quandary. With a resigned sigh, she murmured, "It is of little consequence. Their preferences are of no concern to me." Shaking her head, Violet chose to dismiss the matter. Suddenly, a realization struck her, causing her to tremble with unease. Wait a moment, this is not right. They are also members of the main cast. Such prime opportunities have fled? Violet stood frozen. Recalling that these two were indeed integral members of the protagonist group, valuable assets, yet they had departed from Soto City. Losing one would have been a pity, but two? The thought pained her further. She hastily sought to elevate her own abilities, relying heavily on the protagonist group. Alas, how unfortunate. She silently hoped that the remaining opportunities would not escape. Shrek Academy would suit them perfectly. Upon her return, she would promptly inform the Soul Fighting Arena that any registrations from Tang San and his companions should be directed to her venue. With just 2 or 3 more matches, she would surely transcend her current soul power level. Violet felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of losing 2 opportunities. As her mood shifted, the once bright and sunny sky began to cloud over, as if rain were imminent. Even Fucalos was rendered speechless. For those unaware might assume Violet's melancholy stemmed from the departure of her companions, yet she understood the truth all too well. This weeping soul is inconsolable over the departure of Leeks. Is it truly warranted? After a few centuries, what does it matter? He is a dragon, after all. With a lifespan that knows no bounds, a few centuries are but a fleeting moment. If the Leeks are lost, they can simply be sought anew. Moreover, one must ponder the purpose behind his relentless pursuit of strength. It eludes comprehension. In a short while, the sky began to drizzle, prompting pedestrians to seek shelter from the unexpected rain on this seemingly sunny day. Yet, an elderly vendor of umbrellas was overjoyed, initially believing that his wares would remain unsold today. But what was the outcome? The rain arrived with impeccable timing. Violet did not shy away from the downpour. Given a choice, he would prefer to reside in a land abundant with water. He gently lifted his right hand, allowing the rain to glide across his fingertips. This rain is born from the heavens and meets its demise upon the earth. The process in between encapsulates the essence of life. Water transforms into vapor, ascending to the sky, accumulating in quantity, only to descend once more, initiating a new cycle. The eternally unchanging Douluo Continent ought to undergo some transformation, Violet mused. As the highest adjudicator of the Tangan, it is his duty to bring an unwavering sense of fairness and justice to the people of Douluo. Yet, his current power is insufficient to overturn the entire continent. He requires further refinement. Tide, await my return. I shall not tolerate any disparagement of Violet. You imply that I have committed a foul, and then Violet leaps up, landing beside me and delivering a blow that rendered me unconscious? Tang San found it hard to believe. After losing consciousness, he had no recollection of what transpired, including how he fainted. Only Xiao Wu recounted the events of the arena, allowing him to comprehend the reason behind his fainting spell. To this day, his head still throbbed. Xiao Wu blinked her enchanting pink eyes, nodding vigorously. Tang San was at a loss. He could not accept this outcome. Indeed, a foul had been committed, for his opponent had already conceded. Yet he felt that the other had sought his demise. What he could not accept was that Violet's ordinary punch had knocked him to the ground. It was a simple blow, devoid of any soul skills. The speed of his opponent was such that even Tang San could not react in time. One could only imagine the extent of his strength. 3 rings, Soul Master. No, Dai Mubai was nearly at the pinnacle of the Soul Master level. And I could contend with him, even achieving a draw. It must have been Violet's ambush that led to my downfall. Bah, and what of fairness and justice? It was my failure to evade that allowed him to succeed. Upon reflection, Tang San felt a sudden sense of relief. This grudge was etched deeply in his mind. And if the opportunity arose, he would surely seek vengeance. Xiao Wu, that Violet is no good. He ambushed me and thwarted my efforts to help you take revenge. You should avoid him in the future, Tang San earnestly advised. For days, the very mention of Violet's name had vexed him, especially when Xiao Wu spoke of him. It left him feeling utterly green with jealousy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's composure shattered. What did he mean by saying Violet was no good? Perhaps he wasn't even human. An ambush? Even if that being were to confront him openly, could he withstand a single blow? It wasn't that Xiao Wu looked down upon Tang San. It was simply that Violet was overwhelmingly powerful, while humans might be unable to perceive the true nature of Violet's spirit rings. Xiao Wu could sense that there was no resentment from Spirit Beast within them. Those azure spirit rings were entirely fabricated. Third brother, I will not permit you to speak ill of Violet, Xiao Wu asserted gravely. Perhaps Violet was a being even more formidable than she. How could she not defend him? At this proclamation, Tang San was taken aback, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. You won't allow me to speak poorly of Violet? Goodness, are you still my sister? Was she really turning her back on him? He recalled the adage about married daughters and the futility of their return. He had never expected his own sister to utter such words. After 6 years of bond, did it pale in comparison to a stranger whom she had met only thrice? Tang San's heart ached, his fists clenched. Yet, upon gazing into Xiao Wu's resolute eyes, he ultimately released his grip. Through gritted teeth, he said, Xiao Wu, heed your brother's advice. Ignoring it will only lead to misfortune. Xiao Wu covered her ears, shaking her head defiantly. Tang San inhaled deeply. Was this the rebellious phase of youth? He had protected Xiao Wu too well. She was oblivious to the dark nature of humanity. Third brother, Violet is not as you perceive him. He merely sought to uphold fairness in the arena. What wrong has he committed? In competitions, injuries are inevitable. Those 2 brothers have already shown me mercy, yet you wish to exact revenge on them. Does that not constitute ingratitude? Xiao Wu articulated with rare clarity. Tang San's expression fluctuated between shades of blue and white, ultimately darkening. So it is true. Xiao Wu, cease your words. Everything I do is for your sake. I vowed to protect you, and now that you are hurt, I must avenge you. Do you not realize how heartbroken and sorrowful your words make me? Tang San felt a numbness, struggling to comprehend why Xiao Wu had transformed into someone so different. Indeed, it must be Violet's influence. Ever since she encountered him, Xiao Wu seemed like an entirely new person. Without Violet, she would still be the obedient sister he once knew. Xiao Wu pouted, irritated that Tang San blamed everything on her. For her? Was everything truly for her? Did he not feel sorrowful and troubled because he had urged her to fight? Moreover, was he not overstepping his bounds by dictating with whom she associated? Third brother, you should return. I sustained injuries while sparring with Dai Mubai yesterday and need time to recuperate, Xiao Wu replied, her tone distant. Once a rift formed in a relationship, it became exceedingly challenging to restore the past. When paths diverge, alliances falter. Tang San was momentarily stunned. He had come to care for her. Yet, Xiao Wu was now asking him to leave. After a brief contemplation, he calmed himself and said, Xiao Wu, focus on healing. I shall bring you dinner later. Without waiting for her response, he turned on his heel and departed her dormitory. Once outside, a mask of tranquility shattered, revealing a fierce countenance, his eyes ablaze with fury. Violet, I shall see you dead. In the shadows, Tang Hao shook his head. This defeat had inflicted a significant blow on Tang San. The referee had acted without error. It was merely unfortunate that he had become a stepping stone for Tang San's growth, a blessing in disguise. This little rabbit was indeed Navi, incomparable to Ain. Should Tang San eliminate him, it would be for the best. What was a mere battle arena? The 8 great families? A faction lacking even a title Douluo. What harm could they do if someone was slain among them? Tang Hao scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips, utterly dismissive. After a moment, as if struck by inspiration, he murmured, "For now, there is little to worry about here. With Flander and the others around, Tang San is safe. I shall check on Ayin." He had no doubt that with him lurking in the shadows, Flander and the others would ensure Tang San's safety. Even Zhao Wujin, reduced to a mere breath, lacked the audacity to disregard such protections. Tang Hao did not follow Tang San daily. Recent circumstances were exceptional. Since Tang San's entry into Shrek Academy, he had already conferred with Flander, and henceforth, he need not concern himself. He merely awaited Tang San's growth. Should Xiaowu's affections waver, he would orchestrate her sacrifice. If she no longer held feelings for Tang San, then it would be a straightforward matter of eliminating her to obtain her spirit rings and bones. The enmity between humans and spirit beasts was eternal. Annihilating spirit beasts was wholly justified. He believed that in time, Tang San would come to understand this. "Your execution shall be personally administered by me." The rain fell sporadically, lacking any semblance of predictability. Yet, the rainbow that followed was breathtaking. Indeed, who could have anticipated its fleeting nature? Had they known, they would not have bothered with umbrellas. As Violet observed the scene, he sighed, appreciating the ephemeral beauty. "Wow, it's Violet, my husband. I didn't expect to encounter him. Is my makeup all right today?" A woman exclaimed to her companion. The friend smirked, casting a critical glance before replying. "It's a bit smudged from the rain." "Wait, I'm your husband." "What? My makeup is ruined? I absolutely cannot let my husband see me like this." She dashed away, ignoring her friend's last comment. Understand the pure white lily of the valley. Become the pure white lily of the valley. Surpass the pure white lily of the valley. Ugh, you're married, yet still declaring Violet your husband? He belongs to us. Hearing such words, Violet was taken aback. While being admired was pleasant, were these fans not a tad too fanatical? Noticing the peculiar looks directed at him, Violet hastily turned and walked towards the outskirts of the city. If he lingered, he might soon find himself besieged by adoring female fans. The thought was indeed rather daunting. Upon witnessing the flustered escape of Violet, the pure white lilies beamed even brighter, their shouts echoing in the air, yet they did not pursue him. For word of Violet's formidable combat prowess had already spread throughout Soto City. At such a tender age, he was a third-ring soul master, and his strength was noteworthy. As time flowed onward, night descended. It was only then that Violet returned from the outskirts of Soto City, casually seeking a serene spot by the water to cultivate. When he reopened his eyes, it was late. Strolling leisurely down the deserted street, the crowds had thinned, and the Colosseum had closed for the evening. Suddenly, Violet furrowed his brow. He heard a faint cry for help, trembling with palpable terror. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to your aid. Without a moment's hesitation, Violet hastened toward the source of the voice, only to find a grotesque figure clad in a black trench coat, wearing a sinister grin as he loomed over a young girl. His eyes glowed red with malice, poised to strike, until he noticed Violet's approach. "Youngster, mind your own business. Some individuals are not to be trifled with," the man in black retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. If Violet chose to retreat, he would refrain from violence. But should the young man foolishly attempt to play the hero, he would bear the consequences. "Young man, do not act recklessly without gauging your opponent's strength. You are committing a crime," Violet calmly asserted, his demeanor betraying no surprise. At the sound of his voice, the previously panicked girl widened her eyes in astonishment. She had never anticipated that the rescuer would be Violet himself. "Lord Violet, you need not say more. Such a criminal deserves to face judgment." Violet waved his hand dismissively. Recognizing the girl as one of the staff from the Colosseum, he was taken aback that this black-clad man dared to target one of their own. "I never imagined you two were acquainted. Youngster, do not be ungrateful. I was merely trying to advise you to leave." "Crime? Each individual cultivates for different reasons. This is merely my hobby. What harm is there in that? She is but an ordinary person. Her fate lies in the hands of the strong. Youngster, perhaps you possess some strength, but you are certainly no match for me." The man in black spoke with unwavering confidence, pride stemming from his status as a soul master of considerable rank. "Great power does not justify your malevolence. I declare you guilty," Violet responded, his voice tinged with anger. For this man was oblivious to the depths of his own wickedness. Such individuals, even when confined within the walls of a prison, are the least favored among society. They endure beatings and oppression. Criminals are categorized into various tiers, and those who contravene a young girl's will preparing to resort to force, are deemed the lowest of the low. Upon hearing these words, the man in black contorted his already twisted features into an even more grotesque visage. Boy, even if I bear guilt, what can you do? Killing you would be a mere trifle for me. Oh, you probably don't know my name, do you? Listen well. I am called Douluo, the nobleman Violet. He thought to himself, who does he think he is? Douluo? Isn't he the one who was incapacitated by Xiaowu and Ma Hongjun in the original tale? I cannot believe I have encountered him here. What if he is guilty? Since you refuse to leave, then stay. Douluo let out a sinister laugh, preparing to unleash his martial spirit and teach this foolish boy a lesson, thereafter deciding whether or not to spare him based on his mood. The young girl was in a state of panic. Lord Violet was merely a soul master. Yet the malevolent figure before her likely possessed formidable soul power. Could it be that they would truly meet their end here? There was no court to pass judgment. They could not proceed as per the norm. Douluo, in that case, let us proceed directly to judgment. Douluo, the death sentence. By the moonlight. Seeing Violet's serious demeanor, Douluo nearly burst into laughter. This audacious boy dares to pronounce a death sentence upon him. Ha ha ha, I am in a good mood today. I shall indulge in this mock trial with you. You truly are amusing. Boy, the game is over. Douluo sneered, his entire being emanating dark energy. Indeed. The game has concluded. Mr. Douluo, your death sentence shall be executed by my own hand. Violet nodded, his expression unwavering as he spoke. Douluo, who in the original story brought misery to many maidens, is a wretch deserving of death. How laughable, even at death's door, he still plays such childish games. Behold, Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. He squinted, his face a mask of incredulity. He looked down at his chest, where a hand had inexplicably pierced through his heart. Violet withdrew his hand, grasping a heart, and murmured, I once believed a criminal's heart to be black, yet yours remains red. It is incompatible with you. Best to destroy it. With a resounding thud, Douluo's mouth fell open in a silent gasp. He could no longer articulate a word. He bore witness as his heart was crushed before his very eyes. Violet casually waved his hand, causing a stream of water to wash away the blood on his palm. As the highest judge of Fondian, while I cannot guarantee absolute fairness in this world, I can deliver a justice that more may recognize. Mr. Douluo, your demise shall be remembered by many. Those who dare to act as you have, deserve death. The following morning, a tumultuous wave swept through Soto City. The death of Douluo was met with a mix of relief and caution. Douluo, the notorious flower thief of Soto City, whose strength was unknown, yet presumed to be at the soul sect level, bore no other wounds. The one who killed him delivered a single, lethal blow. This strike penetrated Douluo's heart, followed by its shattering. The entire process was astonishingly swift, leaving even the soul sect unable to react. It could be deduced that this was not the work of a weapon spirit master, as this individual's soul power level was at least above 60. As the crowd analyzed Douluo's corpse, they arrived at a chilling conclusion. "Ah, what a relief! My daughter," cried a middle-aged man, tears streaming down his face. No one knew what had transpired with his daughter. He was merely an ordinary man, as was she. Perhaps in her next life, she could become a soul master. For in this life, she had already perished. If only I knew who did this, I would honor him. Someone in the crowd shouted. The crowd quickly identified the deceased and the reasons for his death, for Douluo's body was displayed, hanging with a record of his crimes affixed beside him. Additionally, it bore the inscription that anyone encountering such a person should show no mercy. The demise of such a wicked soul master as Douluo was a source of great joy for all, and aside from the victim's family, no one would delve further into the identity of his killer. Returning to the previous evening, after Violet executed Douluo, the staff at the battle arena blinked in disbelief. My goodness, while the exact level of Douluo's soul mastery was uncertain, his strength undoubtedly surpassed that of a soul master, perhaps even reaching the soul sect. Yet, Lord Violet had managed to eliminate him in an instant. Wait, Lord Violet killed without a flicker of an eye, almost as if it was a casual breeze. Slaying Douluo was akin to crushing an ant beneath his heel. What manner of person is he? Ah, you must be Miss Zifa. I hope I did not startle you. Violet turned, slightly apologetic. This was a regrettable incident caused by Douluo's folly. Hello, Lord Violet. I cannot believe you remember my name. I am unharmed. Thank you for saving me. Zifa stammered, still shaken, realizing that had Lord Violet not intervened, her fate could have been dire. Is there a distinction in this act of salvation? This is a heartfelt expression of gratitude from Zifa. Had she known that danger awaited, she would have refrained from leaving the staff dormitory. To her astonishment, beneath the seemingly tranquil facade of Soto City lurked such nefarious individuals. Zifa, true to her name, possesses a cascade of violet hair, a commendable physique, and her appearance is certainly among the most striking in the crowd. It is a known fact that no unattractive women work in the soul arena. After all, the audience's emotions are paramount. If one were to lack beauty, would they still draw a crowd to witness the battles? This is merely my duty. No thanks are necessary. With a wave of her hand, Villette seemed to recall something and continued, Miss Zifa, allow me to escort you back to your dormitory. The fright you experienced today was considerable, and it would be best for you to rest early. Should you require a leave of absence tomorrow, I am more than willing to assist. The girl has indeed suffered from an unforeseen calamity, falling prey to a soulless spirit master devoid of any moral compass. Her misfortune is undeniably profound. However, the mere presence of Lord Violet hints that her luck may not be as dire as it appears. No, there is no need for that, Lord Violet. I shall simply take a rest today. Zifa hastily shook her head and waved her hands in refusal of the proposal, understanding that Lord Violet would be preoccupied with presiding over the competition tomorrow. With her rejection, Lord Violet did not press further, nodding in acknowledgement before continuing. In that case, allow me to escort you home. Thank you, Lord Violet. After returning Zifa to the dormitory of the Soul Arena, Lord Violet finally sought out the person in charge within the arena. Upon hearing Lord Violet's words, the overseer broke into a cold sweat. While others may be ignorant of Lord Violet's true identity, he was fully aware. Young master, I shall proceed to obliterate that scoundrel at once. Can one truly blame the orchestrator of this affair? To dare lay hands on the staff of the Battle Soul Arena, he did not foresee the consequences. Nor did ZFA. Yet, Kolu has displayed an audacity akin to that of a bear with the heart of a leopard. No need for further discussion. Follow my instructions, as this will serve to instill fear and command respect, even if it only holds sway for a fleeting moment. Violet shook his head and remarked, Indeed. Indeed. This is also the reason why the demise of Douluo has come to light. Douluo had two close friends, one named Tianya and the other Ikao, who stood amidst the crowd, drenched in cold sweat, their backs chilled with apprehension. They were acutely aware of Douluo's strength. Anyone capable of vanquishing him was certainly not someone they could afford to offend. Ikao, shall we give Douluo a proper burial? After all, he was our brother. Having passed away, it would be inhumane if we couldn't lay him to rest. Tianya suggested. No, there are definitely eyes watching us. If we make any sudden moves, Tianya's sentence trailed off, but Ikao understood his implication all too well. One who frequently treads by the riverbank cannot escape getting wet. This time, Douluo had truly met his end. Tianya, Ikao, and the swan. Tianya's martial spirit was a kitchen knife. There was nothing much to say about that. However, Ikao was different. His martial spirit was a swan. It was the inherited martial spirit of the royal family of Tiando. Let us leave Soto City for now. If fate allows, we shall return to avenge Douluo, Ikao said, clenching his fist in a low voice. Hearing this, Tianya, not one to be stubborn, nodded in agreement. The two slowly withdrew from the crowd and made their way out of Soto City. They could no longer remain there. Meanwhile, Wei Laite reflected on the events of the previous night with a sense of melancholy. This was his first experience with taking a life, and perhaps his calm demeanor stemmed from the fact that Douluo was a sinner. There was no psychological burden in eliminating such a criminal. Wei Laite, you have just impartially judged a case, he mused. If I were the one to pass judgment, the verdict would undoubtedly be death, executed repeatedly. Suddenly, the previously grave expression on Wei Laite's face shattered in disbelief. Was it necessary to resurrect the condemned only to slay them time and again? With more soul masters around, such trivialities were inevitable, even among ordinary folk. They should live freely under the law, not with excessive liberty. Foster father, is this truly what we can witness? As night fell, the weary populace, having toiled through the day, found rare moments to relax. In a grand city like Soto, the night was merely the beginning of the day. The city glowed with lights, indistinguishable from the daylight. Entertainment options were scarce on the Douluo Continent, with the most popular nighttime attractions revolving around the Soul Arena. Most commoners could not aspire to become soul masters, yet with a modest ticket fee, they could witness soul masters in combat, an experience most commoners could only dream of, yet the Soul Arena offered just such an opportunity. This is also one of the reasons why the Soul Arena remains ever popular. How wonderful it is that my husband, that illustrious Violet, will be presiding over the event today. I am positively thrilled. You should have seen it. Just the other night, a competitor named Tang San committed a foul, and my husband leapt up to deliver a punch to him. The murmurs from the crowd were palpable, as Tang San wore a look of sheer dismay. never anticipating that he would one day serve as a mere backdrop in someone else's narrative, highlighting just how exceptional Violet truly is. Is this leap in punch insurmountable? That damned Nawe truly possesses a path to destruction. And those wretched spectators. Tang San was already in a foul mood due to Xiaowu's affairs. And now he was further provoked by these spectators' taunts. How could he endure this? Even when ridiculed by the doorman, Tang San believed the other party had a death wish. How could he possibly swallow this indignation? Yet, currently, he might not truly be a match for Nawe Let, and given the backdrop of the Soul Arena, Tang San dared not act recklessly. His disdain for the Soul Arena stemmed from two reasons. First, to graduate from Shrek Academy, one must attain the rank of Soul Master before the age of 20, and in addition, one must acquire the silver badge from the Soul Arena. Achieving the rank of Soul Master before the age of 20 was a trivial matter for Tang San. However, the latter requirement posed a challenge for him. Despite the seemingly inconsequential silver badge, Dai Mubai had spent 3 years in the Soul Arena and still remained a mere bronze competitor. Tang San's thoughts were straightforward. While he had yet to reach level 30 and his opponents were merely great Soul Masters, he aimed to secure as many victories as possible. Secondly, Tang San sought to earn some extra income. Winning a match would yield a reward of 10 gold soul coins, which would accumulate with consecutive victories. As a great Soul Master, he could only receive a subsidy of 10 gold soul coins per month from the Spirit Hall, a sum hardly sufficient for his needs. On this night, only Ma Hongjun accompanied him to the Soul Arena. Dai Mubai was severely injured and unable to move, let alone engage in battles at the Soul Arena. Xiao Wu had sustained minor injuries, which were not overly concerning, yet she still required several days of recuperation. Oscar was in seclusion, presumably on the verge of breaking through to level 30. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had left Shrek Academy and were currently en route to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Only Ma Hongjun had no pressing matters. Thus he accompanied Tang San to the Soul Arena for training. Naturally, Ma Hongjun instinctively kept a slight distance from Tang San. He had not forgotten that just 2 nights prior, Tang San had entertained thoughts of eliminating him and Oscar. It was indeed prudent to maintain some distance from a person like Tang San. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent, avoiding any idle chatter, to evade any further gossip. Tang San quietly approached the registration desk, fearing he might lose his composure and lash out at those ordinary individuals. These individuals are on a path to destruction, for they not only judge others by their appearances, but also use Tang San as a mere backdrop to humiliate others. Even if this is the reality, Tang San remains unyielding. He was ambushed, which led to his defeat. Ma Hongjun also registered, and soon the two of them arrived at the competitors' resting area, where the atmosphere was notably serene. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, aren't they the ones mentioned by Lord Violet? It seems fitting, as they are both Grand Soul Masters. Tasked with overseeing the assignment of competitors to the respective arenas, one murmured. Earlier in the day, Lord Violet had instructed that if certain individuals were to arrive at the Soul Arena, they should be directly assigned to his designated area. Such occurrences neither contravene regulations nor breach fairness. They merely involve a change of venue for the competitors. The roles of host and judge bear no significance in this context. The person in charge readily agreed and took note of the names and code names, such as Thousand-Handed Azura, Evil-Eyed White Tiger, and Gentle-Boned Enchantress Rabbit. These code names had yet to be registered within the Soul Arena, but there must be rationale behind Vaillette's assertions. Vaillette glanced at the 2 young women in the audience, questioning whether they were there to compete or merely to flaunt their figures. What are you staring at? Focus on your opponent, she thought, exasperated. Although the two did not technically breach any rules, their lack of respect for the arena and their adversaries was palpable. The audience murmured, with the girls expressing their disdain for the 2 competitors, claiming they were not there to engage in a serious battle, as they would feign pain at the slightest touch. Those 2 are utterly insufferable. Meanwhile, the male spectators remained silent, yet their throats churned with anticipation, having decided that Vaillette would be their revered leader, deserving of their unwavering support. Without her presence, how could they behold such captivating sights? Not leader, but foster father. As moments slipped away, the announcement echoed, contestant Tang San. Please proceed to Arena 8. Tang San, seated in contemplation, was taken aback. Arena 8 again? A frown creased his brow. He had developed an aversion to that very arena. Just 2 days prior, he had participated in 2 matches there, one 1v1 and one 2v2, both presided over by Vaillette. The mere mention of her name ignited his ire, as he felt she was deliberately targeting him. He pondered whether she would officiate this match as well. With this thought, he rose to head towards Arena 8. Having visited twice before, He was quite familiar with the surroundings. Contestant Tang San, please proceed to Arena 8. Contestant Ma Hongjun, please proceed to Arena 8. Tang San halted, instinctively glancing at the equally perplexed Ma Hongjun. Another internal conflict? First, he faced Zhu Zhuqing, and now he was to battle Ma Hongjun? You and I are both great soul masters with the same badge level. It is quite normal for us to be matched together, Ma Hongjun remarked as he regained focus. A couple of days prior, it was this very individual who, along with Xiao Wu, had thwarted his ambitions and subsequently delivered a thorough beating. Now he thought, it was time to settle old scores along with new grievances. The audience's chatter weighed heavily on Tang San's mood. Ah, has the crowd arrived? Vaillette's expression remained inscrutable. Yet a hint of amusement flickered across her face. This turn of events could indeed enhance her prowess. Before long, Tang San and Ma Hongjun stood upon the arena, halting 30 meters apart. For great soul masters, this distance could be traversed in an instant. However, it was maintained to accommodate certain soul masters requiring special considerations. For instance, ranged soul masters often faced inevitable defeat when approached by close combat specialists, thus necessitating a fair distance for combatants. Isn't that the rule-breaking contestant from the other day? He was exceptionally ruthless, continuing to attack even after his opponent conceded. One spectator exclaimed, "Indeed, that contestant's name is Tang San. If it weren't for Vaillette's swift intervention, the iron-blooded duo would have suffered greatly. Such a contestant would be better suited for life-and-death battles, where rules are scarce. However, with his limited strength, participation in such contests would surely lead to his demise. He only preys upon the unsuspecting. Tang San exhibits no martial virtue whatsoever." Listening to the audience's remarks, Tang San felt a surge of frustration. He considered himself a paragon of righteousness. How could he be branded as a villain? Had it not been for the iron-blooded duo injuring Xiao Wu, he would never have suspected them of harboring lethal intentions. All blame lay with the iron-blooded duo. All blame with Vaillette. Wait, isn't it prohibited for the audience to disturb the competitors? These individuals openly criticized Tang San, casting disparaging remarks at him. In such moments, should the referee, Vaillette, not intervene? When Tang San deemed Vaillette to be utterly superfluous, he believed that the referee ought not to be present at all. Yet, now that assistance from Vaillette is required, there appears to be a lack of willingness to intervene. This is not directed at him. What is Tang San? Clenching his fists, he felt an intense desire to strike that handsome face of Vaillette. Tang San, do you harbor any dissatisfaction towards me? Why do you persistently fix me with such a resentful gaze? Vaillette inquired, his voice barely audible, heard only by Tang San and Ma Hongjun on the scene. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes blazed with fury. Was his implication not sufficiently clear? Vaillette, the murmurs of the audience are significantly affecting my mood. As a referee, should you not intervene? Tang San declared, his expression seething with anger. Upon hearing this, Vaillette suddenly comprehended, pondering for a moment before responding, the match has not officially commenced. The host is merely warming up. It is entirely normal for the audience to engage in some discussion. Tang San, perhaps you should reflect on why you are so universally disliked? A short distance away, Ma Hongjun erupted into laughter, quickly covering his mouth to stifle the sound. Although the tremors of his shoulders betrayed him to Tang San was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, his face darkened like coal. Why am I so detestable? He thought, incredulously. Vaillette, should you not consider the implications of your own words? Tang San's frustration reached a boiling point, his mind screaming in outrage. Yet, Vaillette's statement held no fault. The host was indeed warming up, and he could not simply demand the audience cease their discussions at this juncture. After a brief interval, the host concluded his speech, and the ensuing proceedings fell under Vaillette's jurisdiction. Silence, Vaillette commanded, his staff tapping the ground with authority as he spoke. This action significantly bolstered his words, and an instant silence enveloped the arena. The competitors had taken their positions, and the announcer declared, "You have 1 minute to unleash your martial souls. The match will commence thereafter. During the competition, we urge the audience to maintain their composure. Regardless of the competitors' characters, absolute fairness is paramount in the arena." Upon hearing this, Tang San felt his nails almost digging into his palm. Was that Vaillette truly not targeting him? What did it mean by no matter the competitors' characters? Was Tang San's integrity not commendable? This was infuriating. This individual was indeed intent on his downfall. The audience nodded in agreement, having become well acquainted with Violette's style of moderation. They were advised to exercise caution in their communications during the match. Even if they wished to hurl insults, it was preferable to do so before or after the competition. when Violet would no longer be involved. Ma Hongjun, with the martial soul of the evil fire phoenix, a 27th level assault-type soul master, proclaimed, "Please offer your guidance." He was the first to manifest his martial soul, a resounding cry of a koan reverberating throughout the 8th division, leaving the spectators momentarily stunned. The evil fire phoenix, did it not resemble a fire X? Was this truly the cry of a phoenix? Ma Hongjun's martial soul was a variant, which not only possessed the side effects of evil fire but was also not entirely complete, lacking the phoenix form at present. Even from 30 meters away, Tang San felt a wave of heat wash over him, indicating the high temperature of Ma Hongjun's flames. It was common knowledge that fire attributes countered plant martial souls. Although Tang San had previously sparred with Ma Hongjun without unleashing true flames, he was acutely aware of Ma Hongjun's capabilities. If it were merely a contest of martial souls, Tang San would likely suffer a crushing defeat, as Ma Hongjun had a distinct advantage over him. However, Tang San was no conventional soul master. He wielded the unparalleled skills of the Tang sect from his previous life, which should suffice against Ma Hongjun. Tang San stated, "I possess the martial soul of Blue Silvergrass, a 29th level control-type soul master. Please offer your guidance." After this declaration, he fell silent, refraining from taunting Ma Hongjun with claims of superiority or insisting on his imminent surrender. After all, as a soul master who had the advantage over him, Ma Hongjun was unlikely to concede. Furthermore, a vigilant referee stood nearby, closely monitoring him, ensuring that Tang San adhered to the rules. Violet, I shall not allow you to succeed. As long as I comprehend the rules and adeptly utilize them, I shall master them and ultimately vanquish your arrogance. Your so-called justice, fairness, and equity remain imperceptible to me. Tang San mused, mentally chastising Violet once more. Were it not for his currently low soul power, he would have schemed to eliminate Violet. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Although Tang San typically harbored no grudges, circumstances dictated otherwise. He was likely not a match for his adversary. Even if he was reluctant to admit it, the truth was inescapable. Had his gaze the power to kill, Violet would have perished countless times under his scrutiny. As time ticked away, the audience patiently awaited the match's commencement, their anticipation palpable. The minute elapsed, and the competition officially began. First soul skill, Blue Silver Bind. 35, Fire Burn Tang Kuan. With Violet's voice echoing in the arena, Tang San was the first to unleash his initial soul skill, the Blue Silver Bind. Striking first ensured a tactical advantage, while delaying action would lead to calamity. This distance may seem considerable to others, yet for Tang San, it is hardly a challenge. Ma Hongjun, well prepared, had already discerned the nature of Tang San and was on guard. With the activation of his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, a surge of black-red flames erupted from his mouth as the first yellow soul ring shimmered. Upon contact with the blue-silver grass, it instantly ignited and was obliterated. This situation posed a dilemma. The hefty opponent's martial spirit was precisely Tang San's weakness, and engaging in a direct contest of martial spirits would yield no advantage for him. Realizing this, Tang San swiftly adapted his strategy. What of a powerful assault-type soul master? What of his advantage? Even without his martial spirit, Tang San remained the strongest among his peers. With his purple extreme magic eyes and ghost shadow mistral, he thought, "Let me see how you evade." Ma Hongjun intensified his soul power output, igniting half the arena, ensuring that no matter how Tang San attempted to evade, he would inevitably come into contact with the malevolent flames. His intention was to render Tang San unable to escape, cornered by the blaze. Nearby, Violet's brow furrowed. Although the flames posed no danger to him, he inherently disliked such an environment. Tang San frowned, initially intent on engaging Ma Hongjun in close combat, but was taken aback by Ma Hongjun's tactics, which spread the wicked fire across the central area, truly despicable. Infuriatingly, these flames, once adhered, would prove exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Their clinginess formidable. Gritting his teeth, Tang San contemplated briefly before deciding to leap over this fiery barrier. With a graceful bound, he soared to a height of 10 meters. If the ground was impassable, then the sky remained. Once he transcended this wall of fire, victory for Ma Hongjun would be assured. He lightly tapped his feet in midair, as if to utilize the air resistance, prolonging his stay in the sky. Ma Hongjun, not lacking in intellect, having lived in Shrek Academy since childhood and occasionally participated in soul battles, was not easily fooled. Witnessing Tang San leap to overcome the firewall, he felt his mind nearly falter. After all, while the firewall was an inanimate obstacle, he was very much alive. Tang San, suspended in midair, Lacked any leverage, was he not a living target? Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, aimed directly at the airborne Tang San, secretly amplifying his soul power output. Such opportunities, once lost, may never return. Upon witnessing this, Tang San's pupils constricted and he froze in place. He was suspended in midair, unable to fly and devoid of leverage, consequently surrendering to gravity's pull. Yet, at that moment, Ma Hongjun audaciously launched an unprincipled attack against him. Tang San, in this predicament, bore a striking resemblance to an unarmed individual. Without time for further contemplation, he invoked his blue-silver grasp once more, but this time his aim was not Ma Hongjun, but rather himself. He sought to envelop his own form, thereby mitigating at least a portion of the impending damage. While there was nothing inherently flawed in Tang San's reasoning, he gravely underestimated the ferocity of Ma Hongjun's flames. In an instant, the blue-silver grass was entirely consumed by fire. Although the grass was incinerated, Tang San's peril was somewhat alleviated, as he was now merely 2 meters from the ground. It remained unclear whether Ma Hongjun had intentionally controlled the flames, but a solitary flame fell precisely beneath Tang San. Upon landing, Tang San first exhaled in relief, only for a hint of disdain to cross his features. Regardless of your unscrupulous tactics, in the face of absolute strength and intellect, you possess no chance, Tang San mused inwardly. However, he remained oblivious to the peculiar expressions on the faces of Violet and Ma Hongjun. Tang San, do you not sense something amiss? Ma Hongjun stood frozen in place, momentarily stunned, cautiously inquiring. Violet's expression mirrored a similar strangeness. Tang San, at present, was merely human and had yet to undergo the purifying trials of the ice and fire yin-yang eye and the celestial herb, rendering him vulnerable to the dual attributes of ice and fire. As the flames continued to blaze, it seemed that Tang San would meet his demise before achieving divinity. When Ma Hongjun began to speak, Tang San initially refrained from responding, wary of the enigmatic Violet. However, upon noticing the peculiar expression on Violet's face, a sense of uncertainty crept into Tang San's mind. What was amiss? Something felt off. Was there truly anything wrong with his dashing evasion of an inevitable defeat? Judge, Ma Hongjun is interfering with me, Tang San declared, catching Ma Hongjun off guard with his words. Ma Hongjun, bewildered, thought, I was merely trying to offer you a friendly warning, and you accuse me of interference? After a brief moment of contemplation, Violet finally spoke. Contestant Tang San, Ma Hongjun was indeed trying to alert you. However, this is merely a game of soul fighting, not a life or death struggle. It should be kept within bounds. Ma Hongjun has not violated any rules. Have you truly not noticed anything unusual? Upon hearing this, Tang San's confusion deepened. Suddenly, a strong scent of charred flesh permeated the air, accompanied by a hint of roasted meat. Tang San could not help but gasp, lowering his gaze towards the source of the aroma. Tears welled up in his eyes in an instant. When did a flame arise here? Tang San had no time to ponder, as he frantically beat at the fire with his hands. However, he forgot that Ma Hongjun's flames possessed an extraordinarily strong adhesion, and ordinary water was virtually ineffective in extinguishing them. The only way to extinguish this malevolent fire was for him to retract it himself, or when his spirit power was utterly depleted. Despite his vigorous attempts, there was no sign of the wicked flames being extinguished. This left Tang San increasingly anxious, as beads of sweat from his forehead mingled with tears streaming down his face. Save me, Tang San cried out. Are you surrendering, contestant Tang San? Violet nearly chuckled at this. After all, Ma Hongjun had kindly warned him. Yet Tang San had taken offense and reported him. And now, despite the reminder, Tang San remained obstinate. Initially, this malevolent fire was but a flicker. Yet perhaps due to Ma Hongjun's soul power, it blazed ever more fiercely. Surrender? In this moment, Tang San nearly forgot the pain. Defeat was an intolerable notion. However, if this flame was not extinguished, it would indeed reduce him to ashes. He had not even unleashed his full potential yet. I concede. Tang San gritted his teeth, ultimately uttering the words of submission. Thus, Ma Hongjun is declared the victor of this match. Upon the announcement of Ma Hongjun's triumph, the audience erupted with uproarious laughter. 3 brother? 3 sister? Haha, fire-roasted Kuan. They laughed until they cried, questioning if contestant Tang San was merely a source of entertainment for the spirit arena. Such a performance, it seemed, Tang San could only present once in a lifetime, exquisite, utterly splendid. The audience, predominantly female, had gathered here for Violet. Some blushed, covering their eyes. Yet the gaps between their fingers revealed enchanting, captivating eyes. Ma Hongjun, Tang San bellowed, his gaze towards Ma Hongjun brimming with murderous intent. What's wrong? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, puzzled. He felt a mix of amusement and discomfort, stifling a laugh. How unfortunate for Tang San. He had intended to settle old scores with him, never anticipating that Tang San would so thoroughly find himself in a predicament. Is this, perhaps, a form of retribution? I had previously extended a kind reminder to Tang San. Yet who could have anticipated that he would not only dismiss my concern but also insinuate to that violet that I was obstructing him? Well deserved. What are you still standing there for? Extinguish the flames. Tang San bellowed in a fit of anger, then glanced down, realizing that it was either overcooked or burnt. Oh, upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun finally comprehended the situation, sauntering over to Tang San's side, retracting his mischievous flames while vigilantly observing Tang San's reactions, fearful that he might suddenly retaliate with a strike. Such matters are precisely the sort that a scoundrel like Tang San could very well perpetrate, necessitating vigilance. At this moment, Tang San yearned to eliminate Ma Hongjun, yet reason implored him to refrain, for this rotund individual was a disciple of a soul sage. Should he perish, Tang San would undoubtedly find himself pursued by Flander. At this juncture, he lacked the qualifications to confront a soul sage. His clenched fists gradually relaxed. Yet the fury and excruciating pain rendered him momentarily blind, causing him to collapse upon the arena. The intense agony triggered a surge of adrenaline, numbing his mind into believing that the pain was bearable, thus enabling him to endure until now. Once the source of his distress was alleviated, Tang San exhaled with relief. Allowing himself a brief respite, his mind, in a protective instinct, subsequently succumbed to unconsciousness. Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. This evening, only he and Tang San had ventured to Soto City. Initially, he had no intention of returning that night, planning instead to indulge in some revelry. However, given Tang San's condition and their solitary company, he pondered whether he ought to escort Tang San home. After a moment's contemplation, Ma Hongjun approached Tang San, assisting him to his feet, and then nodded to the referee, Violet, before making his way off the arena, deciding against further outings that night. He figured it would save him some expenses. Ma Hongjun possessed a certain charm. Violet, maintaining his composure, nodded in acknowledgement and prepared for the next match. As he had anticipated, the energy amassed from the confrontation between Tang San and Ma Hongjun had propelled his soul power from the pinnacle of level 63 to level 64. The speed is indeed quite astonishing. If the protagonist group were to engage in 10 or 8 duels each day, wouldn't his soul power level soar? Nevertheless, one must learn to be content, just as a dragon does. Violet mused to himself, glancing at the silhouettes of Ma Hongjun and Tang San. A faint smile played upon Violet's lips. His professional demeanor prevented him from laughing aloud. This unexpected turn of events left everyone at Shrek Academy utterly astounded upon the return of Tang San and Ma Hongjun. Tang San lay beside Daimubai, who was recuperating from his injuries. In that moment, Daimubai was rendered speechless, nearly laughing himself to death despite his grievous wounds. As a notorious scoundrel, he had never been reduced to such a state by a woman's wrath, and yet here was Tang San, seemingly at his wit's end. How could one not find amusement in this? Even as blood spilled from his lips once more, Daimubai's laughter echoed through the room. It was deserved, indeed. Tang San, fortune has turned against you. Bravo, fatty. You executed your revenge splendidly. No, Ma Hongjun, from this day forth, you shall be my leader. Ma, you have truly outdone yourself. Daimubai was delirious with joy, recalling how just yesterday, Tang San had confronted him about his altercation with Xiaowu, insisting that he bore the blame despite his own injuries. Little did he anticipate that today, Ma Hongjun would avenge him. How unfortunate for Tang San. Dean, why are you drenched in sweat again? Oscar gazed at Flander in confusion, unable to comprehend why such a skilled master would be drenched in cold sweat. As if it were raining. After Ma Hongjun returned, he elaborated on the situation, clarifying that Tang San's predicament was entirely a matter of chance. While others were unaware of Tang San's true identity, Flander was well aware. His disciple had inadvertently led to Tang Hao's line being severed. Merely contemplating the wrath of the Hotian Douluo sent chills down Flander's spine, causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down his back. Though this may be an accident, what concern do the strong have with the nature of such occurrences? Such hatred looms as high as the heavens and runs deeper than the oceans. Flander swallowed hard. He had yet to resolve the matters concerning Ning Rongrong, and now he had offended another titled Douluo. The thought of despair weighed heavily upon him. Perhaps it would be best to flee with Hongjun? He could no longer remain in Soto City. The thought flickered through Flander's mind, and he shook his head. Escape? How could one possibly flee? If the other party truly wished to find you, it would be but a matter of moments. This was the foremost sect in the world and the second to none. Tomorrow and unforeseen events will always arrive in tandem. I have lived my life to the fullest. But what of young Hongjun? What shall be done? Observing the somewhat embarrassed Hongjun as he tried to explain to Dai Mubai that this was an unforeseen circumstance, Flander felt an acute sense of urgency, yet found himself utterly helpless. He had examined Tang San's injuries, and there was no hope for salvation, as Shrek Academy had said. Amputation was the only option. Reluctantly, he decided to enlist the aid of Oscar's master, Shrek Academy, for if these injuries went untreated, Tang San's life would be at stake. The distinction between living and perishing is merely conceptual. Given the gravity of the situation, Tang had yet to emerge, indicating that he was not currently concerned with Tang San. Such matters are difficult to articulate, even if Tang San were to recover. Would he have the fortitude to voice it aloud? This is a pivotal moment for Flinder, Ma Hongjun, and all the students and faculty of Shrek Academy. As long as Tang San remains silent, the others will also keep their lips sealed. In a short span, Tang Hao should be unable to discern any changes in Tang San. Every additional day of life is a precious gift. My humble Shrek Academy truly endures countless tribulations. Flinder shook his head, pondering deeply. Should I refer to him as third brother or third sister from now on? My Kuan, where are you? Ah. A sorrowful roar echoed through the skies. My Kuan, where are you? Enough with the wailing. It was discarded by teacher Shrek Academy. Tang San's furious shout startled Dai Mubai awake from his reverie. Dai Mubai smirked slightly, his disdain evident. He had already derived ample amusement from the situation yesterday. Yet he still felt an urge to laugh. What? Tang San, regaining his senses, began to recollect the events that had transpired. Panic surged within him. The thought struck him, causing his vision to darken once more, and he fainted again. Our bodies and forms are bestowed by our parents. How could I face the ancestors of the Tang family with such disgrace? Observing this, Dai Mubai shook his head, contemplating that he would later ask Dean Flinder to have Tang San transferred away. His incessant noise would surely disturb his recovery. In stark contrast to Tang San, Dai Mubai suddenly realized that his injuries were relatively minor. Last night, witnessing Xiao Wu's despondent expression had brought him immense satisfaction. Third brother has become third sister. They claim to be mere siblings. How laughable. Perhaps the future will be even more entertaining. With Tang San in this state, will Xiao Wu still harbor feelings for him? As someone who has experienced such matters, Dai Mubai understood women all too well. It is utterly impossible. Look at you now. I regarded you as a confidant and a good brother, yet you acted without discernment. You deserve this. A fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossed Dai Mubai's eyes. He felt an overwhelming joy, perhaps even more profound than if he had vanquished Tang San. Meanwhile, on the grounds of Shrek Academy, Flinder was engaged in teaching. Tang San and Dai Mubai were recuperating, leaving only Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu on the field. Xiao Wu, having sustained only minor injuries, was nearly fully recovered. She occasionally glanced at Ma Hongjun, lost in her thoughts. Despite Ma Hongjun's accidental harm to Tang San, Xiao Wu's eyes reflected an unusual absence of animosity. She was uncertain whether she should harbor resentment towards him. Regarding Tang San, she felt an inexplicable emotion, one that eluded clear definition. Was it familial affection or romantic love? Throughout their lives, they had addressed each other as siblings, and Tang San had never exhibited feelings beyond that of brotherly affection. Xiao Wu remained somewhat naive about love. In the realm of spirit beasts, love did not exist, there was only. With Tang Kuan's disappearance, Xiao Wu understood that Tang San had been rendered incapacitated. Not in terms of cultivation, but in another sense. If he were a lover, she could not accept such a reality. However, Tang San was merely her nominal brother for now. Furthermore, with the emergence of Violet, Xiao Wu realized that she and Tang San did not seem particularly compatible. Their paths diverged, and they could not work together. They lacked common ground. She was fond of Violet, while Tang San despised her. Was that not a clear indication of their differing ideologies? Feeling Xiao Wu's gaze upon him, Ma Hongjun shivered. He remembered just how protective this pair of siblings could be. To call it toxic would not be an exaggeration. Could this woman be seeking revenge against him? Ma Hongjun pondered inwardly. Although he was unafraid, he understood the principle that while one may evade an overt attack, a covert one is far more insidious. Following this confrontation, he had irrevocably become enemies with this pair of siblings, a rivalry destined to persist until death. After all, this was a vendetta stemming from the destruction of Kuan. Alas, he had ultimately shown weakness. Had he returned with Tang San last night, he would have eliminated the threat then. Nevertheless, The multitude in Soto City had witnessed him escorting Tang San out, making it impossible to conceal the matter. Killing a fellow student would surely incur Flanders' wrath. It seemed that he would have to bide his time for future opportunities. Oscar, what is the cause of your fluctuating soul power? Did I not instruct you to temper your soul energy? Flander frowned, disregarding Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu, and addressed Oscar, who stood between them. The instability of Oscar's soul fluctuations was all too apparent. Such a blunder was uncharacteristic of a proper soul master. Prior to unleashing their martial spirits, soul masters typically conceal their soul energy, and even those of significantly higher levels would struggle to discern the specifics of another's soul power. This outlines the fundamental operations of soul masters traversing the Douluo Continent. Dean, I have achieved a breakthrough to the 30th level, Oscar timidly declared. He was originally supposed to reach the 30th level 2 days prior, but due to Daimubai's incident, he postponed his cultivation. However, after Tang San encountered another mishap yesterday, and since his relationship with Tang San was not particularly close, he returned to his training. Early this morning, I have remarkably ascended to level 30. What? You have reached level 30? Flander exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Oscar nodded emphatically, his expression earnest. Dean, you know me well. How could I possibly deceive you? Upon hearing this, Flander felt a surge of joy. This was indeed the only piece of good news in recent days. Tang San and his companions had just enrolled. Old Zhao had been grievously injured, nearly losing his life. Daimubai had spoken out of turn and was subsequently left gravely wounded by the 3 young ladies. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing had departed from Shrek Academy to report the incident to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tang San, each of these matters is significant in its own right. Were it not for Flander's formidable cultivation and strength, one could only imagine the fright it might have instilled. After a moment of elation, Flander fell into contemplation. It was impossible for Zhao to take Oscar to hunt for spirits now. He was still lying down, reliant on Xiao Xian for sustenance. Daimubai and Tang San also required a period of rehabilitation, making it quite improbable for them to team up for training in the Stardow Forest. Oscar, splendid. You have not disappointed me. Suddenly, Flander appeared to have a revelation and continued addressing Oscar. Very well. Go seek out teacher Li Yusong and have him accompany you to the Stardow Forest for spirit hunting. Upon hearing this, Oscar's expression soured slightly. He had hoped that either Flander or Zhao Wujin would take him spirit hunting. While Li Yusong was capable, his soul power was rather lacking, merely at the 62nd rank. However, since Flander had spoken, Oscar, as a support, had no authority to contest. It was already a privilege for someone to assist him in hunting spirit beasts. Very well. Dean. With that, Oscar left, feeling somewhat dejected. How could Flander be unaware of Oscar's thoughts? Yet, Zhao Wujin was utterly preoccupied. As the dean, he could not abandon Shrek Academy, should the 2 from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School come seeking trouble, or if Tang Hao were to learn of Tang San's predicament. While he remained at the academy, he could engage in discussions. Should he depart, the consequences would be dire. The scene shifted to Violet. The fleeting joy of his breakthrough dissipated swiftly. What was a breakthrough, after all? Even without discovering the partial uses of the ancient Dragoness authority, achieving a 7 or 8 level advancement in a year was hardly uncommon. As an elemental pinnacle being, Violet would continue to grow with time, and the older he became, the more formidable his power would be. At just over 12 years of age, Violet was still akin to a mere child among the immortals. Adulthood? That was still far off. The narrative should be progressing towards the Stardow Forest. But one could only wonder what the protagonist group might gain this time. Suddenly, Violet seemed to ponder again, shaking his head. No. Even if Oscar were to ascend to Spirit Ancestor, it was improbable that Tang San and the others would all venture to the Stardow Forest together. Among them, the least likely to go would be Tang San. He had just lost his coup in the previous day, without recuperating for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. It would be nearly impossible for him to even walk, let alone journey to the Stardow Forest. Never mind, these matters are of no concern to me. Whether they go or not is irrelevant, for I would prefer to engage in a couple of matches at the Fighting Spirits Arena. Unfortunately, Tang San would not be able to attend the arena during this period. Just then, a knock resounded, pulling Violet from his reverie. Come in. Creaking open, the door revealed none other than the esteemed host, Dodo. Little Naiwei, are you hosting the Fighting Spirits today? Would you like to join me on my stage? There are more spectators here, and the competitors are even stronger. Dodo effortlessly found a seat and began speaking. Throughout this process, Dodo exhibited no signs of unfamiliarity. Upon hearing this, Violet suddenly recalled that Douluo had previously suggested he spend a few days at the secondary arena to familiarize himself with the procedures before transitioning to the main arena as a referee. This arrangement implied a collaboration where one would host while the other officiated. As the highest adjudicator of the battle arena, being merely stationed at the secondary venue seemed rather illogical. Eventually, he would have to move to the main stage. However, what about the protagonist group? After a moment of contemplation, Violet ultimately nodded. Heading to the main arena would be advantageous, given the larger audience and more frequent matches. Yet, exploiting the protagonist group held little promise. Although the quality of competitors at the main venue might not match that of the protagonists, their quantity could compensate for this shortcoming, albeit at the cost of increased time consumption. Reflecting on this, Violet resolved not to hesitate any longer and declared, "All right, Sister Douluo. I shall join you at the main arena starting today." Upon hearing his words, Douluo's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart brimming with delight at the prospect of co-hosting with her earnest younger brother. "Wonderful. I shall announce that our esteemed chief referee will be transitioning to the main arena today." Without further delay, Douluo rose and made her way to the door, seemingly anxious that Violet might reconsider. Observing this, Violet helplessly shrugged. Once words were spoken, they were akin to water poured out. It was impossible to retract them. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. Violet diligently fulfilled his role as a referee at the battle arena, presiding over numerous matches that numbered in the dozens, if not hundreds. While his soul power had not yet reached a new pinnacle, it had advanced to an impressive 65, drawing ever closer to a breakthrough. It has only been a week. During this time, Violet discovered that the more spectators there were during the energy accumulation process, the higher the caliber of the competitors, resulting in a greater enhancement. This revelation brought him a sense of relief for arriving at the venue early. The scene shifts to Yu Xiaojing, who gazes contemplatively at Tang San, lying in bed. How long has it been since Tang San arrived in Soto City? And now he finds himself injured and confined to his bed? "Teacher." Tang San attempts to rise, only to be gently pressed back down by Yu Xiaojing. "Xiao San, how did you sustain your injuries? Was it an internal or external wound?" Tang San's respect for his teacher is evident, yet the formalities can be momentarily set aside. Given his condition, it is paramount for him to focus on recuperation. Upon seeing his cherished teacher, Tang San nearly breaks into tears. To him, Yu Xiaojing represents a second father, and now he feels he has failed in filial duty and left no descendants. Why do tears often linger in Tang San's eyes? Because his heart aches. Oh, how it aches. Recently, he has sensed a growing distance from his beloved sister Xiaowu, which deepens his anguish. "It's just a minor injury. Nothing serious," Tang San insists, yet he cannot bring himself to reveal the specifics of his wounds. He has his pride to uphold. This is also one of the reasons why Flander did not flee. In Tang San's situation, as long as he remains silent, over time, his injuries will heal sufficiently, and no one will notice any issues. Who would take the trouble to investigate? Upon hearing this, and noticing Tang San's reluctance to speak, Yu Xiaojing refrained from probing further. It is likely that the injury has left him feeling disheartened, making it difficult for him to articulate his thoughts. Well, as long as he is fine. It is essential to nurture his wounds properly to avoid any lingering injuries or after-effects. When Tang San mentioned it was a minor injury, Yu Xiaojing did not pay much heed. After all, this child has always been exceptional and would not deceive him. Tang San felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He was merely too embarrassed to speak, as his condition was far worse than any internal injury. He would prefer to be severely injured like Dai Mubai rather than endure this. Suddenly, Tang San seemed to recall something, looking at Yu Xiaojing with curiosity. "Teacher, what brings you to Shrek Academy? Shouldn't you be enjoying a leisurely retirement at Nodding Academy?" This point had not been previously articulated by Yu Xiaojing. Upon encountering him, he nearly believed he was hallucinating. Flinder, a dear friend of his mentor, had long extended invitations for him to teach at Shrek Academy, though he had previously declined. "Now that you have arrived at Shrek Academy, to continue guiding you and to unravel some of your cultivation dilemmas. It is for this reason that my mentor has agreed to Flinder's proposal." Yu Xiaojing, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an unwavering countenance. In the past, his reluctance stemmed from his embarrassment in facing Flinder, fearing that the latter might discern the truth. It was essential to consider that if Flinder were to discover that matter, they would not only fail to remain brothers, but might even become adversaries. Had it not been for Tang San's need for the faculty resources of Shrek Academy to obtain his soul rings, he would have never permitted Tang San to attend. His own guidance was sufficient. What could Shrek Academy, with its unconventional methods, truly impart? They merely possess considerable strength, yet their understanding of martial spirits, soul ring combinations, and soul beast research was undeniably inferior to his own knowledge. Even if the origins of this knowledge were dubious, acquired through deception from Bibi Dong in the Spirit Hall, the fact remained that he possessed it. The materials from the Spirit Hall, combined with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's research on martial spirits and soul beasts, along with his own musings, had rendered him a self-proclaimed master of martial spirits. As for Violet's journey to Heavendo City, Tang San was beside himself with laughter. Is there news? Upon hearing the words of the newcomer, Violet was taken aback. Had news truly arrived after only a few days? It had scarcely been 10 days. Very well, I understand. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude to the messenger, Violet exited the battle arena and made his way toward the outskirts of the city. The distance from Soto City to Heavendo City would typically require at least a month, even for a great soul master. Such a vast expanse. And yet news had emerged in merely 10 days. This indicates something significant. It suggests that a soul sage of agility could traverse the distance back and forth within just 10 days. Wait a moment. Could it possibly be that the elder himself undertook this journey? If it was indeed Lexius who personally traveled to the Heavendo City, it would not be surprising at all. After all, Lexius is an agility-type soul Douluo, and at the formidable level of 89. To make such a round trip within 10 days and locate Dugubo among the connections known to Violet, only Lexius could accomplish such a feat as time elapsed. Nearly half an hour passed before Violet returned home, where only Lexius and a few soul sages were present. Young Violet, this journey nearly cost me my old bones. I am getting too old for this, unable to fly anymore. Lexius chuckled softly and continued, Fortunately, I managed to find Dugubo. He was curious as to why I sought him. Thank you, grandfather, Violet replied, not wishing to dampen the mood. There was no need to rush. What difference does it make? He simply hadn't anticipated that Lexius would undertake the journey personally. You are still young. Living for several more decades is no problem at all. Once you break through to the title of Douluo, you will have ample time ahead. Enough of these musings. I arranged to meet with Lord Dugu in Heavendo City in half a month. It seems that neither of us can afford to rest. Let us go. Time is of the essence. Suddenly, Violet seemed to recall something and asked, Grandfather, how did you persuade Dugubo? Given his nature, he is not one to simply agree to a meeting. Before Violet could finish, Lexius waved his hand with a smile. It was merely a soul bone that is over 10,000 years old, something that could be purchased with gold soul coins. That explains it. No wonder someone like Dugubo would agree to meet and even set a time. Grandson, in this Douluo Continent, strength is paramount. Each of our 8 noble families has at least one soul Douluo as a guardian, which is why the 2 great empires, the Spirit Hall, and other powerful factions are wary of offending us. Of course, this is predicated on our absolute neutrality, ensuring we do not engage in any with other forces, which allows them to feel secure. Secondly, it is about the intricacies of social relations. We must reciprocate kindness. For instance, in this case, I offered a soul bone as a gesture. Even though its value is negligible for a soul Douluo or title Douluo, it is practically worthless. However, could Dugubo refuse it? He may not need it personally, but it would certainly benefit his descendants. Once he accepts the soul bone, everything else will be negotiable. Lexius smiled, his lips curling slightly. Such social intricacies are easily managed. Upon hearing this, Violet nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to respond. If one possessed absolute strength, such social maneuvering would be unnecessary. Instead, others would seek one out. Alas, absolute power eludes them at present. Noticing Violet's contemplative expression, Lexius nodded in approval. Understanding is a crucial lesson during times of weakness. Ultimately, it is strength that speaks volumes. Meanwhile, in Soto City, Violet's sudden departure left Do feeling somewhat despondent, and the majority of the audience was similarly disheartened. They had all come to catch a glimpse of Violet, whose beauty was said to rival that of legends. Yet, Violet was nowhere to be found. When Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar returned to the Spirit Arena, they donned their exclusive masks and re-registered their titles. Oscar had returned from soul hunting, though his third soul skill was not the flying mushroom from the original tale, but rather the thousand-hand Azura, soft-boned charm rabbit, and evil fire phoenix. Indeed, these entities had manifested. Lord Violet is truly an extraordinary being, murmured the staff responsible for arranging the fighters and allocating the arenas. Regrettably, at that moment, Violet was absent from the Spirit Arena. What? Violet is not in the Spirit Arena? Xiao exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the staff's words. Indeed, Lord Violet is not currently present in the arena. As for where he is gone, that remains beyond our knowledge. Oh, how disappointing. Xiaowu pouted, her demeanor turning forlorn. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar also heard the news, and among them, Tang San felt the most elated. With Violet absent, who among the same rank could possibly rival him in the spirit arena? However, a sense of foreboding crept into Tang San's heart, as if something significant was slipping away from him. His heart felt hollow. The joyous smile that had adorned his face began to freeze, slowly dissipating. He sensed that something of great importance was gradually distancing itself from him. This is an inexplicable sensation. Is it an illusion? Tang San, bewildered, found himself unable to comprehend the origins of this feeling amidst the tumult of his thoughts. Ultimately, he shook his head. If he could not understand it, he would not dwell on it any longer. Seizing the opportunity while Violet was absent, he resolved to focus on improving his rank. Brother San, you seem rather pleased, Xiaowu remarked, her brows furrowing as she cast a scrutinizing glance, her expression devoid of emotion. Initially intending to address him as Sister San, she reconsidered and ultimately settled on Brother San, for their 6 years of companionship had fostered a certain bond. Upon hearing her words, Tang San felt a jolt, his features beneath the mask contorting slightly. Could he not be happy? That Violet? That Violet. It was all because of her that Xiaowu had changed. Xiaowu. I merely recalled some joyful memories. My happiness is not derived from Violet's departure, Tang San stated, his demeanor calm and unflustered. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were taken aback, recognizing the unmistakable hint of denial in his words. Did Xiaowu imply that Tang San was only happy because of Violet? It appeared that Tang San was reveling in his own hubris, inadvertently confessing. Xiaowu, infuriated, trembled visibly, her right index finger pointed accusingly at Tang San. Her lips parted as if to speak yet hesitating. Indeed, Tang San's prejudice against Violet was akin to a boulder tumbling down a mountainside. Once it commenced its descent, there was no stopping it. Such a Tang San is not to Xiaowu's liking. Humph. As for Shueqinghe? No, it is Qian Renxue, Heavendo City. The capital of the Heavendo Empire is also its most prosperous city, situated not far from the Sunset Forest. After departing from the outskirts of Soto City, Violet and Lexius did not linger along the way but raced towards their destination, Heavendo City. Approximately 10 days later, they arrived at their goal. Along the journey, Violet chanced upon Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, who were hastening back to the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. However, he merely cast a distant glance at the two, showing no particular concern for them. Given the pace at which the two ladies traveled, they were naturally not as swift as Violet and Lexius. Although they had set out over half a month earlier, they were still overtaken by the duo. To reach Heavendo City, they would require at least another week. With 5 days remaining until the appointed time with Dugabo, Violet and Lexius decided to temporarily reside in Heavendo City. On this day, Na Wilight wandered alone along the grand streets of Heavendo City. It was his inaugural visit to this vibrant metropolis, and he felt it essential to explore. The depictions of Heavendo City in novels merely offered a partial glimpse, not to be generalized. In contrast, Lexius was intimately acquainted with the entirety of the Heavendo Empire, having an astute familiarity with all its major cities. As the patriarch of one of the 8 illustrious families, he managed a formidable force like the Seoul Arena, necessitating a profound understanding of these great cities. Na Wilight's attire remained unchanged, yet as he strolled the thoroughfare, passers-by occasionally cast their glances in his direction. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, he absorbed the architectural marvels of Heavendo City. Unlike the modern world, the buildings here resembled the grand creations of the 17th century from the opposite side of Blue Star, magnificent, awe-inspiring, and resplendent. Even the residences of the common folk held an extraordinary charm. Of course, who could afford to dwell in such a precious locale? Heavendo City indeed thrived, yet it lacked a certain vibrancy. The streets were nearly devoid of vendors. The pedestrians, clad in elegant finery, exhibited refined manners. Yet the bustling essence of humanity felt conspicuously absent. A casual passerby might well be a Seoul master or a noble. Even the grand city of Soto paled in comparison. As Na Wilight walked, he mused over the architectural grandeur of Heavendo City, renowned as the pinnacle of Douluo Continent cities. Not even the illustrious Seoul City or Star Luo City could rival its majestic structures. This subtly highlights a particular issue. The nobles of the Tiando Empire indeed seemed to indulge in pleasures far more than those from the Xinglua side. At that moment, a golden-haired, blue-eyed young gentleman approached Violet. Each of his steps appeared meticulously calculated, exuding the air of a grand aristocrat. He appeared refined and cultured, imparting an impression of approachability. "Young sir, I presume this is your first visit to Tiando City? The words instinctively prompted Violet to glance toward the newcomer. The young gentleman bore a kind expression, similarly surveying the individual known as Violet. Indeed, the city of Tiando, the imperial capital, is deserving of its reputation. A brief sojourn there evokes a myriad of reflections. Violet nodded in acknowledgement and spoke. There was no malice in the other's demeanor. Thus he did not wish to offend, and the two engaged in conversation as if they were old acquaintances. After a moment, the young gentleman seemed to recall something, and with a courteous gesture, he addressed Violet. I am Shue Qinghe. May I inquire your name? Admittedly, this inquiry was somewhat presumptuous. Yet he felt a sense of camaraderie with this brother, which prompted his question. However, before Shue Qinghe could finish his sentence, Violet trembled, twice. What a remarkable coincidence! He had noticed several nobles casting envious glances in their direction during their earlier exchange. It turned out that the person before him was none other than His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Tiando, Shue Qinghe. Goodness! She was Qian Renxue. What a delightful irony it was. To speak of camaraderie while referring to one another as brother and young sir. How could Qian Renxue have taken an interest in him and even initiated a greeting? After a brief moment of contemplation, Violet shook his head. His appearance and demeanor rendered him the undeniable center of attention amidst any crowd. It was only natural that he attracted gazes as he strolled through the streets alone. Violet waved his hand dismissively and replied, Your Highness, you jest. At this juncture, he bowed slightly and continued, I am Violet, the highest adjudicator of the Soul Arena in Soto City. It is indeed a privilege that your Highness engages in pleasant discourse with us commoners. You are truly approachable. In truth, he had not attained any imperial title. Nor had his father, Laxius, thus they could be considered commoners. Naturally, as a force of absolute neutrality, they could not accept rewards from either the Tiando or Xinglua empires. Upon hearing this, Shue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. The highest adjudicator of the Soto City Soul Arena was indeed this Violet? Moreover, judging by his attire and demeanor, he did not appear to be an ordinary staff member. It seemed she had encountered a member of one of the 8 great families. Truly, as a descendant of a secluded family, his presence and grace were remarkable, though it was a pity he belonged to such an obscured lineage. Her motivation for approaching Violet was simply to establish an acquaintance. As for whether he was aware of her identity, Qian Renxue was not surprised. The fact that Shue Qinghe was the Crown Prince of Tiando was hardly a secret. After all, could there be another person named Shue Qinghe in the imperial city? As a member of the 8 great families, it was entirely reasonable for him to be informed of her status. Little brother Violet, our encounter is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. To call you Your Highness feels overly formal. Besides, we are not in the palace, so there is no need for such formality. Shue Qinghe waved her hand, appearing to dismiss the importance of her title, and continued, If you are willing, you may simply call me Brother Shue. With a cheerful demeanor, she embodied warmth and approachability. However, Violet shook his head in response, saying, I appreciate Your Highness's kindness, but my family has many customs, and I must respectfully decline. The reason the 8 great families have persisted until now is their neutrality, refraining from favoring any faction and avoiding enmity with any. To eliminate the 8 great families would result in tremendous losses, a cost that far outweighs the benefits. They merely seek to operate the Soul Arena peacefully, remaining uninvolved in the conflicts of the Douluo Continent. Regardless of who claims power, they do not partake such forces who would idly seek to eradicate them. Upon hearing these words, Shue Qinghe instantly comprehended. Her previous speculations were indeed correct. As for the Duga Manor and Duga Bo, Shue Qinghe felt no anger, for she understood the stringent rules of the 8 great families. It was not merely a matter of being closely associated with His Highness the Crown Prince. Even in friendship, one must carefully select their companions. The regulations were so rigid that they remained impervious to external influences. As long as one had no friends or promises in the outside world, it would significantly mitigate a plethora of troubles. For instance, if a close friend were to seek vengeance against a particularly formidable foe, should one intervene or refrain? What if such involvement entangled their family? A multitude of complications would thus arise. This is precisely why the 8 prominent families adhere to such a stringent code of conduct. A moment's negligence could lead to an irrevocable downfall. Bonds? The 8 families are intertwined, sharing a profound connection that renders external affiliations unnecessary. Shue Qinghe cast a discerning glance at Violet, recognizing the striking parallels between their plights. She, too, was devoid of companions, and even the prospect of friendship was fraught with limitations. However, Violet's fate appeared far more favorable. At the very least, he need not masquerade as someone else. With a fleeting sense of lament, Xue Qinghe harbored no ulterior motives. To her, only talent and strength held true significance. Appearance and demeanor were mere embellishments. Much like men derive joy from the sight of beautiful women, women, too, feel similarly when beholding handsome men. It is nothing more than instinct. Your Highness. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Valette remarked with an unperturbed demeanor. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Xue Qinghe's lips. She found this individual increasingly intriguing. If there are indeed no other matters, Valette, should you find the time, you are welcome to visit the prince's residence. Xue Qinghe replied courteously. Without her token, could one simply enter the prince's estate? She had no intention of granting Valette such a token. Her words were merely a polite gesture. If the opportunity arises, I hope your highness will not find my presence burdensome. With the mountains unchanged and the waters flowing ever onward, as the road stretches far and wide, I bid you farewell, Valette declared, turning to leave before Xue Qinghe could respond. If this individual truly was Xue Qinghe, engaging in further conversation would bear no consequence. Alas, he was not. Qian Renxue's ambition was formidable. Excessive interaction could lead to her attempting to recruit him, which would pose significant trouble. One must understand that the gaze of a woman intent on recruitment is unmistakable. Even the son of her father's murderer would be fair game if she took a liking to him. She would not hesitate to sacrifice loyal subjects from yesteryears to achieve her aims. This underscores the extent of her formidable nature. As Valette departed, Xue Qinghe stood momentarily frozen. Her smile fading. Under her stewardship, the name Xue Qinghe had garnered an impeccable reputation, and the lack of extensive dialogue from the other party evidenced that the 8 prominent families indeed upheld their principles to the letter. Indeed, these individuals would not serve as obstacles. With a shift in perspective, a change in concept, and a new identity, Valette's actions aligned perfectly with Qian Renxue's aspirations. Shaking her head, Qian Renxue dismissed further contemplation. She had neither the time nor inclination to dwell on a mere man. As time slipped away, she soon found herself at the appointed hour to meet with Douluo. On this day, Rexius, accompanied by Knave Let, made his way directly to the residence of Douluo. Although Douluo was reluctant to accept the title bestowed by the Heavendo Empire, he felt compelled to do so due to the life-saving grace he owed to Prince Xuexing. Thus, he had no choice but to accept this so-called marquis title. Within the city of Heavendo, Douluo possessed a marquis estate, the Douluo residence, granted to him by the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Today, however, the Douluo residence appeared quite different from usual. Its doors stood wide open, as if eagerly welcoming a guest. Due to his inherently reclusive nature, there were no servants in the Douluo residence to attend to the arrival of guests. It was evident that he could not personally greet anyone, even his lifesaver, Prince Xuexing. This elucidates the reason behind the open gates of the Douluo residence. Upon their arrival at the entrance, Lexius and Navelet exchanged a glance, sharing a knowing smile. Indeed, Douluo was quite an intriguing character. With a nod, they proceeded inside without uttering a word. Shortly thereafter, they reached the reception hall, where Douluo had been awaiting their arrival for some time. Douluo, with a slender visage, possessed hair and eyes of a deep emerald hue, particularly his eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to those of a serpent poised to capture its prey. His gaze briefly swept over Lexius before settling upon Navelet. Douluo was eager to discern the identity and reasoning behind the extraordinary gift of a millennium-old soul bone, presented as a token of their meeting. Even if this soul bone were merely a little over a millennium in age, its worth was undeniably substantial. One may be unsuspecting until they behold the truth, which can be quite startling. For reasons unknown, when Douluo gazed upon Violet, he felt a flutter of trepidation within, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of submission. As a titled Douluo, he swiftly discerned the cause. It was his martial soul at play. It is worth noting that since the evolution of his martial soul into the phosphorescent Serpent Emperor, it has become one of the most supreme martial souls extant. Such a circumstance appears almost inconceivable. However, it has indeed transpired. Douluo could not help but cast a lingering glance at Wei Lai, his mind swirling with further perplexity. Please, have a seat. Douluo gestured graciously with his right hand, inviting the 2 gentlemen to sit. As the host, how could he allow his guests to stand while conversing? Once Raikijius and Wei Lai were seated, the former finally spoke. Lord Douluo, this is my grandson, Wei Lai. We have come today specifically concerning matters related to him. Oh, may I inquire what this matter entails? At that moment, Douluo found himself immensely intrigued by Wei Lai. The ability to command his martial soul into submission in an instant suggested that should they become adversaries, he might be unable to unleash even 80% of his full prowess. This is exceedingly bizarre. If one cannot be a friend, then one must. Grandson, you may speak. Laxius, unaware of the motives behind Violet's visit to Douluo, naturally left it to Violet to elucidate. Very well, grandfather. Upon hearing this, Violet first acknowledged the elder before calmly stating, Your Grace Douluo, I have come here solely to propose a transaction. Please, do not be hasty in your refusal. This deal could assist your grace and your descendants in resolving issues pertaining to your martial souls. At this revelation, even Laxius was taken aback. Grandson, do you truly understand what you were saying? Had I known from the outset that Violet would utter such words, I would have certainly refrained from offering assistance. The matter of martial soul issues was perplexing, for Douluo had achieved the rank of title Douluo. What problems could possibly exist? The atmosphere in the room grew tense. At this moment, Douluo was not at ease. He was acutely aware of the troubles within his own family. Indeed, their martial souls were flawed, inheriting a curse that plagued the next generation. His son and daughter-in-law had departed precisely because of this. Not only was there a hereditary issue, but with ongoing cultivation, one could transform into a toxic being. Your Grace Douluo, Violet continued, but before Laxius could finish his thought, Douluo waved his hand, his expression devoid of emotion, stating, Young man, continue. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory answer, Douluo sneered coldly. After all, a title Douluo remained a title Douluo. Were it not for the unspoken pressure emanating from Violet, he would have already erupted in fury. This matter pertains to the secrets of the Douluo family, which now consists solely of him and Douluo Yin. Laxius, witnessing this, let out a sigh, and his gaze sharpened. Having already resolved to flee with Violet at the slightest sign of disturbance from Douluo, under the auspices of Douluo, my Violet operates with a principle of fairness and justice. Had it been otherwise, there would be no need for an exchange, for I could simply take what I desire. Upon uttering these words, an invisible aura erupted from Violet, bearing down upon Douluo with overwhelming force. In an instant, Douluo's eyes widened in terror, his expression a portrait of sheer horror. His martial soul quaked in fear, trembling to the point of wishing to hide away entirely. Akin to an ordinary serpent confronted by its sovereign, filled with dread, reverence, yet unable to meet its gaze. If he had previously been capable of exerting 70% of his combat power, now, even achieving 50% would be a testament to Douluo's unwavering resolve. Hearing Violet's words, Douluo's countenance darkened considerably. This marked the second time he had faced a threat since ascending to the rank of title Douluo. Laxius was taken aback, realizing that this grandson was treading further down the path of self-destruction. However, the situation seemed to deviate from his expectations. Douluo exhibited no intention of striking, yet his expression was one of palpable distress, as if on the verge of eruption at any moment. The momentum of the moment was fleeting, as Violet withdrew it almost instantaneously. Under the watchful gaze of the Duke of Douluo, matters could be discussed amicably. There was no need for threats or intimidation, which was utterly inappropriate. Violet returned to his seat, his expression unchanged as he spoke. Douluo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. This fellow was indeed the archetype of the wronged villain. The moment Violet divulged his secret, he was already preparing to take action. Secrets among soul masters are not meant for all to know. Had it not been for his apprehension regarding Laxius and Violet, he would not have afforded Violet the opportunity to explain himself. Yet, this individual offered no explanation and instead exhibited a dominance surpassing even that of a title Douluo. Resorting to direct threats. At this juncture, Douluo pondered briefly before deciding to lay his cards on the table. Young man, if you truly possess the ability to resolve this matter, state your demands. Whatever I can provide, I shall grant you. The poison of the martial soul had always been a source of anguish for Douluo, no matter how elevated his cultivation. He remained powerless to save his son and daughter-in-law. This poison is hereditary, afflicting future generations. The hair and pupils of Douluo Yin serve as the finest evidence. Since Violet has declared this a transaction, he must possess some means of resolution and has likely taken an interest in the object in Douluo's possession. The issues plaguing your lineage, Douluo, manifest within the martial soul, as the poison of the martial soul continues to escalate with cultivation. Every time it rains. After recounting Douluo's condition and symptoms, Violet then lifted a cup of tea from the side and took a gentle sip. No poison. Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes sparkled. Violet's words mirrored his own circumstances precisely. It was no longer a matter of how he knew, but rather how to resolve such a predicament. You are the first to dare drink the tea brewed by me. For this reason, I am willing to trust you once. Speak. What is it that you desire? Dugubo stroked his beard, gazing intently at Violet. The individual, who appears to be smaller in stature than his granddaughter, instills a sense of dread. Alas, the formidable Dugubo, such a misfortune, under the auspices of Dugumian. The terms of the transaction are as follows. I shall assist you and your descendants in overcoming the poison of the martial soul. In exchange for the invaluable land nestled within the Sunset Forest, the worth of that land is incalculable. Do you believe that my life and that of my granddaughter can be measured in value? Before Violet could finish his statement, Dugubo spoke in a melancholic tone. Violet fell silent, recognizing that the land is priceless, just as life itself is beyond measure. If you can resolve this issue, what harm is there in granting you that land? Dugubo did not question how Violet was aware of the location, for it is common knowledge that both he and his granddaughter are afflicted by poison. Besides, had it not been for that land, this individual might not have crossed paths with him at all. Naturally, should you dare to deceive me, Dugubo's words were not taken to heart by Violet. As he pondered another matter entirely, this transaction is, in truth, rather inequitable. In the realm of Douluo Continent, there seems to be no equivalent to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Even a soul bone that has existed for 100,000 years pales in comparison to this treasure. The act of rescuing Dugubo and Duguyen, as well as addressing the matter of martial soul inheritance, cannot possibly be deemed fair or just. Though both parties possess immeasurable worth, this exchange remains anything but equitable. Let us set this matter aside for now, perhaps in the future. I shall pay more attention to the descendants of Dugubo or endeavor to assist in enhancing his strength. With this thought, Violet resolved to act without further hesitation. Lord Dugu, could you kindly escort my grandfather and me to your treasure site? I have several methods at my disposal that could address the concerns of you and your granddaughter, but they all necessitate access to this sacred ground. Violet stated candidly. The most effective solution would involve facilitating the evolution of Dugubo and Duguyan's martial souls, liberating them from their serpentine forms. They are human, not serpents, and lack the venom sacs for toxin storage. Once their martial souls evolve, this issue will be effortlessly resolved. There are also methods akin to those in the original narrative. However, they merely serve as temporary fixes rather than addressing the root of the problem. The optimal course of action would be to sever the inheritance of the Dugu lineage entirely. Once I, Violet, attain divinity and acquire godly powers, I would replace the martial souls of the Dugu lineage with divine gifts. With this notion, Violet's eyes sparkled with inspiration. As this approach seemed plausible and rendered the transaction fair and just, the short-lived wife is about to be resurrected. A blade of grass, a hammer, and a soft-boned rabbit. Their offspring shall possess the martial soul of the radiant dragon god butterfly. This elucidates a certain matter. Martial spirits can indeed be bestowed by divine grace. Yet, would Dugubo acquiesce to such a proposition? Good heavens, you have summoned me for salvation, not to sever my lineage. The very essence of my martial spirit has been altered. What then becomes of the Dugu family's emerald serpent? Fortunately, Dugubo remains oblivious to the current thoughts of Violet. Had he been aware, he would surely be engulfed in hesitation and turmoil. A divinely granted martial spirit, regardless of its inferiority, would still surpass his family's emerald serpent in prowess. However, this is the hereditary martial spirit of his lineage. Dugubo has cultivated this spirit to the pinnacle of tidal Douluo. Can one simply sever such a bond? In the face of life and legacy, Dugubo would most likely opt for the former. Were he alone, his choice might lean towards the latter. Dugubo is not a man prone to procrastination. After hearing Violet's words, he displayed no signs of hesitation and promptly declared, "Let us proceed now." With that, he did not cast a glance towards Violet or Lexius, but resolutely made his way towards the hall's exit. You nearly frightened this old bone to death. Are you aware of how perilous the situation was just now? Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have never brought you along. Lexius whispered to Violet, utterly flabbergasted. Rest assured, grandfather, I am well aware. Violet retorted. You have no idea, Lexius scoffed, visibly displeased. Despite Dugubo's shortcomings, he remains a title de law, not someone who can be trifled with by a mere soul master like himself. Yet, his grandson persistently courts danger in Dugubo's presence. To his astonishment, Violet is indeed cognizant of the issues surrounding Dugubo's martial spirit. This is something that even Lexius cannot fathom. How long has this young man been away from home? He has not even left Soto City or encountered Dugubo. Yet he possesses knowledge of the other's treasures and concerns. After a brief conversation between the grandfather and grandson, they rose and set off in pursuit of Dugubo's direction. The city of Heaven Do is not far from the Sunset Forest, In just over a moment, the three reached the fringes of the sunset forest. This was the first time that Violet ventured into the soul beast forest. In the past, he had never hunted a soul beast. On the outskirts of the sunset forest, the majority of soul beasts were of the 10-year variety, and these creatures dared not approach the trio. After a quarter of an hour of walking, the three arrived beneath a mountain where they found themselves enveloped by a poisonous formation, posing a risk of poisoning even to a soul saint. This was orchestrated by Dugubo, intended to prevent soul beasts from ascending the mountain and disrupting the ecological balance of this treasured land. Even at the foot of the mountain, Violet could sense a profound aura of ice and fire, indicating that Dugubo was not employing any tricks. It was indeed the genuine eye of ice and fire. "This is an antidote pill," he stated. "The poison here is set by me. Without it, even a soul Douluo would be at a loss." Dugubo produced two pill-shaped antidotes from seemingly nowhere and handed them to Violet and Lexus. The two exchanged glances. Lexus hesitated, wary of consuming anything from Dugubo. However, Violet had fewer reservations. What if it were poison? Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the pill. "Grandfather, you must trust Lord Digu. His reputation may not be impeccable, but he has lived a life of integrity and would never resort to poisoning." Upon hearing this, Dugubo was left in a quandary, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Was the lad praising him or mocking him? He chose silence, folding his hands behind his back and gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, feigning mastery. Yet internally, he remained unperturbed. The antidote was indeed a genuine antidote, without any deceit. Lexus sighed. His grandson was still too young. One should never harbor ill intentions, yet one must always be on guard against others. It is quite natural for him not to comprehend this principle at present. After a moment of contemplation, Lexius gritted his teeth and ultimately consumed the antidote pill. Upon witnessing this, Dugubo remained silent, continuing his ascent towards the mountain's peak. Soon, the trio arrived at the summit, where the scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. The once serene mountaintop appeared as though it had been struck by a celestial meteor, revealing a vast chasm. This created a topography resembling a basin, encircled by mountains on all sides. Peering downward, a mesmerizing spring of azure and crimson water caught their eyes. Even the worldly wise Lexius could not help but exclaim, "This truly is a place of treasures." Although he did not fully grasp the significance of this location, the soul energy here was immensely more potent than that of the outside world. "Wow, Violet, is this the vibrant place you spoke of?" Fucalos, no longer feigning indifference, gasped in astonishment. "The energy here is extraordinarily rich. It is more than sufficient for me to regain my human form, and it will restore much of my strength." She had not conversed with Violet for several days, fearing that upon hearing her voice, Violet would be reminded of the delicate pure water sprite and the little water dragon. In recent days, she has chosen to feign death. "Indeed. How about it, Violet? Can you absorb the energy here?" Violet spoke with a hint of excitement. "Well, I suppose so. As a deity of water and a demon god, she can undoubtedly absorb this energy. However, here comes Violet again. Is the desire for vengeance truly that strong? Very well. It seems my journey was not in vain." Violet nodded in agreement, his heart brimming with joy at the thought of reviving his short-lived wife. While he felt a tinge of excitement, there was also a rush of exhilaration. "Wait a moment. Let me first assist Dugubo with his martial soul issues," Violet added, regaining his composure as he glanced at Dugubo and Lexius. "This is my treasured place. Let us descend." Dugubo leaped down directly. As a tidal Douluo, he was capable of momentarily hovering in the air, rather than flying. Currently, tidal Douluo, in the absence of flight soul skills, can mostly only hover but not actually fly. Only those who have reached level 95 or above can achieve short flights in the air. There are 3 reasons for this. Firstly, the current tidal Douluo lack soul cores. They possess immense soul power but cannot squander it freely. Secondly, the current Douluo continent imposes far greater restrictions on soul masters than it did 10,000 years ago. Thirdly, the current tidal Douluo do not have access to flight soul guides. Regarding the second point, the present Douluo continent can withstand battles among 3 first-level deities, even the emergence of a god king. However, in 10,000 years, not to mention a god king, even first-level deities cannot linger for long. The Douluo continent 2,000 years hence will be even more unbearable. Rest assured, even though I am utterly clueless about pharmacology, Lexius, a flying agility-type soul master, inherently possessed the ability to fly. If he wished to escape, most tidal Douluo would be helpless against him. Just as Lexius was preparing to unleash his martial soul to accompany Violet down, he was momentarily taken aback to see Violet walking on air, descending gracefully. Wait. At least release your martial soul and disguise yourself. Lexius muttered in exasperation, pinching the bridge of his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. Is it possible for a titled Douluo to walk on air without even releasing their martial soul? This is a dilemma. Shaking his head, Lexius finally unleashed his martial spirit and soared downwards. The height, while not excessively lofty, hovers around 1,000 meters for an ordinary individual or a low-ranking soul master. A fall from such a height would almost certainly be fatal. However, for the three of them, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Douluo was the first to touch down, instinctively casting a glance towards Violet. To his astonishment, he realized that Violet, without even manifesting his martial spirit, exhibited a subtle fluctuation of soul power, albeit minimal. Yet he seemed to glide effortlessly through the air. While Douluo merely glided, this fellow was truly soaring. Swallowing hard, Douluo felt entirely justified in restraining his earlier impulses. Should he unleash his fury, one could hardly predict who might end up teaching whom a lesson. The treasure lies here. As long as the issues between me and Yinzi are resolved, this place shall belong to you, Douluo proclaimed earnestly, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve, devoid of any reluctance. He valued his granddaughter far more than material possessions. Rest assured. Although I am utterly ignorant of pharmacology, Douluo, his mind was a whirlwind of questions. What was this nonsense? What does it mean to be utterly ignorant of pharmacology? But please, rest easy, Sir Douluo, for I happen to know precisely how to resolve the dilemmas concerning you and your granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Douluo cast a puzzled glance at Violet, who had nearly provoked his ire. Fortunately, Violet spoke quickly. Had he not, Douluo's temper would have flared. Ignoring the bewildered Douluo, Violet continued to scrutinize the enigmatic ice and fire duality. Most of these mystical herbs were unfamiliar to him. He could only recall a few that possessed distinctive features. The two herbs found in the ice spring and fire spring were exceedingly recognizable, the 8-pointed ice herb and the fiery apricot blossom. The Qian chrysanthemum was even more obvious. Its identification was effortless. He could discern the crucial herbs with ease, yet the poisonous plants left him utterly confounded. He lacked the memories from the violet era, and moreover, the flora of Teyvat greatly differed from the mystical herbs present here. Suddenly, a gasp escaped Lexius as he beheld something extraordinary, a garden brimming with divine herbs. While others might not recognize them, the illustrious 8 great families had recorded some legendary specimens. The fact that the illustrious Douluo Moonlight recognized these herbs indicated that records of such mystical plants existed in this world. However, they were merely overlooked and misunderstood by the majority of spirit masters. Qian chrysanthemum, 8-petal celestial orchid. And is that a fragrant Douluo celestial specimen? Upon hearing this, the violet was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Lexius. The old man actually recognized these herbs? Good heavens! The legendary 8-pointed ice herb and fiery apricot blossom appeared just as described. Approaching the icy waters of the springs, Lexius gazed intently at the two herbs, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At last, the violet could ascertain that the old man genuinely knew these plants and understood their worth. Perhaps not extensively, but certainly enough. If he were unaware of their value, he wouldn't wear such an expression of utter astonishment. Such an expression, the last time I beheld it, was on the day of his martial soul awakening. Grandfather, could you assist me in locating the Earth Dragon Golden Melon? Lord Douluo and his granddaughter are in dire need of it to resolve their martial soul conundrum, Violet candidly stated. Upon hearing this, both Douluo and Lexius were momentarily taken aback, the former astonished that the solution to their martial soul dilemma was within reach, while the latter's surprise was of a different nature. Earth Dragon Golden Melon? Lexius murmured, as if struck by a sudden realization. He exclaimed, I see now. If the Earth Dragon Golden Melon truly exists here, it could indeed remedy Lord Douluo's martial soul issue. By fundamentally evolving the martial soul, one would naturally be spared from toxins. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon is a priceless treasure for all dragon martial soul practitioners, and for those with serpent martial souls. It is even more so, grandfather, perhaps it would be prudent to first ascertain whether the Earth Dragon Golden Melon is present. Violet interjected with a couple of coughs, interrupting Lexius, for he could hardly contain his impatience. If you do not wish to listen, so be it. Yet learning something new is always beneficial. Lexius shook his head, sighing. Douluo remarked, if you do not wish to listen, I certainly do. Please continue. Although Douluo possessed a higher level of soul power than Lexius, in terms of familial lineage, Douluo was far inferior to Lexius. Most of these items are family secrets that are not meant to be passed down. Douluo finds himself in a state of helplessness. The performance of Lexius has made him realize a profound truth. Everything here is far from ordinary. Unfortunately, he lacks the education and heritage to comprehend their true value. Douluo feels a deep sense of sorrow, yet he finds himself powerless. Words once spoken are akin to spilled water, with no chance of retraction. To gain is my fortune. To lose is my fate. If I can save Yin, then this place will have served its purpose. Upon reflection, although Douluo still felt a pang of sorrow, it was not as overwhelming as before. Before long, there was commotion from the direction of Lexius. Here. The bewildered villain had yet to react, when Douluo, akin to an arrow released from a bow, swiftly appeared beside Lexius. What caught their eyes were several golden sweet potato vines, the earth dragon golden melon. Being a type of sweet potato, naturally grew in the soil. The presence of the sweet potato vines indicated that the earth dragon golden melon lay beneath the earth. These were indeed the vines of the earth dragon golden melon, though the exact number of melons remained unknown to him. Lexius shrugged his shoulders and spoke to Douluo. What are you waiting for? Douluo, in a flurry, began to dig fervently, employing no tools but his bare hands. After all, should he accidentally injure this life-saving treasure with tools, what would he do? Villet and Lexius exchanged glances, refraining from interrupting Douluo's excavation. Have you not considered your own well-being? Upon glimpsing the celestial herbs in the eyes of ice and fire, Lexius finally comprehended what Villet meant when she spoke of Douluo possessing something that could break through to the title de rank. If utilized aptly, the celestial herbs here could yield more than just a few title Douluos. Grandson, the most valuable items here. I had already calculated while searching for the earth dragon golden melon. With that, Lexius beckoned Villet to follow him to the edge of the ice and fire spring. These are the octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Consuming them simultaneously grants immunity to both ice and fire attributes. They will further forge your invincible potential. He continued to present more items as Villet followed him, listening intently. Once Lexius had finished introducing the Heartbreak Red, Villet finally spoke up. Grandfather, you have been preoccupied with thoughts of how I could become stronger, invincible. Have you not considered your own needs? Taken aback, Lexius paused, his mouth agape, hesitating to respond. How could he have not contemplated his own circumstances? Yet, utilizing these treasures on Villet would yield the greatest return on investment. As for his aging bones, employing such divine items would merely be a waste. At my age, using such divine items, before Lexius could finish his thought, Villet waved her hand, declaring, Grandfather, with my innate talents, even without these treasures, achieving invincibility is merely a matter of time. I do not particularly require these items. A potent aura of confidence emanated from Villet, and Lexius believed her words. He merely wished for her to become even more formidable. Moreover, while he was aware of the effects of these celestial herbs, he was unaware that an individual could only refine a limited number of celestial herbs throughout their lifetime. Trial and error comes with risks. Excessive refinement could be detrimental. This statement is directed towards a person. However, Violet is a dragon. His words have deceived Lexius. After Lexius has made his selections, he will choose some celestial herbs to consume, and then everything here will transform into nourishment for the resurrection of Fucalos. Upon hearing this, Lexius appeared contemplative. After a moment, he sighed. Perhaps Violet was indeed correct. I cannot ascertain which celestial herbs would suit you. It is best for you to select for yourself. Violet smiled and remarked. With the conversation reaching this point, Lexius ceased to hesitate, and within a brief moment, he had arrived at a decision. The celestial mushroom and the phoenix sunflower, Dai Mubai, and the others consumed the celestial herbs. But due to their inability to refine the medicinal properties all at once, they needed to reach the soul saint level before they could completely assimilate them. At that time, their soul power levels were generally between the 2nd and 30th levels, with Dai Mubai having reached 39. Such levels of soul power were certainly insufficient for the instantaneous refinement of celestial herbs. However, Lexius was different. He was an 89th level soul Douluo. Refining celestial herbs was not as simple as eating and drinking, yet it was not far removed from that ease. Although Lexius had made his decision internally, he did not directly pluck these 2 celestial herbs, as the matter concerning Douluo had yet to be resolved, and this precious land did not presently belong to Violet. The previous narration was merely a prearrangement of ownership, and neither of them, the grandfather and grandson, were inclined to act impulsively. Ha ha ha, there are 3 earth dragon golden melons. At that moment, Douluo burst into hearty laughter, nearly brought to tears. Had he known earlier that the solution to their Wuhuan dilemma lay here, his son might not have perished. Fortunately, all was not yet too late. Hearing Dugubo's voice, Lexius and Violet discreetly approached him. After a brief assessment, Violet remarked, "These 3 Earth Dragon golden melons are fully ripe. Dugumion has been poisoned too deeply, and the toxicity of the Wuhuan is considerably stronger than that of Miss Dugu. Consuming 2 Earth Dragon golden melons should suffice to facilitate the evolution of the Wuhuan. As for Miss Dugu, being younger, her Wuhuan toxicity and strength are inferior to Dugumion's. 1 Earth Dragon golden melon is enough to alter her Wuhuan's form. 3 Earth Dragon golden melons, neither more nor less, are perfectly appropriate. This is indeed divine providence." Dugubo retorted, "To hell with divine providence. If such were the case, why did he not discover earlier that this item could save lives? He had been here for decades and was utterly unaware. How should this be utilized? Consume it as fruit, then refine it. Eating the Earth Dragon golden melons requires no particular method. Simply ingesting them will suffice, akin to eating fruit. Curiously, all Dragon Wuhuan soul masters experience an overwhelming desire to devour the Earth Dragon golden melons, including dragon-type soul beasts. Yet, being a dragon himself, Violet felt no such inclination. He held no interest in the Earth Dragon golden melons. The Earth Dragon golden melons can purify the dragon bloodline and have a high probability of evolving dragon-type Wuhuan. But Violet perceived that these melons would taint his bloodline. Indeed, that was the case. Is the Earth Dragon truly a dragon? The true dragons of Douluo Continent may be no more than this. Facing the graves of the 2 great dragon kings of Douluo, Violet felt no sense of oppression whatsoever. Dugubo pondered for a moment and glanced at Violet, suddenly finding this young man quite agreeable. "Humph, I shall never utter a word of thanks. This is a transaction. I will proceed to test this so-called Earth Dragon golden melon and see if it can truly resolve the issues with my Wuhuan. Should you dare to deceive me, I will certainly destroy this place before I meet my end." Dugubo stated expressionlessly, a hint of pride flashing across his face. From the stirring of his Wuhuan, it was evident that the Earth Dragon golden melon would be beneficial to him. Why had he not discovered it sooner? If this item were to harm him, he would still be capable of destroying this place before he perished. Without waiting for Violet to respond, Dugubo turned away, preparing to consume the Earth Dragon golden melon for refinement. Such matters, he would naturally not allow Duguyen to attempt. "In truth, have you not already expressed your gratitude?" Upon witnessing this, Violet murmured softly, "Indeed, Dugubo possesses a remarkably obstinate nature. Compelling such an individual to utter a simple thank you is akin to inflicting upon him the greatest of torments." As time inexorably ticks away, approximately 3 hours have elapsed, when a resounding dragon's roar reverberates throughout the icy realm of the dual elements. At this moment, Dugubo appears rejuvenated, presenting a significantly younger visage, enhanced by the manifestation of his martial spirit. 46. The Water and Fire Dragon King offers a sacrifice. In this state of martial spirit embodiment, Dugubo undergoes subtle transformations. Firstly, atop his head, a vibrant green horn emerges at the center of his forehead. Secondly, his scales and claws exhibit remarkable changes. How exhilarating! Truly, this is unparalleled joy. Dugubo finds himself lost in the moment, forgetting how long it has been since he felt such liberation. In the past, despite his formidable strength, he was periodically beset by the backlash of his own toxins, rendering his existence a torment. Had it not been for the presence of his young offspring, Duguyen, he might have long since relinquished any hope of survival. Such agony is only truly comprehensible to those who have endured it firsthand, grasping its sheer terror. After a brief interlude, Dugubo's laughter gradually subsides, and he subsequently retracts his martial spirit. At this juncture, his appearance is markedly different from before. His once vivid green hair has faded to a somber gray-white, a return to the norm, while the hue of his irises also reverts, albeit still retaining a hint of verdant hue. Such trivial matters hardly pose a challenge for the esteemed Dugubo young man. This transaction is now complete. Henceforth, this place belongs to you." Dugubo remarked with an air of composure, his hands clasped behind his back. "Thank you, Lord Dugu." Upon hearing the words of Violet, Dugubo waved his hand dismissively and continued, "It is merely a transaction. There is no need for gratitude. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After uttering these words, Dugubo cast a lingering glance at the Eye of Ice and Fire, a fleeting look of reluctance crossing his gaze. After all, this was a place he had devoted the greater part of his life to managing. Alas, it now belonged to another. Without waiting for Violet and Lexius to say anything further, Dugubo swiftly turned and departed, leaving no trace of regret behind. He feared that remaining any longer would lead to remorse. Once Dugubo had left, Violet spoke up. Grandfather, please go and retrieve the celestial herbs you require. I shall peruse which ones might be suitable for me. Very well. Lexius, not one for pretense, nodded in agreement and made his way towards the celestial Renxue and the coxcomb phoenix flower. The two celestial herbs complement him quite well. However, they are ill-suited for the absorption by Violet. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower belongs to the fire attribute, while Violet embodies the water attribute, rendering them entirely incompatible. In contrast, the blazing apricot blossom serves a different purpose, as it is intended to neutralize the 8-pointed ice grass. Only by consuming both herbs simultaneously can one attain immunity to both ice and fire. Once this immunity is acquired, the wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemum becomes irrelevant to Violet. Upon witnessing the elder procure the two celestial herbs and retreat to a corner for absorption, Violet surveyed the ice-fire duality once more. His thoughts drifted into the sea of consciousness. Fucalos, how do you intend to absorb this energy? Violet inquired with a hint of perplexity. Fucalos currently lacked a tangible form and was unable to exit Violet's sea of consciousness unless sufficient energy was amassed for survival. So, how would Fucalos absorb this energy? As for the celestial herbs? Surely, a spouse holds greater significance. You merely need to come into contact with the ice-fire spring water, came the response. Violet was momentarily taken aback. Was Fucalos considering him merely as a conduit? How slippery indeed. It appeared that the 8-pointed ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom. Violet's thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected sound ringing in his ears. Impossible. How can this be? A humanoid dragon? And of the water attribute? Its status seemed to surpass even my own. Old water, could you be mistaken? He questioned. No, there is absolutely no error. Its prowess may appear modest, yet its standing is indeed superior to mine. A humanoid dragon. How peculiar. Did my father ever create a humanoid dragon? Uncertain, my memories are fragmented. The voice echoing in his ears could not be mere hallucination. Violet furrowed his brow, realizing he had inadvertently stirred the remnants of the Douluo Waterfire Dragon King's spirit. The two ancient beings are not entirely deceased. He is aware of this fact. However, their dragon souls should lack self-awareness, and it should take 20,000 years for them to coalesce anew. Yet, remarkably, they seem to possess self-awareness now. Could it be that Father created them but failed to inform us? The first-generation Dragon Kings are all offspring of the Dragon God, whom they refer to either as Father or the Divine Father. This is perplexing. I am already the Water Dragon King, and it stands to reason that Father would not create another Water Dragon King. What if Father simply disapproves of you? The Fire and Water Dragon Kings have conversed extensively, to the point that they have forgotten how long it has been since their demise. As their consciousness was on the brink of dissolution, a humanoid dragon materialized before them. Its stature surpassed theirs. At that moment, it was still feeble, since it was destined to fade away regardless. Why not lend it our assistance? Though they had never encountered a humanoid dragon before, it was undoubtedly of their kin, its stature potentially embodying the hope for the resurgence of the dragon race. I have no objections to aiding it. Excellent. In this way, even in death, we shall find purpose. The being named Violet was taken aback. What were these two Dragon Kings discussing? He found himself somewhat bewildered. What did they mean by offering assistance? Just as Violet pondered this, two dragon souls emerged from the icy flames, fixating intently on him. One was a frosty blue, the other a fiery red. Unlike the eastern dragons, they resembled winged lizards. Violet remained unperturbed, studying the two dragon souls. They exchanged glances, denying Violet the opportunity to speak. In an instant, they radiated brilliance, transforming into streaks of light that surged towards him. Both parties were momentarily stunned. The Douluo Water and Fire Dragon Kings quickly regained their composure. Martial soul? Before their demise, there was no concept of a martial soul, and lacking one, they naturally had no understanding of its nature. Yet, they possessed the ability to discern essence through phenomena. Has the rule of Douluo Star evolved into this? The two Dragon Kings mused. Without hesitation, they resumed their previous actions. Violet instantly entered a state of martial soul manifestation. He himself was the martial soul, and the so-called manifestation state was merely a condition. Before long, two golden circles began to rise gently from beneath his feet, while the two dragon souls became increasingly translucent. As they neared oblivion, an inexplicable force propelled Violet into the icy waters below. There lay their legacy. What is happening? Both of these old fellows have been dead for such a long time. Can they still be offered as sacrifices? Fortunately, at this moment, Lexius was refining the energy of the celestial herb, preparing to make a breakthrough to the titled Douluo, completely oblivious to the circumstances outside. Otherwise, The short-lived wife has returned. As time passed, when Lexius opened his eyes with a beaming smile, ready to let out a triumphant howl to express his joy at the breakthrough, the scene before him froze the smile on his face as he refined the celestial herb. What truly transpired at the Eye of Ice and Fire? Had it been gnawed upon, or was it merely a figment of his imagination? Lexius inhaled sharply, his gaze filled with desolation. The previously vibrant Eye of Ice and Fire now lay barren, devoid of life. No. There remained but a solitary stone, the essence of the heartbreak red. Wait, where was my grandson? The condition of the Eye of Ice and Fire mattered little. It was a sight acquired by Violet. Attaining 2 celestial herbs to achieve a breakthrough to level 90 was already a source of immense satisfaction for him. He sought nothing more. Yet, where had his grandson vanished to? Regaining his composure, Lexius swiftly surveyed the area, only to uncover a more peculiar occurrence. What had become of the spring water? Stroking his beard, Lexius furrowed his brow in perplexity. He hastened to the former site of the spring, now merely a bottomless pit. A murky abyss that even Lexius could not discern. His expression was a kaleidoscope of emotions. It had been no more than 5 hours since he began absorbing the celestial herbs, yet the entire sacred ground had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Could it be that Douluo had seized this opportunity to eliminate me? No. If that were the case, he possessed the capability to strike me down directly. With this realization, Lexius summoned his martial soul, preparing to delve deeper into the mystery. His martial soul was the ancestral spirit of his lineage, the Flame Crow. Indeed, it was the Flame Crow, not the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow bore a golden hue, while theirs was a vibrant, iridescent black, yet still a fire attribute soul. The moniker of Golden Crow seemed inappropriate. Preferring discretion, they simply referred to it as the Flame Crow, though its name lacked grandeur. The Flame Crow possessed traces of Golden Crow lineage, albeit scant. It was present. Otherwise, it would not be classified as a fire attribute soul beast. As a martial soul, while the Flame Crow may not rank among the top tier, it was nonetheless an advanced soul, with its bloodline power, elemental affinity, and ability to soar through the skies. Were it not for its relatively weak bloodline, the Flame Crow would undoubtedly claim a place among the elite martial souls. Its enduring legacy over the years was not without reason. Now, having absorbed the celestial mushroom and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Lexius' martial soul had shed its vibrant black, transforming into a resplendent gold. The fire attributes surged exponentially, and the Golden Crow bloodline power experienced a remarkable enhancement. The Golden Crow had manifested. At this moment, Lexius's martial soul underwent an evolution, transforming into the illustrious Golden Crow, one of the most esteemed martial souls. The Golden Crow is categorized into the 3-legged variant and the ordinary one, yet his martial soul manifests as the 2-legged Golden Crow, belonging to the latter classification. Lexius is immensely gratified by the evolution of his martial soul to its current form, which has significantly amplified his combat prowess, at least doubling it. Upon the manifestation of his martial soul, a pair of golden wings sprouted from his back, enveloped in flames, exuding an aura reminiscent of divine fire. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared towards the deep pit below. Thanks to the innate effects of his martial soul, the otherwise murky environment appeared as bright as day to him. In no time, he beheld the fountain's water descending at a visibly rapid pace. Meanwhile, Violet lay with her eyes tightly shut, her upper body afloat on the water's surface. Her arms intermittently radiated luminescence, with her left arm glowing red and her right arm emanating blue. This scene left Lexius momentarily stunned. Violet's condition bore a striking resemblance to the process of absorbing a soul bone. However, what could be the reason for such a rapid drop in water level? Lexius scratched his head, and upon observing that Violet's breathing was steady and untroubled, he finally made his way back to the surface. It was a relief that Violet was unharmed. He could not allow his interference to disrupt Violet's fortuitous encounter. As time passed, 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lexius frequently descended into the pit to investigate whether Violet was facing any issues. Only when he confirmed that all was well did he return to the surface, where he stood in astonishment at the remaining heartbreak red. Violet had mentioned that one could consume only 1 or 2 immortal herbs, a statement with which Lexius concurred, for he himself was in a similar predicament. Yet, what had become of the vanished medicinal herbs? Not to mention the immortal herbs. Even the more commonplace toxins and ordinary herbs had completely disappeared. Had he not taken the precaution of retrieving those 2 immortal herbs in advance, he feared they too would have been lost by now. Indeed, it was not the violet that consumed it. The 2 great dragon kings of Douluo forcibly bestowed their legacy upon him. They had long since lost their corporeal forms, And the condensation of soul rings and divine bones requires energy. From whence does this energy derive? The Eye of Ice and Fire stands as the most optimal choice. Whether it be poison or restorative elixirs, celestial herbs, they all fundamentally represent a form of energy. Moreover, during the process of Violet's fusion, Fucalos was simultaneously absorbing the energy from the Eye of Ice and Fire, with both individuals resembling insatiable voids, consuming the offerings from the Water and Fire Dragon Kings of Douluo. As they absorbed this energy, the flora and fauna within the Eye of Ice and Fire were profoundly affected, ultimately transforming into energy that flowed underground, nourishing the spring waters of ice and fire. As for why the Heartbreak Red did not suffer any impact, it is simply because its essence is, for the time being, merely a stone. At this moment, deep within the earth, Violet had awakened. After leisurely changing into a new set of garments, he began to survey his surroundings. The spring waters of ice and fire were completely depleted, revealing two colossal dragon bones before his eyes. These elements failed to captivate Violet. Instead, a familiar silhouette, a figure that haunted his dreams, materialized before his eyes. In truth, Violet absorbed little of the energy from the ice and fire duality. Most of it was claimed by Fucalos. As Fucalos remained untransformed and lingered within Violet's consciousness, it appeared as though Violet was the sole recipient of that energy. He was merely a conduit. Violet, we meet again. The two stood mere inches apart, as Fucalos delicately caressed Violet's visage, her gaze imbued with myriad emotions. Fucalos, welcome back. Violet maintained his composure, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Fucalos. The dark surroundings appeared as bright as day through his perspective. Your gaze is peculiar. And you are even more so. Caught off guard by Violet's fervent stare, Fucalos blinked, her hair playfully swaying as she followed Violet's line of sight. Ah, please, don't look. Having just reformed her corporeal body, she was, of course, devoid of clothing. In the next moment, before Violet could fully comprehend, Fucalos transformed into a radiant azure light and leaped towards him. A voice echoed from the depths of the pit, startling Lexius, who stood above, bewildered and perplexed. If he was not mistaken, he had just heard a gasp, and the voice belonged to a woman. Lexius scratched his head. If his memory served him correctly, the only person in that deep pit was his grandson. Violet, was it not? What is the situation? The sound was somewhat peculiar, yet he felt reluctant to investigate further. Moments later, Violet emerged from the deep pit. His expression was rather strange, and his eyes were vacant, as if lost in thought. Grandson, what is the matter with you? Upon hearing Lexius's voice, Violet snapped back to reality, hastily waving his hand and replying, Grandfather, I'm fine, truly fine. Observing Violet's demeanor, Lexius inquired with increased curiosity. Are you really all right? I assure you, I am perfectly fine. However, I distinctly heard. You must be imagining things. Lexius was left bewildered. He hadn't even mentioned what he had heard, yet Violet's reaction was quite telling. From the moment Violet appeared, Lexius sensed something was amiss, but he refrained from pressing further. Since Violet was unwilling to elaborate, he chose to remain silent. As he surveyed the duality of ice and fire, Lexius felt a pang of sorrow. Yet it was quickly replaced by a sense of acceptance. If this precious land were still intact, the collective strength of the 8 prominent families would at least double. Future generations would also benefit. Of course, this land belongs to Violet, and its current state is of little concern to Rexus. After all, he has only Violet as his adopted grandson. No one else shares even a fraction of that bond. Now, only a heart-wrenching red remains. Grandson, take this and keep it. This precious land has lost all its value. Upon hearing this, Violet began to scrutinize the Eye of Ice and Fire, even though he was somewhat prepared. The sight before him was astonishing. Aside from that stone, the Eye of Ice and Fire had been utterly destroyed. However, it was worth the ruin if it allowed a demigod to reconstruct his form. Before Violet emerged from the chasm, Focalors unexpectedly transformed into a streak of light and returned to his consciousness. Perhaps the previous events left Focalors unsure of how to face Violet, as she chose to feign oblivion. No matter how Violet called out, she remained silent. How embarrassing. I clearly awakened before him. How could I have forgotten? It's over. It's over. There is no escaping this in this lifetime. What nonsense about being a little pure water sprite or a little water dragon. It's far too soon. It cannot progress so rapidly. Unbeknownst to Violet, Focalors within his consciousness was in a state of inner turmoil, grappling with her feelings, primarily overwhelmed by shyness. Such an occurrence is unprecedented for Xinsheng. The mere thought of retribution from the Dragon King fills her with both anticipation and trepidation. As for Violet, after a brief moment of contemplation, she promptly stored the Heartbreak Red away. This item cannot be placed within a conventional soul storage device. Though it appears to be a mere stone, it is, in fact, a living entity and must be kept in a storage device capable of sustaining life. Such storage soul tools are exceedingly rare. However, Douluo possesses a wishful treasure bag capable of containing living beings. While Violet does not have one, Lexius, conversely, possesses such an item. After uttering those words, Lexius handed the storage pouch, which could hold living creatures, to Violet. This storage bag may lack the opulence of the exquisite treasure pouch, appearing rather ordinary and possessing limited space, yet it holds significant value. Grandson, will you be staying in Heaven Do City for a while, or returning to Soto City? The ice and fire duality has been destroyed, rendering it worthless. So there is no need to assign anyone to guard it. Lexius requires the acquisition of the 9th spirit ring to truly ascend to the title of Title Douluo. To ensure a successful endeavor, he needs assistance from others, specifically the spirit Douluos from the 7 other families. Of course, he does not intend to summon them all. Among the 8 noble families, there are 4 from the Heaven Do Empire and 4 from the Star Luo Empire. Although Lexius is confident of a 90% success rate in hunting the 9th spirit ring alone, it remains precarious. He desires 100% certainty. You must need to obtain the 9th spirit ring, correct? Violet mused, revealing nothing of his intentions. Upon hearing this, Lexius nodded, not concealing his thoughts, and stated directly, indeed. After absorbing those 2 celestial herbs, my martial soul has evolved into the Golden Crow, and my soul power has surpassed the threshold of 89. Breaking through to the 90th level. A 90th level powerhouse is considered a quasi-title Douluo. With just 1 more spirit ring, I can attain the title level. Allow me to accompany you, Violet naturally remarked, his expression unchanging. Lexius was taken aback. He was well aware of Violet's prowess, unmatched among his peers. However, the spirit beast he now faced was far from simple. Without a moment's hesitation, Lexius firmly declined. No. If you wish to experience spirit hunting, I can take you afterward. But this time, it is not a jest. He shook his head emphatically. Violet was momentarily stunned. He was no longer a child, yet in Lexius's eyes, he seemed forever youthful. After a brief contemplation, Violet nodded, choosing not to argue further. Given Lexius's current strength, could he not escape even when confronted by a 10,000-year spirit beast? After some reflection, Violet ultimately agreed, saying, then I shall return to Soto City for now. By the way, are you planning to hunt spirits in the Sunset Forest or the Star Do Great Forest? Lexius pondered for a moment before responding. While the Sunset Forest also harbors high-level spirit beasts, neither their quality nor age can compare to those in the Star Do Great Forest. He paused briefly before continuing. I will first explore the Sunset Forest. Should I encounter a suitable spirit beast, I may not need to venture to the Star Do Great Forest. There are indeed many high-level fire attribute spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest. Perhaps I shall stumble upon the right one. As time passed, the grandfather and grandson temporarily parted ways. Lexius ventured deep into the Sunset Forest, scouting for a suitable high-level spirit beast. Violet, are you attempting to deceive your grandfather? At the sound of this voice in his mind, Violet's eyes twitched. How had his discreet following to ensure Lexius's safety turned into an act of deception? This is a benevolent lie. Fucalos, have you finally decided to speak? I thought you would continue to feign death like the fire-breathing lizard from 95,000 years ago. Fucalos murmured, her face flushed with embarrassment. How could she possibly face such a matter? No, it's merely that my strength has yet to be restored, and I require a period of quiet recuperation. Yes, a period of quiet recuperation. Upon hearing this, Violet was taken aback. Wasn't such a grand eye of ice and fire enough to restore Fucalos to her peak condition? Violet pondered. He recalled that within the true core area of the Starry Forest, there existed a lake of life. Fucalos, is it possible that this is merely a pretext? Even after losing her divine throne, she still holds the status of a demon lord. Though she may not have reached her pinnacle yet, the difference is negligible. This naive fool truly believes her words to be genuine. How easily deceived she is. Oh, how clumsy you are. A minor episode on the side of Fucalos has not hindered Violet's pursuit of Lexius. Speaking of which, Lexius, a formidable warrior who has roamed the Douluo Continent for decades, possesses an abundance of soul-hunting experience. Detecting the presence and levels of soul beasts is a task he accomplishes with remarkable ease. As a level 90 quasi-title Douluo, he nearly strides through the Sunset Forest with an air of invincibility. It is only when Lexius ventures deep into the heart of the forest that he begins to temper his approach. Suddenly, Violet furrows his brow. Could it be that such a soul beast exists within the Sunset Forest? To avoid arousing Lexius's suspicion, they maintain a considerable distance between them. ensuring that even if Lexius were to attain his title, he would remain oblivious to Violet's presence. Although this soul beast has not reached the 100,000-year mark, it must surely reign as the undisputed sovereign of this forest. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar reverberates through the skies, confirming Violet's suspicions. This is a fire attribute subdragon that has existed for nearly 90,000 years, approaching a century of millennia. Such a being, not to mention in the Sunset Forest, could easily dominate even in the Stardow Forest as a formidable soul beast. Dragon-type soul beasts are inherently far more powerful than ordinary soul beasts of the same rank. And this is especially true for the subdragon species, which boasts an astounding age of over 90,000 years. At this moment, Lexius found himself utterly bewildered. He had intended to return and explore the Stardow Forest with his comrades, only to be confronted with a shocking revelation in the Sunset Forest. This was not a pleasant surprise, but rather a terrifying shock. Could he truly face an existence like this subdragon, aged over 90,000 years, all on his own? It seems that this fellow has discovered him. This is a fire dragon that has existed for over 95,000 years. In its perception, there are humans daring to intrude upon its territory, a blatant provocation to its authority. Does the fire dragon not erupt in fury, as if it were merely a decorative figure? Under normal cultivation circumstances, it merely needs to wait another 1 or 2,000 years to transcend to the 100,000-year level. The lifespan of a spirit beast is not necessarily indicative of its actual age, for instance. The deep-sea demon whale king is approximately 250,000 years old, yet its lifespan exceeds 950,000 years. This concerns the examination of beastly talents. Moreover, the two dark golden terror claw bears nurtured by Huiyuhao, which initially were merely century-old soul beasts, have now ascended to the rank of 10,000-year beasts after being subjected to the trials of the ice and fire duality. The longevity and potential of soul beasts are intrinsically linked to their opportunities. At this moment, Lexius felt a chill creeping down his spine, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The blazing fire dragon had indeed detected his presence. Fortunately, if he were to flee with single-minded intent, the fire dragon would be utterly incapable of restraining him. He resolved to test the waters, contemplating the possibility of a hunt. In his heart, Lexius mused that if he had the chance to slay this subdragon, he would swiftly gather his comrades upon his return. The intelligence of soul masters is crucial, and likewise, the information regarding soul beasts holds immense value. A preliminary probe would reduce errors during the formal soul hunting, thereby enhancing the likelihood of success. Although it was not a flying fire attribute soul beast, its quality surpassed that of most flying fire attribute soul beasts by a considerable margin. Golden Crow Incarnation. 8 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rapidly ascended from beneath Lexius's feet. A pair of golden wings unfurled, his hands transformed into sharp claws, and golden flames surged forth from his entire being. At this juncture, Violet was merely 100 meters away from Lexius. However, Lexius's attention was entirely fixated on the nearby blazing fire dragon, rendering him oblivious to Violet's approach. Confronted with Lexius, who was enveloped in martial spirit, the fire dragon exhibited a hint of human-like derision. Despite not being able to articulate human speech at its level, its intellect was hardly inferior to that of humans. This human before it, possessing only 8 soul rings, not even a title Douluo, dared to stand alone against such a subdragon. This is truly a path to self-destruction. With a fierce roar, the flame dragon surged forward, its massive form charging towards Lexius. The two soon engaged in combat, transitioning from tentative exchanges to unleashing their true might. Lexius, whose martial soul had recently evolved, found himself grappling with an uncertain understanding of his own combat prowess. In this clash, he began to perceive that the flame dragon might not be as formidable as it seemed. Though he could not claim victory, he felt he could withstand defeat. The flame dragon, too, was taken aback. This soul Douluo before it possessed greater strength than any title Douluo it had previously encountered. After a brief period of testing one another's abilities, both combatants began to take the confrontation seriously. In a life-and-death struggle, Lexius would undoubtedly fall short against the flame dragon, an ancient being nearing 100,000 years in age. Furthermore, Lexius, though he had attained the status of a quasi-title Douluo with his 8th ring and a level of 90, had yet to undergo the baptism of a 9th soul ring, thus not qualifying as a true title Douluo. Faced with a dragon of over 90,000 years, even a typical title Douluo, such as the former Dugobo, would have no choice but to flee at the first sign of danger. Victory was utterly out of reach. The old man, having acquired celestial herbs that enhanced his martial soul, and significantly boosted his power, found himself at a disadvantage against the dragon species. What was this fire-breathing lizard in the grand scheme of dragonkind? Violet shook his head, preparing to assist Lexaeus in subduing the flame dragon. If it were any other soul beast, he might have had to exert considerable effort. However, this was merely a fire-breathing lizard. Thus, it became somewhat easier. With a single step forward, Violet unleashed his aura and momentum, charging toward the fiery dragon, simultaneously transitioning into combat form. Golden rings of spirit energy ascended from beneath him, altering Violet's appearance slightly. To the mighty, I harbor no disdain. A terrifying wave of spirit power erupted, further transforming Violet's visage. The pair of azure dragon horns signified his true identity. Lexaeus stood dumbfounded. If he could not sense such a formidable wave of spirit energy, he would be unworthy of the title of quasi-title Douluo. The fiery dragon trembled as well. It recognized the aura of an absolute superior, rendering its nearly 95,000 years of existence utterly immobilized, shaking in fear. Among dragonkind, the hierarchy of bloodlines is rigidly enforced. True dragons exert absolute dominance over lesser dragons, and lesser dragons possess definitive superiority over ordinary spirit beasts with dragon lineage. To the nearby humans, encountering him was akin to witnessing the very source of their bloodline. The weight of this oppression diminished its full potential to a mere 50%. However, why did this figure before it harbor hostility? Wasn't the lesser dragon still a dragon? Moreover, it had grown so powerful, merely a few millennia shy of 100,000-year spirit beast. Furthermore, as fellow dragons, why would this human-like dragon express murderous intent? Should they not unite to confront the flaming human instead? Roaring in confusion, the fiery dragon sought clarity as a member of the same kin. Why did Violet wish to slay it? If it were to be killed, should they not first eliminate the external threat before turning on one another? Violet paid no heed to the fiery dragon's roar, striding confidently toward the human and the lesser dragon. Grandson, Lexaeus was taken aback. He had never anticipated Violet's presence here. Despite having acquired great fortune within the sacred realm, Violet had previously been merely at the Spirit Emperor level. Even if he had grown stronger, how much could he truly have advanced? The realization struck Lexaeus. Violet's ability to track him indicated that his strength was far from the weakness he had presumed. Coming back to his senses, Lexaeus resolved to flee with Violet. He was already outmatched by the fiery dragon, while he could hold his own before it became serious. If the dragon truly engaged, he would stand no chance. Now, with an additional burden, he felt even less capable of confronting the fiery dragon. The weight of this realization loomed over him. A child may be naive, but he could not afford to be foolish. Just then, Lexaeus found himself bewildered. What was it about Violet's golden rings? Why was the fiery dragon trembling? With each advance Violet made, the dragon retreated, appearing pitiful rather than fleeing. The transformation of the fiery dragon caught Lexaeus' attention. It seemed to harbor profound fear and reverence for Violet. This is a creature of approximately 95,000 years. An azure dragon, why would it exhibit such emotions towards a human? Even if a title Douluo were to arrive, it would be inconceivable for it to feel such sentiments. Generally, title Douluos may not even be its match, so how could it possibly harbor fear towards one? A soul beast of nearly 100,000 years. Even one merely possessing draconic bloodlines is undeniably a top-tier soul beast, one that ordinary title Douluos would choose to avoid. Moreover, this is an azure dragon. In but a fleeting moment, Violet had approached the side of Lexaeus, yet his gaze was not fixed upon him. Instead, it was locked onto the fiery lizard in the distance. After a moment's contemplation, Violet finally spoke. Fiery lizard, it is you who shall test my newly acquired abilities. Within the eyes of ice and fire, the two dragon kings of Douluo had initially intended to bestow their bloodlines and legacies entirely upon Violet. However, they soon realized that Violet's bloodline appeared to surpass their own. To merge their bloodlines would only dilute Violet's purity, thereby endangering this newly emerged water dragon king. Reflecting upon this, the water and fire dragon kings could only smile wryly, regarding their most precious bloodline power as divine essence. This essence, akin to divine artifacts, would be bestowed upon Violet, allowing him to inherit their authority and legacy without compromising his own bloodline strength. Their bloodlines, having diminished over countless years, were no longer intact. Yet a fusion could indeed forge a new generation of dragon kings. Nonetheless, Violet's bloodline power was exceedingly high, being of the same draconic lineage. They could not endanger this promising descendant. As reminiscences faded, Violet raised his right hand, wielding a scepter, while his left hand ascended toward the Inferno Azure Dragon. Under Lexaeus' astonished gaze, Violet's arm flickered, and a fierce blaze enveloped the space around him. It is noteworthy that Lexeus's martial spirit had already evolved into a golden crow spirit, yet he felt an overwhelming heat emanating from Violet. A crimson radiance coalesced in Violet's palm, forming a rapid circle of fire elements before him. To all that stand tall, I harbor naught but disdain. The flames erupted, swirling like a column of water, directed towards the Inferno Azure Dragon. Don't. The Inferno Azure Dragon could scarcely believe that one day it would feel so powerless against the elemental fire. A roar escaped its lips, serving as its final act of defiance, or perhaps it was simply too terrified to resist. This is the malevolence of bloodline power, akin to confronting one's own ancestor. How could one possibly resist? The spiraling pillar of fire forcefully repelled the blazing fire dragon, scorching it and, in an instant, piercing through its form. Witnessing this, Violet hastily ceased his soul power output. He was assisting Lexeus in hunting soul beasts, not seeking a soul ring for himself. He found himself momentarily dazed. Was the inheritance of the Fire Dragon King, combined with his own abilities, truly so formidable? Lexeus was beset by confusion. He recalled that Violet possessed water attributes. So how could he wield a fire attribute even more potent than his own? Moreover, the intensity of this power seemed amiss. Gazing at the fire dragon, now on the brink of collapse, Lexeus was left in a state of astonishment. How could the seemingly invincible dragon be vanquished by Violet? A gasp escaped Lexeus's lips, as if he were ensnared in a dream. Old man, it is on the brink of death. What are you waiting for? Huh? Oh. Upon hearing Violet's reminder, Lexeus snapped back to reality, instinctively nodding. Yet, he could not help but steal another glance at Violet. How this child had grown. 51. The Thunder God is a deity of great magnanimity, yet you are not. On the 7th day of Violet's absence, he missed him. On the 15th day, he longed for him. Now, a month has passed since Violet departed, and still, he yearns for him. Enough. The man roared at his girlfriend. If you desire Violet so much, why are you still with me? This is torment. My girlfriend constantly thinks about that referee. What else could this be but torment? I am acutely aware of my own circumstances. Do I truly deserve someone like her? The man appeared utterly perplexed. What could this possibly mean? If you cannot support my brother, then let us part ways. Such scenes play out frequently in Soto City. With joy comes sorrow at this moment. Tang San is filled with vigor. Recently, he has finally reached level 30 and, with the assistance of Li Yusong, acquired his 3rd spirit ring. Why did Tang San receive help from Li Yusong? Within Shrek Academy, Flinder must remain behind to safeguard the academy against unforeseen events. While the other teachers are at a loss as to how to proceed, Zhao Wujia's injuries from Tang Hao have only just begun to heal, rendering him incapable of leading the team. Given the severity of his injuries at the hands of Tang Hao, Flinder fears that if he were to lead, Zhao Wujia might be unable to restrain himself from harming Tang San. As for Lu Qibin, although he is a control-type spirit emperor with a slightly higher spirit power level than Li Yusong, his effectiveness in the soul-hunting forest was not on par with that of Li Yusong. And Xiao Xian? Is he accompanying Tang San to feed the soul beasts? The combat prowess of this soul saint pales in comparison to Tang San's strength. Shall we accompany Tang San? Certainly, due to the butterfly effect. Shrek Academy did not forge enmity with Songhui Academy, nor did they encounter the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, nor did they meet the Faceless Spider. Tang San's 3rd soul ring was also derived from a spider-like soul beast, albeit its age, quality, and attributes diverged significantly from the original Faceless Spider. Xiao Wu also reached the 30th level, yet she chose not to disclose this to Flinder, opting instead to take a few days off. Flinder pondered briefly before acquiescing. A few days later, Xiao Wu returned, having successfully acquired her 3rd soul ring. As long as I win one more match, I shall be able to compete in the main arena, Tang San declared, his fist clenched in unwavering confidence. Prior to reaching the 30th level, with his strength at 29, winning matches had been remarkably effortless, culminating in an impressive 8 consecutive victories. After returning from hunting souls, he participated in another duel against a level 32 agile attack-type soul master, emerging victorious and feeling an overwhelming surge of confidence. Today would mark the moment he achieved 10 consecutive victories. Without any unforeseen circumstances, Tang San's opponent for this match was merely a level 31 soul master, who had also just recently broken through. He smoothly secured his ticket to the main arena. Sisters, have you heard? That Violet is returning today. What? Violet is back? Indeed. I heard from the staff at the Soul Arena that Violet will once again serve as the referee starting tomorrow. Oh my, we must strive diligently. We still have 3 matches left to achieve 10 consecutive victories. Listening to the conversation of the female soul masters, Tang San's expression shifted, and his smile gradually faded. The one who wields the path of death, Violet, has returned? How could she have come back? During this period, he finally found solace in the absence of noise. Primarily because the presence of Violet had dissipated, and Xiaowu refrained from mentioning his name any further. At this moment, Tang San, although stripped of certain elements, remained steadfast in his thoughts. The lack of these elements did not manifest any visible changes. At most, it was akin to the shedding of facial hair. Tang San turned to glance at Xiaowu, and indeed, her eyes sparkled with delight, her previously somber expression now suffused with joy and excitement. How wonderful! I knew Violet would return. Brother San, we achieved 10 consecutive victories today, and tomorrow we shall head to the main arena. There is but one main arena, and we will surely encounter Violet there. Xiaowu exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, unable to contain her exhilaration. Tang San felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Perhaps only Xiaowu and those enamored with appearances were elated. The joys and sorrows of individuals vary greatly, and he, Tang San, could hardly muster any happiness. After achieving 10 consecutive victories, would he once again endure the trials set forth by Violet? Should he seek a different battle arena? Yet, in the entirety of Soto City, there existed only this grand arena. Venturing to other large cities would entail an uncertain passage of time with the back-and-forth journey. The scene shifted to Violet. Violet, could you perhaps sit a tad further away? On the sofa, Fucalos, her complexion slightly flushed, spoke softly. Dressed in a white ensemble paired with a water-blue skirt, she gently nudged Violet. He shook his head, nonchalantly creating distance between them. There is truly no need for such a measure. Look at you, after reshaping your form. Why not enhance it a little? Your current flat appearance makes it rather challenging to sustain the little pure water spirit and the small water dragon, Violet remarked, his demeanor unruffled as he fixed his gaze ahead, sitting with remarkable poise. Fucalos was taken aback, her brows furrowing in confusion. Her beautiful eyes filled with bewilderment as she cast her gaze downward. Why you wretched fellow, Fucalos stammered, trembling both in heart and body, pointing at Violet. Her words caught in her throat. What do you mean by flat? How infuriating. She seethed, glaring fiercely at him. Had he remained silent, she might not have noticed anything amiss. Though she had never encountered the Electro General, she had heard tales of the deity's broad-mindedness. Lowering her head, she was utterly unaware of her own toes. As a demon god, being in the juvenile stage for 500 years, I will continue to grow, Fucalos retorted. Violet merely smirked, recognizing it as a matter of talent that she refused to acknowledge. Take Zhu Qing, for instance. She is merely 11 years old, and her stature is only slightly inferior to that of the Electro General, a prodigious talent indeed. As if struck by a sudden thought, Violet turned to Fucalos and said, Step outside to experience the life of the people in Douluo Continent. Put on your shoes. This place is far from the pristine stage of the Fontaine Opera House. Your bare feet might gather dust. He did not wish to delve further into the matter of her physique, but instead stood to lead Fucalos out to witness the world. Knowing that while she could view it through his eyes, first-hand experience was vastly different. Crafty? Humph, that was a necessity, he mused. How could such an innocent and kind deity be described as crafty? Help me. Fucalos playfully wiggled her foot towards Violet. At over 500 years old, you should be a bit more mature, Violet retorted, yet he knelt down to assist her in putting on her shoes. As they stepped out, they unexpectedly encountered Dodo, who had come to visit Violet. Upon seeing Fucalos, Dodo's smile gradually faded, freezing into an expression of hesitation. Dodo surmised she had never seen this girl before. In knowing Violet's character, he rarely engaged with outsiders, let alone bring a girl home. The rosy complexion of Fucalos as she exited Violet's room hinted at a potential truth if one were to think a little deeper. Hello, Dodo. I am Fucalos, a friend of Violet. Before Violet could utter a word, Fucalos stepped forward, extending her right hand with a smile toward Dodo. Upon hearing this, Dodo was taken aback, pondering if this girl had seen her host a competition. How else would she know her name? Knowing her name was not unusual, as she was the gold medal host in Soto City. Friend? Dodo murmured, her previously frozen smile instantly transforming into one that radiated warmth, shifting faster than turning a page in a book. Just as she prepared to grasp Fucalos' hand, Violet interjected, Sister Dodo, she is Fucalos, my betrothed. Upon hearing this, Dodo's smile stiffened once more, her hand suspended midair. Betrothed? She echoed, her expression morphing into one of disbelief, nearly on the verge of tears. What on earth is this situation? Is it possible to experience sorrow just once? The incessant cycle of pain has intensified. The agony is overwhelming. The term fiancé makes Fucalos flush as he raises his gaze to Violet, refraining from disputing her words. If one were to ponder who among them is the most suited, who else could possibly compare to the two of them? Douluo, witnessing this, finally regains her composure. Having hosted countless events over the years, she has encountered myriad scenes. However, this particular scenario is unprecedented. Oh dear. Yes, you are indeed a perfect match. In terms of attire and appearance, Douluo, with her extensive experience, effortlessly lavishes praise. Though her face remains impassive, her heart bleeds within. After just a month away, Violet returns with a young lady, claiming her to be his fiancée. This is somewhat difficult for Douluo to accept. Oh, by the way, Xiao, you are needed as the referee for tomorrow's match, so don't stay up too late. All right, Sister Douluo. Wishing you all a delightful time. With those words, Douluo turned and dashed away, even faster than when she arrived. You know, Sister Douluo, I truly hold you in high regard, remarked Fucalos with a slight sidelong glance, a smile gracing his lips. Are you planning to summon the little pure water sprite right now? Is that the only trick you possess? Indeed, it proves quite effective, does it not? Fucalos huffed, turning his head away, yet his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He then glanced down at his toes, pondering whether it was still too early, fearing that he might not be able to sustain it. How vexing. How could such thoughts invade his mind? It must be the influence of Nawelet. Observing Fucalos, who appeared to be a victim of circumstance, Nawelet's lips curled into a faint smile, finding amusement in teasing the true water deity. It was simply delightful. At this moment, Fucalos bore an uncanny resemblance to the human aspect of Funina. Indeed, Funina was originally the personification of Fucalos' separated humanity, a facet of her inherent character. It was only natural for her to evolve into her current form. During the night in Soto City, aside from the bustling arena, the riverside scenery was particularly captivating. Shall we take a stroll by the river? Violet suggested as they walked. It's mainly because you enjoy places by the water, isn't it? Fucalos murmured softly, nodding in agreement. The destination was of little consequence. What mattered was the company. Noticing Fucalos' lack of opposition, Violet led her out of the arena. As nightfall enveloped the city, the arena was at its busiest, and the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. Those who needed rest had already retired, while others had reached their chosen entertainment venues. Other venues? Perhaps the theaters or similar establishments. The two walked, side by side, though Fucalos was noticeably shorter than Violet, which necessitated her looking up to meet his gaze. Moments later, their hands intertwined without either noticing. Isn't that Lord Violet? Is he dating that girl? What a handsome couple. How wonderful. He finally has a girlfriend. Surely. My friend won't continue to harbor feelings for him, right? Chuckled a young man, oblivious to the significance of the pure white lily of the valley. The murmurs from the surrounding crowd caused Fucalos to blush, yet she did not relinquish Violet's hand. After all, she was a deity. Why would she fear the opinions of mortals? Indeed, precisely that. Oh dear, had I known, I would not have ventured out so soon. Perhaps I should have continued to feign death. Was that not a preferable option? Such a scene is indeed a rare occurrence. Soon, the two arrived at the city gates and subsequently departed from Soto City. Within Soto City, there are no rivers. To reach the riverbank, one must venture into the outskirts. What do you think of this place? Upon arriving at the riverside, one is greeted by the reflections of the bright moon and twinkling stars, both present in the sky and mirrored upon the water's surface. Lush greenery flanks the riverbanks, their forms also mirrored in the tranquil waters. The incessant chirping of insects fills the air, and occasionally, a fish leaps from the water, sending up splashes and creating ripples. In such an environment, one can completely empty a restless heart, which is one of the reasons why Navelet enjoys places by the water. It is beautiful here, akin to the nights in Fontaine. Fucalos released Navelet's hand and walked to a somewhat more open area, spinning in place as if savoring the beauty of nature. To be honest, I do not possess the memories of having once been the supreme judge. It seems I have always been imitating my former self, yet I am not him. Navelet, seemingly from nowhere, produced a long bench and sat down, murmuring to himself. It seemed as though he was speaking to Fucalos, or perhaps engaging in a silent dialogue with his own heart. Upon hearing these words, Fucalos approached, sat beside Navelet, and gently caressed his cheek, saying, "Does it matter? You are simply yourself. I am myself?" Navelet pondered for a moment, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, does it truly matter who he is? He remains himself. Dear water god. God of justice, thank you. Under the moonlight, the two embraced, feeling the rhythm of each other's hearts. Gradually, the atmosphere grew somewhat intimate. And just as Fucalos was about to speak, a voice interrupted her. Xiao Wu, I have told you that Judge is not a good person. Would you trust me this once? Navalet and Fucalos exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise passing through their eyes. Was this the start of something deeper? Tang San, how many times must I tell you that Navalet is not that kind of person? The girl declared with conviction, though she initially intended to call him Brother San. She ultimately decided it was wiser to maintain some distance from Tang San. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression changed, and he instinctively remarked, Xiao Wu. You now call me Tang San. He was astonished and bewildered, his eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Wu actually referred to him as Tang San? Was it because of that judge that Xiao Wu no longer acknowledged him as her half-brother? If you keep targeting Navalet like this, I don't even want to call you Tang San anymore. Tang San abruptly raised his right hand, pointing at Xiao Wu, his mouth agape, caught between words. He nearly spat blood from his anger. Xiao Wu, have you forgotten our oath? I promised to protect you for a lifetime. Navalet is truly not a good person. I can feel it. Please, don't continue down this path. After calming himself slightly, he spoke. In response, Xiao Wu pouted, You say what you wish. She hasn't said anything. And what if Navalet isn't even human? Ahem, Tang San, you are so defaming my reputation that I must speak up. At that moment, Navalet's voice echoed in Tang San's ear, making him briefly question his sanity. How could Navalet possibly be here? Xiao Wu, did you hear any sound? Tang San shook his head, perplexed. Wow, Navalet, how are you here? Xiao Wu exclaimed upon seeing him. Tang San, not an illusion? Xiao Wu, we have been here all along. Navalet shrugged, glancing at the smiling Fucalos before indicating the bench beside him. Xiao Wu, Tang San, it appears that they indeed arrived here first. This led to the thought that Na Weilai might be tracking Tang San, leaving him at a loss for words. Na Weilai, it seems, bears a significant grudge against you, Tang San. Fucalos stifled a laugh, remarking that this was far more captivating than any play. There was no need for a director or rehearsals, it was all about the raw truth. Upon hearing this, Na Weilai's eyes twitched. It was a far-fetched notion that Tang San harbored no prejudice against him. Perhaps the seeds of animosity had been sown since their very first encounter, ignited by a mere compliment on his appearance from Xiao Wu, which likely sealed his fate. At that moment, Tang San felt a strange numbness. He had spoken ill of Na Weilai behind his back, only to find him right there. In the crowd, he searched for him countless times, only to suddenly turn and discover Na Weilai with his companion concealed in the depths of the grass. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, especially for Tang San. A man of integrity, how could he be overheard speaking ill of someone? However, he reminded himself that he was also a soul master now and felt no fear. With this realization, Tang San was suddenly revitalized. The last time he had been knocked unconscious by Na Weilai was indeed some time ago. Back then, he had merely been a great soul master, caught off guard by Na Weilai's surprise attack, which led to his fainting. This is an immense disgrace. Tang San must seek retribution. Indeed, Violet, I harbor profound prejudices against you. The notions of justice and fairness that you espouse elude my very grasp. In those few soul battles, it was evident that you were singularly targeting me. The words erupted from Tang San almost as a roar. The limits of human endurance are finite. When one's strength reaches a certain pinnacle, either matching or surpassing the individual they detest, an explosion of emotion is inevitable. At this moment, Tang San had ascended to the level of soul master, having triumphed in 2 consecutive duels, and was filled with exuberance. In his mind, Violet was merely a soul master with slightly higher soul power, rendering him utterly unafraid. Tang San, enough. You are being utterly unreasonable. It was you who violated the rules. What fault lies with Violet? Before Violet could utter a word, Xiao Wu immediately shouted at Tang San. She was taken aback by his shamelessness in claiming Violet was unjust. Is there any possibility of that? Indeed, there is. However, Violet's focus on Tang San must surely have its rationale. Could it be that Tang San erred in some way? Xiao Wu, you are too deeply poisoned by bias. Can't you see how Violet is targeting me? Humph. After uttering these words, Tang San snorted coldly and continued. There is no point in further discussion. Let our actions speak. Violet, the last time you knocked me out was due to my inferior soul power and your sneak attack. Shall we wager? Let us engage in a 1v1 soul duel, right here. Tang San declared with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Violet shuddered with anticipation. The challenge was set. The duel was imminent. This is indeed a renowned moment for Tang San, who frequently engages in wagers, as seen with Zhao Wujia, Mengaran, Dugo Bo, Talon, Ta, and Titan. He exchanged a glance with Fucalos, and the Viliites were left in a state of bewilderment, pondering the peculiar circumstances surrounding Tang San and Xiao Wu. As for the wager, he was initially planning to confront Tang San, only for the latter to approach him instead. "Ah, I wonder what you have to offer as a stake, Tang San," the Vilite remarked with an unwavering demeanor. "If we are to gamble, then stakes must be established." Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, the Vilite waved his hand and continued, "Gold soul coins are the least of my concerns. If you intend to use them as your wager, then this matter is off the table." Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback. Upon reflection, it appeared that the Vilite truly had no shortage of gold soul coins. "Very well, I shall present this crystal board as my wager. I acquired it for 10,000 gold soul coins from Mr. Flander. Its intrinsic value, however, far exceeds that amount. What do you think of this stake, Tang San? If it does not suffice, I can propose an alternative." Observing the crystal board in the Vilite's hand, Tang San's body trembled, and instinctively he rubbed his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he was utterly astonished. Indeed, this was an exquisite crystal board. Wait a moment, did the Vilite mention he purchased it from Flander? Tang San regarded the Vilite with confusion, astonished that he was aware of the true value of this precious crystal. Flander had previously mentioned this matter, and at that time, Tang San remarked that Villette was unwell. The stakes were high. Tang San had only known that Villette spent 10,000 gold soul coins at Flanders for a worthless piece of crystal. He was unaware that this so-called worthless crystal was, in fact, a type of board crystal, also known as A. The piece of board crystal in Villette's possession was a true gem among board crystals. It was not merely worth 10,000 gold soul coins. Even 100,000 might not suffice to acquire it. At that moment, Flanders seemed to have stated that he originally intended to accept just one gold soul coin. Yet Villette insisted on giving him 10,000. How infuriating. This opportunity should have been seized by me, Tang San. Indeed, it was truly meant for him. Flander, lacking knowledge of board crystals, mistook it for a worthless piece, which allowed Villette to take advantage of the situation. How blind he truly was. Tang San's mindset began to unravel. Such an exquisite board crystal was a rare find, and it was uncertain whether another could be discovered across the entirety of Douluo Continent. This piece was something he must obtain. Yet, amidst his thoughts, Tang San pondered another dilemma. What equivalent wager should he present? If Villette were ignorant of the true value of the exquisite board crystal, it would be simpler. However, it was evident that the other party was well aware of its worth, complicating matters. Tang San was financially destitute, and producing something of equivalent value to the exquisite board crystal was no trivial task. Tang San, do you believe this board crystal is inadequate? Would you prefer to exchange it for something else? Villette inquired calmly after Tang San remained silent for a considerable time. Yet, he understood fully. How could the board crystal possibly be inadequate? For Tang San, this exquisite board crystal was a treasure, an essential component for crafting top-tier hidden weapons. Furthermore, the naturally served as a hidden weapon, possessing the ability to penetrate protective auras. Tang San would undoubtedly agree to this wager. What he would offer in return, Villette could only speculate. As expected, upon hearing these words, Tang San trembled with excitement and quickly replied, "No, there is no need to exchange." Exchange for something else? How could Villette possibly consider that? What could surpass the value of this board crystal? This crystal board, Tang San is determined to obtain. Since Villette has offered it as a wager, he can forget about reclaiming it. Very well. Then, what shall be your stake? You know me. I am a man of utmost fairness. If the stakes are unequal, Villette did not finish his sentence, yet Tang San comprehended his intent. Fairness? Tang San fell into contemplation, pondering what he could possibly wager against Villette. Aside from the vast knowledge repository of the Tang sect, he realized he was utterly destitute, possessing nothing but a few hundred gold soul coins, which Villette had in abundance. Moreover, those paltry coins could not purchase a premium crystal board. Tang San felt assured he would never lose in this soul duel. Thus, the specific item he chose as his wager seemed inconsequential. With this thought, he gritted his teeth and produced a piece of paper from the 24 bridges under the bright moon at his waist. I wager the method to create the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. The Storm Pear Blossom Needle is an exquisite concealed weapon, the crafting of which requires deep-sea silver and, most importantly, this crystal board. As for what a concealed weapon is, it can be understood as a weapon that can be activated without the use of soul power. Tang San offered a brief explanation, but how could this native possibly grasp the concept of concealed weapons? Furthermore, Even if he provided Villet with the blueprints for the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, what could he accomplish? Could he truly fabricate it? Impossible. Few of Tang Sec's predecessors could successfully create this needle, let alone someone utterly ignorant of concealed weapons. The Storm Pear Blossom Needle? Villet certainly knew what it was. Its value, even just the blueprint, far exceeded that of a mere premium crystal board for those who sought it. However, Villet had no need for such blueprints. Concealed weapons cannot be mass-produced. They can only be crafted in limited quantities, rendering them virtually insignificant on the vast Douluo Continent, where they would merely be fleeting. If it were about producing weaponry, glancing at the nearby Fucalos, the arms dealer, one could not help but consider whether weapons produced in Confronting were not far superior to Tang San's trivial Zhuge divine crossbows or sleeve arrows. I'm afraid I do not require your so-called concealed weapons. The blueprints for this Storm Pear Blossom Needle may hold significant value, but to me, they are not but waste paper, Villet stated, shaking his head leisurely. The blueprints for the Storm Pear Blossom Needle are genuinely of no use. If Tang San cannot present something else, Villet would not mind giving him a thrashing, considering Tang San had previously slandered him. Fortunately, this was not Confronting. There was no court of judgment here, or else he would certainly accuse Tang San of defamation. Let him go to Petersburg and tighten screws. Upon hearing this, Tang San fell silent. The opponent acknowledged the value of the blueprints for the Storm Pear Blossom Needle while simultaneously declaring his lack of interest in such an item. This left Tang San in a quandary, harboring grievances in his heart towards that Violet for lacking discernment. This is indeed one of the top 3 hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Its value surpasses that of a piece of exquisite plate crystal. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang San retracted the blueprint for the Rain Pear Blossom Needle and presented a different design to Violet, stating, "This is my self-created soul skill, named the 100 Techniques of Hidden Weapons, which represents the pinnacle of using concealed armaments." Violet's eyelids twitched as he discerned Tang San's intentions without even needing to glance at the blueprint. He recognized that Tang San's sincerity matched the darkness of his heart. The 100 Techniques of Hidden Weapons? Apart from the top-ranked techniques like Tears of Guanyin, all other methods require the accompaniment of hidden weapons. Given my understanding of Tang San, he could never possibly present any of the foremost techniques, even if he is confident of victory. Violet remarked, his expression unwavering. "It seems your sincerity is rather lacking. Tang San, in that case, let us abandon this wager." Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of anxiety as he noticed Violet preparing to reclaim the exquisite plate crystal. What is the fault in the secret weapon's 100 solutions? It is important to note that he mustered considerable determination before unveiling it, contrary to what Violet had envisioned. These pages do not document the top 10 techniques of the secret weapon's 100 solutions. At this moment, Tang San felt a pang of anxiety. Gritting his teeth, he secretly vowed that he would not lose this match. He simply could not afford to. With this thought in mind, he cast a deep gaze at Violet and spoke. "Violet, I wager my self-created soul skills, the purple extreme demon eye and ghostly shadow, at a ratio of 55. Referee, impartiality is assured, as they are all my allies. Why not utilize concealed weapons as the stakes?" He intended to employ concealed weapons to outmaneuver Violet later, so how could he possibly reveal his strategy in advance? This is also one of the reasons for Tang San's unwavering confidence. Both he and the formidable Violet are soul duels, although Violet possesses a slightly higher soul power level. Tang San wields the unparalleled techniques of the Tang sect and the assistance of hidden weapons. What does Violet have? The purple extreme magic eyes and the ghost shadow misty steps. These 2 self-created soul skills are priceless treasures. The purple extreme magic eyes enhance a soul master's vision and perception, while the ghost shadow misty steps is my original footwork. You previously served as my judge and should be familiar with the footwork I employ. That is the ghost shadow misty steps. At this moment, Tang San was unaware that the purple extreme magic eyes could augment one's mental prowess. His own purple extreme magic eyes had long been stagnant at a subtle stage. Upon hearing this, Violet's gaze towards Tang San shifted, as he could hardly believe that this fellow had the audacity to claim, "This is my original footwork? Are these not the fruits of labor from the esteemed ancestors of the Tang clan? When did they become yours?" The significance of the purple extreme demon eye and the ghost shadow misdirection is well understood by Violet. This is destined to be an unequal wager. No matter how exquisite the crystal board may be, even if it is of the finest quality, it cannot be equated with these 2 unparalleled Tang clan techniques. The ghost shadow misdirection is relatively inconsequential, as it bears no utility for true powerhouses, yet the purple extreme demon eye is a different matter entirely. It aids soul masters in cultivating their mental prowess. On the Douluo Continent, the The sole method for cultivating soul power is through meditation, lacking a comprehensive training regimen. And the means to cultivate mental strength is even more elusive. One can only slightly enhance their mental acuity during meditation or absorb the abilities of a head spirit bone, along with the all-encompassing augmentation provided by spirit rings. There is no complete system for such cultivation. This holds true for both soul power and mental power. While the purple extreme demon eye appears to be a technique for enhancing vision, it fundamentally elevates one's mental strength, making it an exceedingly valuable discipline. However, for Violet, it holds little significance. The worth of a self-created soul skill is substantial, especially when there are two. Merely wagering a crystal board would place you at a disadvantage. No matter, I am indifferent. Tang San waved his hand, speaking nonchalantly. His sole desire at present was to teach Violet a lesson and, in the process, reclaim his crystal board. Allow me to serve as the impartial adjudicator of this soul battle, shall I? Suddenly, Fucalos remarked with a smile. The notion of fairness here refers to both parties temporarily placing their stakes with her, so that the victor can claim the reward from her, thus preventing any party from denying their losses. Upon hearing this, Tang San hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Fucalos. This young lady was associated with Violet, and entrusting their stakes to her made Tang San feel somewhat uneasy. However, Violet had no objections, primarily because he was unperturbed by any potential denial from Tang San. I have no issues, Violet stated, placing the crystal board into Fucalos' palm. Of course, you have no issues. Tang San inwardly scoffed, recognizing that Fucalos was aligned with Violet. And thus, what concerns could Violet possibly have? After a brief appraisal of Fucalos, Tang San pondered, and ultimately decided to hand over the cultivation methods of Ghost Shadow and Purple Extreme Demon Eye to her. She was merely a girl. How potent could her soul power be? Once he dealt with Violet, would he really fear her refusal to acknowledge their agreement? I have no problems either, Fucalos chirped, her face radiant with joy. Since this is a soul battle, I shall serve as your referee. The thoughts of Violet and Tang San diverged, yet both remained somewhat silent. Fairness and judgment, both were under my purview. Why not let Sister Xiaowu be the referee? Xiaowu interjected at that moment. Violet was indifferent. But Tang San cast a wary glance at Xiaowu, hesitating. In the past, he had unconditionally trusted her, yet now, given Xiaowu's deep entanglement, he feared she might be even less impartial than that young girl. Contemplating this left Tang San with a bitter taste. Ultimately, considering their 6 years of shared experiences, he resolved not to believe Xiaowu would act in such a manner. After a moment of introspection, Tang San declared, I support Xiaowu as the referee. I have no objections. Violet nodded in agreement. Fucalos pouted slightly. As the embodiment of justice, she found the lack of appreciation disheartening, yet she felt no deep disappointment, as this was merely a casual affair. With Violet's strength, did he truly require her assistance in rigging the outcome? A dragon, a demon, half a person, and a rabbit found a relatively open area as the venue for their soul battle. The two sides faced each other from approximately 30 meters apart. Xiaowu, standing at the edge, surveyed both individuals before announcing, the combatants have 1 minute to summon their martial souls. The match will officially commence after 1 minute. The term combatants is a collective designation for soul masters engaged in soul battles. Violet's eye twitched. Xiaowu had likely never witnessed a betting duel before. Only in gambling soul battles is there a minute allotted for self-introduction, as many combatants' true objective is not the soul battle itself, but rather to attract the attention of powerful factions for investment or alliances. This is the lament of the common soul masters, devoid of resources, connections, and influential backgrounds. They can only rely on platforms such as the soul fighting arena to showcase their abilities, thereby forging connections with the powerful and ascending to the pinnacle of life. This is also one of the reasons why the fighters in the soul arena are so loquacious. In gambling battles and life and death struggles, there is no such protocol. They simply declare the start of the match. It is inconceivable to unleash a martial soul, requiring a full minute. Shaking his head in resignation, Tang San decided to follow the established procedure, as the referee had instructed. Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 31 Control System Soul Master, I humbly request your guidance. Tang San was the first to release his martial soul, gesturing politely towards Violet. To Tang San's surprise, a water blue book seemingly materialized before Violet. My martial soul, the great canon of ever-flowing worlds, I humbly request your guidance. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Why did Violet not disclose his soul power level? Observing the 3 water blue rings adorning Violet, he fell into contemplation. Yet, regardless of whether Violet was merely a soul master, Even at level 39, Tang San felt no fear. What could Violet's silence regarding his soul power level possibly signify? Nevertheless, Tang San refrained from probing further and patiently awaited the commencement of the soul battle. Violet, too, had little to express, merely awaiting the official start of the duel. With his current strength, he felt completely unafraid, not just of Tang San, but even of his father, Tang Hao. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. The soul battle commenced. As the referee's words faded, Tang San sprang into action, the first soul ring shimmering. Allow me to test you first. His first soul skill, Blue Silver Grass 56, creating an illusion of near victory. Let me probe your defenses. He unleashed his first soul skill, Blue Silver Bind. Violet's eyelid twitched, and his shoulders tensed, betraying his inner turmoil. Humph. A probing attack? Blue Silver Bind? Violet was taken aback. He never anticipated he would one day confront the Blue Silver Bind directly. Tang San's Blue Silver Grass surged violently, reaching Violet in approximately a second. Violet shook his head and, raising his right hand that gripped the scepter, summoned a water element that coalesced into existence, cleaving the Blue Silver Grass at its core, severing Tang San's control over its tendrils. This scene left Tang San momentarily bewildered. The soul rings on Violet's body did not shimmer, indicating that he had not employed any soul skills. Then, what could have severed the assault of his Blue Silver Grass martial soul? This is merely the most fundamental form of a basic attack, condensing water elements and then striking. How simple it seems. However, for the inhabitants of the Douluo Continent, this concept is akin to deciphering an ancient text. The notion of directly condensing water elements without utilizing soul skills to launch an attack is utterly foreign to them. They have neither witnessed nor even heard of such a phenomenon. Only 2 millennia later did the disguised elemental master spirit of the Silver Dragon King provide a modicum of astonishment to the world. She required no soul rings to condense elements and unleash attacks. But who is she? She is none other than the creator god of Douluo, the manifestation of the dragon god. When Tang San observed that his first soul skill had no effect on that Violet, he remained unperturbed, subtly extending his left hand towards the 24 Bridges bright moonlight behind him. The 24 Bridge Moonlit Night is a belt-shaped storage soul guide, adorned with 24 precious stones, each possessing a cubic meter of storage space. Being a belt, there are also precious stones behind it, which signify additional storage capacity. Tang San maintained his composure, as he intended to deliver a small shock to that Violet. Wasn't he in need of a concealed weapon blueprint? Let Violet discover just how formidable his concealed weapon truly is. A faint glint of sharpness flickered in Tang San's eyes. He did not believe that Violet could evade the strike. Third soul skill, Spider Web Cage. Although this third soul skill does not originate from the original work's man-faced demon spider, Tang San continues to absorb the soul rings from spider-type soul beasts, resulting in a skill whose form and name bear little distinction. However, its potency pales in comparison to the original's web prison. Firstly, the web lacks the venom of the man-faced demon spider. Secondly, the quality and age of the man-faced demon spider are incomparable to that of the ordinary spider-type soul beast Tang San has slain. Moreover, the man-faced demon spider yielded an external soul bone, which this one did not possess. At the moment Tang San unleashed the web prison, a peculiar smile graced his face. He did not anticipate that this web would truly ensnare Violet, for his genuine lethal move was not this. At that moment, Tang San had already drawn a black box with his left hand, aiming it towards Violet's direction. Violet frowned slightly, recognizing Tang San's cunning. Employing a third soul skill to distract his opponent before striking with the Zhuge Divine Crossbow was a clever tactic that could spell doom for an average soul master. But was Violet an ordinary soul master? He was far from it. Even if he currently possessed only a level in the 30s, he would not fall prey. His perception was extraordinarily acute, rendering him nearly immune to ambushes. Water blades. With a swift motion of his left hand, Violet conjured over 100 water blades around him, resembling daggers. This sight left Tang San, who was poised to pull the trigger, utterly dumbfounded. Tang San was filled with confusion, questioning how Violet could instantly summon over 100 water blades without even moving his soul rings. Such a level of soul skill could scarcely be achieved even with a Millennium Soul Ring, could it? With a mere flick of his left hand, Violet summoned several preformed water blades and sent them hurtling towards the approaching webcage. The piercing sound of the blades filled Tang San with a sense of trepidation. In an instant, the webcage was shattered by the water blades, transforming into segments of blue silver grass that fell to the ground. Tang San pondered, should he pull the trigger or not? Holding the Zhuge Divine Crossbow awkwardly, He never anticipated that Violet could so effortlessly dismantle his most formidable soul skill in a heartbeat. What kind of martial soul did his opponent possess that granted such incredible power? Was it the eternal flowing classic that was so formidable? No. It was Violet himself who was truly powerful. Observing the hundreds of water blades still hovering around Violet, Tang San contemplated briefly, gritted his teeth, and ultimately made a resolute decision. In this battle, he cannot afford to lose. The secret arts of the Tang sect must never be divulged. There is no possibility of defeat, nor should there be. Violet, you are indeed formidable. If it were merely a contest of martial souls, I would not be your equal. However, the clash between soul masters transcends the simplicity of martial souls. Allow me to demonstrate the essence of hidden weapons and showcase my self-created soul skills. After uttering these words, Tang San decisively pulled the trigger. In an instant, the sound of piercing air resonated. It appeared to be but a singular sound, yet in truth, there were a total of 16. With a swift whoosh, the simultaneous launch of arrows created an illusion of a singular attack. The 16 arrows surged forth. Yet Violet merely waved his hand once more, and several water blades effortlessly struck down all the arrows. Tang San had anticipated this outcome. He did not cease his relentless pulling of the trigger. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow is capable of loading a total of 48 arrows and can unleash a maximum of 16 arrows in a single discharge. After 3 uses, it requires reloading. After pulling the trigger 3 times, Tang San swiftly retracted the Zhuge Divine Crossbow and, with both hands, retrieved various concealed weapons from the storage soul guide at his sides, employing different techniques to launch an assault on Wei Li Te. He was resolute in his belief that, confronted with his tempestuous barrage of attacks, Wei Li Te would be unable to withstand it. Such a situation is utterly impossible. The celestial maiden scatters flowers. Yet, Violet remained unfazed in response to Tang San's concealed weapon assault. Tang San had unleashed the purple extreme magic eyes and the ghostly shadow trick. 2 unparalleled techniques of the Tang sect. This battle of souls ought to provide him with a semblance of experience, should it not? It was essential to foster within him a fleeting illusion that he was on the brink of victory, just a hair's breadth away. Only then could he potentially amass greater treasures in the future. To seize directly was not Violet's style. His sense of justice forbade such actions. However, since it was Tang San who had initiated the wager, there was no harm in it. At worst, he could wager the heartbreak red next time, as defeat seemed an impossibility. At this moment, Tang San remained blissfully unaware of the trap he had fallen into. You dare to ambush me again. How perilous this is. Once the danger had dissipated, Violet murmured softly, wiping away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Upon hearing this, Fucalos' eye twitched, casting a sidelong glance at Violet, his expression shifting noticeably. What a perilous situation indeed. Could you not adopt a more serious demeanor? Who would believe such a spectacle? To my astonishment, your prowess has ascended to such heights that you can withstand my myriad concealed weapon techniques. Fucalos, did Tang San truly believe it? No. That Violet must have acted convincingly enough, and yet you still bought it? A glimmer of perplexity filled Fucalos' eyes as he regarded Tang San, akin to looking at someone possessing a modicum of intelligence. Intelligent, yet scarcely so. The strength of Violet has garnered Tang San's acknowledgement. This individual is indeed formidable. His hidden weapons nearly struck Violet each time, yet somehow, they always fell just short. I merely held a geographical advantage. My martial soul is of the water element. And here we are, by the riverbank. Violet gestured toward the adjacent stream, as if to provide himself with a justification for such remarkable strength. Upon hearing this, Tang San suddenly grasped the situation. He wondered why it was so, for Violet could effortlessly summon hundreds of water blades. Such a feat would be arduous on a conventional arena. However, here, beside the water, a natural advantage exists for water attribute soul masters in battle. How could I have overlooked this detail? Tang San felt deceived. He should never have engaged Violet in a contest by the riverside. I cannot afford to lose. What should I do? What course of action should I take? In a state of frantic urgency, Tang San realized that he had exhausted all the concealed weapons he carried. Recovering them would require considerable time, and being in the midst of a soul battle rendered retrieval impossible. Utilizing his blue-silver grass martial soul, he was no match for Violet, and with his concealed weapons depleted, the probability of his victory appeared exceedingly slim. This time, it was due to geographical limitations and insufficient hidden weapons that led to his defeat. Tang San felt an intense sense of injustice, yet he found himself helpless. Was he truly left with no choice but to resort to his second martial soul? At this thought, A glimmer of resolve flashed in Tang San's eyes. His father, Tang Hao, and his teacher, Yu Shaojiang, had once advised him never to reveal his second martial soul unless absolutely necessary. Now, was it worth using his second martial soul for a mere soul fight? Just as Tang San pondered this, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he felt a sharp blow to the back of his head, leaving him no time to think before he collapsed to the ground. In that fleeting moment of closing his eyes, his mind was a blank slate, save for a singular thought. He had thought he could evade the attack. What was he contemplating during the soul fight? You sneak attack me again, Tang San exclaimed inwardly, lamenting the youthfulness that allowed him to collapse into unconsciousness. Violet shook his head, amused by Tang San's apparent confusion. The speed he had just displayed was hardly swift, if Tang San had wished to dodge. It would have been entirely feasible. Yet, Tang San appeared so conflicted, failing to react as Violet circled around him. Wow, Violet, you won. Xiao Wu was the first to congratulate, bouncing over to Violet without even glancing at the fallen Tang San. Xiao Wu, I merely won by a stroke of luck. Violet replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Luck? Your prowess exceeds this. Observing the two, Xiao Wu understood that Violet had been playing a part all along. Earlier, during the soul fight, Violet's speed had been far superior to what he exhibited today. This alone convinced Xiao Wu that Violet had not exerted himself fully. Here. This is your trophy, Fucalos approached, presenting an object to Violet. Accepting the prize without a hint of emotion, Violet stowed it in his storage soul guide. By the way, who is this young lady? Xiao Wu blinked, instinctively inquiring, as she had not contemplated this before. For some reason, she felt that this girl was unusual. The essence of humanity about her was strikingly scarce, devoid of any aura of soul beasts, which was truly peculiar. Hello, I am Fucalos, Violet's fiancé, she said. A slight flush gracing her cheeks, having long since shed any embarrassment in her candid admission. What? Xiao was taken aback, feeling a bit disoriented. Realizing that this girl was indeed Violet's fiancée, it made sense. They both seemed quite unconventional, a perfect match. Xiao harbored no romantic feelings toward Violet. She merely felt a kinship with someone of her own kind, an inexplicable connection akin to meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land. Hello, Fucalos, I am Xiao Wu. As in the dance, she introduced herself cheerfully. After exchanging pleasantries, Violet subtly took Fucalos's hand, saying, Xiao Wu, we have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. As for the hidden weapons, they could only be dealt with once Tang San regained consciousness. Be cautious. Most of these hidden weapons are laced with toxins. Are you leaving already? Xiao Wu expressed her disappointment, as she still had questions for Violet and Fucalos. Not anticipating their swift departure, she wondered when she might have such an opportunity again. Xiao Wu, all gatherings must eventually disperse. Farewell, Violet said. And as Xiao Wu gazed at their retreating figures, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, she glanced at the unconscious Tang San. A flicker of disdain crossing her features. Should she leave him there? Surrounded by hidden weapons, it would be unwise if they injured someone else. This was something only Tang San could rectify. Why not teach me those self-created soul techniques and various hidden weapon techniques? She mused, observing the wrist crossbow, which she discreetly removed and placed beside Tang San. He consistently refused to teach her the methods of hidden weapons and those peculiar self-created techniques, citing her impulsive nature as the reason. Even the more potent hidden weapons had never been offered to her, aside from the rather mediocre wrist crossbow. Techniques like hidden sand shooting and Zhuge's divine crossbow were all far more powerful than the wrist crossbow. Did Tang San genuinely wish for her to possess the ability to protect herself? Impulsive? Yet he could freely employ such tactics in a soul fight. Upon reflection, has his character indeed become more composed? Brother San, I shall address you as Brother San for the last time. The hidden weapon is returned to you. From this moment forth, our fraternal bond is irrevocably severed. Perhaps you have never regarded me as your sister. If you truly considered me your own sibling, then your actions are nothing short of terrifying. Possessing formidable concealed weapons yet failing to provide your own sister with adequate protection. Instead offering her the least powerful option, can this truly be the conduct of an elder brother? And what of those self-created soul techniques? Could you not allow her even the slightest opportunity to learn? What value do those treasures hold if they can merely be wagered? After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu did not leave immediately. Instead, she distanced herself, quietly awaiting Tang San's awakening, planning to depart as soon as he stirred. This would serve as a fitting conclusion to this facade of sibling affection. Meanwhile, Violet held Fucalos's hand, not venturing into the city of Sodo, but steering towards home. Is he intending to meet the parents? Fucalos's eyes widened in surprise, her heart racing. She was unprepared for this. What troubles you? Violet inquired softly, glancing down. He sensed Fucalos's heartbeat quickening and the warmth of her palm rising, which struck him as decidedly unusual. Upon hearing his question, Fucalos lowered her head, murmuring, "Nothing, really. Are you returning home?" Fucalos's inquiry struck Violet with sudden clarity. She was, in fact, apprehensive about meeting the parents. How had he overlooked such a consideration? "Yes," Violet replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. "What? Are you flustered?" "Not at all. I merely feel that this is happening rather quickly." Fucalos had encountered Leixues before, or rather, she had been exposed to all that Violet had experienced in his lifetime. However, this moment was unlike any other, and her nervousness was entirely understandable. Unable to contain himself, Violet burst into laughter. Fucalos's current demeanor was indeed a rare sight. He had merely intended to present the spoils of his recent endeavors to Leixues, aiming to bolster the younger generation within their clan. He had not anticipated this reaction. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I merely recalled some delightful thoughts," Violet replied, shaking his head. "Humph." Fucalos scoffed, clearly skeptical of Violet's words. Regardless, they would inevitably meet sooner or later. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I am not afraid, truly. Let us hurry." "If you are not comfortable, there is no need to force yourself," Violet stated gravely, shaking his head. This was the first time for Fucalos to encounter such a situation, and her nervousness was entirely understandable. How could I, the illustrious god of water and justice, possibly experience such emotions? "Surely, you are overthinking it," Fucalos declared with an air of pride, though her heart was in turmoil, a cacophony of conflicting thoughts raging within. "Oh dear, am I truly about to meet the parents? What if Violet's grandfather has reservations about me? What shall I do if he does? Goodness, Fucalos. What on earth are you contemplating?" Catching a glimpse of Fucalos's conflicted expression, Violet crouched down, seizing the moment before she could react, and swept her into a princess carry, cradling her in his arms. What are you doing?" she stammered. "My dear Fucalos, since you are not afraid, let us hasten our pace," Violet said, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his gaze deep as he looked down at Fucalos in his embrace. "Are you joking? What did you say?" "I did not hear you," Violet replied playfully. Time passed, and when Violet and Fucalos finally returned home, half an hour had elapsed. At that moment, Leixues stood with an air of exuberance, appearing decades younger, his once gray hair transformed into a brilliant gold, a testament to the influence of his martial spirit. "Humph. Those old codgers would surely drop their jaws at the sight of me now, wouldn't they? Ha!" With months remaining before the annual meeting, he resolved to deliver them a delightful shock. Having just ascended to the title Douluo rank, with his martial spirit evolving into the Golden Crow, such an achievement was certainly worth showcasing before his old comrades. However, with only a few months until their gathering, there was no need for him to visit each one individually to announce his breakthrough. At this juncture, Leixues's soul power level had reached an impressive 93, bolstered by the 95,000-year-old Subdragon Spirit Ring and Soul Bone, which propelled him beyond the threshold of the 90th level. This demonstrated the remarkable prowess of the Subdragon. Indeed, this blazing fire azure dragon had even yielded a soul bone, the most vital one, the Trunk's soul bone. Originally, Leixues had intended to leave it for Violet to absorb. This is indeed a magnificent dragon soul bone over 95,000 years old. At his advanced age, would absorbing it not be a waste? However, Violet adamantly refused, asserting his identity as a water attribute soul master. "You claim to be a water attribute soul master, yet how do you conjure flames more terrifying than the fiery sun?" Leixues questioned. Violet continued to evade the inquiry, leaving Leixues no choice but to absorb it himself. After all, Violet was still young. Should Leixues wait until a century later without a suitable corporeal soul bone, the opportunity to have discovered Violet would remain his greatest fortune in this lifetime. As Leixues pondered this, a familiar aura suddenly enveloped the house, sending a tremor through him. Has his grandson returned? He hurriedly exited his study and made his way to the hall. Upon reaching the hall, Leixues's suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed Violet who had returned. Yet, the atmosphere seemed somewhat amiss. The young girl appeared as soon as one entered the grand hall, where Violet and a silver-haired maiden were present. At that moment, they were merely embracing each other. "Grandfather, who is this?" questioned Leixues, perplexed, for it was inconceivable that this girl belonged to one of the 8 noble families. Even his title as Douluo could not discern her true strength. Upon hearing this, Violet gently set down the maiden in his arms and smiled. "Grandfather, this is my betrothed, whom I have brought to meet you today." Lexius was left in a state of bewilderment. Had it not been long since he and Violet returned from that extraordinary place? Had he truly found a fiancée so swiftly? "Greetings, I am Fucalos," the maiden introduced herself. Upon hearing her voice, Lexius experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered her voice before. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He vaguely recalled hearing Fucalos's voice while they were at that remarkable location. If it had not been an illusion, the exclamation he heard then bore an uncanny resemblance to Fucalos's voice. Since Violet referred to her as his fiancée, there was no need to overtly discuss the matter. Lexius scrutinized Fucalos for a moment, and the more he observed, the more perplexed he became. The color of her hair and the hues of her attire were strikingly similar to Violet's. Standing together, they appeared to be a match made in heaven. "Fucalos, a lovely name," Lexius praised before hastily adding, "Please, take a seat and let us converse." This pair of golden boy and jade girl truly enlightened him about the concept of a harmonious couple. He had never witnessed such a perfect match. Observing the fervent demeanor of Lexius, Fucalos breathed a sigh of relief, as the prospect of meeting the parents was exceedingly daunting. This was their first encounter. Violet smiled gently, choosing to remain silent until Lexius took his seat, after which he guided Fucalos to a nearby chair. As the three settled down, Fucalos found herself beside Violet. Her face adorned with a smile, yet her heart was rife with anxiety, uncertain of what to say. Gradually, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she discreetly tugged at the hem of Violet's garment, as if imploring him to speak up, not wishing to betray Fucalos's trust. Violet broke the silence, addressing Lexius. "Grandfather, we have returned primarily to introduce Fucalos to you and to help her familiarize herself with the family." Upon hearing these words, Lexius's face lit up with joy, his countenance radiant, especially since both his cultivation and martial spirit had recently undergone remarkable breakthroughs. How could he not be elated at such a significant surprise from his grandson? Before Lexius could utter a word, Violet continued, "In addition, Fucalos and I have developed two unique soul techniques that may prove beneficial to the soul masters within our clan." With that, Violet retrieved the papers from his storage soul guide, revealing the cultivation methods for the purple extreme demon eye and ghost shadow displacement. The two techniques had been examined by Violet and Fucalos upon their return. Although they lacked understanding of such methods, Tang San had not resorted to deceit this time. The techniques were indeed genuine and effective. Glancing at the self-created soul skill in Violet's hand and observing the young couple, Lexius felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Wait, what had Violet just said? Lexius was taken aback. Aside from bringing Fucalos back, they had also acquired two self-created soul skills. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. For the worth of self-created soul skills far surpassed that of ordinary 10,000-year soul bones. As long as a soul master possessed sufficient talent, they could learn these skills. This is something that can be regarded as a legacy. Although soul bones can also be inherited within a vast family. How many individuals can truly receive the legacy of soul bones? The creation of personal soul skills, however, is vastly different as long as one possesses sufficient talent. Everyone might even have their own unique skill. Moreover, some formidable self-created soul skills are not inferior to those of 10,000-year soul skills. The reason why the Haotian sect is deemed the foremost sect in the world is not solely due to the Haotian hammer being a supreme martial soul, but rather the significance of the Haotian sect's inheritance. Haotian's 9 absolutes, the chaotic wind hammer technique, the exploding rings, and the great samurai hammer. Each stands as an exceptionally powerful self-created soul skill. This is also the foundation of the Haotian sect. If these words had not been uttered by Waylight, Lexius would have thought someone was jesting with him. The notion of creating one's own soul skills is typically an invaluable treasure reserved for large sects and formidable powers, who would idly present them for trade. The self-created soul skills that one could procure are generally quite mundane, with those capable of rivaling the power of a millennium soul ring being exceedingly rare. After a moment's contemplation, Lexius, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Grandson, let us discuss this matter later. We cannot allow the triviality of self-created soul skills to overshadow the presence of our granddaughter-in-law." What storms had he not weathered? Yet, deep within, he yearned to discern the nature and strength of these two self-created soul skills. While self-created soul skills do not simply vanish, he worried that his granddaughter-in-law might perceive his lack of regard for her. As the sole elder of Waylight, he could not falter at this juncture. Lexius was acutely aware of what truly mattered. What stature did Fucalos possess? Observing Lexius's expression, She grasped his underlying thoughts. Suddenly, Lexius appeared to have an epiphany. Wayloid had mentioned that he and Fucalos had acquired self-created soul skills. Could it be that the items before him were gifts from Fucalos? With this realization, Lexius hastily rose and said to Fucalos, "Granddaughter-in-law, please take a seat. I shall arrange for some tea and refreshments." "No, there's no need for such trouble," Fucalos began. But before she could finish, Lexius waved his hand dismissively, replying, "How can this be considered troublesome? I shall be back shortly." Having said this, Lexius promptly exited the hall to have someone prepare the refreshments, while he himself made his way to the storeroom to retrieve 2 gifts. This is the future granddaughter-in-law. If I do not treat her well, what shall I do if she leaves? Should we let that Violet remain single for a lifetime, just like him? Can we now feel at ease? Grandfather truly cherishes you. I am not at all uneasy. Fucalos cast a somewhat proud glance at Violet as she spoke. Yet, the smile on her face was undeniable. "Violet, why do you insist that this is something we obtained together, when it is clearly yours?" Fucalos inquired, perplexed by Violet's earlier statement. Violet chuckled softly and replied, "Does it truly make a difference? Indeed, it seems there is no distinction. Although your power is formidable, and you possess the status of a demigod, your understanding of human relationships seems to be somewhat lacking." "Human relationships?" Fucalos blinked in confusion, lost in thought. Shortly thereafter, Lexius returned with a group, bringing an abundance of tea and pastries. Additionally, he bore 2 strands of aquamarine bracelets in his hands. "Haha," Lexius exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Granddaughter-in-law, these are treasures I acquired during my youth in a perilous realm. At the time, these bracelets were inscribed with something like 60, heart of the love god, deity of love. The 2 bracelets are entirely adorned in a serene aquamarine hue, each embellished with a slightly larger heart-shaped crystal of the same color. Merely gazing upon their surface reveals their considerable worth. Both bracelets serve as storage soul-guiding devices. However, they seem to harbor a certain secret between them. At this point, Lexius paused briefly in recollection before continuing. "When I acquired them, there were ancient inscriptions alongside them, and fortunately, my knowledge is extensive." Navelet and Fucalos exchanged glances, refraining from interrupting Lexius's narrative, though the twitching corners of their eyes betrayed their curiosity. The inscriptions read that only lovers with a deep mutual affection could unlock their true potential. To this day, I still find this notion perplexing. They are merely storage soul-guiding devices. Could they possibly discern whether 2 individuals are in love? You may find this hard to believe, but I have deliberately sought out numerous couples, those deeply in love, to test this pair of soul-guiding devices. Yet the results were invariably the same. They could only serve as storage. By the way, this pair of bracelets is named the Heart of the God of Love. Upon uttering this, Lexius handed the bracelets to Fucalos and Navelet. Perhaps they conceal no secrets, yet their symbolism is indeed auspicious. "I wish you both success in your endeavors," Lexius said with a warm smile. "The Heart of the God of Love?" Navelet and Fucalos murmured in unison as they accepted the bracelets. Just as they were about to express their gratitude to Lexius, an unexpected event transpired. The Heart of the God of Love in Fucalos and Navelet's hands began to glow. 2 beams of aquamarine light shooting skyward. In the astonished gazes of the 3, with expressions of bewilderment, the 2 beams of light intertwined. Lexius's expression turned peculiar, pondering. What on earth is happening? The Heart of the God of Love was acquired by him during his youth, after enduring countless tribulations in a hidden realm overseas. However, he soon discovered that this artifact, aside from its capacity for storage, seemed to possess no other function. Consequently, he made it a point to seek out numerous lovers and couples, urging them to wear it in hopes of uncovering the hidden secrets of the heart. Despite the ominous legends surrounding it, the outcome was disheartening. It proved to be utterly ineffective beyond its storage capabilities. Lexius was unwilling to accept this fate. After so many trials, the Heart of the God of Love remained devoid of any response. Furthermore, it appeared as though Lexius had been ensnared by a curse. Despite his remarkable qualities, he seemed to embody a love-repelling force, for no woman found him appealing. This, too, serves as the reason behind Lexius's enduring singlehood. Naturally, couples and spouses who have donned the Heart of the God of Love have not been adversely affected. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deploy it to ensnare his grandson. Who could have anticipated that the Heart of the God of Love would emit an unprecedented radiance the moment it fell into the hands of this couple? Their bond, unwavering and steadfast, is a testament to their unity in life and death. A faint, ethereal voice resonated throughout the hall as the Heart of the God of Love, held by Violet and Fucalos, underwent yet another transformation, becoming suffused with a delightful pink hue. Moreover, in the next instant, it inexplicably adorned their left and right wrists. The first trial of love has been successfully completed. They have acquired the ability to teleport to one another, regardless of distance or circumstance, once a day. Should they wish to do so? If the newlyweds aspire to continue their journey towards becoming deities of love, they must seek out the items related to the second trial. However, should they choose to cease their endeavors, no punishment shall befall them. Nonetheless, this deity harbors hopes for your success, particularly for this goddess, who possesses strength surpassing that of my own existence. At this moment, the hall was enveloped in an extraordinary silence. This object is indeed quite remarkable. It turns out to be a relic of the deity of love. Lexius felt a sense of confusion, as he could not hear its voice, leaving him in the dark about the unfolding events. At that moment, Fucalos and Navalit exchanged glances, both acutely aware of each other's presence, indicating that this trial from the god of love was no mere jest. This ability allows two individuals, as long as they exist in the same realm, to be directly transported to one another's side, with the sole limitation being its use once per day. As for the deity of love, they express little interest. However, this particular ability proves to be quite advantageous. Although Fucalos may possess strength surpassing that of the love deity, she lacks such a remarkable ability. Grandfather, are you familiar with deities? To a certain extent. I have heard that there is a deity enshrined within the spirit hall, replied Rexus after a moment of contemplation. This pair of bracelets is one of the heirlooms of the love deity. Obtaining them signifies the completion of a trial, which necessitates a couple or spouses to demonstrate an unbreakable bond and a commitment to face life and death together to pass this assessment. Upon hearing this, Violet's words left Rexus astounded. He was not lamenting the love deity's heart, for this item held no value for him. As he scrutinized Violet and then Fucalos, he mused that these two must not have known each other for long. How could they possibly fulfill the criteria of an unbreakable bond and a commitment to face life and death together? It seems that Fucalos, his granddaughter-in-law, was not going to escape this fate. As for the love deity's legacy, his grandson Violet possessed divine potential that was no jest. What kind of love deity was this? It was evident that such a deity was not formidable. Did their legacy truly befit his grandson? This issue warrants profound contemplation. As for the forthcoming legacy, while Lexius pondered, the goddess of love is, after all, a deity, is she not? Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Violet and Fucalos shook their heads, with Violet articulating. Her legacy necessitates the discovery of the remaining artifacts. Given the vastness of Douluo Continent, how could that possibly be accomplished? Let us consider the love deity's legacy as if it never existed. Upon hearing this, Lexius experienced an epiphany, instinctively nodding in agreement. Suddenly, it appeared he was struck by a revelation as he glanced at the storage pouch at Violet's waist. He recalled that in that sacred place, Violet had acquired a flower known as the Heartbreak Red, rumored to be associated with the goddess of love. With this thought, Lexius hesitated to speak further, realizing that his grandson must have already contemplated this. If so, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. Violet mused, is it possible he has not considered this angle at all? Moreover, he and Fucalos truly do not require divine inheritance. Grandfather, we are still young. This is not the time for such considerations. Perhaps you should first examine these two. Fucalos interjected, nudging Violet gently and whispering, Violet, say thank you. To which Violet responded. Time swiftly elapsed. Beneath the first rays of morning sunlight, a few unfamiliar figures gazed directly at the sun. Previously, it had been only Tang San. Now, it had transformed into a gathering of several individuals. The cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye demands persistent effort. It cannot be accomplished overnight. Although its enhancement of mental acuity may seem negligible, over time, it undoubtedly yields significant benefits. Lexius offered an objective assessment of the purple extreme demon eye, astonished that the soul skill his grandson had devised could indeed be cultivated directly and additionally possess the ability to enhance eyesight and mental prowess. What is this if not an extraordinary treasure, a priceless gem? The purple extreme demon eye alone could potentially forge a significant power, serving as the foundation of such an empire. A true essence. Presently, the means to enhance one's mental prowess are limited to regular meditation, which offers only a slight improvement, and breakthroughs in soul power through the absorption of soul rings and cranial soul bones. There exists no method to cultivate mental strength directly. The purple extreme demon eye is indeed remarkable. As for the ghostly shadow technique, it is a form of martial skill that proves beneficial for mid to low tier soul masters, serving as a solid foundation. I never anticipated that my grandson and granddaughter-in-law would return bearing such exquisite treasures. Truly splendid. Regarding the heart of the love god that he presented to him, it is merely a memento. Once a century has passed, such items will also be inherited by Violet. Presenting it to my granddaughter-in-law now is simply a matter of preemption. I must devise a plan to explore my old friend's treasury, seeking any relics associated with the love god. They are bound to have some hidden treasures. Coincidentally, the ghostly shadow technique could be shared with them. However, when it comes to the purple extreme demon eye, Lexius hesitated slightly. The 8 great families are indeed interconnected, and over the years, there has never been any discord among them. Yet, as soul masters, each possesses their own secrets to a certain extent. The purple extreme demon eye has the potential to significantly enhance his kin, even surpassing other families. Shaking his head, Lexius ultimately resolved to consider the opinions of Violet and Fucalos before making a decision. Ultimately, these 2 items were brought back by Fucalos and Nabolet, who hold the rightful authority to determine their ownership. Unfortunately, the duo departed early in the morning. Otherwise, Lexius would not find himself in such a quandary. After all, there are still several months until the annual meeting, so there is no need to rush. The scene shifts to the riverside. Tang San groggily opens his eyes, rubbing his throbbing head as memories flood back to him. No, it cannot be. I lost. How could I have lost the Tang sect's ultimate skills? His eyes widen in disbelief as recollection dawns upon him. Indeed, it was Nabolet who ambushed him, leading to his defeat in the match. Compounded by the geographical advantage that Nabolet possessed. Battling here in the Duhun arena, his opponent held an inherent edge. However, had it not been for Nabolet's treacherous attack while he was contemplating, Tang San might not have faced such a defeat. Tang San clenches his fists, his eyes aflame with determination. The Nabolet of the past merely dabbled in the art of seizing death, but now he has fully embraced it. Did he truly believe that the ultimate skills of the Tang sect could be so easily taken? Next time, I shall not be defeated. After a moment of silence, Tang San begins to survey his surroundings. He finds himself still in the very arena where he battled Nabolet. Wait, why am I lying on the ground? Where is Xiao Wu? Why did she not bring him back to the academy? At this moment, Tang San felt somewhat bewildered and at a loss. Beside him lay an unused hidden projectile, quietly resting, adorned with a rabbit emblem and the character for dance. Upon seeing this hidden projectile, Tang San's expression changed dramatically. Isn't this the concealed dart he gifted to Xiao Wu for self-defense? How did it end up here? Where is Xiao Wu? Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby bushes, snapping Tang San back to reality. In an instant, he activated his purple extreme magic eyes and turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, where Xiao Wu's silhouette came into view. In that moment, Tang San was rendered speechless. That silhouette was undoubtedly Xiao Wu's. He could not be mistaken. Yet, why had she abandoned him and fled? After having waited for him all night, leaving behind the hidden weapon he had gifted her when they formed their bond as siblings, was Xiao Wu truly severing their ties? After a prolonged silence, Tang San finally rose unsteadily to his feet. The night's chill and wind had left him somewhat ailing and uncomfortable. It took him over half an hour to retract his hidden weapon and make his way towards Shrek Academy. He needed to confront Xiao Wu and uncover the truth of the matter. Glancing at the weapon in his hand, Tang San felt his heart grow increasingly cold. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, he immediately headed to Xiao Wu's dormitory. She was the only female among the students, residing alone. Unfortunately, to Tang San's disappointment, although Xiao Wu was indeed in her dormitory, she refused to see him. This left Tang San utterly perplexed, wondering where the issue truly lay. Suddenly, he recalled that Violet. Had it not been for Violet, their bond as siblings would have remained untainted, never evolving into the present state of affairs. Indeed, from the very moment I laid eyes upon you, my intuition proved correct. You truly possess a path to destruction, Violet. Tang San mused inwardly, his expression growing increasingly frosty as the essence of a killer began to resurface. Ah, is that not Tang San? What brings you here? Have you found yourself at an impasse? At that moment, the recovered Daimubai approached, his hands clasped behind his head, chest out. A smile of both amusement and mockery gracing his features. Upon hearing his words, Tang San regained his composure, casting a cold glance at Daimubai, stating, Daimubai, if you wish to fight, I, Tang San, am always ready. If you seek death, you need only to proceed. Tang San's frigid tone and piercing gaze genuinely startled Daimubai, and upon recovering from his surprise, he felt a surge of irritation. After all, Tang San was merely a defeated foe, albeit one with formidable hidden weapons. Fine, I shall not stoop to your level. Mubai ultimately chose to heed his instincts. Recognizing that Tang San was currently in a volatile mood, should he truly provoke this madman, he might act decisively. After expressing this sentiment, Mubai disregarded Tang San and continued, "Let us seek out those twin sisters. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she is ungrateful. If she leaves, so be it. She will inevitably return." Tang San, observing this, shot a cold glance at Mubai but refrained from making a move. In comparison to that Violet, Mubai seemed somewhat more agreeable. "Violet, why are you in tears once more?" In the soul arena of Soto City, within Violet's chamber, the figure of Fucalos suddenly appeared, leaping onto Violet. The heart of the love goddess teleportation is even more efficient than the anchor points left on the Tivit continent, Fucalos said with a smile, extracting himself from Violet's embrace. While the Tivit continent is dotted with numerous teleportation anchor points, very few possess the ability to utilize them. Unlike these fixed teleportation sites, the love god's teleportation capability allows either Violet or Fucalos to be transported directly beside one another. As Fucalos awaited Navalite's arrival in the city, upon reaching the Colosseum, he was subsequently transported beside Navalite from outside the city. The newly acquired abilities always beckon for experimentation. "Oh, Navalite, what occupies your thoughts? Why the silence?" Upon hearing Fucalos's voice, Navalite emerged from his reverie, pondered for a moment, and then replied, "I was contemplating whether, if I were to throw you into the sky, and we both utilize teleportation simultaneously, we might become ensnared in the process." Fucalos? This statement holds considerable merit. However, is this metaphor not somewhat inappropriate? What does it truly mean to cast her into the heavens? Nevertheless, the implications of utilizing teleportation indeed warrant profound contemplation. By the way, Fucalos, do you possess a martial soul? Without a hint of hesitation, Violet shifted the topic. Gazing at Fucalos, his eyes were remarkably clear and brimming with wisdom. Martial soul? Fucalos was momentarily taken aback. A martial soul is a unique phenomenon on the Douluo Continent, awakened by every child upon reaching the age of 6. After Violet's transmigration, for reasons unknown, a martial soul emerged. However, her circumstances differ from those of Violet, though they share an essential similarity. The regulations of the Douluo Continent cannot hinder their ascent in power, even in the absence of a martial soul or spirit rings. Fucalos closed her eyes, took a moment to reflect, and then shook her head, stating, "I do not possess such a phenomenon as a martial soul. However, should the need arise to engage, I can simulate my desired martial soul using water elements. This is a guise. The pure water spirit inherently possesses the ability to mimic life forms, especially considering that Fucalos has ascended to the rank of a divine entity. Innate deities are devoid of gender. Fucalos, as one of Egeria's vassals, does not qualify as an innate deity. The pure water spirits are differentiated by gender. The love between humans and pure water spirits. With Egeria's assistance, Fucalos merged with the primordial waters of the fetal sea, thus acquiring a human form, indistinguishable from humans. Fanina is the epitome of humanity. Subsequently, Egeria conferred the divine seat upon Fucalos, elevating her status to that of a divine being. Also known as the second-generation god of water, the god of justice. With the destruction of the divine seat, the ancient dragon's authority returned to Navalite, causing Fucalos to lose a portion of her abilities. Nonetheless, she still retained Egeria's divine status. To return to the matter at hand, upon hearing Fucalos' words, Navalite cast a surprised glance her way. Indeed, only he had been weakened. Fucalos remained unaltered. Transforming into a martial soul does not equate to a reduction in strength, does it? Not only him, but even the Pangu axe and the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, as well as the Eastern Emperor's bell, would be diminished to the point of being unrecognizable in the Douluo Continent. Has your strength been restored? Not entirely. I have only regained about 80 to 90% of my peak power, but it should suffice, Fucalos replied truthfully after a moment of contemplation. Navalite's eye twitched. Her peak power? 500 years as a divine being, akin to an infant among deities. How could that be considered a pinnacle state? On Teyvat, perhaps only Barbados and Morix, the 2 unchanging deities, have truly experienced their peak periods. And that reclusive goddess, she too possesses a peak state. Among the second-generation deities, only the god of thunder stands out. She and the original god of thunder are twin deities, with the transition of the god of thunder resulting in a significant enhancement. I hear she recently ventured to another Douluo continent with a young fellow sporting yellow hair. It seems to be titled, Douluo, Martial Soul Raiden Shogun, an exceptional cook. That is splendid. Let us find a time to visit the Lake of Life. It will surely enable your complete restoration, Navalet said with an unflinching demeanor. As if the Lake of Life were his own domain. This is an unavoidable circumstance. On the continent of Douluo, resources are exceedingly scarce. Currently, the Eye of Ice and Fire has been depleted to the point where only a single heartbroken red remains, with the only abundant source of energy being the Lake of Life. Moreover, there exists the extreme north, which is laden with ancient ice marrow. Suddenly, Violet's brow furrowed as he recalled that most of the ancient ice marrow had likely been consumed by the ice silkworm. Presently, that nearly million-year-old ice silkworm should be residing at the Lake of Life, correct? There's no need for that, to have reformed into human shape after so many years. I am already content. Fucalos gently shook her head, her voice tender as she caressed Violet's cheek. Gazing into his eyes, she continued, our time has only just begun. The future stretches long ahead of us, and we too shall become immensely powerful. By the way, Violet, as for the curse I now bestow upon you, there is no way you can resist it. Violet inhaled deeply, pondering what scheme she was concocting this time. In the name of the water god and the god of justice, I curse you, Violet, with eternal youth, immortality, freedom from illness and calamity, and the ability to turn misfortune into fortune. At this juncture, Fucalos's complexion turned somewhat pale, as if the exertion had taken a considerable toll on her. This scene left Valiette somewhat flustered. What was happening? Fucalos, cease your actions. What exactly are you doing? As the water elemental dragon king, do I require your curses? Observing Valiette's demeanor, Fucalos could not help but smirk. This little one remained so easily deceived. The curse of the pure water sprite could indeed be realized, given the right circumstances. Moreover, the pure water sprite employing the curse would only endure a temporary weakening. However, it was not without limitations. One could not invoke it excessively throughout their lifetime. The last time it was used was to curse Funina's eternal existence, since Funina served as Fucalos's vessel. Enacting this curse was not particularly challenging, falling well within the parameters. Fool, I am unharmed. Why are you crying again? Fucalos's expression gradually returned to normal as he gazed at Valiette, who had once more succumbed to tears. With a sigh, Valiette exhaled a cloud of discontent. Did this short-lived partner truly revel in self-destructive tendencies? He had no desire to endure another episode of Reforge, my beloved. Time passed, and eventually, the sky began to clear. This has left the inhabitants of Soto City somewhat perplexed. What on earth is happening? The recent weather in Soto City has been capricious. It is one thing for the skies to shift from sunny to overcast, but experiencing rain on a bright, sunny day is an occurrence we have witnessed for the second time. Fucalos, how is it that you have such a penchant for courting disaster? Valette remarked, somewhat exasperated, as she pinched Fucalos's cheek. This woman truly evokes a sense of compassion. She consistently prioritizes others, neglecting her own needs in the process. Release me, it hurts. Do you even realize the pain? Just moments ago, my heart felt so cold. I apologized truly. If apologies held any weight, why would we need the law? No matter. I initially intended to let bygones be bygones. What? 10? Now it's more than that. With a dismissive huff, Violet finally relinquished her hold on Fucalos's face. Upon hearing this, Fucalos blinked, a hint of a smile illuminating her beautiful eyes. The skies have cleared. Shall we take a stroll? Aren't you going to rest for a moment? Violet expressed her concern, recalling Fucalos's pallid complexion from earlier, which lingered in his memory. The woman is truly something. Oh, I am quite well now. After all, I am the deity of water and the embodiment of justice. How could I be so fragile? Fucalos spun in place, indicating his recovery, and spoke. Upon witnessing this, Violet felt a temporary sense of relief and nodded. That is good, and please, do not treat yourself so harshly. Fucalos nodded vigorously, his expression earnest. With a sigh, Violet embraced Fucalos warmly. After approximately 10 minutes, the two finally emerged from the room, revealing Fucalos's slightly flushed cheeks. Yet nothing else seemed amiss. In the arena of combat, Violet commands great respect. Ordinary staff greet him with kindness upon their encounters. Good day, Lord Violet. Greetings. At this moment, Navalette responded kindly. Though the crowd was filled with curiosity about the mysterious Fucalos she was accompanying, none dared to voice their inquiries. The higher-ups of the Soul Arena appeared somewhat perplexed, as this individual did not seem to belong to any of the other noble families. However, this matter did not concern them, and thus they refrained from asking unless prompted. In the Soul Arena, among the 8 prominent families, the emphasis was solely on soul battles. Beyond that, they remained indifferent. As members of the upper echelons of the Grand Soul Arena, They had been educated under such principles. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before Navalette, wearing a troubled expression as if burdened by significant news. "Director Ao, what troubles you?" Navalette inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Upon hearing her voice, Director Ao snapped back to reality and turned to her, saying, "Young master, greetings. I apologize. I was lost in thought. Is it something you can share with me, provided it is not a secret?" Navalette prompted. After a brief moment of contemplation, Director Ao replied, "Young master. The situation is as follows. A group of individuals has recently arrived at the Soul Arena, all of them silver-ranked Soul Masters. However, we do not possess any fighters capable of contending with them. We could only dispatch a team of bronze-ranked fighters, but unfortunately, they were utterly defeated. Moreover, the noble families have heavily invested in this team, leading to substantial losses for our arena these past few days." Director Ao expressed his concerns, clearly indicating that these individuals were summoned by the affluent nobles of Sachua City to capitalize on this opportunity. Navalette fell silent upon hearing this. If memory served him correctly, this group should be the royal battle team, including Yu Tianheng and others. Logically, they should not have arrived in Sachua City so soon. In the original narrative, it was the Shrek 7 monsters who triumphed over this team, yet now, the Shrek 7 monsters were absent. Wait a moment. Duguyen must have consumed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Her soul power could not have remained below the 40th level. Navalette instinctively inquired, "How many of them are there?" "There are 6, all members of the Royal Battle Team, likely students from the Tiando Royal Academy." Director Ao explained. "In the Soul Arena's team battles, it is not mandatory for there to be 7 participants. As long as there are 5 to 9 members, the battle can commence. The number of combatants from each side is determined by the team with the fewer members. If one side has 5 and the other 8, only 5 members from each side will compete." It seems Duguyen has indeed broken through to the Soul Zone level. However, their approach appears to exploit a loophole in the Soul Arena's regulations. Indeed, since Duguyen has reached the Soul Zone level, the Royal Battle Team will face a silver-ranked team of Soul Zone fighters, rather than one composed of Soul Masters. Yet, the Royal Battle Team has temporarily excluded Duguyen from their ranks, meaning they will only contend with Soul Masters, thereby avoiding the confrontation with Soul Zone level opponents. Indeed, this situation reveals a flaw within the Soul Arena. The Royal Combat Team finds itself compelled to act in such a manner, as they possess only a single individual. The recently ascended Duguyen, who has just reached the Soul Sovereign rank. How can they possibly compete against a team comprised entirely of Soul Sovereigns? Or even potentially higher-ranked Soul Masters? Even with their formidable martial spirits, which are among the most elite, the odds of victory remain exceedingly slim. Contemplating this, Violet shook his head, recognizing that he had no viable solutions. He could only hope that the Soul Arena would swiftly dispatch reinforcements from elsewhere. Yet, even with reinforcements, there was no guarantee that they would prove to be a worthy adversary for the Royal Combat Team. This is something that Violet is indeed aware of. The most formidable beast spirit, the pinnacle of defensive spirits, and the foremost healing artifact spirit are all within the ranks of the Royal Fighting Team. Supervisor Ao, you may go about your tasks. There will surely be a way when we reach the mountain pass. It would be wise to find a way to summon personnel from other places, as I have no better solutions at hand. Surely, Violet cannot personally take to the field? Although the Royal Fighting Team has exploited a bug in the Soul Arena, existence justifies itself. Can we really demand that they refrain from layoffs? If Violet were to disguise himself as a Soul Master and take to the field, that would indeed be a genuine violation. Alas, Supervisor Ao sighed, troubled yet equally powerless. Could he really expect the esteemed young Soul Master before him to take the stage? What if he were to sustain an injury? Wouldn't he, the old master, be furious? After Supervisor Ao departed, Violet turned his gaze towards Fucalos, observing her contemplative demeanor. He inquired, "What are you pondering?" Nothing. Nothing at all," Fucalos replied, shaking her head. Yet the cunning glimmer in her beautiful eyes betrayed her. Noticing Violet's focused attention, she reluctantly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender and said, "If only we could persuade that audacious Miss Duguyen to return to the Royal Fighting Team, would that not resolve our predicament?" Fucalos blinked, tentatively suggesting the notion. Violet fell into silence. Her words bore a semblance of truth, yet the realization of such an idea posed significant challenges. She had come seeking victory. How could she easily return to the team only to face adversity? Indeed, it would be adversity. Given their circumstances, the Soul Arena would undoubtedly dispatch 7 high-ranking Soul Masters. And even with the advantage of spirit, the royal fighting team would stand little chance of victory. Let this matter be entrusted to the professionals. Violet shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and took Fucalos' hand as they made their way out of the Soul Arena. The operating hours of the arena were still early, allowing them to proceed without haste. Ah, is this not a viable method? Quite the contrary, it is the best. You, my friend. Once the two emerged from the Soul Arena, the radiant sunlight graced their faces. Due to Violet's status as a renowned figure in the Soul Arena, he was met with curious glances wherever he roamed within the city. This time, the crowd not only scrutinized Violet, but also cast their discerning gazes upon Fucalos. The highest arbiter of the Soul Arena has unexpectedly found himself in the throes of romance, leaving countless pure white lilies in despair. As one meanders through the vibrant culture and delectable cuisine of Soto City, a familiar figure emerges. Could it be Dai Mubai? It has been quite some time since last laid eyes upon him. Suddenly, a presence catches Violet off guard. She faintly recalls the words spoken by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing during their hasty departure. They had given Dai Mubai quite a thrashing. More than a month has passed, and the appearance of Dai Mubai in Soto City indicates that his previous injuries were quite severe. The two women he embraces are the same twin sisters he had once held at the Rose Hotel, their likeness almost indistinguishable. Dai Xiao, it has been quite a while since you last sought us out. My sister and I thought you had forsaken us. One of them exclaimed. How could that be? I have merely been engrossed in my cultivation. There is no way I would abandon you. Dai Mubai replied with a composed smile, his heart unwavering. Although he had initially intended to part ways with the two, due to Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, fate intervened and she departed before he could do so. Indeed, the two women were completely unaware. Suddenly, Dai Mubai seemed to sense someone scrutinizing him. He furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards the source of the stare. Was it Violet? At this moment, Dai Mubai found himself in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, the very Violet who had declared her unwillingness to engage with outsiders was now embracing a young maiden, their closeness unmistakable. It became evident that his previous words to Ning Rongrong were mere fabrications, only lacking the presence of a captivating girl to stir his heart, which led him to dismiss Ning Rongrong. Are there any men devoid of lasciviousness? Wait a moment. As the young girl glanced at Fucalos and then at the twin sisters she held, a flicker of jealousy crossed Dai Mubai's eyes. The alluring charm of the twin sisters pales in comparison to that of the young maiden, who appears to have descended from the heavens like a celestial being. While they resemble wild creatures emerging from a monstrous lair, what gives them the audacity? Is it merely the semblance of beauty that the Violet possesses? I, Dai Mubai, refuse to accept this. Acknowledging that Violet is a powerful soul master of the soul sovereign level, I remain unafraid. Soul sovereign? Who isn't a soul sovereign? I, Dai Mubai, am even a 37th level soul sovereign, and among my peers, few can surpass me. Please return for now. I have some matters to attend to. Dai Mubai instructed the two women seriously, releasing them from his grasp. The twin sisters exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Dai Mubai had just invited them out, yet now he was sending them away? In Soto City, they were regarded as two shining gems. How would others perceive them if they were so easily summoned and dismissed? As soul sovereigns, they could certainly curry favor with even higher-ranked soul masters if they wished. However, upon observing Dai Mubai's earnest expression, they ultimately decided to grant him this opportunity, knowing that such chances were rare. Primarily, it was Dai Mubai's wealth and charm that drew them to him. Otherwise, they could easily pursue alliances with more esteemed soul masters. Very well, young Master Dai, they replied in unison. Once the two departed, Dai Mubai proceeded toward Violet and Fucalos, adjusting his attire along the way. Adorned with a carefree smile and a spirited demeanor, he radiated an aura of sunshine. In terms of appearance, Dai Mubai believed he was not inferior to Violet, yet he acknowledged his lack of sophistication. Had Zhu Zhuqing not left, he would not have returned to the twin sisters. Even Zhu Zhuqing, while splendid in her own right, lacked the ethereal grace of the maiden, though she certainly had her own advantages in a more grounded sense. The heavens are just. While bestowing her with unparalleled beauty, they also shut a window to her. As Dai Mubai approached, Violet furrowed her brow, sensing that he was courting trouble. Indeed, his eyes and smile betrayed his intentions. Moments later, he stood a mere few meters from Violet and Fucalos. Forgive my intrusion, fair lady. May I inquire your name? Dai Mubai performed a noble bow, his right fist resting upon his heart, presenting himself with an air of elegance. Fucalos and Violet were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before Fucalos chuckled, genuinely surprised by Dai Mubai's playful demeanor. I am Fucalos, she introduced herself, while the latter part of her sentence was conveniently overlooked by Dai Mubai. Fiancé? But we are not yet wed. He laughed heartily. Ah, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Dai Mubai, a 37th level assault type soul sovereign. Might I have the honor of dining with Miss Fucalos? Upon hearing this, Violet could no longer contain herself and prepared to teach this dandy a lesson. But Fucalos subtly tugged at his hand, as if to signal him to exercise patience. Mr. Dai Mubai, should you wish to invite me to dinner? There is a condition you must fulfill, Fucalos remarked with a playful smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of seriousness. Divine love for one's subjects is commendable. Yet it is regrettable that on Douluo Continent, she has none to call her own. Even the divine may harbor wrath. Oh, what condition may that be? I, Dai Mubai, humbly accept the challenge, he proclaimed, though inwardly he was elated, his excitement evident in the upward curve of his lips. Conditions? Surely they pertain to gold soul coins, or perhaps a demonstration of his prowess, trivial matters for him. Little did he realize he was stepping into a predicament. The condition is simple. You must endure for the duration of a single incense stick, Fucalos replied with a smile, her demeanor betraying a sense of indifference. There would be plenty of time to deal with this fellow. Endure for an incense stick? Dai Mubai felt a sense of confusion, as if he had encountered this phrase before. He recalled that during their enrollment, Zhao Wujin had relayed similar sentiments to Tang San and his companions. They? No. It should be she now, right? Haha. The thought of Tang San's current predicament brought a smile to his face, yet the matter at hand remained of utmost importance. As for Violet, she was merely a referee in this encounter. Unaware of what Fucalos meant, Dai Mubai inquired, how am I to endure for the duration of an incense stick? If it is a battle against the esteemed Violet beside you, not only can I endure, but I can easily vanquish him. At his declaration, both Violet and Fucalos fell silent, gazing at Dai Mubai as though he were a fool. Where is this fellow's mind? In truth, one cannot entirely blame Dai Mubai. He presumed that Violet was merely a beneficiary of the soul arena, unaware of her true circumstances. As Flander once stated, to avoid trouble is the mark of mediocrity. What significance does a mere connection to the soul arena hold? He was cognizant that Violet had once ambushed Tang San, rendering him unconscious. Yet that seemed to be the extent of it. At that time, Tang San was merely at the 29th level, a feat Dai Mubai could easily replicate. There was no need to defeat Violet. He merely needed to endure for the duration of an incense stick. Fucalos shook her head and spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Fucalos anew. Though she appeared youthful, her demeanor was rather audacious. Could it be that she was intentionally making such a statement? With this thought, Dai Mubai felt a surge of excitement. Very well, not just for one incense stick, but even for two would pose no challenge. He readily acquiesced, believing that no matter how talented Fucalos might be, at best she was merely a soul sage, and it was unlikely she could defeat him in such a brief span of time. Fine, since it is your request, young master Dai Mubai. Let it be 2 incense sticks, Fucalos agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Violet, who was observing from the sidelines, felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Her gaze towards Dai Mubai shifted from one of malice to one of pity. Currently, he was no match for Fucalos, should a confrontation arise. He might not even endure half an incense stick. The esteemed Dai Mubai, at the soul master level, truly exhibits remarkable courage. To label him as foolish would be an understatement. This is not an opportune moment to take action. Venturing to the soul fighting arena would only inconvenience the diligent staff preparing for the event. It is best to leave the city. After expressing this thought, Fucalos pondered briefly, recalling that a vendor selling incense was nearby. Violet, please procure 2 sticks of incense for me, to test Mr. Dai Mubai's temperament. Certainly. Violet cast a deep glance at Dai Mubai before making her way toward the incense vendor. Dai Mubai? For some inexplicable reason, he sensed that something was amiss. Was it that particular moment that had gone awry? He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Nevertheless, he was overwhelmed by an incessant feeling of being ensnared in a trap. The formidable Navalit, a distinguished soul master of the third ring, has yet to unleash his true potential. Dai Mubai pondered this perplexity, feeling increasingly unsettled without being able to articulate his concerns. What could possibly be amiss? At that moment, Navalit returned, holding a fragrant incense stick that towered above him. Dai Mubai fell into deep contemplation, realizing that a typical incense would burn for approximately a quarter of an hour, yet the one in Navalit's possession might not even extinguish after an entire 10 quarters. Not to mention that there were 2 sticks. Upon witnessing this, Fucalos could not contain herself and let out a soft laugh, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she regarded Navalit with an even gentler gaze. The little fellow appears to be quite irate. Is he preparing to strike down Daimubai? Haha. Daimubai, looking utterly bewildered, cast a puzzled glance at Fucalos and that Violet. A possibility crossed his mind, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of disbelief. The thought that Violet might join forces with Fucalos to assault him, Daimubai, was unsettling. However, should that truly be the case, he harbored no fear. After all, he was a 37th level soul master. If he could not prevail, surely he could escape. Curiosity compelled him to follow, albeit with a heart full of trepidation. Since the last encounter where he was besieged, he had been left with a lingering psychological scar. Before long, the trio arrived at a spacious clearing, where they finally halted. Violet casually tossed aside the incense in his hand, then snapped his fingers with his left hand. In an instant, the stick of incense ignited, standing upright in the ground. Upon witnessing this, Daimubai's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Violet possessed such a remarkable ability. The control over soul power has likely reached an extraordinary level. Alas, it seems I have underestimated this individual. He is not one to be trifled with. Regrettably, since I am already here, my primary duty as the referee compels me to announce the commencement of the soul battle. No issue. No issue. Let the battle begin. With the affirmation from both parties, Violet did not hesitate to declare the match underway, for the incense had already been lit. Following the announcement, Violet discreetly distanced himself, wary of potential collateral damage. Daimubai, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were not besieged, confronting just Fucalos should be manageable. Surely, he could endure for 2 incense sticks? It was utterly impossible, wasn't it? With the manifestation of his martial spirit, Daimubai swiftly completed his transformation. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings ascended rapidly from beneath him. In this state, his stature seemed to rise, his hands morphing into claw-like paws. And his golden hair turned white, a subtle king character emerging on his forehead. Daimubai, martial spirit, evil eye white tiger, a level 37 assault-type soul master, at your service. Fucalos, devoid of a martial spirit, found it remarkably simple to simulate such an effect without detection. She effortlessly conjured a sword formed from water elements, temporarily adopting it as her martial spirit. 3 azure soul rings similarly adorned Fucalos. Daimubai was taken aback. How could her soul rings resemble those of Violet? Fucalos, martial spirit, water element sword, level 35 control type soul master. The slippery Fucalos spoke her deceit with nary a flutter of her heartbeat. Violet, internally acknowledging this, thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, this woman could deceive the heavens, so she would naturally bear no burden of conscience while lying. Ah! But he appeared to be the one deceived. In the midst of Violet's musings, Fucalos had already proclaimed herself. Fucalos, martial spirit, water element sword, level 35 control type soul master. As for why her sword martial spirit was not an assault type, Daimubai would soon discover the answer. Upon learning of Fucalos' soul power level, Daimubai nearly burst into laughter. 35. Ha. With such a meager level, she had the audacity to boast about enduring for an incense stick. Who granted her such audacity? Could it be that her disdain for Violet fueled her bravado? Contemplating this, a smirk graced Daimubai's lips, and a newfound confidence surged within him. Indeed, he, Daimubai, possessed considerable charm. Oh, wait a moment. Did Fucalos just claim to be a control-type soul master? Daimubai glanced at the sword in her hand, lost in thought. A sword martial spirit, a control-type soul master? He had neither seen nor heard of such a thing. Unbeknownst to him, 2 millennia hence, the Tang sect would boast a pair of masters, both sword soul masters, the passionate sword and the indifferent sword, who were also control-type soul masters, capable of wielding a martial spirit fusion technique that could control even god-tier powerhouses. Now that was truly terrifying. Miss Fucalos, please, you may strike first. I fear I might unintentionally harm you, Daimubai said with a smile, playfully twirling a lock of hair with his right index finger. The soul power level of Fucalos is 2 ranks lower than his own, appearing delicate and fragile, hardly a match for him. In that case, I shall not hold back, Fucalos declared with an unwavering demeanor, as his first soul ring shimmered and a charming octopus adorned with a gentleman's hat gradually took shape. First soul skill. Arise, Lord Uther. It is not yet over. Amidst the astonished gaze of Daimubai, the second and third soul rings of Fucalos shimmered almost simultaneously. The second soul skill, Madame Hai. The third soul skill, Miss Yebeleda. Before him stood an adorably stylized seahorse and crab, exuding an undeniable charm, both appearing remarkably gentlemanly. Then came Violet. He gasped in surprise. Was this not the elemental skill of Funina? In the game, upon the demise of Fucalos, Funina acquires a water elemental vision. One of its elemental skills being the summoning of these three seafood champions. After a moment of contemplation, Valet shook his head. Fucalos, after all, was the deity of water. Furthermore, Funina was one of her followers, implying that if she possessed such abilities, Fucalos surely would as well. However, while Fucalos might wield such powers, it did not guarantee that Funina could. That said, whether as a pure water spirit or as the goddess of water, the process of purifying water was exceedingly simple. At this moment, Daimubai found himself in a state of confusion, gazing at the three charming seafood creatures floating in the air, his bewilderment only deepening. Is this the sole skill of Fucalos? It appears to be rather ordinary. Well, it seems that young ladies are fond of such creatures, which is understandable. However, might this be an excessive utilization of soul ring positions? Such creatures appear utterly devoid of combat prowess. Upon witnessing this, Violet's eyes twitched. These three seafood generals are notorious for their unruly nature. They would even assault a passerby, without hesitation. In my name. Fucalos observed this scene with a subtle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. As her words faded, the three seafood generals seemingly teleported, encircling Daimubai in an instant. This scene left Daimubai in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? They can actually teleport? Despite their adorable appearance, how could they possess such a capability? Daimubai, you must endure for a couple of incense sticks. After uttering this, Fucalos had no desire to remain stationary. Instead, she approached the Violet, waving her hand to conjure two bubbles. Do not be deceived by their appearance. As the two sat upon them, the bubbles showed no signs of bursting. Violet, how long do you think he can last? Almost 2 incense sticks, I believe. The little one has become quite clever. With a sigh, Violet exhaled a breath of frustration and enveloped Fucalos in an embrace, their gazes locking. Fucalos, you are merely a tad older than I. 1,000,000 years hence, or even 100 million, we shall not be vastly different. Just a tad older, indeed. At that moment, Daimubai was utterly disinterested in watching this couple display their affection. He felt completely dazed. These three adorable sea creatures possessed the ability to teleport and expel bubbles as a means of attack. Initially, Daimubai believed that the power of these bubbles was negligible, until he was struck and nearly fractured a rib. It was then that he realized the formidable strength of these three marine beings was indeed terrifying. This is the seafood triumvirate, meticulously crafted by Fucalos based on the prowess of Daimubai. Each individual possesses strength that slightly surpasses that of Daimubai. When they unite, it is evident that he cannot stand against them. Suddenly, Miss Xie Beleda lunges forward, her pincers imbued with water element, striking directly at Daimubai's waist. This blow causes his complexion to turn ashen, resembling that of liver. The crab, unrestrained by the principles of combat, audaciously attacked in such a manner. With a furious roar, Daimubai summoned the power of his first and third spirit rings, activating them almost simultaneously. First spirit skill, White Tiger Shield. Third spirit skill, White Tiger Transformation. By employing these two amplification spirit skills in unison, Daimubai's stature soared even higher, reaching the zenith of his strength and defense. A mere summoned creature could not possibly defy him. Gritting his teeth, Daimubai murmured as he swung his hand towards Miss Xie Beleda. In the next moment, he was utterly astonished. A crab claw clamped down on his wrist, its immense strength rendering him immobile. Daimubai realized he had underestimated these summoned beings. A seasoned warrior, he quickly used his left hand to strike at Miss Xie Beleda's head, but in a flash, his left hand was also ensnared. Meanwhile, Lord Uther and Lady Haima were not idle. They unleashed bubble attacks aimed at Daimubai's lower back, striking with precision that was nothing short of cunning. It is worth noting that this bubble attack had nearly broken one of Daimubai's ribs with just a single hit. Unreasonable? Then let us resort to physics. A sharp intake of breath escaped Violet's lips as he observed the seafood trio's strategic targeting. After this soul duel, would Daimubai be left incapacitated? A cry of despair erupted from Daimubai. Fortunately, he had preemptively activated his first and third spirit skills. Otherwise, those two attacks would have rendered him unconscious. How infuriating it was to encounter such spirit skills. Daimubai, feeling utterly helpless, found his hands trapped by Miss Xie Beleda, and as he attempted to kick at her, he realized she floated effortlessly out of reach. With no options left, he resorted to his second spirit skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. This is currently the only long-range skill of Daimubai. With both hands restrained, how could the opponent not be considered bound by him? At this moment, unleashing the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, Could the opponent possibly evade it? A beam of white light erupted from Dai Mubai's mouth. He could scarcely believe that Miss Ye Beleda could escape, given the proximity. How could she possibly evade it? Indeed, Miss Ye Beleda made no attempt to dodge. However, to Dai Mubai's dismay, his white tiger's radiant wave seemed to have no effect on her whatsoever. A delicate, aquamarine shield enveloped her, effortlessly deflecting the entirety of his soul technique. Dai Mubai glanced at the incense that had scarcely burned, feeling a sense of numbness. Was it still possible to concede at this juncture? He had initially anticipated being besieged by Fucalos and Navalet, but to his astonishment, they had not intervened at all. Instead, they merely sat by, observing the spectacle. Nonetheless, Dai Mubai found himself besieged, overwhelmed by 3 sea creatures. The ferocity of these 2 adversaries was indeed formidable. Here, it refers to Madame Hawaima and Lord Uther, who have once again launched an assault on Dai Mubai. In a fleeting moment, a battered and bruised Dai Mubai emerged in the line of sight, his expression one of utter despair. With his hands bound and immobile, he could only endure the relentless blows from the 2 sea creatures, each strike harboring the might of a soul master. "Spare me, I was wrong," Dai Mubai lamented. The last time he was besieged, he still possessed the strength to resist. This time, he was utterly powerless. The force exerted by that Miss Ye Beleda, that wretched crab, was overwhelming. Given the choice, Dai Mubai would wish never to encounter seafood again in his lifetime. "Young Master Dai, it has barely been 1/10 of the incense time, and there is still more to come," spoke Fucalos, her demeanor unchanging and her tone gentle, adorned with a radiant smile. However, to Dai Mubai's ears, her words resonated like the ominous tolling of a death knell, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Just as he prepared to accept his fate, a voice interrupted. "Esteemed sir and miss, one should show mercy where it is due. Dai Mubai has already faced punishment, so I beseech you to spare him." Upon the conclusion of this statement, a middle-aged man appeared before Fucalos and Navalet, sporting glasses and black wings sprouting from his back. With a remarkable composition of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, he represented a soul sage of impeccable rank. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Dai Mubai's heart swelled with gratitude. The dean of the academy had arrived as his savior. He felt profoundly moved. Suddenly, a thought seemed to ignite within Dai Mubai, and he regained his boldness. This is a level 78 battle soul saint. With him as a backing, how could Dai Mubai possibly fear anything? "Dean, save me." They disregard the principles of martial ethics. Flander had initially no intention of intervening, yet the plight of Dai Mubai was simply too dire to ignore. "The injury has only just healed, and after this incident, I fear I might have to stay for another month. Mr. Flander, are you finally willing to come out?" Violet said, his expression unchanged. He and Fucalos had long recognized Flander as presence, merely choosing not to expose it. Ever since they exited Soto City, Flander had been trailing behind the 3, likely concerned for Dai Mubai's safety. Upon hearing this, Flander cast a surprised glance at Violet, his complexion shifting dramatically. Although Flander and Violet had only met once, Flander understood that Violet was not the type to boast. Given his statement, it was evident that Violet had discovered him long ago. It must be noted that Flander was a formidable soul sage at level 78, with his cultivation. Even a soul master of the same rank might not detect him. Something was amiss, very amiss. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, a scorching aura that distorted the air slightly. Flander was drenched in sweat, cold beads trickling down his brow, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, his strong willpower prevented him from making a fool of himself, having erred and yet being outmatched. Thus, acknowledging one's fault must be done with sincerity, and facing punishment should be met with dignity. Isn't that right? The esteemed principal of Shrek Academy, Flander? Lexus, with a darkened expression, stepped forward. His residence was not far from here, and he was well aware of the unfolding situation. Of course, the reasons behind the occurrence were of little importance, as his grandson and granddaughter-in-law were certainly not the type to stir up trouble. Moreover, what of causing trouble? Upon seeing the newcomer, Flander's eyes widened in horror as he instinctively took 3 steps back, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, stammering, "T-title Douluo." Seeing Lexus's 9th spirit ring intensified Flander's fear. The dark hue interspersed with red indicated that this spirit ring was perilously close to 100,000 years. Was a mere soul sage like him capable of provoking such a powerful being? Grandfather. At that moment, Violet and Fucalos rose from their bubble. The old man had arrived about a minute ago, but had yet to make his presence known. Dai Mubai, Flander noticed, was still enduring the beating. Flander couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, pondering how this fellow kept offending those with the backing of a title de law. True, he was the Prince of Star Luo, but he was merely a pawn. Even his father, the Star Luo Emperor, could not carelessly offend a title de law. First, he clashed with Ning Rongrong, indirectly offending the sword and bone Douluo, and now it was uncertain which title Douluo he had antagonized. Dai Mubai's mouth opened slightly. Hesitating to speak, the pain in his body momentarily forgotten. Grandson, granddaughter-in-law, fret not. With me here, this soul sage will reason with us. As he uttered these words, Lexis glanced at Flander and continued, Isn't that right, Flander? Ah, yes, reason. What could Flander do? Was he to argue with logic or physics? Violet and Fucalos exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment at Flander's rapid change of heart. Whatever confidence he had displayed earlier seemed to have vanished. Injured, treated, and then beaten again. Flander felt a sense of relief akin to the last time Zhao Wujia was bested by Tang Hao. The adversary had no intention of killing Mubai. After all, this predicament was a result of Mubai's own actions, and a bit of physical suffering was warranted. Had they aimed to kill Dai Mubai, he would have already perished. Flander cautiously scrutinized Violet, recalling when this young master had previously purchased a piece of flawed crystal from him, a memory that lingered vividly. Initially, Flander had assumed Violet held some status within the arena. He never anticipated that behind him stood a powerhouse of title Douluo caliber. Once, title Douluos were a rare sight, with only a handful throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Yet, in less than 2 months, Flander had encountered 2, both remarkably formidable title Douluos. As for Tang Hao, his reputation preceded him, possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring. The one before him, however, was undoubtedly not far behind. Facing Lexis felt even more daunting than facing Tang Hao. It is entirely natural. Flander possesses the martial spirit of the four-eyed cat eagle, while Lexius wields the golden crow. In the face of Lexius, Flander inherently finds himself at a disadvantage. Not only is he outmatched, but his soul power level also lags behind Lexius by 2 significant tiers. It is not surprising that Flander feels this way. Previously, I had heard whispers that your Shrek Academy lacks reason, Lexius remarked, causing cold sweat to cascade down Flander's forehead. That scoundrel has spoken out of turn. He, Flander, is the epitome of reason. Your Highness, this is... Before Flander could finish his sentence, Lexius waved his hand, interrupting him and continuing. Today's encounter has revealed the rumors to be unfounded. Shrek Academy is indeed quite reasonable. Yes, quite so, Your Highness. We at Shrek Academy are the most reasonable indeed. Flander lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Under such circumstances, one must inevitably bow one's head. The figure before them, resembling a man of middle age, possessed strength as profound as the ocean's depths. Even 10 of Flanders could not hope to contend with him. Reason dictates that their agreement must first be fulfilled. Indeed, what more could Flanders say, but to nod submissively? Upon witnessing the 9 soul rings adorning Reincarnated, Dai Mubai had already resigned himself to fate. Had they disclosed their formidable backing sooner, he mused, would he have had to circle around? As time passed, Flanders could only watch helplessly as Dai Mubai endured the onslaught, filled with a sense of urgency yet utterly powerless. Today, Dai Mubai was truly defeated. What struck him as peculiar was that, logically, the attacks from the 3 sea generals, each reaching the level of Soul Master, should have overwhelmed Dai Mubai in no time. Yet, he continued to scream in agony, his voice resonating with unyielding vigor, never faltering. Suddenly, Flanders had an epiphany. Each time Dai Mubai appeared on the verge of collapse, a flash of green light would dance across the arena, rejuvenating him just enough to endure the next round of punishment. Flanders cast a sidelong glance at the smiling Fucalos. This girl was a devil. Not only did she strike Dai Mubai, but she also restored his injuries before continuing her assault. This is a cruel act of both murder and torment. Moreover, has it truly been over an hour? How is it that her spiritual energy can endure for such a prolonged period? Flander fell into deep contemplation. I was wrong. Please spare me. Dai Mubai felt utterly drained, truly exhausted. Whenever he neared his breaking point, he suddenly sensed a force that seemed to heal him, only for the torment to resume as soon as his injuries began to mend. This cycle has repeated itself numerous times. The heart of this young girl is darker than that of Ning Rongrong. However, no matter how to Mubai called out, no one paid him any heed. And Flander painfully closed his eyes. You asked for trouble, but not this kind. Do you truly understand what it means to pick on the weak? After a couple more hours, the second incense finally burned out, and the three seafood generals swiftly vanished as if they had never existed. Flinder's face turned pale with fear. Over 3 hours had passed, and she had continuously utilized her soul techniques, appearing as if she were unscathed. Each of those summoned beings attacked as if they were soul masters, and she had not merely unleashed one soul technique but 3, showing no signs of soul power depletion. Even he, a soul saint, felt a shiver run down his spine. Time's up, Master Demubai. Do you have anything to say? Fucalos approached with a smile. Upon hearing this, Demubai trembled, and a glimmer of brilliance appeared in his otherwise dull eyes. He sensed that if he didn't respond well, today's events might not conclude favorably. I was wrong, truly wrong, and I assure you there will be no next time. As soon as he uttered those words, darkness enveloped his vision, and he fainted. Previously, there had been a force aiding his recovery, but in those final moments, that support had vanished. Noticing this, Violet felt a lingering suspicion that Fucalos' earlier words about reviving that displeased individual before slaying him were not mere jest. Lexius nodded in satisfaction. This granddaughter-in-law was far stronger than he had anticipated, possessing the same soul ring and attributes as Violet. Had they not shared some connection, Lexius would not have believed it. Your Grace, Master, Miss, since Mubai is in this state, should we? Flinder tentatively inquired. But he dared not take Demubai away when the others remained silent. Unfortunately, Demubai could not withstand even 2 incense sticks. Old sir, please take him away. By the way, should Mr. Demubai harbor any similar thoughts, he may come and speak with me next time. He only needs to endure for 1 incense stick. Fucalos stated with an unchanging demeanor, his voice gentle. However, Flinder was shaken to his core upon hearing this. It implied he had failed to discipline Demubai. Next time, Demubai would surely not survive. Allowing Demubai and Flinder to escape this time was already a display of kindness on their part. The realm of soul masters is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. Conflicts often escalate into fierce battles, and life and death are frequently at stake. Yet, to leave Demubai in such a state without taking his life was indeed an act of mercy. Thank you, Miss, thank you, Your Grace, thank you, young master. Mubai will not dare again. I, Flinder, guarantee it. If Demubai were to act so recklessly again, Flinder would ensure he would not intervene. Who was this person? He had no relation to him. After Flinder took the severely injured Demubai away, Lexius finally spoke. This individual's martial spirit bears a striking resemblance to the royal heritage of the Douluo Empire. If I am not mistaken, he should be the 3rd prince, Demubai, who fled the Douluo Empire 3 years ago. Grandson, granddaughter-in-law, how did he provoke you? The Douluo Empire boasts a lineage of over 10,000 years, and Lexius was naturally familiar with their royal martial spirits, particularly Demubai's distinctive heterochromatic eyes. In both the Heaven-Do Empire and the Douluo Empire, any relatively large city would have a soul arena. These arenas are filled with a mix of individuals, providing a wealth of intriguing information daily. Although the 8 great families may not be concerned with the trajectory of the Douluo Continent or who governs it, they would certainly take note of interesting tidbits to share and amuse others during annual gatherings. Indeed, it was merely for amusement. The battles fought and the victors claimed were of little consequence to the soul arenas. Those stories were merely entertainment. Violet and Fucalos exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Violet who recounted the details of the events. Upon hearing the account, Lexius was infuriated. Had he known the situation was as such, he would never have allowed Demubai and Flinder to leave so easily. He would have set them ablaze, resolving everything in one fell swoop. His grandson and granddaughter-in-law were far too kind-hearted. After a moment of contemplation, Lexius decided that some matters were better discussed privately with Violet. While kindness can be a virtue, Violet's kindness was not to be taken lightly. What harm would there be in eliminating a mere pawn? Undetected, could the Douluo royal family truly seek evidence? The reason for discussing this privately was because Fucalos was present. It would be inappropriate to reprimand a man in front of his wife. Suddenly, Lexius seemed to have an epiphany, recalling his earlier dilemma regarding whether to share his 2 self-created soul techniques with the other 7 families. Ultimately, he found himself indecisive. He wished for Fucalos and Violet, the ones who had acquired these techniques, to decide whether or not to share them. By the way, my grandson, granddaughter-in-law, should we share the matter of the self-created soul techniques with the other 7 families? Our 8 great families have been interconnected for over 1,000 years, and we have little to hide from one another. However, one of these techniques is extraordinarily precious. Before Lexius could finish, Violet, slightly taken aback, replied, Grandfather, you may decide. After all, they are not particularly valuable. For Vielect and Fucalos, these two Tang sect ultimate techniques were hardly treasures. Moreover, the difference between these techniques and mere trinkets was negligible. There was no need to create discord over such trivial matters. I simply couldn't make up my mind. Which is why I sought your opinions, as these techniques are yours to begin with, Lexius admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. What he considered treasures were mere trifles in Violect's eyes. Let us share. We should not allow such trivial matters to complicate our relationships. Upon hearing this, Lexius regarded Vielect with newfound respect. He had not expected such wisdom from one so young. Reflecting further, he recognized that if such small matters could lead to complications, then leading their group would become increasingly difficult. Very well, I had initially intended to meet with these old fellows during the annual gathering. But since it has come to this, we shall visit them sooner. Time flowed on, and before long, night fell. After bidding farewell to Lexius, Vielect and Fucalos returned to the Soul Arena. Fucalos had no pressing matters, but Vielect still needed to serve as a referee that evening. As night descended, Vielect once again stepped onto the Soul Arena. Joys and sorrows intertwined. At Shrek Academy, everyone gathered around Amubai's sickbed. This fellow had barely recovered from his previous ailment before he found himself bedridden once more. Flender, what happened? How could Xiaobai end up in such a state? The speaker is Zhao Wujing, the immovable king, whose height falls short of 1.70 meters. Since being injured by Tang Hao, he has been recuperating and has only recently begun to recover. Upon seeing Flander carrying the gravely injured Dai Mubai back, Zhao Wujing was taken aback. Who in Soto City, apart from that Tang Hao, would dare to discipline a member of Shrek Academy in such a manner? No need to dwell on it. What is done is done. Flander waved his hand, signaling his unwillingness to elaborate further. What good would it do to speak of it? Could they seek vengeance? That would be futile. Considering the opponent was a powerful title Douluo, Zhao Wujing, or even the entirety of Shrek Academy combined, would not be enough to withstand a single blow from such a formidable foe. Hearing this, Zhao Wujing's expression shifted as he gazed at Flander, dissatisfaction evident in his eyes. Flander, as the dean and teacher of Xiaobai, is this your way of being irresponsible? Zhao Wujing was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He merely felt it unjust for Dai Mubai. After all, despite their playful antics, Dai Mubai had always shown him great respect, occasionally inviting him out for drinks or meals. Now that Dai Mubai was in trouble, wasn't it only fitting that he stand up for him? Old Zhao has a point. Flander, what exactly is going on? Li Yusong interjected. Observing their curiosity for retribution, Flander felt a twitch in his eye. If they were eager to know, he might as well grant them the opportunity. However, when you seek vengeance, make sure you don't mention that you know me, Flander. The moment you step out of Shrek Academy, I shall make my swift exit. Flander stated with a stoic expression, leaving Zhao Wujing, Li Yusong, and others utterly perplexed. What is happening? Flander recounted the entire sequence of events, having witnessed it all firsthand, without embellishment. Upon learning that the individuals Vielect and Fucalos were backed by a title Douluo, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Zhao Wujing's face turned as dark as coal. If the adversary had harbored any murderous intent, Flander and Dai Mubai would likely have already been reduced to ashes, or perhaps even less. The group collectively inhaled sharply, exchanging glances. My injuries aren't fully healed yet. I need some time to recuperate. For now, I'll take my leave. Such matters are beyond my control at the moment, Zhao Wujing remarked, scratching his head. After speaking, he fixed Flander with a profound gaze, seemingly having made a decision, and strode towards the dormitory without looking back. It was no wonder Flander had made such a choice. Why provoke someone so formidable? Who was Dai Mubai, anyway? Zhao Wujing barely knew him. Yet, were peril to arise, he would not shy away. For as long as Dai Mubai remained alive, he would not embark on a path to self-destruction. Cough, it feels like rain is coming. My rheumatism is acting up. By the way, I need to gather my clothes, Li Yusong mumbled to himself, unconsciously moving towards the door. The moment he stepped outside, he dashed away without a backward glance. The meal is still cooking. Where did I put my chessboard? As the others departed, Flander's forehead creased with lines of frustration. Could they not be a tad more reliable? Even now, they were joking around. He had explicitly stated not to inquire, yet they pressed on, making him appear lacking in responsibility as a dean. What good did it do to speak? These individuals fled faster than anyone else. Flander, you mentioned that the title Douluo had flames that distorted the air? Yu Xiaojing inquired, his expression steady. Unlike the others, he was more interested in the sudden appearance of this title Douluo. Xiaojing, what are you implying? Nothing. Please elaborate on the characteristics of the title Douluo in the spirit possession state. I have a strong feeling that this noble individual is far from ordinary, Yu Xiaojiang replied. His demeanor unwavering. Flanders I twitched. How many individuals could cultivate to become a title Douluo? And Yu Xiaojiang felt he was extraordinary? In response to his close friend's inquiry, Flanders shared, though Xiaojiang's power may not match my own, his insight is beyond my reach. He is the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's leader and the current pope. This title Douluo, merely in the state of spirit possession, possesses flames capable of distorting the air, and the golden wings on his back also emanate golden flames. No, that is not quite right. It resembles the color of the sun. Furthermore, after listening to Flanders' account, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze sharpened, and he shuddered involuntarily, instinctively stating, I believe I have discerned the noble individual's martial spirit. Such a martial spirit has not graced Douluo Continent for many years. If I am not mistaken, it is either the Jinwu martial spirit, capable of contending with the pure-blood fire phoenix, or the legendary embodiment of the sun, the three-legged golden crow martial spirit. Based on my estimations, the noble individual's martial spirit is one of the top-tier martial spirits, the Jinwu, rather than the three-legged golden crow, as the human body cannot bear the latter. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's impressive deductions, Flanders was momentarily stunned. So, this noble individual was that formidable? Xiaojiang. Do you know their title? I do not. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, speaking with great candor. Without the literature from the spirit hall, he would not have even known what the Jinwu martial spirit was, let alone the title Douluo associated with it. Wait, something feels off. Flanders, you mentioned they were from the Soul Arena? Yu Xiaojiang asked, puzzled. He was somewhat familiar with the intelligence of the 8 great families among these factions. It is indeed unlikely that there exists a title Douluo. If the other party were truly members of the 8 great families, why would they conceal the fact of possessing a title Douluo? Uncertain as he was, it was evident that Violet was indeed a referee at the Soul Arena, and that esteemed individual was his grandfather, suggesting a connection to the Soul Arena. Friend pondered briefly before speaking. Is that so? Yu Xiaojiang stroked his chin. Falling into deep contemplation, he sensed that the other party was unlikely to be affiliated with the Soul Arena. Sending one's grandson there seemed more a rite of passage. Or perhaps the youth named Violet simply sought amusement in the arena. This should be the case. With Yu Xiaojiang's intellect, he would not misjudge the situation. Regardless of whether the other party was linked to the Soul Arena, the fact that they had spared Mubai indicated that this matter was now behind them. Friend slowly exhaled a breath of fatigue and remarked, it is exhausting, truly exhausting, to be a dean, living in constant trepidation of a title Douluo, seeking trouble. The dean found himself in a precarious position, unable to maintain his authority. He was merely a minor soul sage. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang chose not to respond. The affairs concerning Dai Mubai were of no concern to him. As long as Tang San was unharmed, that sufficed. Little did Yu Xiaojiang know that his disciple, Tang San, had been severely beaten by Violet the previous night. After Yu Xiaojiang departed, Ma Hongjun and Oscar entered. Their expressions clouded with confusion as they gazed at the unconscious Dai Mubai still sprawled on the bed, their eyes twitching involuntarily. Dai Mubai had only just emerged from illness a mere 2 days ago, and now he was back in this state. Oscar and Ma Hongjun. You must remember, when venturing into the world, it is best to avoid trouble whenever possible. After casting a brief glance at Dai Mubai, Flanders spoke solemnly, imparting his wisdom to the two. But teacher, did you not say that those who fear to stir trouble are mere mediocrities? Oscar and Ma Hongjun retorted almost instinctively. The moment those words left their lips, Flanders' expression darkened further. While it is true that avoiding trouble signifies mediocrity, recklessly instigating it is the mark of foolishness. Do these individuals possess no discernment at all? Must they not target those weaker than themselves, devoid of any backing? This is the inevitable consequence of provoking trouble. Flanders gestured towards Dai Mubai and continued, he antagonized the wrong person, and I was left powerless, merely a spectator as Dai Mubai endured the punishment, like a mere child. I did not even dare to raise my voice. Do you understand why? After a brief pause, Flanders elaborated, it is because I lack the strength. She is the pinnacle of this continent, possessing a martial spirit of the highest caliber, one I cannot afford to offend. You are in the same predicament. Dai Mubai was thrashed by someone who appears even younger than him, a girl. Do you comprehend this? Even I feel inadequate in her presence. She is both benevolent and ruthless. Her kindness lies in the fact that she allowed us to leave, despite having the opportunity to erase all traces of us. Her ruthlessness? You should know that Dai Mubai endured this beating for over 3 hours. When his injuries became severe, she would heal him, only to resume the punishment once he had recovered somewhat. The mere thought of that scene sent shivers down Flanders' spine. What kind of criminal deserves such treatment? At this moment, Ma Hongjun and Oscar trembled, their eyes filled with terror. It was utterly frightful. Dai Mubai was living a fate worse than death. No wonder the dean had hastily amended the school regulations overnight. It was a revelation. Teacher, we understand now. We will never provoke trouble recklessly again. They nodded vigorously, etching this lesson into their minds. Shrek Academy had never enjoyed a stellar reputation, and for the past 20 years, due to this regulation, every cohort of students had, to varying degrees, stirred trouble in the vicinity of Soto City. The cumulative effect tarnished Shrek's name. The City Lord's mansion and the Spirit Hall wished to intervene. But the formidable combat prowess of Shrek Academy made it unwise to offend them over trivial matters. Thus, as long as it wasn't a grave issue of murder or arson, they turned a blind eye, disinterested in intervening. If matters escalated, the Spirit Hall was not without its Soul Douluo and Title Douluo. They could resolve issues with a few soul sages. However, these minor incidents hardly warranted the involvement of such esteemed figures. The City Lord's mansion, though willing, found itself powerless. This is one of the reasons why Shrek Academy has thrived until now. The students of Shrek maintain a principle of causing trouble without resorting to violence or destruction. You understand my concerns, do you not? In the past, I made assumptions, and I too was at fault, believing that in a small place like Soto City, there could not possibly be powers greater than ourselves. Who knows why these formidable beings prefer to reside in such humble locales? Flanders is truly weary. In the vicinity of Soto City, encountering a soul emperor is a rare occurrence. Yet he has stumbled upon a title Douluo with 9 soul rings. In the future, let us refrain from inviting trouble. Flanders, cannot bear it. Yes, Dean, teacher. After a while, Ma Hongjun and Oscar emerged from the room, their expressions grave. Today, they realized that even the fearless dean of Soto City has moments of trepidation. Witnessing this scene, the two felt as if the sky itself were collapsing. For Flanders was the most powerful individual they had ever encountered, an 8th-level soul sage. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of sword intent descended from the heavens. An elderly man clad in a white robe, standing upon a colossal sword, glared downwards with fury and an air of menace. All members of Shrek were taken aback. Dai Mubai remained unconscious, unresponsive. Flanders, bring Dai Mubai out immediately. The elder bellowed, his voice resonating throughout Shrek Academy. In this seemingly inconspicuous Shrek Academy, how could it possibly allow his precious granddaughter to be wronged? Is it conceivable that he would not seek retribution? Upon returning to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing found Ning Fingxi, Qian Renxue, and Gu Yang utterly bewildered. This young lady has endeavored to woo a genius for the first time. And what is the outcome? She has managed to bring back a potential future queen of the Starluo Empire. Even though the hopes of the third prince appear bleak, or perhaps non-existent, there remains a sliver of possibility for success, however minuscule it may be. Yet, now that she has arrived, it would be inconceivable to dismiss her. How would the world perceive the 7 Treasures glazed tile school if they extended an invitation only to subsequently send her away? Such actions would be utterly disgraceful. Consequently, the 3 individuals convened a meeting regarding the departure of Zhu Zhiqing, which was deemed utterly impossible. Moreover, they must uphold their promise to Zhu Zhiqing. For the 7 Treasures glazed tile school prides itself on integrity. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they resolved that the Sword Douluo should journey to the Starluo Empire to present a significant gift and clarify the circumstances surrounding the matter. This time, the 7-treasure glazed tile school has incurred considerable losses, though it may not be characterized as a catastrophic hemorrhage. Consequently, Ning Rongrong has been confined, not permitted to leave until she attains the rank of sole sovereign. As for Zhu Zhiqing, she enjoys the privileges of an inner sect disciple, being a prodigy in her own right. And the 7-treasure glazed tile school indeed finds itself in dire need of such talents. Once Zhu Zhiqing's matters are resolved, Qian Renxue will finally have the opportunity to seek confrontation at Shrek Academy. The 7-treasure glazed tile school must be overseen by a title Douluo. And as the sect leader, Ning Fingxi similarly requires the protection of a title Douluo during his outings. During this period, the esteemed master Ning Fingxi found himself confined, unable to venture outside. Overwhelmed by the boundless essence of the sword, the members of Shrek were left in a state of bewilderment. What is the situation here? Did Dai Mubai not offend a titled Douluo who wields the power of flames? What is the situation with this swordsman? Only Flanders and Yu Shaojing vaguely guessed the identity of the visitor. Flanders, wearing a bitter smile, glanced at Dai Mubai before carrying him, bed and all, outside the room. Under the title of Sword Douluo, I am Flander, and the one lying here is none other than Dai Mubai, a student of Shrek Academy. Upon seeing this, Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback as he descended to the ground. He looked at Dai Mubai and then at Flander, puzzled. Wait, Rongrong mentioned that they had given Dai Mubai quite a beating when they left Shrek Academy. That was over a month ago, yet his injuries remained so severe. The medical conditions here seem rather inadequate. After a pause, Qian Renxue finally remarked softly. Flander replied, that is not quite right. This young man's injuries must have been inflicted just a few hours ago, unrelated to Rongrong and the others. True to his title as a title Douluo, Qian Renxue, upon closer inspection, discerned the nature of Dai Mubai's predicament. This injury could not possibly have been sustained over a month ago. To speak candidly, my lord, Mubai's wounds had only just healed the day before yesterday, and today, an unfortunate incident has left him in this condition, Flanders stated truthfully. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, his lips parted slightly as if to speak, yet the words eluded him. It is indeed perplexing. Does this third prince of the Star Luo Empire truly revel in courting disaster? This time, Qian Renxue's intention was not to take a life, rather, he aimed to impart a lesson to the unruly third prince. Little did he expect that he had arrived too late. The prince narrowly escaped death. Qian Renxue cast a glance at Dai Mubai, then turned his gaze to Flander, and said with a heavy heart, I have come here to seek justice for my granddaughter. My granddaughter, Qian Renxue, is not someone to be trifled with. Since this young man has been injured, I cannot leave without recompense. Otherwise, I would be the subject of ridicule. Thus, it falls upon you, the dean, to take his place. A teacher's negligence reflects poorly on the student. The primary issue lies with you, Flander. Upon hearing these words, Flander, who had harbored a glimmer of hope, resigned himself to his fate. The 7 killings thunder rumbled. With a single stroke, it cleaved through the vast expanse. Flander was utterly bewildered. Esteemed one, as merely a soul sage. Am I truly worthy of your soul skills? This is not an attempt to educate me, but rather a preparation for my demise, is it not? Initially, Qian Renxue indeed intended to annihilate Shrek Academy, for this deceitful institution ought not to exist in this world. However, considering the circumstances, the worthless Prince Dai Mubai is currently enrolled at Shrek Academy, and the entire situation has stemmed from him. Now, with Dai Mubai severely injured, Qian Renxue cannot brazenly take his life. That would lead to dire consequences. It is, however, quite necessary to teach Flanders, the Academy's dean, a lesson. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He aims to make it known to the world that Ning Rongrong is not someone to be trifled with. As the 7 kills thunder erupted, a sword cleaved through the vastness of the sky. In an instant, the sword's aura spanned 300 meters, enveloping a significant portion of Shrek Academy under Qian Renxue's formidable presence. Subsequently, these sword energies surged skyward, transforming into a blade formed entirely of sword chi. Upon witnessing this, Flanders felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat pouring forth as his calves trembled uncontrollably. A dazed expression crossed his face. Was this the might of a title Douluo? The sheer momentum was far beyond what they, as spirit saints, could ever hope to match. Flanders wished to flee, yet his body remained rooted in place. He understood that if his opponent merely intended to teach him a lesson, there might still be a chance for survival. However, should he attempt to escape, there would be no hope of living to see another day. The teachers and students of Shrek Academy collectively inhaled sharply. It was their first encounter with the formidable powers of a title Douluo. Wait, the target of this title Douluo's wrath appeared to be none other than their dean, Flanders. With Qian Renxue's words resonating in the air, the colossal sword sliced through the heavens, descending upon Flanders with lethal intent. Time felt suspended, yet in reality, it was but a fleeting moment as the giant blade descended towards Flanders' right arm. In severing Flanders' arm, a trench approximately 100 meters long emerged within Shrek Academy. Let this serve as your punishment. Should you dispute it, you may seek me out at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qian Renxue stated coldly before making no further delay, preparing to depart upon his sword. He cast a lingering glance at Dai Mubai, knowing well that the young man's fate was sealed in death. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided against administering any further lesson to Dai Mubai. He took to the skies with his sword. Dean, how are you? As Qian Renxue departed, Zhao Wujia, Li Yusong, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar approached, their faces ashen, clearly shaken. Flander remained silent, staring vacantly in the direction Qian Renxue had gone. Many years later, in his secluded life in the mountains, Flander would often wish to slap himself for what had transpired that day. What was the purpose of teaching such misguided doctrines? His students had stirred up trouble, and as the dean, he was far too weak to contain it. On that day, two titled Douluos had made him acutely aware of the threat of death. In truth, he should never have established Shrek Academy in the first place. Flander murmured. Qian Renxue's sword was swift, so swift that he could hardly react. Yet, it was precisely because it was too fast that he felt no pain from the severed arm even now. As a soul master, although his cultivation remained unaffected by the loss of his right arm, his combat ability had diminished significantly. Furthermore, any future breakthroughs in his training would take much longer than before. I'm fine, Qian Renxue showed mercy, Flander said, his face betraying no emotion. As for seeking revenge against Qian Renxue, that was a hope he would never entertain. Qian Renxue was a renowned sword de law, possessing a soul power level of 96. What was Flander in comparison? Before Ma Hongjun could voice his grievances, Flander barked, Hongjun, watch your words. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately covered his mouth, silencing himself. He hadn't expected that their teacher, who had just admonished them to avoid causing trouble, would be confronted by an enraged parent who, without a word, had severed one of his hands. Ah, Xiao Xian, please help Flander stop the bleeding and bandage it. Zhao Wujia sighed. They were up against a titled Douluo. Even if they wished to assist, they were utterly powerless. The opponent would not heed the reasoning of mere mortals. Having severed Flander's hand was, in fact, a display of mercy. Zhao Wujia cast a glance at the trench that stretched over 100 meters. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This was no mere soul sage, nor even a soul Douluo they could contend with. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia seemed to recall something and turned to Oscar, who appeared somewhat dazed. Oscar, where are Tang San and Xiao Wu? Earlier, when Dai Mubai had been gravely injured and sent back by Flander, he hadn't seen either of them. Now, with the title Douluo threatening their academy, their absence was peculiar. They couldn't have fled like Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, could they? Upon hearing this, Oscar finally regained his composure. Teacher Zhao? I have no idea. I've been with Ma Hongjun all day, he instinctively replied, genuinely unaware of Tang San and Xiao Wu's whereabouts. Yuxia Gang, who had remained silent and contemplative, changed expression at the mention of Tang San. Indeed, where could Tang San be? Though he felt sorrow for Flander's injury, Yuxia Gang felt powerless. Tang San could not afford to encounter any danger. Quick, let us check the dormitory, he urged. Anyone could be in peril, but his hope, his creation, his disciple, must not come to harm. With such a commotion, even the heaviest sleeper should have awakened by now, Zhao Wujia muttered in exasperation. Tang San cannot escape. He has yet to avenge my grievances. Xiao Wu, is there no sign of Tang San? When Qian Renxue entered Shrek Academy, they had sensed the chilling aura of his sword. How could they have missed it? Xiao Wu dared not leave her dormitory, trembling beneath her bed. For that was the presence of a titled Douluo. If discovered, her fate would be sealed. Tang San remained at the door of Xiao Wu's dormitory, his right hand releasing the blue-silver grass martial spirit, ready to prove he could protect Xiao Wu against such an adversary. Xiao Wu, I will protect you. Do not fear, and do not come out. After assuring her, he awaited the arrival of this formidable foe, only to be confronted by a single strike from Qian Renxue. Why do you hide from me? Qian Renxue's sword left Tang San frozen in place. After years on Douluo Continent, he had never encountered such a powerful being. The very air was thick with terror. Could he truly protect Xiao Wu? Glancing back at the door, Tang San fell into deep contemplation, his body trembling. There was both excitement and fear. Such overwhelming strength existed in this world. He, Tang San, was a prodigy, destined to surpass even this being. Yet, the fear lingered that if such a powerful entity chose to erase him, his future would vanish in an instant. In the face of such a terrifying strike, Tang San murmured, this must be a titled Douluo, the legendary kind. Growing up in Holy Spirit Village, he had heard countless tales of soul saints. A soul saint could be celebrated for over a century. What then of a living titled Douluo? Wasn't he that the very essence of legends? After a lengthy pause, seeing that the titled Douluo seemed to have departed, Tang San finally retracted his martial spirit and breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate not to face such a powerful foe. At his current level, he couldn't even contend with a soul Zune like that Violet. Of course, Tang San refused to admit defeat to Violet. He merely believed that Violet had ambushed him, lacking martial ethics. To strike under such advantageous conditions was the act of a scoundrel. If it weren't for that, he would never have lost. Casting another glance at the door, Noting it remained firmly shut, Tang San felt a twinge of disappointment. Is Xiao Wu still unwilling to come out? With no other options. He shook his head and was about to investigate what had transpired when Xiao Wu's dormitory door creaked open. The sound of the wooden door caused Tang San to instinctively turn, meeting Xiao Wu's gaze at the threshold. Her eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions, leaving him at a loss for words. She was unsure how to express her feelings about his actions. If he feared for her safety, why had he not imparted his self-created soul skills and powerful hidden weapons, instead giving her only the weakest sleeve arrow? Yet, whenever danger loomed, Tang San had always been there to protect her, his vows unbroken. Earlier, when the tidal Douluo had attacked, Tang San had been prepared to defend her without even knowing the nature of the threat. To say she was not moved would be a lie. Alas, everything had changed irreparably. Looking at the somewhat haggard Xiao Wu, Tang San exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, you finally decided to come out." Suddenly recalling something, he stepped closer to her and asked, "Xiao Wu, why were you hiding from me? What happened, and why did you return this sleeve arrow?" "It was meant to protect you." Tang San wore a perplexed expression, coupled with a hint of madness as he inquired. He had been waiting here for nearly a day, yearning for an answer. The sleeve arrow in his hand was the very first concealed weapon he had crafted, a token he had once gifted to his beloved sister, Xiao Wu. Yet now, this weapon had returned to him, leading him to ponder whether Xiao Wu wished to sever their ties irrevocably. The vows he had made echoed in his mind, and his commitment to protect her had become an obsession. The thought that Xiao Wu no longer required his protection was a bitter pill for Tang San to swallow. Indeed, it must be because of that violet. Had she not appeared, Xiao Wu would not have transformed in such a manner. Xiao Wu appeared dazed, her eyes twitching uncontrollably. A mere broken sleeve arrow, which Tang San claimed was a gift for her. Was this truly a tool for survival? In critical moments, can this truly be a matter of life and death? Before Xiao Wu could respond, Tang San continued, "Xiao Wu, is it because of that violet? Tell me, is it he who has caused you to treat me this way?" Observing Tang San's increasingly frantic demeanor, Xiao Wu calmly shook her head. Was it really due to that violet? No. She held no connection to him. Rather, upon seeing him, it felt as though she had encountered a kindred spirit, prompting her desire to engage with Violet. She wished to understand how he navigated through this human society. Her feelings towards Violet were devoid of affection or any emotional attachment, solely stemming from the bond of their shared lineage, even if he was one of the elite. "Tang San, this matter has nothing to do with Violet. You do not comprehend what I truly require. You are unaware of my circumstances. The adversaries I must confront cannot be vanquished with a mere concealed dart. Can this life-saving object genuinely protect me, or would it be better returned to you?" Xiao Wu stated with an expressionless countenance, her demeanor unchanging. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Xiao Wu and then at the concealed dart in his hand. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. He recalled the day he and Xiao Wu pledged their brotherhood, when she had posed a question: "If many were to attempt to kill me, what would you do?" At that time, he had resolutely replied, "Then let them tread over my corpse." Xiao Wu's tone indicated that the foes she faced were indeed formidable. The hidden dart. Tang San's eyes twitched slightly. While the concealed weapon was not the worst among such devices, it certainly left much to be desired. Despite crafting numerous pieces of equipment, Xiao Wu still relied on her initial gear, making it quite unreasonable for her to maintain a stable mindset. "Xiao Wu, it is not that I am unwilling to provide you with a more formidable concealed weapon, but your temperament is inherently volatile. What if, in a fit of rage, you were to use a powerful dart to harm someone?" Tang San implored earnestly, considering the welfare of the masses. One could argue that this was a matter of great righteousness. Xiao Wu cast a couple of sidelong glances at Tang San, her lips parting slightly, as if to speak, but hesitating. Who was it during the soul-fighting competition that, despite the opponent conceding, still harbored thoughts of killing? Who, during the assessment, resorted to using a plethora of concealed weapons? In Tang San's case, the use of concealed weapons was merely a facet of his strength, but when she wielded them, it raised the concern of potential injury to others. "Get lost." After a prolonged silence, Xiao Wu finally erupted, retreating into her room and slamming the door shut. Tang San stood bewildered before the closed door, questioning whether he had spoken amiss. Why was Xiao Wu so incensed? Reflecting on his previous statements, Tang San slipped into contemplation. He had not erred in his reasoning. For the sake of the world, the use of concealed weapons should be minimized, especially those of greater potency, as they could wreak havoc. It was best to avoid their use altogether. In the original narrative, after defeating the Spirit Empire, Tang San had destroyed the Zhuge divine crossbow. a weapon born from the ravages of war. Leaving this item in the Heavendo Empire would disturb the balance of nature. Wait a moment. Xiao Wu mentioned her predicament and the enemies she must confront. Suddenly, Tang San's eyes lit up, and he addressed the door. Xiao Wu, would you kindly enlighten me? What exactly is it? The scene shifted to the battle arena, where Fucalos sat alone in a private box, observing Valette, who was officiating below. A faint smile graced her lips. As for the matters concerning Dai Mu Bai, she regarded him as inconsequential, merely an irrelevant figure. If he were to remain oblivious, then his demise would be of no consequence. As time passed, around midnight, the matches finally concluded. Once the audience dispersed, Valette made his way to the box. "How was your harvest today?" he inquired. "Not too bad," Fucalos replied. "The pace of enhancement is somewhat slower in the absence of the main cast, but over time, the improvement is significant." After a moment of contemplation, Valette remarked, "We have ample time, do we not?" "Indeed. Without the curse of deterioration bestowed by heaven, both the demon gods and the dragon kings possess eternal lifespans. While they may be slain, dying of old age is nearly impossible, especially for elemental apex beings like the dragon kings. The older they become, the stronger they grow. Pray tell, the enchanting and slippery Miss Fucalos, do you wish to indulge in a late-night snack?" Valette inquired. "Shouldn't such matters be decided by gentlemen?" Fucalos teased. "Oh, I had forgotten that Valette is still quite young." She laughed, covering her face with one hand. A vein throbbed on Valette's forehead. This individual was truly playful. After assisting Fucalos in changing her shoes, he picked her up in a princess carry. "In that case, I shall make the decision." "Put me down. This is quite embarrassing," she protested. "I have a thick skin and fear not. I am afraid." As the two exited the battle arena, the surrounding lights had dimmed considerably, and the streets were sparsely populated. Nonetheless, there were still plenty of late-night diners, particularly those who had just left the arena, which explained why many nearby establishments remained open at such a late hour. Valette glanced sideways at Fucalos, their shoulders brushing as they walked side by side, entirely unobstructed in their view of one another. Hu Tao is a saint, and Fucalos is not far behind. This will not do. Fucalos must shed the title of saint. As for me, I am indifferent, but one must never compromise on education. Nor should children endure hardship. I believe I have an inkling of what we should have for a late-night meal, Valette murmured. Fucalos felt a foreboding sensation as Valette's gaze swept over her. Confused, she looked at him, but he bore an expressionless face, as though nothing had transpired, which only deepened her perplexity. "What is going on?" "Valette, what were you just thinking?" "Nothing of consequence," he replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he quickly amended his statement. "Oh, I was pondering what to eat. By the way, the fruit dessert over there seems delightful." "Is it?" Fucalos's beautiful eyes brimmed with suspicion. She sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. "Indeed, that is precisely what I was thinking." "Very well, let us proceed and sample it." It is well known that deities possess no wealth. The water god relinquished his divine status to escape such a predicament. Thus, Fucalos now possessed golden soul coins. A mix from Valette and a greeting gift from the elder, Lycesius, enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for generations. The pair did not venture far before arriving at a modest establishment selling fruit desserts, where a few young gentlemen and two lovely ladies were currently patrons. The only other customers present. "Sir, miss, how may I assist you?" the proprietor inquired eagerly upon their arrival. As soon as he spoke, he scrutinized Valette closely and exclaimed, "Lord Valette, greetings. I nearly failed to recognize you. I am your admirer." At this declaration, the young men and women in the shop almost simultaneously turned their gazes towards Valette. To be addressed in such a manner by the shopkeeper in the vicinity of the battle arena suggested that a formidable figure had arrived. In recent days, although they have heard of the name Violet, they have not delved deeply into it. Just a local celebrity, after all. How formidable could one be? Yet, now that he stands before them, they cannot help but take notice. Gazing at this middle-aged man in his 40s. Violet felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. His admirers are predominantly young maidens, are they not? "I am elated to have your acknowledgement. Thank you. Could I please have a serving of papaya juice, a papaya platter, and papaya?" Upon hearing Violet's words of gratitude, the proprietor was momentarily taken aback. He was being acknowledged by a fan. In the past, those adults could hardly exhibit such courtesy as Violet. The proprietor hurriedly noted down Violet's peculiar requests. He felt no issue with it, yet the expression on Fucalos's face grew increasingly peculiar. She glanced down at her toes, as if feeling the need to do so. "Lastly, just a serving of plain water will suffice. The rest is for Fucalos." while this plain water is for Violet. Fucalos replied, very well, Master Violet, please take a seat. I shall arrange it forthwith. After saying this, the proprietor swiftly dashed towards the kitchen. Indeed, the kitchen. The fruits sold here resemble platters of delicacies rather than whole fruits. They are, in essence, processed offerings. Meanwhile, Nailit and Fucalos leisurely found a spot to sit. Leader, I can't quite explain it, but I always feel that Nailit is exceptionally formidable. Yu Feng, you speak truthfully. I share that sentiment, and it is remarkably intense. It feels as though his mere presence exudes an aura of immense terror, leaving me with little courage. Upon hearing this, the group cast puzzled glances at the speaker. This assembly comprised the members of the Royal Battle Team 1. The so-called captain is a direct descendant of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, the grandson of the clan leader. Yu Engine. Tianheng, you cannot be jesting. Yinzi, I never jest, you know this. Yu Tianheng, with a serious expression, fixated his gaze upon Nailit and spoke earnestly. The sensation he exuded was akin to standing before his grandfather, or rather, akin to confronting a figure of authority. This was a tremor emanating from his martial soul. Yu Tianheng found himself utterly incapable of controlling his martial soul, which was gripped by an unshakable fear. This is also a point of perplexity for Yu Tianheng, for he is aware that his martial soul is none other than the unparalleled Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the voices of the crowd were subdued, the strength of Violet and Focalos made it such that even without intent to listen, their words reached their ears. Focalos winked at Violet, as if to convey, they are speaking about you. Violet shook his head, dismissing the matter as trivial and inconsequential. After all, their discussions were not malicious. Yu Tianheng's expression grew increasingly grave, for he was currently a rank 39 Soul Master, with virtually no rivals among his peers. The young Navalite appeared even more youthful than himself, exuding an aura of pressure that surpassed even that of his grandfather, Yu Engine, which felt exceedingly peculiar. The martial spirit was not to be deceived. He placed his trust in the judgments of his own spiritual essence. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng rose, striding toward Navalite and Fucalos, much to the bewilderment of the members of Team Royal Duel. Wow, truly the leader, is he not provoking them? Yu Feng exclaimed. In his mind, Yu Tianheng was the most formidable among his peers, and his earlier remarks were merely an indication of the opponent's strength. Yet, in this moment, he felt compelled to assert that he too was not to be underestimated. That seems unlikely. Tianheng is not that sort of person, Du Guyan replied, shaking her head. As the most distinguished member of the Tiando Royal Academy and the grandson of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect S-Master, Yu Tianheng, despite his arrogance, possessed the merit to be so. In other words, who among the Royal Duel team was not proud? Those selected for the team were all paragons of excellence. Sister Yin. What do you mean? Yu Feng inquired. Du Guyan cast a sidelong glance, lowering her gaze to regard Yu Feng with indifference. Ah, yes. The leader is indeed not that kind of person. Yu Feng felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down as he recognized the woman before him as a Soul Master, the first among them to break through to the Soul Master level. Even if Du Guyan had not achieved that level, Yu Feng, was certainly no match for her. The distance between them was not great. It took mere seconds for Yu Tianheng to reach Navalite and Fucalos. Greetings, Navalite. I am Yu Tianheng. My martial spirit is the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon, a level 39 assault-type battle spirit. I seek your guidance. Please accept my challenge, that I may comprehend the disparity between us. Yu Tianheng declared resolutely, his body trembling slightly. Yet the honor of his family forbade him from faltering. Was it not the third greatest sect in the world, with the foremost beast martial spirit? To yield in fear before battle? Is this not a source of mockery for all? His pride, the glory of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, cannot allow Yu Tianheng to appear in such a manner. I apologize, young Master Yu Tianheng, for I am not adept in combat, nor do I relish it. I am merely a commonplace referee. Violet shook her head, her expression unwavering as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Fucalos, who had been gazing at Yu Tianheng, suddenly turned her attention to Violet, her eyes twitching slightly, her crimson lips parting as if to speak, yet hesitating. Violet claims he is not skilled in battle? Ha. Can it be that Violet has declared his own ineptitude in combat? Goodness, from whom has he learned such deceit? Even young Violet has resorted to lying. The members of the Imperial fighting team, including Yu Tianheng, were momentarily taken aback. Unskilled and unenthusiastic about battle? Yet you serve as the referee in the soul fighting arena. After a brief hesitation, Yu Tianheng continued, Violet, I implore you to engage in a bout with me. I merely wish to discern the extent of our disparity. Should you refuse, do not blame me for taking action here. Violet, why is this child so obstinate? Must he endure a beating before he is willing to relent? The meaning conveyed by Yu Tianheng is quite straightforward, as translated from the words of Violet. It is, if you do not strike me first, I shall take the initiative. Violet is merely engaging in a friendly spar. Rest assured, the leader will not inflict any harm upon you. At this moment, Yu Feng approached with a relaxed demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of Yu Tianheng being unable to contend with the opponent. Young handsome, Tianheng's temperament is indeed quite stubborn. You should engage him in a duel. If you emerge victorious, I shall treat you to the poisonous wine brewed by the title Douluo. A subtle smile graced Du Guyin's face, and her words sent a chill down the spines of those present. The poisonous wine of the title Douluo? The members of Team Huangdo instinctively recoiled, their gazes toward Du Guyin shifting dramatically. Could a low-ranking soul master truly partake in her grandfather's brew? Not even the soul sage class would dare to drink Dugubo's wine. Since Miss Dugu has suggested it, I shall accept this spar, Violet responded. Oh, do you know me? Du Guyin inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity. For she had been focused on solidifying her soul power since her arrival in Suatua City and had not participated in any matches. This Naivelet, however, is able to directly call her name? This is indeed the first encounter with Miss Du Guyin, although I have previously crossed paths with the esteemed Mr. Dugubo. Naivelet remarked without a flicker of emotion, his statement holds no falsehood. In this lifetime, it is indeed the first meeting with the genuine Du Guyin. As for Dugubo, our acquaintance is also true. It has not been long since he returned from the realm of ice and fire. This statement left all the members of the royal duel team momentarily stunned. The handsome young man before them actually knew Dugubo? What an impressive background he must possess. It is worth noting that even though they were classmates and companions with Du Guyin, Dugubo had never deigned to acknowledge them. Is it true that you know my grandfather? Du Guyin was astonished, her expression one of disbelief. Indeed, Mr. Dugubo, your granddaughter seems to doubt the veracity of my words. Perhaps you might wish to make an appearance? Spoke Violet with calm assurance. Amidst the confused gazes of Du Guyin and the others. Yes, Dugubo was discreetly observing. After Du Guyin consumed the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, her soul power ascended to level 40, and her martial spirit underwent evolution. He accompanied Du Guyin to obtain her soul ring, yet he remained concerned for her well-being, which prompted his covert following, leading him to Soto City. Haha, my young friend, children often lack understanding, so why take offense? Dugubo chuckled heartily as he emerged from the shadows. He was perplexed by how Violet had discovered his presence. However, recalling that Violet had never met him in person, he pondered how she knew of his involvement, especially since the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which he had never visited, was said to hold treasures capable of healing both him and Du Guyin. With this thought, although Dugubo felt bewildered, he chose not to dwell on it further. Dugubo donned green light armor, and as he stepped forward, the members of the Emperor fighting team were momentarily taken aback. Do you presume this battle arena belongs to your family? Violet not only recognized Dugubo but appeared quite familiar with him. Wasn't it said they were only acquainted briefly? Under the crown of the poison Douluo, once the others regained their composure, they promptly bowed in a noble greeting to Dugubo. He waved his hand dismissively. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Violet. Grandfather, what brings you here? Du Guyin approached and embraced Dugubo's arm, gently shaking it as she inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Dugubo shifted his attention from Violet to Du Guyin. Ah, I cannot help but worry for you, he sighed, ruffling her hair affectionately. I have grown up. Besides, Tianheng will protect me. Right, Tianheng? Du Guyin quickly glanced at the somewhat dazed Yu Tianheng. Rest assured, Your Excellency, I, Yu Tianheng, shall take excellent care of Yanzi. Yu Tianheng exclaimed, regaining his composure and speaking with utmost seriousness and respect. Dugubo had always opposed the idea of Yu Tianheng being with Du Guyin, although Yu Tianheng remained unaware of the reasons behind this. Born into a prestigious family and possessing formidable strength, he was unmatched among his peers, handsome and of good character. Yet, Dugubo stood firmly against their union. Humph. Dugubo scoffed, showing no regard for Yu Tianheng's status. Is your strength greater than Yin Yan's? Do you possess the ability to protect her? Yu Tianheng was taken aback, his mouth agape, hesitating to respond. Indeed, his current strength was not on par with Du Guyin's, and Dugubo's words left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Grandfather, Tianheng is very diligent, he finally managed to say, clenching his fists as if resolved. Your Excellency, although my current strength may not surpass Yanzi's, I will strive to improve. Moreover, I will ensure her safety. Anyone who dares to harm her must first step over my dead body. Violet, Dugubo, is this statement touching? This is merely the roar of the weak. If anything were to happen to Yinzi, I would certainly be the first to take action against you. Dugubo rolled his eyes, pondering the futility of stepping over your corpse when you still could not protect Yin Yan. Paying no further heed to the resentful expressions of Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yan, Dugubo turned to the young man, Violet, and remarked, "My young friend, it has been a month since we last met, and your demeanor has only grown more impressive. A month ago, the impression Violet left him was merely one of threat, but today it was a matter of much greater significance." Dugubo chuckled. "Please, do take a seat. By the way, young master Yu Tianheng, our sparring shall have to wait for some time. Let us dine first, and then we can proceed. Shall we?" Though he posed it as a question to Yu Tianheng, it was evident that the time had already been set. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng hesitated, glancing between Dugubo and Violet. "What do you expect from me? To receive guidance from my young friend is indeed a privilege." Dugubo retorted with a hint of annoyance before taking a seat opposite Violet. "Ah?" Yu Tianheng felt a wave of despair wash over him. Had he known of Dugubo's acquaintance with this individual, he would not have come. There is no turning back once the bow is drawn. And the arrow is on the string, it must be released. "Very well, no problem," he acquiesced with a nod, eager to ascertain the true strength of Violet, which warranted such high praise from Dugubo. As time passed, when the proprietor finally emerged with the food, he was somewhat bewildered, sensing an unusual atmosphere outside. Although it felt peculiar, the proprietor, being an ordinary person, dared not inquire further. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Fucalos concluded her meal. Subsisting solely on papaya was insufficient. Violet then retrieved an exquisite little cake from his storage soul guide. "Madame Funingna is quite fond of it. I wonder if you, Madame Fucalos, share the same sentiment?" Violet inquired with an unwavering expression. This scene left all members of the royal duel team and the enigmatic Dugubo utterly bewildered. Were they being treated to a late-night feast of survival rations? They had anticipated a covert indulgence, only to discover that it was prepared for me instead. With a beaming smile, Fucalos tucked away the small cake and remarked, "Let us proceed. I do not wish to delay everyone. This delightful confection shall be savored during the viewing of the spirited duel." Upon hearing this, the crowd exhaled in relief, realizing they had been waiting for her to dine alone amidst their numbers. "Who, may I inquire, is this Fucalos?" The connection between her and Violet appears to be rather extraordinary. When settling the bill, the proprietor hastily declined, claiming to be a fervent admirer of Violet, declaring that this meal would be on him. "Your kind gesture is duly noted. Thank you. However, I believe in the principle of reciprocity. Here are 2 golden soul coins, which should suffice to cover this meal," Violet remarked, placing the coins down before leading Fucalos out of the establishment. "My lord Violet, that is too generous," the proprietor exclaimed. "Please, just note it down for next time. We shall return." "Very well, then." The proprietor was taken aback by the unexpected delight of Violet's potential return to his humble shop, but he quickly dismissed the thought of capitalizing on this opportunity. After the group departed from the small eatery, they noticed Violet and Fucalos heading towards the Soul Arena. Yufeng promptly interjected, "Violet, you are heading the wrong way. The Soul Arena is currently closed. If one wishes to spar, it would be more appropriate to venture outside the city to any available location." Upon hearing this, Violet and Fucalos paused, having indeed overlooked this detail. However, it seemed inconsequential. "It matters not. Simply follow me to the Soul Arena," Violet waved dismissively. "Follow you to the Soul Arena? Do you presume it is your personal domain, that one can simply request the doors to be opened?" Yufeng muttered sotto voce. Yet, who among them was not a powerful spirit master? Among them was even a titled Douluo, capable of overhearing such remarks. Before Violet could retort, Dugubo placed a hand on Yufeng's shoulder and said, "Your name is Yufeng, is it not?" With a single strike, Yufeng felt as though his very soul was on the verge of departing from his body, leaving him pale with fear. After all, he was facing the esteemed titled Douluo, the most eccentric of them all, the poisoned Douluo. He would not even spare the face of his granddaughter's boyfriend, let alone someone as insignificant as Yufeng. "Your Excellency, I am Yufeng," he stammered. "Yufeng, you mustn't say it, but indeed. The Soul Arena is established by none other than the illustrious Violet." "Yufeng?" The crowd. Upon hearing this, the onlookers scrutinized Violet, recalling the events of the past few days at the Soul Arena, and finally cast a sympathetic glance at Yu Tianheng. "Captain, surely you won't be beaten to death. Will he? Is this truly how matters are resolved?" When Violet and Fucalos arrived at the Soul Arena with their entourage, the staff, guards, were momentarily bewildered but allowed them entry. They casually selected the nearest arena, and the staff promptly activated the lights. It was unclear who had spread the rumor that Violet would spar with the captain of the Emperor fighting team, yet even before either side had taken the stage, the Seoul Arena staff began arriving in succession. Truly, the young master is exceptional, arranging a private duel with the opposing captain. If he can injure Yue Tianheng, the odds of victory for tomorrow's team battle would significantly increase. Is this really how matters are resolved? Remarkable! The supervisor, who had been observing the proceedings, exclaimed in admiration. Lord Violet is truly formidable. I have only seen him in action once, and it was nothing short of breathtaking. Are you referring to the time Lord Violet intervened against that so-called triad competitor? Indeed, Lord Violet demonstrated a speed surpassing even that of a Seoul sovereign to save the Iron Blood team. Silence, everyone. This marks Lord Violet's first spar in the Seoul Arena. Let us observe his grace with utmost respect. I am a humble servant of Lord Violet. It seemed something was amiss. The members of the Emperor fighting team exchanged glances, questioning whether these staff members were sincerely praising Violet or merely flattering him due to his status as the young master of the Seoul Arena. Let us witness the skills of this young man, praised by the poisoned Douluo himself. The crowd thought, knowing that only Yue Tianheng faced true pressure. Yue Tianheng had initially resorted to underhanded tactics to gauge his own abilities against Violet. Yet, the more he learned, the more he was filled with trepidation. Cough, cough. This is the Seoul Arena. How can there be dueling without wagering? Who among you is willing to bet? I wager on Lord Violet's victory. The crowd fell silent. Hearing such words only deepened Yue Tianheng's unease. Just how powerful was Violet? A Seoul sovereign? He could not possibly be a Seoul sovereign. With such thoughts, Yue Tianheng stepped onto the arena. At that moment, Violet stood across from him. Yue Tianheng, I am not particularly skilled in combat, but since you insist on sparring, it would be impolite to decline. Here is the deal. If you can overcome my self-created soul skill, or if the Emperor fighting team joins forces to defeat it, I shall concede the victory to you. Violet spoke with an expressionless demeanor, not out of disdain for Yue Tianheng, but due to the vast disparity between them. Upon hearing this, Yue Tianheng was momentarily taken aback, his previously pale face now displaying incredulity. His eyes widened in disbelief, and after regaining his composure, he was filled with rage. What did it mean that defeating Violet's self-created soul skill constituted a victory? Moreover, he had mentioned the Emperor fighting team joining forces. Wait, did he just claim to be unskilled in battle? Do you look down upon me? Yue Tianheng queried, confusion etched on his face. My apologies, Yue Tianheng. I did not intend to convey any disrespect. Perhaps my words were poorly chosen. Let me clarify. If you all join the arena, you will need to overcome my self-created soul skill to claim victory. Yue Tianheng felt utterly bewildered. Was this not a blatant dismissal of his abilities? Even if Violet were powerful, was it necessary to belittle him so? Clenching his fists tightly, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, he declared, No need. I alone am sufficient. Yue Tianheng, are you certain you do not require assistance? Violet inquired, his expression oddly perplexed. He sensed that Yue Tianheng was on the verge of breaking. His intentions were genuinely for Yue Tianheng's benefit. I do not require assistance. If I am to lose, I shall do so with dignity. If I am to win, I shall do so with style. We, the Emperor fighting team, do not engage in such underhanded tactics, Yue Tianheng asserted resolutely. Upon hearing this, Yufeng, Shimo, Oslo, and others were equally incensed. How could Violet suggest they join forces, merely needing to defeat his self-created soul skill? Is this what is referred to as a lack of combat proficiency? Such arrogance knows no bounds. Very well, referee, let the duel of souls commence. In the arena of combat, referees are plentiful. As the voice of Violet echoed, the nearby referee nodded, eager to witness whether the highest adjudicator possesses genuine prowess or merely relies on connections. 3, 2, 1. The duel of souls begins. Yue Tianheng was the first to manifest his martial soul. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex has taken form, unlike the typical martial soul manifestation of ordinary soul masters. Upon Yue Tianheng's transformation, one of his arms has already undergone draconic metamorphosis. This is the secret technique of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, dragon transformation. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, swiftly ascended from beneath Yue Tianheng's feet, accompanied by the tumultuous and roaring blue lightning surrounding him, creating an imposing spectacle. Previously, Yue Tianheng had declared his soul power level, and upon unleashing his martial soul, he gazed intently at the figure of Violet. Violet, wielding a staff in his right hand and gently raising his left, summoned the eternal flowing classic before him, where it hovered in the air. Subsequently, 3 aquamarine soul rings materialized around Violet. Violet's martial soul was the eternal flowing classic, a book, Yu Tianheng felt a twinge of confusion upon witnessing Violet's martial soul. Something felt amiss. Violet's release of his martial soul seemed merely ceremonial. In an instant, a flash of light flickered between his left and right hands, conjuring a sphere of flame and a sphere of pure water before him. Pure water. This scene left the staff of the Seoul Duel Arena and the members of the Royal Duel team utterly astonished. How could Violet possibly master two elements? Moreover, these two elements are in direct opposition to one another. Amidst the collective astonishment of the onlookers, Violet grasped his staff with his right hand and gently tapped the ground. Instantly, the swirling flames and the adjacent water orb began to roil and spin, and within mere seconds, two colossal dragon lizards materialized upon the stage. They let out a resounding roar, shaking the very foundations of the arena. Dragons! Are these dragon soul beasts? The dragon lizard, an elemental creature, is among the oldest of elemental beings, with the elemental dragon kings having emerged from their lineage. For Violet, creating a genuine dragon lizard would require some time to grow. But conjuring a mere illusion of one was effortlessly simple. The so-called false dragon lizard, which he had just summoned, lacked true life in every sense. Water dragon lizard, greetings. Esteemed visitor, your double standards are quite evident. Roar. Do not dismiss the dragon lizard as anything less than a dragon. It is equally an elemental being and belongs to the dragon lineage. Before them stood two dragon lizards, one a deep blue, symbolizing the water element, and the other a rich crimson, representing fire. Yu Tianheng swallowed hard, his expression somewhat dazed. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from these two dragons. This is a dragon unlike any seen before. It is the unique soul technique of Villith. Wait, is this a soul technique? Or is it an original creation? The atmosphere fell silent as everyone gazed intently at the two draconic lizards. These two dragon lizards were crafted by Naivlet to resemble the juvenile forms found on the continent of Teyvat. Indeed, they are merely young, standing only slightly taller than Naivlet at this moment. Their appearance is rather endearing, starkly contrasting with the imposing demeanor of their adult counterparts. Young Master Yu Tianheng, please, Naivlet exclaimed, waving her left hand, prompting the water and fire dragon lizards to dash towards Yu Tianheng. At this moment, a chill coursed down Yu Tianheng's spine, and cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. Do not underestimate these two creatures. The pressure they exuded was truly beyond what Yu Tianheng could endure. He resolved to fight back. With a fierce determination, he unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Instantly, the first yellow soul ring around him shimmered, and a surge of thunderous energy enveloped a 10-meter radius around him. His right arm crackled with blue lightning. After releasing the Thunder Dragon Claw, Yu Tianheng charged towards the two dragon lizards. The 30-meter distance was but a fleeting moment for both parties. Yu Tianheng chose as his opponent the deep blue water dragon lizard, which appeared less formidable than the fire dragon lizard. He aimed to eliminate the weakest first. Could it be that both dragon lizards were custom-made by Wei Lai Te? Perhaps their strengths were comparable? Furthermore, Wei Lai Te, being a pinnacle water elemental creature himself, would surely create a more powerful water dragon lizard rather than a mere imitation of the fire dragon lizard. His fire element was derived from the Dragon King of Douluo. While its fire attributes reached their zenith in the Douluo realm, they could not rival the water element wielded by Wei Lai Te. The art of crafting dragon lizards was a skill Wei Lai Te learned from Fucalos. If Fucalos could command 3 great generals, surely he could create 2 dragon lizards by hand. What? Mei Luxin? Impossible. They are far too adorable to be made to fight. Such arduous and menial tasks are undoubtedly best left to the dragon lizard. Water dragon lizard. Oh, Violet, how hypocritical you are. We are the ones who truly belong to you. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng struck the water dragon lizard with a claw, and its expression brightened in an instant. Did he hit the mark? They are not as formidable as I had envisioned. Wait, something is amiss. Yu Tianheng's expression shifted drastically as he heard Du Guyan's urgent cry. Tianheng, be careful. Indeed, he had landed a strike. But it felt as though his blow had met only a flat surface or perhaps a cushion of cotton. The opponent exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Instead, it was the attacker, Yu Tianheng, who felt a twinge of pain in his hand. This scene closely resembles a young rock dragon lizard striking its head against a pot of Rice Crisps, resulting in no harm to the pot, while the young dragon lizard becomes dazed. However, the setting has shifted. The dragon lizard has taken center stage. Although Yu Tianheng is a formidable assault-type spirit master, he exhibits remarkable speed, managing to evade the young fire dragon lizard's claw before it descends upon him. With a furrowed brow, Yu Tianheng fixates intently on the water and fire young dragon lizards, uncertain of how to secure victory. How can one's self-developed spirit technique summon a dragon? He ponders, yet the onslaught of the dragon lizards does not cease. The two dragon lizards charge toward Yu Tianheng from opposite sides, their claws igniting with elemental energy. Each strike is imbued with elemental force, one of water, the other of fire, ensuring that regardless of the approach, they will inflict evaporation damage. It was indeed that Violet who unleashed the chaos. If only the potency of both elements could be enhanced, Yu Tianheng would undoubtedly succumb in an instant. How infuriating. I cannot inflict any damage at all. Moreover, the synergy of water and fire renders me utterly hesitant to act recklessly. Should I fall prey to their assault, the resulting harm from their elemental combination would be formidable. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Yu Tianheng. He finally comprehended why Violet claimed to be inept in combat, with these two formidable protectors by his side. Does he even need to possess combat skills? Even with the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, he felt an unsettling sense of inferiority against these two guardians. Among equals, who could possibly rival Violet? Witnessing Yu Tianheng's predicament from the very outset, Dugu Yin, Yu Feng, and others were filled with anxiety, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. These two peculiar dragons possess an overwhelmingly terrifying power, don't they? Even Yu Tianheng finds himself utterly helpless against them. Tianheng, the captain, give it your all. The staff within the soul-fighting arena were equally astonished, as it was their first encounter with such a combat style. Lord Violet is truly formidable. He need not lift a finger, for his summoned beings are sufficient to crush the opponent. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yin instinctively shouted at the staff member. You're talking nonsense. Has Tianheng been crushed? He could have fought back. Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twitch at the corner of his eye. Yen, your words are rather embarrassing for me, he thought. Be a bit more ladylike, please. Dugubo felt a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Perhaps it would have been better if his granddaughter had remained silent. At this moment, Yu Tianheng was drenched in sweat. A momentary distraction had led to a direct hit. And that strike, though merely a glancing blow, had resulted in a fractured rib. If he struggled against a single dragon lizard to this extent, how could he possibly contend with two? Tianheng, Dugu Yin roared, disregarding any argument with the staff. Hadn't Lord Violet previously stated that their Imperial duel team could join forces? She could not be blamed for this. Without hesitation, Dugu Yin dashed onto the arena, prompting Yu Feng and the others to follow suit after a brief moment of hesitation. Lord Violet, does your earlier statement still hold true? Yu Feng pressed on, unwilling to let Dugu Yin speak for him. Despite his usual comedic demeanor, he was indeed quite astute. Seeing this, Lord Violet displayed no change in expression, merely nodding as he replied, a gentleman's word is his bond, it shall indeed hold. Upon hearing this declaration, the staff in the soul-fighting arena erupted in excitement. Lord Violet truly keeps his word. I'm overwhelmed with emotion. I am but a humble follower of Lord Violet. On the arena stage, after Yu Lingling had administered treatment to Yu Tianheng, the members of the Imperial duel team assumed their battle stances. Lord Violet, you are now faced with the entirety of the Imperial duel team, in the hearts of most soul masters within the Douluo Continent. The strength of an individual always has its limits and flaws. However, a complete team of soul masters is an entirely different matter. They possess clearly defined roles, allowing them to maximize their strengths while compensating for each other's shortcomings. The Imperial duel team operates as a cohesive unit, encompassing powerful offense, control, defense, agility, flight, and support healing capabilities, all working together to cover for one another's deficiencies. Dugu Yin, Martial Soul, Phosphor Dragon, Level 40 Control System Soul Master, at your service. Yu Feng, Martial Soul. After introducing themselves, they turned their serious gazes towards the fire and water dragon lizard. During this period, the Vilith did not restrain the Draconids from attacking. They appeared as if bereft of their very souls, standing motionless in place. Roar at that moment. The two draconic lizards emitted a fierce roar, signifying their return. Yu Tianheng gazed solemnly at the creatures, having experienced their terror firsthand. Be cautious, their defenses are exceptionally formidable. In terms of strength, I'm not their match. Moreover, do your utmost to avoid contact with the water and fire they produce. The water and fire they unleash are peculiar, possessing an exceptionally high degree of adhesion. Should the two elements collide, an unusual form of harm may ensue, one I scarcely comprehend. Yu Tianheng candidly shared the insights he had gleaned from his previous encounter, fearful that his comrades might suffer the same fate. Understood, Captain, Tianheng. The group responded, their eyes glinting with the spirit of battle. At this moment, Douluo Yin suddenly cast a fierce glance, her beautiful eyes narrowing. As her expression shifted when she gazed upon the violet and the two dragon lizards. This is a fear stemming from the martial soul. Douluo Yin turned her head to glance at Yu Tianheng, and she seemed to comprehend why Yu Tianheng had previously dared to challenge that violet. It is worth noting that her martial soul had already evolved into a sub-dragon species after she consumed that sweet potato. Such a formidable martial soul. Does it truly tremble in the face of that violet, even confronting two summoned beasts? Let us test their might and discern the extent of their power. The brothers, Shimo and Shimo, spoke almost in unison, their martial soul being the legendary Xuanwu turtle, the pinnacle of defensive martial souls. Be cautious. Yu Tianheng did not decline their proposal. He was well aware of the brothers' formidable defensive capabilities. As the formation shifted, they swiftly positioned themselves at the forefront, one facing a dragon lizard. Simultaneously, the dragon lizard launched its attack. With no embellishment, it raised its claw and struck, a direct assault upon the Xuanwu shield. In an instant, the expressions on Shimo and Shimo's faces shifted. The sheer force of this blow was beyond their ability to withstand. In the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, the brothers, holding the Xuanwu shield, were sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Had they truly fallen so swiftly? No, their martial soul is the Xuanwu turtle. How could they be down so quickly? The crowd was momentarily stunned until some staff members, realizing the absurdity, erupted into laughter. The esteemed Lord Violet is indeed astonishing. With a single strike, these two elite defensive soul masters were toppled by mere summoned creatures. Lord Violet, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, had not secretly enhanced the dragon lizards. After all, Yu Tianheng was capable of evasion. While these two fools had boldly approached to absorb the full force of the attack, was it any wonder they were sent flying? Are defensive soul masters so confident in their own resilience? It is no surprise that Shimo and Shimo harbored such confidence. They were utterly unaware of the immense strength possessed by the water and fire dragon lizard. Blocking an opponent's attack is, after all, the primary strategy of a defensive soul master. They had committed no error, merely underestimated their adversary. Yu Feng and the others gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to find words. Could this truly be happening? How terrifying is this? No wonder the leader, Yu Tianheng, was utterly powerless throughout. Just as everyone was momentarily stunned, the water and fire young dragon lizards suddenly converged. This is bad. I have an ominous premonition. Stop them. Yu Tianheng suddenly shouted, his intuition the most acute. After the two dragon lizards came together, their aura surged dramatically. After shouting this, Yu Tianheng charged ahead, disregarding the fallen brothers, Shimo, and rushed forward. Yu Feng and Osro were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure. Being agile attack-type soul lords, they unleashed their full power and surpassed Yu Tianheng in speed. Unfortunately, it was too late. Once the water and fire young dragon lizards aligned back to back, elemental energies swiftly coalesced, and their aura exploded at that moment. The two dragon lizards simultaneously unleashed torrents of water and fire, their forms rotating clockwise as the water and fire columns swept across the battlefield. Yu Tianheng and the others were left in shock. What other formidable move awaited them? To evade? How can they evade such formidable skills? Did they not witness the Wind Rider soaring above, receiving special attention from that fire-breathing dragon lizard? Nearly making contact with the pillar of flame, the Wind Rider was instantly propelled backward, appearing as though it had been thoroughly roasted. Unlike the tales that describe battles where hair remains undisturbed, the Wind Rider's hair was completely incinerated in an instant. We concede. We concede. After uttering these words, Yu Tianheng seemed to lose all his strength and collapsed onto the ground. He understood then, in the face of absolute power, even the notion of teamwork becomes nothing more than a jest. No sooner had Yu Tianheng's voice faded than Violet waved her hand, causing the two dragon lizards to revert to their original forms, two pure elements that gradually dissipated into the air. Tianheng, are you all right? Douluo Yin was poised to seize an opportunity to strike, yet found herself without the chance. Had she and Yi Lingling not been positioned at a distance when the two dragon lizards unleashed their skills, they might have met the same fate as Yu Tianheng and the Wind Rider. I am fine. Look at the Wind Rider and Osro. Their defenses are not as robust as mine, yet they withstood the initial wave of attacks. Yu Tianheng remarked, somewhat dejected, realizing that such a formidable royal combat team had fallen more swiftly than he had alone. This elucidates a significant point. Previously, his prolonged resistance was entirely due to the intervention of that violet. Yu Feng, Osro, you cough, cough. It's nothing. With Sister Lingling here, I want he perish. Yu Feng felt utterly dazed. As a flight-type soul master, he should have held an advantage. Yet what was the reality? He was merely a living target. I'm fine as well, Osro managed to utter, relieved that Yu Tianheng conceded quickly, having only experienced the water column attack without being struck by the fire dragon lizard. It's terrifying. Violet, you are exceedingly powerful. I trust my instincts. Time will reveal all truths. I believe in my intuition, even without these two summoned dragons. Your strength is formidable. Violet, next time, we shall not suffer such a humiliating defeat. Initially, one might expect Yu Tianheng to utter some harsh words. Yet instead he spoke of not losing so disgracefully next time. Yu Tianheng, you flatter me. I harbor no particular interest in combat, Violet began, but before he could finish, Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow, abruptly rising and shouting at Violet. Violet, continue your pretense, continue your performance. With your caliber. It is only a matter of time before you achieve fame across the land. When that time arrives, it shall be ample proof that I, Yu Tianheng, am not weak. Our team is equally capable. Losing to you, we accept with grace. Yu Tianheng nearly knelt in supplication, pleading for Violet to perform once more. Their imperial fighting team was indeed formidable. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Yu Tianheng's countenance brightened, and he continued, I understand now. It must be that you are so overwhelmingly strong that you claim disinterest in combat. Among your peers, none can rival you. And you feel the chill of solitude at such heights, do you not? Haha, it must be so. Without waiting for Violet's response, Yu Tianheng turned and approached Yu Feng, assisting him to his feet before making his way toward the exit of the battle arena. Violet, my perception will not falter. Time will prove all, Yu Tianheng said, not looking back as he departed. Is the captain? Is he all right? Cough, cough, Sister Yin is still here. Oh. Shimo instantly fell silent, exchanging a glance with Shimo before helping Osro up and following after Yu Tianheng. Tianheng, Yu Lingling remarked, perplexed. Why is it that she remains on the platform in the end? Violet, you are truly too modest. The captain may be struggling to accept this reality. Please do not take it to heart, Yu Lingling said softly, her voice ethereal and melodious. Miss Yu Lingling, I bear no grievance regarding this matter. Yet I would appreciate it if you could remind young Master Yu Tianheng that for those who cultivate, mindset is of utmost importance. Violet replied with an impassive expression, dismissively gesturing. Engaging in battle with Yu Tianheng and the others was never his intent, yet now Yu Tianheng appeared somewhat unhinged. All right, Violet, I shall convey your message. I take my leave. Yu Lingling performed a soul master salute before departing toward her teammates. Within the battle arena, the staff exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that this referee was even more formidable than they had anticipated. No wonder, at such a young age, he could hold the esteemed position of the highest referee. The other referees, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, found themselves compelled to concede at this moment. Ah, my young friend, Yin Yin can be quite reckless. Please do not take it to heart. This is the wine she promised you, which I shall deliver on her behalf. At that moment, Dugubo approached Wei Le by his side, a smile adorning his face as he remarked, Indeed, it is the details that determine success or failure. Dugu Yin, preoccupied with the matters concerning Yu Tianheng, had forgotten her prior promise to offer Wei Le the poisoned wine brewed from the tidal Douluo. However, Dugubo had not overlooked this obligation. He stepped in to fulfill Dugu Yan's commitment, leaving no room for criticism from anyone. Yet, as Dugubo gazed at Wei Le, a fleeting glimmer of regret flickered in his eyes. Why does such a promising young man fail to capture Yin Yan's attention? If that Violet were to become his granddaughter-in-law, he would harbor no objections whatsoever. Unfortunately, Dugu Yin and Yu Tianheng have already formed a pair, although Dugubo holds Yu Tianheng in disdain. That is ultimately Dugu Yan's choice. Love extends to all related, and his frustration lies solely in Yu Tianheng's lack of ambition. Old Master Dugubo, your granddaughter's words were but a jest. Why take them to heart? A gentleman's word is his bond, and young friend, this was indeed your own declaration. Upon hearing this, Violet could only manage a wry smile, as it was indeed something he had previously uttered. Given the circumstances, I shall graciously accept, and I extend my gratitude to Old Master Dugubo, as well as my thanks to Miss Dugu Yin. Dugubo nodded in acknowledgement. Although Violet may not become a part of the family, it is nonetheless essential to cultivate a relationship with such a promising individual. Most importantly, Dugubo could distinctly sense that Violet was unlike anyone else. Others knew of Dugubo and either feared him, kept their distance, or were insincere in their regard. Even Prince Xuexing, who owed him a life debt, dared not share a drink with Douluo. Violet, however, was genuinely different. He showed no hesitation, swallowing Douluo's elixir without a second thought. How many years ago was it that one could feel such belief from others? It is said that Douluo possesses a reclusive and enigmatic character, yet humans are inherently social creatures. Does he not yearn for companionship deep within? Alas, no one is willing to trust Douluo. My dear brother, though that matter was merely a transaction, your life-saving grace towards me and Yin cannot go unacknowledged. At this juncture, Douluo extended 3 fingers towards Violet. 3 matters. Should they be within my capacity, I shall unconditionally assist you with these 3 requests. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me in Heaven-Do City. With that, without waiting for Violet's refusal, Douluo vanished from sight. He is an exceedingly proud individual, imbued with an overwhelming sense of self-importance, unwilling to face rejection. Based on his understanding of Violet, he presumed the latter would likely decline, yet Douluo cannot accept denial. Violet? He had yet to ponder the intricacies of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes when Douluo presented such a scenario. It seems the Douluo clan ought not to be in decline, Violet murmured to himself. Unbeknownst to Douluo, the decision he made today would lead to an unforeseen future. As the battle soul concluded, the staff gradually returned to their dormitories, for there was work to be done the following day. Had it not been for Violet's appearance, they would have shown little interest in attending. Once a passion becomes a profession, the allure of battle souls diminishes significantly, unless the spectacle is particularly thrilling. When Violet found Fucalos, the water god was indulging in a small cake. A mere glance revealed to Violet that the cake was freshly presented, perhaps only having been tasted once. Would you care to try? Fucalos blinked, holding the small cake in her left hand while wielding a tiny spoon in her right. Observing this, Violet's lips curled into a faint smile. Compared to the small cake, I am more inclined to savor the 81. Only high-end matches. Violet, why are you looking at me like that? Fucalos' gaze flickered, her charming face flushed, and her hand holding the spoon trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Violet's expression remained unchanged, still smiling at Fucalos. After a moment, Violet chuckled softly. Fucalos' expression was utterly delightful. You rascal. In that moment, Fucalos realized he had been deceived. A fleeting emptiness washed over him, transforming his prior anticipation into a surge of indignation. The events transpiring within the spirit arena remained shrouded in secrecy, known only to the members of the Imperial Battle Team and Douluo, alongside the staff of the arena. Concurrently, within the hallowed halls of Shrek Academy, Qian Ming chose not to accompany the Imperial team that evening, opting instead to return to Shrek Academy alone. After many years since his graduation, he had not set foot in the academy for quite some time. Bringing the members of the Imperial Battle Team to Duuluo City for training was, in essence, his own desire to revisit Shrek Academy. As Qian Ming stepped into the academy, he was momentarily taken aback. Under the moonlight, traces of battle were still evident. Had Shrek Academy recently endured a fierce conflict? No. It could be better described as a one-sided annihilation. Upon witnessing the state of Flandre, he was utterly bewildered. Who could possibly be so formidable in the small Duuluo city as to sever Flandre's arm? It is worth noting that Flandre is a formidable soul sage. Moreover, the other instructors of Shrek Academy are no pushovers either. What on earth transpired? Director, what has happened to you? Qian Ming approached the bedside with a look of sorrow and anger. It's you, Qian Ming. I've heard you've done quite well for yourself. Flandre shook his head, a faint smile breaking through his pallid visage, surprised that Qian Ming had come to visit at such a time. I'm fine. Just a bit worn out. Flandre was reluctant to delve into the details, knowing that their adversary was a titled Douluo, an exceptionally powerful entity among their ranks. He feared that Qian Ming might act recklessly. At that moment, the instructors of Shrek Academy arrived in full. When Qian Ming entered the academy, the first person to greet him was not Flandre, but Li Yusong. Li Yusong's soul power level was not significantly higher than Qian Ming's. They were evenly matched. Yet Qian Ming's aura exuded a greater strength. Beneath the veil of night, Li Yusong, unable to discern the figures before him, hastily summoned them. As the door swung open, Zhao Wujing boldly stepped forward. Who dares to intrude? Upon the illumination of the lights, Zhao Wujing paused in surprise upon recognizing the visitor. Xiaoming? It is I. Teacher Zhao. Ah, indeed it is Xiaoming. I thought you were some nefarious thief. Zhao Wujing scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After uttering these words, he could not help but grumble. Old Li, your eyes are failing you, mistaking our own for a rogue. Li Yusong, with a hint of resignation, replied. It has been quite some time since Xiao Ming returned. One cannot entirely fault me for the misrecognition. Teacherly, this matter is indeed Qin Ming's fault. Qin Ming remarked with a wry smile. The distance from Tiando City to Suatua City is considerable, and given my position at the Tiando Royal Academy, it is only natural that time has eluded me. He respectfully greeted the others, Teacher Xiao, Teacher Liu. Simultaneously, he surveyed the gathering. His curiosity piqued by the sight of the injured Flinder, who had lost his right arm, while the other instructors appeared unharmed. Wait, there lies a youth as well? Perhaps a junior? Are they the only two who suffered injuries? Esteemed teachers, what has transpired with the dean? Qin Ming voiced his confusion. Realizing that if Flinder was reluctant to elaborate, he could seek clarification from others privy to the situation. Upon hearing his inquiry, the group sighed in unison. After exchanging glances, Zhao Wujing spoke. We are not entirely clear on the particulars, but Flinder's injuries were inflicted by a title de law. The origins of this incident remain a mystery to us. All we know is that a conflict seems to have arisen between Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, leading her to report the matter at home. Ultimately, the sword de law intended to defend his granddaughter, but Dai Mubai was grievously wounded once more, prompting attention to shift towards Flinder. Given his position as the head of Shrek Academy, who else would they turn to? Upon hearing Zhao Wujing's words, Qin Ming felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. After all, it was a title Douluo they were dealing with. This junior, how reckless must he be to offend such a little tyrant? Regarding this matter, Qin Ming found himself at a loss for words. However, he was exceedingly furious. How could a titled Douluo arbitrarily sever a person's arm? This is utterly outrageous. Yet, when it comes to voicing thoughts of revenge, Qin Ming finds himself at a loss for words. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School stands as the second most prestigious sect in the realm, boasting 2 titled Douluo, both formidable beings exceeding level 95. Seeking vengeance against the Sword Douluo within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is tantamount to courting death. Enough, Qin Ming, do not take this to heart. This calamity is mine to bear. In the past, my pedagogical methods were indeed flawed. Cause trouble? Haha. At this point, Flinder chuckled bitterly. Those two have not caused trouble either. Are they not powerful? Among their peers, none surpass them in strength. Having witnessed the terror of Fucalos, Flinder spoke with unwavering conviction. What manner of entity is that? Assaults, relentless assaults, healing, prolonged healing. It is as if the opponent's soul power is inexhaustible. Even he, as a soul sage, could not replicate such feats. As for Violet, while he had only seen him incapacitate Tang San with a single blow and had not witnessed other combat scenarios. Was that not sufficient? Director, are you referring to those two in the soul arena? Qin Ming inquired, glancing at the still unconscious Dai Mubai, addressing Flinder. Previously, Flinder and Zhao Wujing had mentioned Violet and Fucalos' identities while discussing why Dai Mubai lay incapacitated. Indeed, the other side possesses the backing of title de law as well. Qin Ming remarked, that kid Mubai, when he avoids trouble, he truly avoids it. Yet, when he stirs it up, he lands in grave predicaments. Wait, I recall that Mubai mentioned a prior skirmish before Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy. Upon Zhao Wujing's statement, Li Yusong and others were perplexed, and Qin Ming remained uninformed. However, Flinder's eyes widened in astonishment. His gaze towards Dai Mubai shifted drastically. Goodness, you truly have a knack for attracting soul masters with titled de law backgrounds, don't you? Zhao Wujing and Flinder exchanged glances, their expressions towards Dai Mubai altering. Only engaging in high-stakes battles, are you? You disdain to provoke anyone lacking a title de law behind them, do you? Behind Tang San stands Tang Hao, the title Haonen. It is rumored that he vanquished the former pope. Moreover, Tang Hao hails from the most esteemed sect, the Haoyan school. Behind Ning Rongrong are Chun Xian and Gu Rong, both title de law exceeding level 95, along with the entirety of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. As for Violet and Fucalos, though they are unaware of the name of the title de law, they are undoubtedly connected to the 8 great families of the Soul Arena. What a farce! A so-called useless prince, cast aside as a pawn, and yet he carries himself with such arrogance? To shy away from conflict is the mark of mediocrity, but to attract it so foolishly is sheer folly. Flinder, I have a bold idea. Zhao Wujing crossed his arms, glancing at Dai Mubai before turning his attention to Flinder. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Flinder understood the implication, but just as he was about to concur, he cast another glance at Dai Mubai. After all, the boy had been at Shrek for 3 years, such actions might not be wise. Contemplating this, Flinder shook his head, stating, Mubai is still our student. I have failed in my guidance, leading him to err. If there is fault, it lies with me. Let us not expel him. Once he awakens, we shall have a thorough discussion. Li Yusong and the others grasped the situation. It turned out Flinder and Zhao Wujin were contemplating expelling this troublemaker, Daimubai. Ultimately, Flinder relinquished this notion due to their 3 years of camaraderie. Indeed, while Xiao Bai may love to stir trouble, he is fundamentally a good person. It would be too regrettable to expel him. I hope he graduates soon, Zhao Wujin remarked with a shake of his head. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Daimubai, his 2 directors had nearly expelled him. Can we truly blame Daimubai for causing trouble? Apart from the last incident, he was entirely in the right. Is it erroneous to pursue beauty? It is the very essence of humanity to seek out beauty. He merely chose the wrong target. That girl and her summoned creature are nothing short of demonic. In the student dormitory, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were seated across from one another, engaged in conversation. Xiao San, devote yourself to your training. One day you too shall attain the rank of title Douluo. The one who severed Flinder's arm today was indeed a title Douluo. Known by the moniker, Sword Douluo Qinshin, the supreme elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the second most powerful sect in the world. When you reach the rank of title Douluo, Qinshin will undoubtedly be no match for you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light glimmered in the somewhat withdrawn Tang San's eyes as he inquired with curiosity, Master, you often say that I will be formidable once I attain the title Douluo rank, but my martial soul is merely blue-silver grass. Even with all my efforts, I find myself unable to rival that soul master. The soul master referred to here is none other than Violet. Tang San believes he was indeed ambushed, however. The opponent possesses the strength to launch such a surprise attack. Had it not been for the water side, or if it were not for Violet's ambush, his capabilities should have been comparable to those of Violet. Perhaps he could have even emerged victorious. Unfortunately, Violet disregarded the principles of martial ethics and seized the 2 peerless skills of the Tang sect, which indeed paved the way for his demise. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang subtly nodded, then rose to his feet, his hands clasped behind his back, turning his back to Tang San as he spoke. Little San, do you comprehend the significance of possessing dual martial souls? Observing that Yu Xiaojiang had stood, the respectful Tang San could not remain seated. He too rose, positioning himself behind Yu Xiaojiang, and respectfully stated, Please, Master, enlighten me. The blue-silver grass martial soul is, without a doubt, a feeble martial soul. Even if I were to devote my entire life's knowledge to assist you, it would be challenging to elevate it to the pinnacle among its peers. Yu Xiaojiang stated without a hint of embarrassment. Pausing momentarily, he cast a glance back at Tang San. If it were not for my mentor, there would be no Tang San today. Indeed, had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San would have likely awakened the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor long ago. Following a conventional path of cultivation and acquiring soul rings from plant-type soul beasts, the blue-silver grass possesses the potential for healing, a capability yet to be harnessed, having merely manifested as entangling vines. With the Haoyan Hammer martial soul present, does the blue-silver grass truly require offensive capabilities? What Tang San lacks is merely supportive means. Little San, have you considered that once you become a title Douluo, you could endow your second martial soul with 9 soul rings, each exceeding 50,000 years? Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes brightened, and he experienced an epiphany. Is that how it is? A title Douluo can possess a maximum of 2 soul rings exceeding 50,000 years, specifically the 8th and 9th soul rings. Some title Douluo may even have an 8th soul ring that does not meet the 50,000-year mark. If he could acquire 9 soul rings of such age, would he not become invincible when employing his second martial soul? What of Violet, or even the sword Douluo Qian? They would be utterly insignificant. Little San, there is no need for you to rush at present. With the blue-silver grass martial soul and your various self-created soul techniques and hidden weapons, you possess sufficient means to navigate through the initial challenges. I shall do my utmost to strengthen your blue-silver grass martial soul, Yu Xiaojiang concluded. Upon hearing this, Tang San knelt before him, his face a picture of gratitude and resolve as he proclaimed, Thank you, Master. Were it not for your guidance, I would scarcely know how long I would remain mired in despair. You child, do not kneel so easily. A man's knees are as precious as gold. Such behavior is unbecoming. Yu Xiaojiang, smiling, helped Tang San rise, his demeanor devoid of anger. Deep down, he felt a sense of joy. After all, this was the child of his idol. A prodigious talent, and look how obedient he is. What was that you mentioned about failure? Whom did you engage in soul battles with and subsequently lose? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, his brow furrowing. not due to Tang San's defeat, but rather the astonishment that someone could actually best him. Yu Xiaojiang had a general understanding of Tang San's abilities, bolstered by his peculiar self-created soul techniques, coupled with the control of the blue-silver grass and hidden weapons. In a one-on-one scenario, without constraints, it would be nearly impossible for any soul master to rival Tang San. This is Yu Xiaojiang's affirmation of Tang San's abilities, and indeed, Tang San did not disappoint him. He is a referee in the soul arena, named Navelet. What? Navelet? Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming. It is important to note that Dai Mubai's current injuries are related to Navelet, even though it was not he who inflicted them. Does the teacher know of Navelet? Not very clearly, please continue. Help me. Navelet. Time slips through one's fingers like sand, and before one realizes it, the next day arrives. Soto City, the Grand Soul Arena. Fucalos, what are you pondering over again? Early in the morning, the incessant sounds of clanging and banging filled the air, causing Navelet to furrow his brow. Upon entering the hall, Navelet instinctively uttered a remark. Hearing Navelet's voice, Fucalos, who was crouching in the corner, turned to look at him, his smile instantly freezing. And no. Nothing at all. What a classic case of there's no silver here. Yes, did I disturb you? The corner of Navelet's eye twitched. Was this fellow not just feigning ignorance? It was not that he cared about being disturbed, but rather, he was quite curious about what Fucalos was actually doing. Navelet quickly approached Fucalos, glancing at the mechanical parts scattered on the ground, which left his mind momentarily in a state of confusion. At this moment, Navelet found himself engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. What was he preparing to create? He was aware of Fengdian technology, yet he lacked understanding of its principles and the intricacies of its fabrication, for he did not possess the memories of the former supreme judge, Navelet. The old gentleman had gifted them a pair of bracelets, and he intended to fashion a trinket as a token of gratitude. Since Navelet had discovered her intentions, Fucalos no longer concealed her actions, retrieving the remaining components from her storage soul guide. Regrettably, it appeared that the materials in this world were not as resilient as one might have anticipated, leading to a waste of some gold soul coins. Fucalos murmured softly. Gazing at the scattered gears, screws, and an assortment of indescribable materials, Navelet fell into deep contemplation. Fucalos had amassed such a plethora of materials and components in a single night? Wait a moment, with so many materials and components, could the trinket she mentioned be something rather substantial? Navelet pondered further. In truth, it need not be so complicated. The old gentleman lacked for nothing. It would suffice for them to visit him more often, as his desires were rather simple. This, indeed, was known to Navelet. The project was nearing completion. So let it be crafted, dear Navelet. You should attend to your own matters and return to me once I have finished. Upon uttering these words, Fucalos grasped Navelet's hand and, in the midst of Navelet's bewildered gaze, propelled him outside. With a resounding thud, the door shut. Faced with the closed door, Navelet remained silent for a prolonged moment. He had not even attempted to prevent Fucalos from acting. He merely expressed his thoughts, and yet he was cast out? Stroking his chin, Navelet shook his head and made his way out of the arena. Along the path, the staff's gazes toward him were filled with increased respect and admiration. They had witnessed firsthand as Navelet summoned 2 dragons and triumphed over the formidable Imperial battle team. Lord Navelet, good morning. Have you had your breakfast, Lord Navelet? The crowd greeted him with even greater enthusiasm than before, leaving Navelet somewhat at a loss for how to respond. Fortunately, their emotional intelligence was high, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, they would take their leave. This allowed Violet to exit the arena smoothly. It remains a mystery what kind of advanced technology Fucalos had employed, shrouded in secrecy. Violet shook his head, choosing not to ponder further. Was it truly enigmatic? Perhaps it was simply that Violet could not comprehend it. Had he understood those components, the mystery would have dissipated. The clamor of the city remained somewhat disconcerting. A stroll beyond its gates seemed in order. With this thought, Violet made his way toward the city gate. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Violet. Turning toward the source of the sound, he saw Yu Tianheng, his head bandaged and his right arm similarly wrapped, suspended around his neck. His expression was resolute as he gazed at Violet. What had befallen Yu Tianheng? He had seemed perfectly fine when he returned home last night. How had he come to this state? One must certainly inquire from you, Violet. Young Master Yu Tianheng exclaimed. Is there something amiss? Violet halted in his tracks and turned to face Yu Tianheng. The distance between them was merely 10 meters. Yu Tianheng clenched his teeth, as if resolutely making a decision, and swiftly approached Violet, declaring, Violet, I implore you to teach me. Upon uttering these words, Yu Tianheng performed a deep bow. This scene indeed left Violet at a loss. What was happening? Yu Tianheng was asking him to teach him? Young master Yu, what prompts such a request? Your esteemed sect possesses a complete lineage. Why seek my guidance? Violet inquired as he assisted Yu Tianhing to his feet, his brow furrowed in confusion. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan boasted a title Douluo and even a secret technique of dragon transformation. It was not an exaggeration to say they had a comprehensive inheritance. Why? Then, was Yu Tianhing seeking counsel from someone else? Violet, this has nothing to do with lineage. I wish to learn your cultivation methods. Yu Tianhing's gaze was intense, as if fearing a refusal. Do you wish to learn my self-created soul skills, young master Yu? Violet asked, his brows knitting in suspicion. Even if he were to teach, it was unlikely anyone could master them, except for Fucalos, who had originally learned from him. No, my self-created soul skills are my secret. How could a soul master pry into another's secrets? Yu Tianhing shook his head. I only ask you to teach me how to strengthen myself swiftly. I can no longer endure this sense of powerlessness. I must possess the strength to protect Yin Yan. I implore you. Violet's eyes twitched slightly. How could he possibly understand the intricacies of cultivation? He was well aware of his own limitations, yet others remained oblivious. Young master Yu, it's not that I refuse to teach you. The truth is, I simply do not possess the knowledge to do so. Indeed, apart from basic meditation, Violet's own progress relied solely on the passage of time in the soul arena. He had no other methods to offer. Do you need it? It is utterly unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianhing felt a pang of disappointment. The methods to grow stronger were Violet's secrets, and he had no right to inquire. Nevertheless, after the events of the previous night, he could not bear to experience such helplessness again. The feeling of inadequacy and being looked down upon by Yin Yan's grandfather, coupled with the inability to protect his own beloved, was intolerable. Yu Tianheng refused to be a waste. Are you not even willing to provide me with your identification? Violet, I beg you. I truly have no other options left. Please, help me. After a brief silence, Violet sighed. Why was Yu Tianheng so stubborn? Without further ado, he remarked. Between people, there is not even the most basic trust. Violet shook his head and turned towards the city gates. It was not that he refused to teach. He simply could not. Besides, even if he could, what right had he to teach Yu Tianheng? He was not Maluxin. Young master Yu, please return. I have no methods to offer for your enhancement. With those words, Violet walked away without glancing back. Yu Tianheng stood stunned, watching Violet's retreating figure. The aura of authority still palpable. His instincts were never wrong. No, I cannot simply give up. Yin Yin, I will surely acquire the strength to protect you. Yu Tianheng was a man of extreme masculinity. He could not accept that Dugu Yin was stronger than he. Of course, he did not blame her. He only blamed himself for not striving harder. The honor of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan did not permit him to be weaker than his girlfriend. After much contemplation, Yu Tianheng clenched his left fist, gritting his teeth, and quickly followed after. I must grow stronger. He can certainly help me. The thought of single-handedly defeating the royal battle team ignited a fire within him, and the aura that Violet possessed further solidified his resolve. Sensing that Yu Tianheng had followed him, Violet paused momentarily, contemplating before dismissing the thought. What Yu Tianheng chose to do was his own affair. Shaking his head, Violet continued towards the riverbank. Old Man Likes had gone to gather with his old friends and would not return for some time. The annual meeting was approaching, to be held in Heaven-Do City today, where most of the direct descendants of the 8 great families would be present. Likes might first visit the Starluo Empire, and after the 4 families there had paid their respects, he would return to the Heaven-Do Empire, just in time for the annual meeting. Before long, Violet arrived at the riverbank near Soto City, where only this small river could be found. To Yu Tianheng's astonishment, Violet produced a chair and a fishing rod from his storage soul guide. Without any bait, he cast the empty hook into the water. In this scene, even Yu Tianheng, who had no understanding of fishing, appeared utterly bewildered. Wait, if you don't use bait, how can you catch a fish? He pondered. What on earth are you doing wasting your prime years fishing instead of cultivating? Blinking rapidly, his gaze shimmered with the light of intellect. He could not believe it. That Violet must be pretending to fish to conceal his secrets. Humph, there exists no fundamental trust between people. Although Yu Tianheng had followed him. Had Violet been engaged in cultivation, he would never dare to sneak a peek without Violet's permission. As he witnessed Violet begin to fish, Yu Tianheng disregarded his image and casually found a spot to sit, fixating his attention on Violet. After nearly an hour of this, when Yu Tianheng was on the verge of dozing off, Violet finally made a move. At that moment, Yu Tianheng instantly regained his composure, fixating intently on the Violet. With a flick of her wrist, Violet summoned forth a pure essence of water, effortlessly shaping it into a delicate goblet. The water within the goblet exhibited a crystalline clarity, its stratified layers rendering it indistinguishable from a genuine crystal chalice filled with liquid. This scene left Yu Tianheng's jaw nearly touching the ground. What remarkable mastery of spiritual energy is required to achieve such a feat? No wonder he is capable of summoning 2 dragons. The control over soul power was something that Yu Tianheng had never even heard of, let alone witnessed. It is noteworthy that Violet did not even unleash his martial soul. It was utterly astonishing. He even claimed he could not do it? What was this? Sighing deeply, Yu Tianheng pondered whether his lack of sincerity was the reason the other party refused to instruct him. Such formidable control over soul power. Could it truly be achievable by a soul master? The waters of Soto City were clear, sweet, and left an enduring aftertaste, while those of Heaven Do City were somewhat deeper. Upon hearing Violet's murmurs, Yu Tianheng fell into a deeper contemplation. Could it be that Violet harbored some profound intention? Scratching his head with his left hand, Yu Tianheng found himself in a quandary. The next moment, an even more perplexing event unfolded. Violet seemed to sense something, and the goblet in his hand vanished. In the blink of an eye, Fucalos appeared in his embrace, without a sound, and devoid of any fluctuation in soul power. Yu Tianheng's mouth fell agape, yet he found himself utterly speechless. Isn't this young lady the one who was by Violet's side last night? They appeared to be a couple. Yet Yu Tianheng felt it inappropriate to inquire about their affairs. At this moment, cold sweat beaded on Yu Tianheng's forehead. The ability to appear silently in the embrace of Violet, without a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations, could only be described in 4 words, utterly terrifying. Wait a moment. Could it be that these two are ancient beings who have returned to their youthful forms? Such occurrences are not beyond the realm of possibility. As long as one achieves the esteemed rank of title Douluo, it is indeed feasible to regain youth. However, it is exceedingly rare for title Douluo to undertake such a transformation. The cost of rejuvenation necessitates a sustained expenditure of soul power, and aside from female soul masters, male soul masters seldom opt for this path. The preservation of one's appearance typically hovers around the age of 30. It is unheard of to maintain a youthful visage reminiscent of individuals like Violet and Fucalos. Have you completed your task so swiftly? Violet remarked, playfully pinching Fucalos's nose. With a calm demeanor, he continued, embracing beauty has not stirred any ripples upon my placid countenance. Yet my heart races faster than usual. I have indeed finished. I shall surprise the old gentleman, he added, hoping it would not be a fright. Violet spoke with a hint of melancholy, sensing that what Fucalos had in store was far from simple. Could you possibly reveal to me what it is? He inquired, feigning disinterest while fixated on Fucalos, as if silently urging him to unveil the mystery. It's a secret. You will know in due time. Fucalos replied with a slight smile, shaking his head. The exchange between the two left Yu Tianheng in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the conversation between Violet and Fucalos. Wait, have you forgotten that there is still another person present here? Such intimacy, such ambiguity, is it truly appropriate to engage in such flirtation? Suddenly, Fucalos furrowed her brow and cast a sidelong glance at the distant figure of Yu Tianheng. With a slight frown, she distanced herself from Violet. Could it be that the fish you are attempting to catch is none other than young Master Yu Tianheng? Yu Tianheng, taken aback, pondered the implication. What does that mean? Am I to be likened to a mere fish? No. Young Master Yu Tianheng merely came by to take a look, having been here for over half an hour. Perhaps he too finds solace in this serene environment. Violet mused, having already declined Yu Tianheng's offer for academic mentorship. His presence here must be a testament to his appreciation for this tranquil moment. Is that truly the case? Fucalos, perceptive yet discreet, nodded in acknowledgement, her distinctive strand of hair swaying gently. Violet, noticing this, briefly revealed a flicker of unusual emotion in his eyes, but quickly masked it. One must not, or rather, should not indulge in such behavior. The adorable tuft is undeniably charming. Fucalos shivered slightly, sensing that Violet's gaze earlier had been somewhat peculiar, though she could not articulate why. It was a strange feeling. Without uttering a word, she waved her hand casually, conjuring a transparent bubble, and settled beside Violet, watching him fish. This moment of tranquility is truly exquisite. Yu Tianheng? Is that so? What is the true nature of this couple? Their mastery of water elemental manipulation has reached an extraordinary pinnacle. The fact that they can wield the water element so adeptly without releasing their martial spirits is something he has never witnessed before. As the grandson of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader and the captain of the Imperial Battle Team, Yu Tianheng is quite familiar with the Heavenly Water Academy. He has previously engaged in exchanges with them. However, their control over water and ice, when compared to that of Violet and Fucalos, appears utterly juvenile and pitiful. Although he learned little from this journey, Yu Tianheng was not disheartened. Instead, he felt enlightened. The things he had previously dared not even dream of were being realized by others. To put it somewhat dramatically, Yu Tianheng felt as though he were living in a dream. How he wished he possessed such mastery over elemental control. With a sigh, he suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, a gleam of golden light flashing in his eyes. Indeed, why not begin his practice with his own control over lightning? For instance, the first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, was undeniably the most suitable for single-target attacks, yet it also had an area effect. If only he could achieve the same mastery over his lightning attribute as Violet and Fucalos. With this thought, the corners of Yu Tianheng's mouth curled into a slight smile. His fists clenched tightly as if he had discovered a unique path. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply, recalling that his right arm was still injured, momentarily losing his sense of caution. "Thank you, Violet," he murmured. "Even though you did not explicitly state it, I now understand what I must do next. One day, I shall return to challenge you. At that time, I will undoubtedly astonish you." Yu Tianheng bowed deeply, not waiting for Violet to respond, and turned to leave, intent on seeking Yu Lingling for healing. Due to the severity of Osro's injuries, Yu Lingling had prioritized treating the two of them, while Yu Tianheng and his companions, having sustained lighter wounds, had merely received temporary bandaging and would return for further treatment the following day. Once Yu Lingling healed him, he could then experiment with the conjectures forming in his mind. Violet and Fucalos exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words regarding Yu Tianheng's expression of gratitude. What did he learn from Violet? This young master Yu Tianheng's sentiments left them somewhat perplexed. "Did Yu Tianheng seek your advice, Violet?" Fucalos inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Violet had nothing to conceal and nodded. "Young master Yu Tianheng sought my guidance on cultivation methods, but alas, I possess no such knowledge. Thus, I straightforwardly declined." "I see. Perhaps he has indeed attained a newfound understanding," Fucalos mused, struggling to grasp the situation, as her experience differed significantly from that of Violet and the power system of this world. Cultivation? What is that? Time passed swiftly, and 2 hours had gone by before Violet had achieved nothing. At that moment, Fucalos snapped her fingers, and Miss Yebeleda swiftly coalesced. "Miss Yebeleda, please help Violet by attaching a fish to his hook," Fucalos said with utmost seriousness. Violet was taken aback. Miss Yebeleda's pincers moved a couple of times, seemingly indicating her understanding. She leaped from the air into the water, and in the blink of an eye, the fish bubbles on the surface stirred. Miss Yebeleda resurfaced, gesturing excitedly to Fucalos. "Violet, hurry. The bait is on." If this were a fishing competition from a previous life, victory would undoubtedly be assured. With Miss Yebeleda assisting in catching crabs, how could one possibly lose? It was an impossibility. Ultimately, the innocent fish was released back into the water, and Violet gathered up the fishing gear, as these items were not inexpensive. After strolling alongside Fucalos by the riverbank for a while, they set off towards Soto City. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2 more days had slipped away. Since that battle, the Royal Combat Team had not returned to the Grand Soul Arena, and the crisis of the arena had been effortlessly resolved. On that day, the Royal Fighting Team chose to leave Soto City for reasons unknown, preparing to return to Heaven-Do City. "Director, esteemed teachers, you should truly consider joining the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. With your strength, you would certainly not be constrained," Qin Ming said earnestly. Flinder, having lost his right hand, intended to close Shrek Academy after completing the current cohort of students. "Thank you for your kind offer, but we genuinely prefer not to," Flinder responded. "You must accept his offer," interjected Yu Xiaojiang, his expression impassive. This left Flander momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend why Yu Xiaojiang would utter such words. "Xiaojiang, after a few of the children graduate, Shrek Academy will cease to operate. Whether we attend the Heaven-Do Royal Academy or not is of little consequence. Besides, we old fellows have grown accustomed to tranquility and do not desire to venture into such places. The reputation of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy has never been particularly commendable, a fact well known to all. Do you believe I am considering your interests?" Yu Xiaojiang spoke with an expression devoid of emotion, his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Although he was uncertain of Yu Xiaojiang's intentions, persuading Flander and the others to join the Heaven-Do Royal Academy would indeed be a commendable outcome. "What?" Flander exclaimed, furrowing his brow. "Xiaojiang, we are all comrades here. Speak your mind plainly. There remain just over 2 years until the prestigious elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, and Shrek Academy holds no qualification to participate. The Heaven-Do Royal Academy, in contrast, not only possesses such qualifications, but has 2 slots available. Surely, you do not wish for these children to remain confined to such a rural setting as you have? As these words were spoken, the expressions of those affiliated with Shrek darkened. While the reasoning was sound, the bluntness of Yu Xiaojiang's statement was rather unpalatable. They required a grander stage to showcase their talents and secure superior resources, something Shrek Academy could never provide, regardless of their efforts to compensate. Since this is the final cohort, why not strive for excellence? You may have grown old and indifferent, but these children are still young. Flander, can you bear to jeopardize their future? If you can, you would be the greatest sinner. Once Yu Xiaojiang finished his impassioned plea, he paused. While he could not concern himself with others, it was imperative that Tang San attend the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Despite its poor reputation, it remains the pinnacle of academia within the Heaven-Do Empire, boasting unparalleled faculty, simulated training facilities, nourishment, and subsidies, truly the best the empire has to offer. With such resources, Tang San would flourish rapidly. For Yu Xiaojiang, his own progress was of little significance. After all, he had endured many years already. To Yu Xiaojiang, aside from his theories and Tang San, nothing else mattered. Tang San represented the culmination of his theoretical endeavors. Regrettably, the current Tang San was no match for the prodigious Violet. In Yu Xiaojiang's view, Violet must possess the most exceptional martial soul, the finest resources, and the optimal soul ring configurations. After all, in matters concerning soul masters, he enjoyed the very best, which enabled him to surpass Tang San. If anyone were to take deep offense from Yu Xiaojiang's words, it would undoubtedly be Qin Ming. As the second youngest to achieve the rank of Soul Emperor, his talent was undeniable. His greatest regret in life was not having participated in the elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies. As a distinguished student of Shrek Academy, his lack of participation stemmed not from a deficiency in strength, but rather from the absence of qualification. Of course, Qin Ming held no grievances against Flander and the others. Without them, he would not have achieved his current standing. Indeed, Dean, Master speaks truthfully. The junior students require this opportunity. Qin Ming continued, eager to advocate for Shrek Academy's teachers to partake in the bounties of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Flander hesitated, caught in a quandary. The words of Yu Xiaojiang and Qin Ming struck him like a thunderbolt, rendering him unable to counter their arguments. Particularly, the fleeting glint of disappointment in Qin Ming's eyes did not escape Flander's notice. It is all Fran's fault. Had he not established Shrek Academy, those students he misled might have had brighter prospects. After a moment of silence, Fran nodded and addressed Zhao Wuji and the others, saying, brothers, since this lad Qin Ming has invited us to indulge in the luxuries of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, shall we accept his invitation or decline? As instructors of Shrek Academy, they inevitably bore certain responsibilities. Otherwise, how could they, at the very least, be Soul Emperors? Concealing their prowess within the confines of this modest academy? Over the years, everyone has grown accustomed to the rhythm of life at Shrek Academy, and the sudden prospect of departure feels somewhat disconcerting. Nobody is a fool. Flander's assertion implies that he has already contemplated the answer within. He is preparing to take a few students to Heaven-Do City. Have we not been together for 2 decades? Parting would indeed be a challenge. Let us accompany him. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yusong finally spoke. Zhao Wuzhe and the others nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate. Particularly, Xiao Xian, the food system soul saint, promptly nodded as well upon seeing the consensus. Among the ranks of Shrek Academy, he is the most enigmatic figure. It is worth noting that training as a food system soul master is the most arduous task throughout the Douluo Continent. The number of food system soul masters who have reached the soul saint level is certainly fewer than 5. Given his qualifications, he would be a guest of honor in any major power. Yet, this soul saint chooses to remain in the modest Shrek Academy, which truly baffles many. Very well. In light of this, let us return and pack our belongings. By the way, Xiaoming, when shall we set off? At this juncture, Flanders recalled that Qin Ming had yet to disclose the timeline for their departure to the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Qin Ming's face. After a moment of thought, he replied, Dean, esteemed teachers, please do not rush. There are still several months until the next round of admissions. However, we can enroll early. After I return and confer with the 3 committee members, I shall come back to escort the dean, the teachers, and our junior students to Heaven-Do City. The journey will take no more than 2 months. So I kindly ask for your patience during this period. Upon hearing this, Flanders nodded and said, then we shall trouble you, Xiaoming. He was acutely aware of the considerable distance between Soto City and Heaven-Do City. Qin Ming would spend most of those 2 months traveling. It was indeed a demanding endeavor. Not everyone possesses the ability to fly like a tidal Douluo, swiftly traversing from Heaven-Do City to Soto City and back again. As the group continued their discussions, Qin Ming took his leave, leading the Emperor Do battle team back to Heaven-Do City at an even swifter pace than before. They aptly termed this expedition a means to strengthen their physical prowess. "Flanders, you have finally done something right," Yu Xiaojiang remarked calmly, his hands clasped behind his back. Flanders felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, uncertain why he sensed that ever since Yu Xiaojiang arrived at Shrek Academy, he had subtly adopted an air of authority akin to that of a dean. Flanders was the dean, after all. However, if Yu Xiaojiang were willing, he could indeed pass the mantle to him. Casting a glance at his empty right arm, Flanders remained silent. "Until Xiaoming returns, I entrust the training of the children to you. I find myself unable to muster the strength for it now." Since realizing the importance of proper guidance and the establishment of Shrek Academy, Flanders had matured significantly and gained profound insights. Perhaps it was only after the loss of an arm that such a transformation was ignited. Chun Xian, having sacrificed an arm, ascended from the 96th to the 97th level. Tang Hao, after losing an arm and a leg, regained his stature and advanced from the 95th to the 97th level. It seems that in the realm of Douluo, injuries and the severing of limbs may grant individuals profound insights. Very well, I shall take it upon myself to guide them for the time being. However, during my instruction, you must not interfere. Flander had unwavering faith in his dear brother, while his exact spirit power level remained unknown. He possessed extensive knowledge of the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, even if he struggled to apply this knowledge adeptly. It far surpassed the understanding of those who were self-taught. The scene shifts to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. "Violet, why are you not officiating today? Rather than serve as a judge, I find myself more inclined to. P.S. This afternoon, I received the blade. The box also contained a whetstone. I dare not utter more, but I must stress, from this day forth, I shall diligently update without fail. My vow remains steadfast, does it not? Ah, how elegant. Simply exquisite." The sun shone brightly, the sky a canvas of azure. Life on the ground flourished, with beings dripping sweat under the warm rays. Along the official road, flowers bloomed on either side, trees thrived, and occasionally, a butterfly danced, accompanied by the ceaseless chirping of insects. A young lad gazed ahead, casting a sidelong glance at the scenery beside him, his companion, a young maiden. She lowered her gaze, eyes flitting away, her cheeks tinged with crimson, holding the boy's hand. Feeling rather flustered. "What are you looking at, Violet?" "Taking in the scenery, the most beautiful sights in this world," Violet proclaimed with a calm demeanor, his heart untroubled by the modern world's charm. Indeed, this was his heartfelt sentiment. Upon hearing his words, the color in Fucalos' face deepened, yet she remained silent. The two continued their leisurely stroll. It was broad daylight, and the Soul Arena remained closed. Just then, several panting voices broke through the tranquility, startling Violet and Fucalos slightly. "Tang San, is your teacher a devil? Who trains like this?" "Ma Hongjun, if you wish to avoid running, then go back. My teacher's methods of instruction are undoubtedly correct." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San shouted back at Ma Hongjun, who trailed behind. At that moment, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xiao were all burdened by a woven basket filled with stones of varying sizes. This predicament is unavoidable. Shrek's conditions are simply inadequate, devoid of any heavy armor or similar provisions. I did not suggest abstaining from running. I merely questioned the true utility of this for our training. The reason there are only 4 of us is that Dai Mubai remains incapacitated. His injuries are severe. Although he has regained consciousness, his mental state is still somewhat dazed. He endured hours of relentless torment, a brutal trial of survival that left him neither able to live nor die. The fact that Dai Mubai has not succumbed to mental collapse is a testament to his resolute spirit. Regardless of its efficacy, as our teacher instructed, we must comply without question. Tang San took the lead, drenched in sweat, droplets cascading from his brow like rain. His burden was the heaviest among the 4 of us. Suddenly, the previously silent Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had spotted someone. Initially lacking vigor, her spirits surged upon seeing Violet. Ignoring the quarrel between Tang San and Ma Hongjun, she seemed to unleash her latent potential, rushing towards Violet and Fucalos. Xiao Wu's sudden enthusiasm captured the attention of Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, who paused in surprise before noticing the two ahead. "Violet, I'm parched. Do you have any water?" Upon reaching Valette and Fucalos, Xiaowu set her heavy backpack on the ground, the thud indicating it weighed approximately 80 kilograms. Who would have predicted that master, presumably Yu Xiaojiang, would suddenly propose such a strenuous training method? None of them had prepared water in advance. And after running for so long, they were all quite thirsty. Valette, as a water attribute soul master, would certainly be able to provide some. Upon hearing Xiaowu's plea and glancing at her, Valette and Fucalos exchanged a bemused look. Just as Valette was about to respond, Fucalos interjected, "Miss Xiaowu, we do have drinking water. However, given your current state, it would be wise to consume warm salt water instead. After vigorous exercise, drinking cold water can be detrimental to the body. Warm salt water will help replenish fluids and electrolytes. Who carries salt around for no reason?" Xiaowu furrowed her brow, clearly puzzled by this advice. "Xiaowu, the lady is correct. We should avoid drinking plain water for now," Tang San remarked. A fleeting glimmer of hostility flashing in his eyes upon seeing Valette and Fucalos, quickly suppressed as he acknowledged he was not a match for them at this moment. Rumor had it that Dai Mu Bai had been severely injured by this woman. Both were formidable, and he had no immediate countermeasure. Xiaowu dismissed Tang San's words, allowing them to drift past her. "Valette, and you, beautiful sister, I implore you for some water, regardless of whether it's salt water. I'm on the brink of collapse." Ma Hongjun rushed over, dropping his backpack and plopping down on the ground, gazing up with a pitiful expression and a surprisingly robust voice. His tone hardly matched his claim of nearing collapse. Oscar, a support-type soul master, despite reaching the soul sovereign level, remained the physically weakest among them, still lagging behind as he trotted over. Fucalos observed Ma Hongjun, then glanced at Valette, perplexed as to why these individuals were so resistant to advice. Valette nodded. A little plain water wouldn't harm them. They were soul masters, not ordinary individuals, and thus should not be treated as such. Very well. Fucalos snapped her fingers, conjuring several bubbles before her, each containing pristine water. The spectacle before them left not only Tang San and his companions in awe but also Zhao Wujie, who observed from the shadows, equally astonished. What remarkable control over the elements must one possess to achieve such a feat? "Thank you, beautiful sister," exclaimed Ma Hongjun, who had been lying lifeless on the ground, suddenly springing to his feet. He approached Fucalos, eager to pop a bubble and quench his thirst. However, after poking the bubble twice with his finger, it surprisingly remained intact. With a somewhat stiff neck, Ma Hongjun turned his gaze towards Fucalos, his eyes gradually widening in astonishment. "Young Master Ma Hongjun, use this," came a sudden voice as a hand appeared before him, holding a straw formed from condensed water. "What? You two truly are exceptional," he remarked incredulously. "Is it really necessary to go to such lengths just for a drink?" Scratching his head, he accepted the straw from Violet and began to examine it closely. This is not merely a glance, but rather a shock. Upon closer inspection, everyone else is left dumbfounded. How is this even possible? Ma Hongjun's mouth slightly agape, hesitated, gazing at the bubbles and straw in his hands, feeling as though his thirst had somewhat diminished. As fellow soul masters, why were Violet and this enchanting lady so exceptional? Zhao Wujie, with Flanders still recuperating, the responsibility of discreetly safeguarding several individuals fell upon Zhao Wujie. He too found himself at a loss for words. Could a water attribute soul sage truly achieve such feats? No, it was certainly implausible. A soul sage could not possibly be this remarkable. "I wish to learn this," Zhao Wujie silently roared within. It was hard to imagine the elegance with which the two might drink water. Master? More like a sorcerer. Unfortunately, he was not a water attribute soul master and could never hope to master such a skill. If he could, the adulation he would receive while traversing the world would be immeasurable. Merely contemplating the thought stirred a hint of excitement within him. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xiaowu did not hesitate, seizing the bubbles and straw to replenish their hydration. As for Tang San, he remained resolute, refusing to accept the bubbles. A gentleman does not partake of unsolicited offerings, even if it were merely water. Tang San declined, while Zhao Wujie emerged from the shadows. "Teacher Zhao?" Ma Hongjun and the others were taken aback, but Zhao Wujie scratched his head, ignoring the trio, and approached Fucalos and Violet, inquiring, "May I have a taste?" "Esteemed sir and madam? I must confess, it is my first time witnessing such a marvel. I am genuinely intrigued to sample it." As he spoke, Zhao Wujie's face flushed slightly, but fortunately, his naturally rosy complexion concealed any unusualness. A flushed face was nothing to be concerned about. It signified robust vitality, indicating Zhao Wujie's excellent health. Here, the last bubble was pushed before Zhao Wujie by Fucalos, while Violet fashioned a straw and handed it to him. Tang San pondered. Why do they not even consider whether they need water? Had they merely asked, he might have reluctantly accepted. Tang San was irked and, without uttering a word, angrily shouldered his pack and set off. Upon Tang San's departure, the others paid him no mind. Suddenly, Violet seemed to recall something and, puzzled, addressed Zhao Wujie, Senior Zhao. Is your academy subjecting students to torment? Violet pointed at the pack on the ground, making clear his intent. Hearing this, Zhao Wujie and Ma Hongjun were momentarily taken aback. Violet, this is a training method advised by a master. It is intended to enhance their physical strength through weighted exercise, not to intentionally torment the students. Zhao Wujie instinctively replied, rubbing his forehead. He was, after all, somewhat uncultured, unaware that this method, while aimed at physical training, lacked a nuanced understanding. Moreover, Flander had mentioned that Yu Xiaojiang was a knowledgeable individual, presumably for a reason. After a brief reflection, Violet finally remarked, weighted training is indeed beneficial. But carrying stones during running creates uneven stress, failing to serve its intended purpose. In fact, it may cause hidden injuries unless accompanied by medicinal baths or tonics for recovery. The group fell silent, realizing that Violet appeared earnest and not jesting. Could it be that the master was misguided, and that Xiaopingdu intended to harm them? What kind of master was he if he understood nothing? Violet was one of the heirs of the 8 great families, undoubtedly possessing greater knowledge. Such training, apart from being torturous, held little value. The group remained quiet until Ma Hongjun broke the silence, exclaiming, I knew that so-called master was no true master. His soul power level is even lower than Oscar's, and he calls himself a master. If such training were effective, how could he have stagnated at the 29th level? Bah! Ma Hongjun's forthright disposition allowed him to speak freely, unreservedly expressing his thoughts, especially with Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang absent. You all needn't bear those wretched stones any longer. Once we return, I will confront Flander. If he does not revoke this training, I shall give him a thrashing. He may be injured, but I hold sway over the entire Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujie also felt a surge of anger. This was no master but rather a sorcerer, seemingly intent on exploiting these students. You may deceive your own disciple, Tang San, but his peers must not fall victim to such schemes. Thank you, Violet. Otherwise, these children could have been harmed, leaving them with hidden injuries. Zhao Wujie solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude towards Violet. Though he was somewhat of a rogue, he was deeply loyal and prioritized friendship. You are being too courteous, Senior Zhao. Violet waved his hand dismissively. Weighted stone training? It truly requires mastery. With a cultivator as extraordinary as Zhao Wujie right before them, the students are still tasked with lifting stones. Is it not beneficial to train with gravity? The notions of seniority are irrelevant. Before you, I, Zhao Wujie, cannot claim to be a senior. If it pleases you, simply refer to me as Old Zhao. Zhao Wujie quickly shook his head, fully aware of his own capabilities. Behind him stands a formidable figure, a titled powerhouse, and his own strength is not to be underestimated. After a brief respite, Zhao Wujie finally took his leave with Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xiao Wu, alongside Wilight and Fucalos. As for the several backpacks, Zhao Wujie had discarded them. He intended to return and engage in a thorough discussion with Master Flander regarding this esteemed individual, eager to discern his pedagogical methods. Wilight cast a sideways glance, meeting Fucalos's gaze, and they exchanged a knowing smile without uttering a word. After a moment, Wilight broke the silence, stating, This Zhao Wujie, also known as the Immutable King, possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate gravity within a confined area. This would undoubtedly enhance the physical training of lower-ranked soul masters, yielding exceptional results. Controlling gravity? Fucalos pondered, her expression transforming into one of curiosity. Although this world is relatively weak, its abilities are wondrously diverse and intriguing. Fucalos murmured, and then her eyes brightened with thought as she questioned, if Zhao Wujie possesses such a capability, why does he not directly manipulate gravity to make the bodies of these students heavier, thus facilitating their training? Surely, this would be far more effective than burdening them with stones. Upon hearing this, Wilight's eye twitched. Indeed, why not? Perhaps it had simply not occurred to them. So that's how it is, Fucalos nodded, before dismissing the thought from her mind. The two meandered outside the city for a while before heading towards Soto City, resolving to refrain from frivolities that evening, as cultivation was of utmost importance. Though the main cast had not come to the battle arena, the regular fighters and passers-by still provided Wilight with considerable benefits, accumulating more rapidly than natural growth would allow. Wilight, you must not act recklessly today, Fucalos admonished, her cheeks flushed as she gazed down at her toes and ankles. True to the name of the sage, Fucalos declared, I am the demon god, Fucalos. As she spoke of life's continuance in myriad forms, Twilight paused, glancing at the tablet before Fucalos. He refrained from further comment. Even remaining silent, Twilight shook his head. Fucalos? That fellow is truly despicable. After the battle, accompany me to indulge in some fruit. Fucalos clenched her teeth and spoke venomously. Upon hearing this, Violet nodded discreetly. Fucalos had already grasped the gravity of the situation and understood the need for restitution, which was commendable. Furthermore, there are also delightful little cakes. As she uttered these words, Fucalos lowered her head, her cheeks flushing crimson, transitioning swiftly from anger to embarrassment in the blink of an eye. Very well, Lady Fucalos. Time passed, and in a fleeting moment, 3 months had elapsed. As Violet had surmised, Lexaeus first meandered through the 4 great families of the Starfall Empire before returning to the Heavendo Empire. Subsequently, he ventured to 2 more distant locales before heading towards Heavendo City. With the annual meeting approaching, the 8 prominent families were to convene in Heavendo City. Today, Violet received a missive from Lexaeus, stating his intention to bring Fucalos to Heavendo City to attend the annual gathering and meet with the heads of other families. Initially, Lexaeus had planned to make a brief return to Soto City, but he was quite unable to extricate himself, as his 2 brothers insisted on his presence, prompting others to relay the message back. Lady Fucalos, the elder has extended an invitation for you to attend the annual meeting of the 8 families. Are you interested? After perusing the letter, Violet turned to Fucalos, who was seated on the sofa, enjoying her little cakes. I have not encountered them, Fucalos instinctively remarked, but suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she paused. Previously, through Violet's perspective, she had seen several other family heads, yet these individuals had never laid eyes upon her. If you feel shy, we need not attend. The presence of the family head suffices for the gathering. Violet gently patted Fucalos' shoulder and spoke softly. It would not be right for her to make a decision for Fucalos based on her own apprehensions. This is not love, it is merely possession. I am, after all, the demon god Fucalos. How could I possibly feel shy? The 8 great families are interconnected, with many intermarriages among their kin. Although we claim to be one family, there is truly no issue with that. As for Violet, though he was adopted, his current identity as the young master of the Lexaeus lineage necessitates his attendance at the annual meeting. It matters not. We shall face it sooner or later. When the time comes, it would be impossible not to invite him to our wedding, right? Fucalos, what on earth are you saying? Fucalos patted her own cheeks, feeling somewhat flustered. Observing this, Violet's lips curled into a subtle smile. How adorable his wife looked in such a state. Indeed, he found himself most enamored with charming things. At this moment, the esteemed commentator Dodo from the Soto City Grand Spirit Arena was already en route to Heavendo City. Violet and Fucalos, waiting for news from Lexaeus, had delayed their departure, inadvertently missing Dodo. After tidying up a bit, the 2 finally set off for Heavendo City. If they were to travel at full speed, the distance to Heavendo City would not take long to cover. With over a month until the annual meeting, they were in no hurry. A dear friend once remarked, every journey will eventually reach its destination, so there is no need to rush. On that day, as Navelet and Fucalos were making their way, they suddenly halted, sensing a few familiar presences swiftly approaching from behind. In a moment, a dozen figures came into view. Upon recognizing Navelet and Fucalos, the leading figure instinctively paused, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his complexion turning as pale as death. It is Master Dai Mubai, greetings. Fucalos exclaimed, her smile appearing to Dai Mubai as the visage of a demon, immensely unsettling. Upon hearing her words, Dai Mubai's face drained of color, and he involuntarily stepped back. He longed to flee, yet his legs felt as though they were rooted to the ground. Flander observed the scene and shook his head. Indeed, the impression that Fucalos had left on Dai Mubai would require a lifetime to mend. At that moment, Dai Mubai had retreated to the very back, resembling an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. Greetings, dear Mr. Flander. Navelet furrowed his brow, noticing that Flander was missing his right arm. His memory was sharp. He did not recall any incident involving Flander losing a limb. Wait, 3 months prior, Zhao Wujing had mentioned that Flander was injured. And now he was the strongest among Shrek. Injured, with a severed arm? Yet, the young noble of Violet remains as impressive as ever. I, Flanders, glanced at my empty right hand and sighed, continuing, it is difficult to explain. Just then, Zhao Wujie approached, casting a puzzled gaze at Violet and Fucalos. He, being quite familiar, greeted Violet as a young brother despite their brief acquaintance. Greetings, Violet and Fucalos. How do you do? The group exchanged pleasantries, and Violet replied, We are on our way to Heavendoe City, and you all? Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression darkened. They were heading to Heavendoe City, only to find that Violet was also bound for the same destination. Apart from Tang San and Dai Mubai, the others felt indifferent, believing that everyone was free to choose their path. At the very back of the group, Yu Xiaojiang trembled upon seeing Violet. It was as if his martial spirit sensed danger and quivered. Luo Sampow possessed a remarkable instinct for peril, and Yu Xiaojiang trusted his judgment. He harbored substantial grievances against Violet. 3 months prior, a single remark from Violet had cast doubt on his esteemed identity as master. While one could disparage Yu Xiaojiang as a failure in soul power cultivation, his knowledge could not be questioned. Zhao Wujia had confronted Flanders directly, challenging his expertise, which led to a heated argument between them. However, when Zhao Wujia recounted Violet's exact words, both Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang fell silent. Upon further contemplation, they realized that Yu Xiaojiang's teaching methods indeed harbored issues. Although he had prepared medicinal baths, they could not entirely remedy the after-effects. If such training persisted, there was a genuine risk of these children becoming wasted talents. At this moment, Flandre began to harbor doubts about Yu Xiaojiang. However, as they were brothers, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Instead, he entrusted Yu Xiaojiang with the training of Tang San, while leaving the other students to Zhao Wujia's expertise in practical combat. Although Flandre did not articulate his feelings, how could Yu Xiaojing be oblivious to the underlying skepticism? The topic of establishing a tribunal was briefly discussed, and it was then that Violet learned that Flandre's right arm had indeed been severed by Qian Renxue. Previously, he was indeed unaware of this matter. Ultimately, that Violet declined the proposal for Zhao Wujia's company. Unlike the group from Shrek, they were not in such a hurry to continue their journey. Once the others departed, the two exchanged a glance. A somewhat formidable force seemed to be lurking in the shadows, and could this individual possibly be the infamous Tang Hao? Fucalos blinked, speaking nonchalantly. For her, a titled Douluo like Tang Hao was merely a slight step above the likes of Tang San and Dai Mubai. It must be him. Violet nodded in agreement. His chaotic aura indicated that he was wounded. If it were not him, I cannot fathom another titled Douluo in such a predicament. The one covertly trailing the Shrek group was indeed Tang Hao. He had been away for a while, having gone to check on Ayin. After spending some time with her, he returned to Soto City. By a stroke of coincidence, he encountered the relocating Shrek Academy. Rather than revealing himself, he chose to follow discreetly, ensuring Tang San's safety while preventing Xiaowu from escaping. What puzzled Tang Hao was the peculiar demeanor of Tang San. He sensed something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the oddity. It was simply very strange. What was going on with Xiao San? Why was he crouching? Ahem. Tang Hao found himself in a quandary, yet he dismissed it, considering it might just be one of Tang San's quirks. He certainly could not reprimand Tang San for lacking masculinity in such a manner. This will not only undermine Tang San's confidence, but also leave him with no secrets to speak of. At this moment, Tang Hao, reflecting on the earlier scene, though remaining hidden in the shadows, had indeed witnessed the presence of Violet and Fucalos. The impression these young individuals left upon him was elusive and indistinct, reminiscent of tranquil yet stagnant waters, as well as tempestuous waves stirred by a fierce storm. Surely, it must be an illusion. They appeared scarcely older than mere children. How could they possibly pose a threat? Absolutely impossible, for he was a titled Douluo with a soul ring spanning 100,000 years, and his soul power had reached an impressive level of 95. It was not arrogance on Tang Hao's part, with his formidable strength. As long as he chose to remain concealed, many titled Douluos would be oblivious to his presence. When Violet and Focalors conversed with Zhao Wujin and others, their furtive glance toward his hidden position must have been mere coincidence, right? Humph. No matter how exceptional they may be, they will ultimately serve as stepping stones for my son, Tang San. As for Violet, he remained unaware of Tang Hao's thoughts. After exchanging a few words about Tang Hao, the topic was promptly cast aside. Tang Hao? He posed no threat whatsoever. Such opponents hardly piqued the interest of either party. Moreover, both Violet and Focalors possessed gentle dispositions and, under normal circumstances, would rarely take the initiative to engage, without any profound enmity between them. Would they truly slay Tang Hao simply for being who he is? Of course, should there be a tribunal that would act against Tang Hao, apprehending him to judge his past transgressions. Little Violet, what do you think about establishing a tribunal on the Douluo Continent? Focalors suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. Madam Focalors, I implore you to momentarily set aside such naive notions. This would incite widespread discord across the Douluo Continent. Violet replied, his expression unwavering. He had once contemplated this matter, but upon reflection, he abandoned that innocent idea. In the Douluo Continent, it is commonplace for nobles to engage in the oppression of the common folk, along with the extraordinary powers wielded by soul masters. Soul masters face no repercussions for slaying ordinary individuals. Indeed, the laws of the Tiando Empire dictate that if a soul master kills a commoner, it is deemed the commoner's fate, absolving the soul master of any responsibility. Whether they are commoners, nobles, or soul masters, they have all grown accustomed to this mode of existence. Until this mindset shifts, the establishment of a tribunal would be tantamount to opposing the entire Douluo Continent. Neither of them were locals. Their benevolent hearts urged them to assist those in front of them, yet they could not rectify the injustices pervading the entire Douluo Continent. Madam Fucalos, for now, we can only address the injustices at hand, allowing the ideals of fairness and justice to permeate. Only when a greater multitude acknowledges and strives for these principles can a tribunal be successfully instituted. Some matters cannot be altered merely through strength, for instance, the human heart. Upon hearing this, Fucalos experienced a moment of clarity. As the goddess of water, she was not foolish, otherwise. She could not have deceived Violet and the heavenly principles for 5 centuries. A transformation is necessary, she proclaimed. Indeed, only through a sweeping transformation can we unify the Douluo Continent, educating the populace to recognize that all are equal, and that power and authority do not grant one unbridled freedom. Violet spoke calmly, while Fucalos lifted her gaze to observe Violet's earnest expression. Little Violet, you have truly matured. Their eyes met, and Fucalos gently caressed Violet's cheek, smiling warmly. A flicker of satisfaction seemed to dance in her eyes. Violet felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Was Fucalos testing him? Let us proceed slowly, first spreading the name of justice. As time passed, approximately a fortnight later, Violet and Fucalos arrived at Tiando City. This was Violet's second visit to this city, familiar yet strange. As the capital of the Tiando Empire, the streets here were not as bustling as those of Soto City. Most pedestrians donned elegant attire, their demeanor reflecting the grace expected of nobility. There were virtually no small vendors in Tiando City. It was not prohibited, but rather that few would patronize them. The city's inhabitants were predominantly nobles of the Tiando Empire, or their servants and soul masters, who avoided small stalls to maintain their aristocratic poise. By the time Violet and Fucalos arrived in Tiando City, it was already evening. At this moment, the Grand Soul Arena in Heavendo City had already begun to bustle with activity. However, the two did not head directly to the arena. Instead, they leisurely wandered through the streets of the city. Though the streets of Heavendo City lacked a certain vibrancy, Violet and Fucalos remained indifferent to their surroundings. The joy of shopping stemmed not from the sights around them, but rather from the company they kept. Their presence caught the attention of several nobles, who, after a cursory appraisal, shook their heads. The young man and woman, judging by their attire, clearly hailed from an extraordinary background and were not to be trifled with. At that moment, a cultured and amiable voice emerged from behind Violet. To his surprise, it was indeed her. Violet, are you looking for a lady? Violet and Fucalos halted in their tracks, the voice sounding somewhat familiar, prompting them to instinctively turn towards its source. Upon recognizing the speaker, they exchanged a glance, a flicker of astonishment dancing in their eyes. It was she. Clad in her usual attire, her countenance radiated a friendly demeanor, evoking a sense of ease. Your Highness, it is a pleasure to see you, Violet replied, maintaining his composure, unfazed by her identity. To his astonishment, upon arriving in Heavendo City, he encountered this esteemed saintess of the Spirit Hall once again. The last time they had crossed paths, it had been during his previous visit to the city. After a brief appraisal of Xue Qinghe, Violet discerned from his slightly surprised expression that this was indeed a chance encounter, devoid of any prior arrangement. Hearing this, Xue Qinghe let out a soft sigh. Ah, Violet, you remain ever so polite. She then cast a casual glance at Fucalos, who stood beside Violet. The young maiden possesses an unparalleled beauty, with hair of the same hue as that of Violet, and her attire reflects a refined elegance, unmistakably indicating her status as a lady of noble birth. My apologies, Your Highness, we are simply accustomed to communicating in this manner. Upon hearing Violet's words, Xue Qinghe felt a twinge of embarrassment, as it was indeed characteristic of Violet to speak so candidly. The last time they chanced upon each other in the city of Tiando, she had exhibited the same forthrightness. This encounter with Na Violet was indeed serendipitous. In Qian Renxue's heart, he regarded her as a prodigious talent with an illustrious background. Although the 8 great families maintained a stance of neutrality, the possibility of allegiance was not entirely out of reach. To alleviate the awkwardness, Xue Qinghe remarked, "Young Master Novelet, this young lady possesses an extraordinary grace. Though she is still in her youth, she is truly a rare beauty. Would you not do me the honor of an introduction?" As if recalling something, Xue Qinghe added, "Of course, it is only natural to appreciate beauty. I harbor no intentions of coveting what others cherish." He uttered those words out of a fear that Violet might misconstrue them as an indication of his ambitions. Violet and Fucalos exchanged a glance, their eyes twitching slightly. Both were well aware of the true nature of Xue Qinghe. Even if he harbored intentions, how could he possibly act upon them? Before Violet could introduce anyone, Fucalos spoke up. "Greetings, I am Fucalos, the fiancé of Violet." Xue Qinghe was not taken aback. The two standing together bore a resemblance reminiscent of siblings. Yet they also shared a certain spousal likeness. "Dear brother, to speak frankly, I am quite envious of you for having such a beautiful fiancée. Were I to have one like her, I would remain devoted for life. Alas, she is already taken. My apologies for my indiscretion. Greetings, Miss Fucalos." Xue Qinghe exuded an air of humility and grace, making him quite agreeable. "Your Highness jested. With your esteemed reputation, lineage, and appearance, what kind of lady could you not attract?" Violet remarked, his tone unassuming. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe felt a jolt. Initially, she had merely caught sight of this prodigy and hoped to forge a connection, possibly to enlist him for her own purposes. After Violet's comment, however, it dawned on her. She had been masquerading as Xue Qinghe for some time now, and if she did not secure a partner, would Xue Yi and those ministers, as well as Xue Xing and others, begin to harbor suspicions? It was well known that a prince, even one of noble descent, should be wed or take a concubine by her age. Should I seek a fayade? Xue Qinghe fell into contemplation. Moments later, she regained her focus, realizing this matter warranted serious consideration. Since it was a ruse, there should be no flaws. It was indeed necessary to find a suitable cover. As for whom to choose, that remained to be deliberated. Noticing Xue Qinghe's sudden silence, Violet and Fucalos found it rather perplexing. They were not Xue Qinghe. After all, how could they fathom her thoughts? After a brief moment of reflection, Violet, with a neutral expression, stated, "Your Highness, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." Since Qian Renxue seemed to have no pressing matters, there was no need to linger, as it would be a mere waste of time. It would be far better for him and Fucalos to find a quieter place to enjoy their own company. Violet's demeanor left the nearby nobles exchanging glances in bewilderment. Goodness! Which noble is this? Rather than engaging with Prince Xue Qinghe, he appears somewhat dismissive. Yet, it seems he was the one who initiated the conversation. This is quite remarkable. His Highness the Crown Prince even addressed the other party as little brother. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd as they pondered the true identity of this young man. What could possibly justify such treatment from the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe? While Xue Qinghe is known for his cultured and amiable demeanor, it is indeed rare for him to engage someone in conversation so openly in public. What further confounded the onlookers was his seemingly benevolent attitude. Could it be that he was excessively kind-hearted? Despite the apparent awkwardness of the situation, they observed with astonishment that Xue Qinghe did not seem the least bit offended. In fact, the smile upon his face remained unchanged, leaving the nobles utterly bewildered. What is the reason for this? There is nothing amiss with the elder brother. Xue Qinghe is not angered. It is indeed a fortunate circumstance to be able to win the other party over, and if not, it is of little consequence. Should success be achieved, it would be a delightful surprise. Observing Violet's demeanor, one can discern that the absolute neutrality professed by the 8 great families is not merely rhetoric. His presence in Heaven-Do City at this juncture suggests that Violet is indeed a direct descendant of one of the 8 great families. The intelligence of the Spirit Hall is exceedingly formidable. Recently, an influx of unfamiliar faces has gathered in Heaven-Do City, and their prowess is not to be underestimated. As they frequently frequent the Soul Arena, is there any need for contemplation? The annual gathering of the 8 great families is set to take place this year at the Heavenly Duel Soul Arena. After an absence of several days, it brings me great joy to see you again, dear younger brother. Why not accompany me to my residence? I would be delighted to extend my hospitality. Xue Qinghe wore a faint smile, unfazed by the unyielding demeanor of that Violet. The two parties were not well acquainted, having exchanged only a few pleasantries. Moreover, her current status is that of the Heavenly Duel royal family, the crown prince of the Heavenly Duel Empire. Should the 8 great families harbor intentions towards the Heavenly Duel royal family, it is highly plausible that another target may be added to the list of sanctions by the Spirit Hall. To the Spirit Hall. The 8 hidden families are merely a faction composed of 8 soul Douluos, easily extinguishable at will. As for investigating the backgrounds of Violet and Fucalos, I apologize, Your Highness, but we cannot accompany you. Violet, without a moment's hesitation, shook his head and spoke. Although the Crown Prince's residence is not a den of danger, visiting it would inevitably lead to considerable complications. Violet has no penchant for troubles. He favors a tranquil existence. Qian Renxue currently holds the title of Crown Prince of the Heavenly Duel Empire, while Violet is the young master of one of the 8 hidden families. Furthermore, these hidden families have long declared their intent to abstain from any disputes on the Douluo Continent, a promise they have indeed upheld. This is also the reason why BB Dong has vanquished all the renowned factions across the Douluo Continent. Yet the 8 great families remained untouched. The Soul Arena was not affected in the slightest, even after the conclusion of the grand battle. Similarly, she visited the palace of the Crown Prince of Tiando alongside the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. This is far more intriguing than the game of werewolf. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Chueching's face, yet her eyes remained unchanged, for she had long anticipated this outcome. Perhaps next time, she could employ the identity of the Spirit Hall to test him. It remains a mystery what status that Violet holds among the 8 great families. From his demeanor and the exquisite aura he exudes, it is clear that he is not an ordinary individual. Qian Renxue trusted her instincts, especially regarding the way Violet and Fucalos observed others, as if they were nobles gazing down upon mere commoners. No, that description falls short. Suddenly, a revelation sparked in Qian Renxue's mind. Their gaze towards others resembled that of humans observing monkeys or gorillas. Contemplating this, she swallowed hard, feeling a mix of astonishment and confusion. They appeared as exalted beings, looking down upon the mortal realm, exuding a sense of compassion while simultaneously being somewhat out of place. Yes, exactly. There was no way she could believe that Violet was merely a common lackey among the 8 great families. An investigation into Violet, and Fucalos as well, was certainly warranted. For reasons unknown, Qian Renxue felt a sense of insignificance in the presence of Fucalos, even experiencing a hint of oppression. She briefly questioned if this was merely an illusion, as the feeling dissipated almost immediately. Chueching forced an awkward smile and said, "Since the young brother is unwilling, I shall not impose further. Let us part ways here. Young brother, Miss Fucalos, Qinghe bids you farewell." Chueching clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, her feigned smile unwavering. "Your Highness, take care. I won't see you off." The onlookers stood bewildered. Fortunately, I still possess some sense, though I may be a wastrel. I have not brought trouble to my family. The one who spoke glanced at Fucalos, then quickly shifted his gaze away. He understood the distinction between whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. Just a glance at that young man told me he was not someone I could dare to engage with, and I wouldn't even entertain such thoughts. Just look at him. What is the worth of his attire? Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively turned their attention to Violet's clothing. One may be taken aback upon closer inspection. Nearly the attire of everyday life. Just moments ago, the Crown Prince appeared to him like a commoner before a grand noble. Although Chueching's garments are quite exquisite, their worth barely exceeds 1 or 2,000 gold soul coins, for they are merely suitable for casual wear, not for any significant occasion. In stark contrast, the ensemble worn by Violet is of an entirely different caliber. Disregarding craftsmanship, the materials alone would command a price of no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. In the entirety of the Douluo Continent, few possess such extravagant resources. Regardless of the individual, none are adversaries that an ordinary noble could afford to offend. The contributions made for the warming of the extreme north are indeed remarkable. Violet, however, pays little heed to the discussions around him. The denizens of Heaven Do City may converse, yet their voices remain notably subdued, for the majority are descendants of nobility who maintain a certain decorum. The situation in Sodo City is markedly different. Should Violet linger on the streets for more than 2 minutes during the day, he would undoubtedly be besieged by a throng. "Lady Fucalos, shall we take our leave?" Violet elegantly extended his right hand towards Fucalos. "Certainly, Mr. Violet," Fucalos replied, naturally placing her left hand upon his, smiling graciously. The scene shifts to Qian Renxue, who has returned to the prince's residence. Even within the confines of her study, she has not shed her guise. Approaching the window, with her hands clasped behind her, Qian Renxue's demeanor suddenly altered as she spoke. "Uncle Shilong, please investigate Violet and his fiancé, Fucalos." As her words fell, a tall, robust figure materialized within the study, approximately 10 meters from Qian Renxue. He appeared venerable, seemingly in his 70s or 80s, yet radiated in extraordinary vigor. This man is none other than Xilong, a member of the Elder Hall within the Spirit Hall, a formidable title Douluo-level powerhouse. Miss. The 8 great families have never intervened in the disputes of the Douluo Continent. Is it wise for us to investigate recklessly? It matters not, Uncle Xilong. Simply do as I instruct, Qian Renxue replied without turning her head. Such actions are indeed somewhat inappropriate. However, if one does not thoroughly investigate and merely appeases her curiosity, she will not easily relinquish her insistence. Yes, miss. He reminded Qian Renxue once again that he had fulfilled his duty, yet she remained obstinate in her resolve. Should he continue to persuade her, it would be tantamount to insubordination. After acknowledging her with a nod, Xilong gradually vanished from sight. The 8 prominent families pose certain challenges, yet they are not insurmountable. The survival of such forces until now does not solely stem from their strength, but rather from their understanding of the situation. No one offers assistance. They are free to act as they please. Once Xilong vanishes, Qian Renxue shook her head. Casting aside the thoughts swirling in her mind, she had a multitude of tasks to complete. The preliminary rounds of the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, set to take place in 2 years, require collaboration with the Tiando Great Soul Arena? To be precise, the competition will commence in 2.5 years, or rather, 1 Kuan year. To nurture the Crown Prince, Emperor Shuya often delegates numerous memorials to Shui Qinghe, the Crown Prince, which explains why the proposal has found its way into her hands. Transitioning to the scene with Violet and Fucalos, after bidding farewell to Qian Renxue, the princess of the 8 hidden families and the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, they strolled through Tiando City before making their way to the Tiando Great Soul Arena. The arena's location is typically situated in the heart of a major city, representing the most prime real estate. However, given that this is Tiando City, the capital of the Tiando Empire, establishing the arena in a central position is evidently unfeasible. Meanwhile, within the Tiando Great Soul Arena, a gathering of elders, appearing to be in their 70s or 80s, congregated, each wearing a smile. The only exception was a golden-haired elder who appeared relatively youthful, seemingly around 50, though his actual age was quite similar to that of the others, if not older. Brother Lake, you have certainly posed a challenge for us, remarked a robust elder, whose vigor belied his age. Following this statement, all present, save for Lake Xios, nodded in agreement, their smiles unwavering. The rewards they received far exceeded their expectations in comparison to their contributions. Morphit, spare me your trivial chatter, if you do not present something of worth. Do not blame me for being unsympathetic. It is inconsequential whether what has been given cannot be reclaimed, but I can certainly deal you a blow. Lake Xios said with arms crossed, and a cheerful expression. With 2 self-created soul skills already relinquished, retrieval was out of the question. Nonetheless, if he felt displeased, he would not hesitate to act. Upon hearing Lake Xios' words, the elder named Morphit instinctively shuddered, retracting his neck. After decades of camaraderie, he knew Lake Xios was not jesting. In the past, he could not match Lake Xios, and now, with Lake Xios having ascended to the rank of title Douluo, the disparity was even more pronounced. As the first among the 8 great families to achieve such a rank, this would bolster their confidence in future negotiations with other factions, a privilege afforded by possessing a formidable ally. Rest assured, Brother Lake, I have brought my entire fortune this time. I will not disappoint you, Morphit declared earnestly. In comparison to the 2 self-created soul skills of legendary status, what he brought seemed somewhat trivial. Morphit was the patriarch of the Morris family, inheritor of the ironclad giant lizard spirit. His full name was Morris Fit, but for simplicity, he was commonly referred to as Morphit. He reserved the use of his original name for significant occasions only. Brother Lake, if I may suggest, why not allow Qingqing to marry young Violet? Rest assured, the dowry. Before the elder could finish his sentence, Lake Xios swiftly waved his hand, interjecting, Stop. Rayleigh, my grandson already has a fiancée. This is not a matter I can decide. Truthfully, he held genuine affection for the future granddaughter-in-law. As for Qingqing, as he pondered briefly, he fell into silence. Lei Qingqing had grown under his watch, now 15 years old with a soul power level of 35, possessing striking beauty, making her a rare find as a granddaughter-in-law. Unfortunately, when compared to Fucalos, she paled in comparison. Noticing Lake Xios' silence, the elder named Rayleigh felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, he was genuinely taken aback. It is worth noting that his granddaughter, Lei Qingqing, inherited the family's legendary spirit, possessing innate level 8 soul power, and at merely 15 years of age, had already reached level 35. Such talent is likely to challenge the title of Douluo in the future. The Lei family has long nurtured Lei Qingqing as the next clan leader, and while achieving the rank of title Douluo may be a stretch, her becoming a sole Douluo is quite feasible. Brother Lake, I am not exaggerating. Among all the young women in the Douluo Continent, those who can compare with Qingqing are certainly fewer than 20. I do have a fondness for little Nawilite, yet Lei, visibly agitated, protested that his granddaughter was in no way inferior. Brother Lei, that is not my intent. Lake Shows quickly regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively. Then what does your frowning countenance imply? Lei inquired, his eyes filled with confusion. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't overpower Lake Shows, he would have insisted on demonstrating the prowess of his lightning whip. Indeed, the Lei family's inherited martial soul is the lightning whip, a whip imbued with thunderous attributes. And the Lei family is also the only controlling faction among the 8 great families. You must understand. That rascal Momo has been fixated on my Qingqing for quite some time, and I have yet to give my consent. Upon hearing this, Mofiat shot him a resentful glance. That rascal Momo was none other than his unworthy grandson. Why make such comparisons? Lake Shows remarked, seemingly unfazed as he sipped his tea. Among the younger generation, who can rival Nawilite, who boasts innate full soul power? Qingqing is commendable, yet I find myself more inclined towards my granddaughter-in-law, Fucalos. Fucalos? The others murmured, perplexed by this unfamiliar name, which did not appear to belong to any of the 8 great families. Brother Lake. It is said that one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. Though this description may be somewhat inappropriate, little Nawilite indeed deserves such praise. Before anyone could finish their thoughts, Lake Shows interjected, among the self-created soul skills you have acquired, one is indeed attributed to Fucalos. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Even Lei suppressing his dissatisfaction, conceding, indeed, this girl Fucalos is more suited for little Nawilite than Qingqing. My previous perspective was rather short-sighted. The rapid shift in opinions did not seem out of place, for they shared similar sentiments. If little Nawilite were to find more companions like her, the foundations of our 8 great families would undoubtedly reach new heights. Lake Shows felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. These old fellows were quick to cast aside his grandson once they perceived potential benefits. When time permits, I shall give them all a thorough lesson. Prior to his ascent to title Douluo, Lake Shows was the strongest among the 8 in solitary combat. And now that his martial soul has evolved, he has achieved the level of title Douluo. If only my Momo could possess half the talent of little Nawilite. My grandson truly lacks merit. Enough, no more flattery. I am well aware of what you old-timers are thinking, Lake Shows scoffed. Let me share a little insight. My grandson's future achievements will undoubtedly transcend the ordinary title Douluo. To be frank, they were hardly listening. The combat prowess of Nawilite, I know to some extent. A dragon of over 95,000 years, capable of annihilation at will. Such strength is beyond the collective capability of the 8 old fellows in the hall. The young Nalet has truly matured. Recalling the moment he discovered Nalet, Rakshas realized that merely over a decade had passed, and the little one has grown to a stature that even he must look up to. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, aware that Nalet possessed innate full soul power, indicative of potential to become a title Douluo. However, Rakshas's assertion raises questions. Can he be so certain that Nalet will reach the pinnacle of humanity? What if he is proven wrong? Naturally, being seasoned individuals, they kept such thoughts to themselves. Indeed, Nalet's talent is exceedingly rare across the entire Douluo continent, possessing the potential to become one of the 2 peaks. The 2 peaks referred to herein are Qian Daolu and Tang San. Both Qian Daolu and Tang San are title Douluos of the 99th rank, possessing powers that have ascended to the pinnacle of human capability. For a century, there have been only these 2 99th rank title Douluos on the Douluo continent, and they are collectively hailed as the 2 peaks of the Soul Master realm. Indeed, the emergence of Violet as the 3rd peak is merely a matter of time. I cannot help but wonder if we shall witness it with our own eyes. Upon hearing these words, Lexius felt a wave of exasperation, as the response was exceedingly perfunctory. These individuals, when not presented with the truth, embrace their misconceptions with unwavering conviction. However, when confronted with the reality, they respond with feigned agreement, merely to preserve the faade for Lexus. In truth, they harbor no genuine belief. In just a few years, mark my words, my grandson shall deliver a resounding rebuke to you all. Lexus mused silently, choosing not to elaborate further. There exists no possibility for explanation. Throughout his life, Lexus has operated solely on instinct, and at this moment, his spirits are quite low. Just then, a young lady entered, sweetly addressing Rayleigh with a polite call. The young girl stood at approximately 1.70 meters, strikingly beautiful with a slender figure, and at merely 15 years of age. She already possessed the allure of a true beauty. Behind her, a tall youth with a silly grin lingered. Upon encountering Grandfather Lake, Grandfather Mo, and greeting me, Lei Qingqing promptly extended her greetings to the clan leaders, exuding the grace of a well-bred young lady. "Ah, Qingqing has grown so much. Quite impressive," exclaimed someone. "You foolish boy, what are you grinning about? Hurry up and greet your esteemed elders." After this, Lei Qingqing, feeling a surge of annoyance, gave a hefty slap to Mo's shoulder, remarking, "Due to the nature of their martial spirits, the Mo family members were inherently tall. How else could they serve as defensive soul masters?" When Mo Feet spoke, his voice, even at a slight elevation, resembled a roar. Upon hearing Mo Feet's voice, Mo flinched, instinctively recoiling, for he was all too familiar with being reprimanded, if the old man were in a foul mood. A beating was not out of the question. Yes. Mo hurriedly greeted the clan leaders, who nodded in acknowledgement, though Lei appeared rather displeased. If that Violet were to pursue Lei Qingqing, he would wholeheartedly support it without hesitation, yet with Mo, despite his impressive stature, his timid demeanor rendered him unlikely to achieve greatness. Even if he were Mo Feet's own grandson, the future leader of the Mo family might not necessarily be him, unless he could alter his character. "Qingqing, weren't you going to watch the soul battles? Why have you returned so soon?" Lei inquired, fully aware of his granddaughter's tendencies. Although Lei Qingqing presented herself as a refined young lady before the elders, her true nature was fiercely combative. She participated in soul battles nearly every day, unable to resist the urge to fight. "Grandfather, today's matches featured some high-ranking soul masters. Cough, cough. The battles were rather unremarkable. So Mo and I decided to come back. As for Xiao Bai and the others, they are preparing to take the stage for a bit of fun, hence their absence." A few lines of frustration appeared on Lei's forehead. It seemed Lei Qingqing had let slip too much. "Then why didn't you take the stage yourself? Xiao Bai and the others are also soul venerates." Lei Qingqing paused, pondering whether to admit that she found Xiao Bai and Douluo too lackluster to spark her interest. As a refined young lady, such sentiments were naturally unspeakable. After a brief reflection, she replied, "Engaging in soul battles with Xiao Bai and his companions is not ideal, as they always hold back against me, which feels unfair." "Qingqing, that is not the case. You are indeed stronger than us," Mo earnestly asserted. Hearing this, Lei Qingqing's eye twitched. Was Mo genuinely dim-witted or merely pretending? Couldn't he see she was merely trying to amuse the elders? She discreetly rolled her eyes. Mo's abilities were commendable, yet regrettably, he was not her type. His character was far too weak. Had he been a bit more assertive, showcasing some vigor, perhaps she might have entertained the notion of reciprocating his affections. The clan leaders exchanged knowing smiles, casting meaningful glances at Mo Feet and Lei, sighing. Both Lei and Mo Feet expressed their exasperation. If only that young lad's demeanor could be altered. Alas, what a pity. Enough jesting at the child's expense. Did not you, seasoned folk, also traverse this age? Shall I regale you with tales of your youthful indiscretions? Laxius remarked, arms crossed. The crowd rolled their eyes, recalling how exaggeratedly he had laughed moments before. Are you to assume the role of the virtuous while we bear the mantle of the wicked? As time passed, approximately an hour later, the children who had accompanied their elders to Heaven Do City had all returned. Among them were 4 boys and 3 girls, including Dodo, the renowned host from Soto City. Although she was not the heir of her family, she was the granddaughter of a clan leader, thus qualified to attend the annual gathering. At that moment, Violet and Fucalos also arrived at the Grand Spirit Arena in Heaven Do City. After presenting their tokens, they followed the staff to the entrance of the hall. Due to their status, the staff refrained from entering the hall, merely escorting Violet and Fucalos to the threshold before returning to their duties. This precaution was warranted. What if they overheard something they should not? This serves as a form of self-protection. Ah, the sigh of the vast ocean of gathered spirits, my grandson and granddaughter-in-law. As the annual meeting commenced, with the entrance of Violet and Fucalos, the gathering was finally complete. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Violet led Fucalos to their seats. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the atmosphere began to flourish. At last, the matter at hand was addressed. Morphe was the first to speak, stating, "Shaunavlet, the original soul skills that you and your wife have brought to our 8 great families are invaluable. After our discussions, we have decided that starting this year, 1% of the revenue from the soul fighting arena will be unconditionally allocated to your name. Furthermore, your direct descendants shall also inherit this benefit." Upon hearing these words, The younger generation gazed at Navelet and Fucalos with newfound respect. Indeed, one should not underestimate the significance of this 1% of revenue. This represents a mere 1% of the total revenue from all the fighting arenas, equivalent to the perpetual possession of 1% of the arena's shares by Villet and Fucalos. Even in the event of their demise, their direct descendants will continue to benefit from this 1% share. Provided that it is not squandered, it is virtually inexhaustible. It is important to note that the direct lineage of the 8 great families is exceedingly numerous. Even including the patriarch, none are afforded such privileges. This is precisely why Lexius expressed such sentiments during the awakening of the soul of Navelet. If he cannot become a soul master, his pocket money would suffice for Navelet's expenses throughout her lifetime. However, this refers to pocket money, not the share from the battle spirit arena. It turns out that those 2 soul skills were indeed brought by Navelet and his wife. Although the younger generation was astonished, they harbored no objections. The contribution of the purple extreme demon eye is truly monumental. It is a technique beneficial for countless generations. In this light, a mere 1% share appears rather insignificant. Naturally, aside from this, I, Grandfather Mo, would also like to express my sentiments. At this juncture, Mo Fei took out a square and rather antiquated box from his storage soul guide. As one of the patriarchs of the 8 esteemed families, although storage soul guides are indeed valuable and rare, they are by no means lacking among them. The glances exchanged between Violet and Fucalos revealed their astonishment. They had never anticipated that the theme of this annual meeting would revolve around the reciprocal gifts of their self-created soul techniques. It is no wonder that during the earlier meal, others had cast their gazes upon them with such apparent curiosity. This is a temporary modification of the annual meeting theme. It cannot be left unaltered, for if the illustrious Lycesius were to take offense and choose not to include them, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. The duo, naive Violet and his wife, Fucalos, are the gifts meticulously prepared for you by Grandfather Mo. Do open it and take a look. After placing the box on the table, Mofiat crossed his arms and wore a self-satisfied expression. No soul master could possibly decline such a generous offering. This is indeed the treasured gem cherished by the Mo family. Had it not been for the 2 self-created soul techniques and the formidable fist of Lycesius, he would never have contemplated presenting this item. Grandson, granddaughter-in-law. This is a gift from your grandfather Mo. Hurry and take a look. If it does not meet your satisfaction, I shall assist you in finding something even better. Lycesius proclaimed with a beaming smile. Upon seeing the box, he had a general idea of the precious item Mo Feet had bestowed. It was undeniably of a magnificent caliber. Casting a glance at Mo Feet, he was astonished that the old fellow was willing to part with such a treasure. Hearing this, Mo Feet's eye twitched, and he trembled slightly, pointing at Lycesius and exclaiming, "You rogue." "Thank you, Grandfather Mo," exclaimed Waylaid. However, this box is remarkable in its own right. It possesses the ability to isolate soul power. Is there any need for contemplation? What lies within is predominantly a soul bone of little use to both him and Fucalos. Treasures revered by other soul masters hold no significance for Violet and Fucalos. Violet took the box and opened it without hesitation. Instantly, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted in the hall, and a pale blue radiance leaped forth from the box. "So, Violet, what do you think? Do you like it?" This is a soul bone over 75,000 years old, known as the Sigh of the Sea of Mental Convergence, Morpheus remarked with a broad smile, though a hint of regret flickered across his face. The value of this head spirit bone is comparable to that of a leg spirit bone aged approximately 100,000 years. A collective gasp resonated among the younger generation, and the somewhat naive Mo gazed at his grandfather with a bewildered expression. "Goodness, who is truly your beloved grandson? This spirit bone, as it happens, has a connection to your grandfather, brother-like. Back when he and I ventured across the seas together. But that is a tale of yore, scarcely worthy of mention." As he began to recount, Mo Fei seemed to recall something and quickly shook his head. This was prompted by the murderous glint in Lake Xiuxi's eyes. The gaze intent on taking a life cannot be concealed. It was fortunate that Mo Fei remained silent. Once he spoke, Lake Xiuxi instantly comprehended the origins of the spirit bone. Good heavens, this old rascal hoarded it away. Clenching his fist, he thought, this old fellow lacks martial ethics. Daring to keep it hidden, just you wait. Lake Xiuxi's lips moved slightly as he conveyed this through thought. Mo Fei, seemingly oblivious, gazed up at the ceiling, appearing quite at ease. Then came Violet. "Do you like it? Do not think that just because it is a head spirit bone over 75,000 years old, it holds any less value. Even if it were 100,000 years old, what of it? Once again, I extend my gratitude to Grandfather Mo. I truly adore it, Violet declared, albeit with a touch of insincerity. This object holds a fatal allure for soul masters. From the expressions of Morpheus and Laxius, it is evident that Morpheus has secretly kept the soul bone, yet he has refrained from absorbing it. The act of concealment does not imply that the soul bone does not belong to Morpheus. Rather, it suggests that he has chosen not to disclose its possession to Laxius, primarily out of fear that this brigand might seize it from him. Given their bond, even if Laxius were to discover it, he would not resort to taking the soul bone by force. Firstly, Laxius possesses a fire attribute, the sigh of the great sea of mental convergence. While ostensibly a mental attribute, also embodies a water attribute. For Laxius to absorb it would indeed be tantamount to courting death. One cannot jest with a head soul bone. Secondly, the two have practically grown up together, and the profound brotherhood forged over the years could hardly be swayed by a mere soul bone. Then, Violet discreetly stowed the soul bone away. It possesses a certain collectible value. It is now my turn. After Violet had secured the soul bone, Riley smiled and remarked, I never imagined that Brother Moore could present such a treasure. My gift pales in comparison. With that, Riley also retrieved a quaint box from his storage soul guide, which appeared significantly smaller than the previous one, likely containing something other than a soul bone. This is a treasure I fortuitously acquired during my early travels. It is a defensive soul guide. Everyone is aware that since that epoch, soul masters capable of crafting soul guides have vanished without a trace overnight. Presently, the remaining soul guides are predominantly storage soul guides. Offensive and defensive soul guides are nearly extinct in the Douluo Continent. Riley's statement garnered the consensus of the crowd. Indeed, it is true. Storage soul guides, due to their craftsmanship, have the potential for longevity. The materials used in their creation are primarily precious gems and the like. These gemstones inherently possess a certain degree of spatial quality, with slight refinement and the engraving of inscriptions that can endure through the ages. Unlike the soul-guiding devices for offense and defense, which are crafted from unique metals, these artifacts are susceptible to wear over time. They do not exhibit the same longevity as storage soul-guiding devices. As a result, those that have withstood the test of time are exceedingly rare. Naturally, the few that have persevered are predominantly of extraordinary power. Take, for instance, the vast ocean sphere, also known as the Heart of the Sea God. Indeed, the Heart of the Sea God also falls within the category of soul-guiding devices. The 8 noble families boast a rich heritage, with fragments of records pertaining to soul-guiding devices and soul guides. This is precisely why the masses acknowledge Riley's words. However, Violet was somewhat astonished, for at this juncture, defensive soul tools are exceedingly rare. To possess even one such tool could be deemed a significant investment. Regrettably, it seems this item holds little efficacy. Although Violet, as the complete dragon, remains in its juvenile phase, few in the Douluo Continent can inflict harm upon him. Indeed, those capable of doing so would find that a defensive soul tool would be of little salvation. As for Fucalos, she is a demon god. Though her power has yet to return to its peak, she is not a deity that can be easily contended within the Douluo Continent. It is worth noting that the 500-year-old demon god is also in her juvenile phase, and Fucalos once did not possess her peak strength. The term 500-year-old demon god does not imply that Fucalos has lived for 5 centuries, but rather that she has been a demon god for only 500 years. As a follower of the water god Egeria, Fucalos has also spent considerable time as a pure water sprite. Come on, little Violet, take a look, Riley said, stroking his beard with a smile. This defensive soul guide, having once saved Rayleigh's life, remains uncertain about the level of attacks it can withstand. Lei Qingqing, standing nearby, merely scoffed at the notion. She held no regard for defense. Defense is for the weak, she mused. It is the relentless, fervent pursuit of powerful and unyielding attacks that truly captivates her spirit. The defensive soul-guiding device was once a gift from Layli to her, yet she had declined it. A true master never requires defense. Humph, grandfather surely knows how to deceive the naive little Navi. The poor child remains blissfully unaware of the trickery. Lei Qingqing mused silently, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, for as a young lady of distinction, she must uphold basic etiquette. Her grandfather had certainly exerted considerable effort over this matter. At this moment, neither Layli nor Lei Qingqing had any inkling of the true power contained within this defensive soul-guiding device. Thank you, Grandfather Lei, Navi said with a nod of gratitude before opening the box. What met his eyes was a palm-sized crimson heart-protecting mirror, resting quietly within the box, seemingly devoid of any formidable power. As he gazed upon the mirror, Navi's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed that this object was not as simple as it appeared. It did not resemble an independent entity, but rather seemed akin to a component of some armor. Little Navi, do not be deceived by its appearance. This little trinket once allowed me, a soul emperor, to escape from the clutches of a 50,000-year-old beast king. At this point, Laley spoke with a hint of lingering apprehension. After all, the most perilous experience of his life had been that harrowing pursuit by the beast king. At that time, he had merely been a soul emperor, and had it not been for this mirror, the Lei family might not have him as their patriarch today. Upon hearing this, the other clan leaders exchanged glances at Laley, surprised to discover he had such a past. Why had he never shared this story before to entertain his brethren? Thank you, Grandfather Lei. This defensive soul-guiding device is far too precious. I truly have no use for it. The latter part of this statement was Navi's inner thought. Yet he chose not to articulate it aloud. If these words were uttered, Riley would likely dismiss them with a wave of his sleeve. Take it as a gift. Without waiting for Violet to finish, Riley waved his hand and continued. You are well aware of your sister Qingqing's temperament. She is quite the fighter. While all the brothers are present, I can still protect her. But after 100 years, during the annual meeting, we shan't speak of this. You are the most gifted among the new generation, and in the future, these children will rely on you. Accept this. It is rightfully yours. Indeed. It is merely two self-created soul techniques, not worthy of these old fellows digging into their pockets. They are far more concerned about the future of Violet. The annual meeting resembled a significant investment. Firstly, Valiet, a familiar figure, presented two of his self-created soul techniques for the attendees' enlightenment. Secondly, Lexius had ascended to the rank of title Douluo, and Valiet himself possessed the potential to achieve the same distinction. Otherwise, how could these seasoned elders have bestowed upon him both soul bones and ancient soul-guiding artifacts? Given such statements from Riley, Valiet did not overthink it and expressed his gratitude once more, albeit knowing it bore little practical value. Nevertheless, it was the thought that counted. Before long, Valiet had received gifts from the other clan leaders, predominantly consisting of soul bones. On the Douluo Continent, the most esteemed treasures for soul masters, aside from soul rings, were indeed soul bones. They were convinced that what they offered was of the highest quality. However, for Valiet, these soul bones held little significance. He contemplated that he would return them during his next visit as a courtesy. At this moment, it was imperative not to decline the gifts, for such actions could tarnish the dignity of these elders. Once Valiet had gathered the gifts and returned to his seat, the exchange of pleasantries came to a close. The gathering resumed its light-hearted chatter, recounting amusing anecdotes from their respective domains. Suddenly, Valiet furrowed his brow, a sentiment echoed by Fucalos, who sat beside him. Moments ago, an aura both familiar and foreign had unexpectedly manifested. A certain aura enveloped the air, and Violet felt a vague familiarity with it, as if he had encountered it before. Lost in his thoughts, a sudden realization illuminated his mind. Was this not the same presence that had covertly observed him in Fucalos during his interaction with Qian Renxue? Whether it was Shilong or the Bloodpiercer remained uncertain. Shilong, being a newcomer, was unaware of the previous exchange. Upon locking eyes with Violet, an unsettling chill crept up his spine, an eerie sensation that had eluded him until now. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. As the chill intensified, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his gaze was rife with confusion and dread. Bewildered, he could not comprehend why, while fixating on Violet, his martial spirit seemed to quiver in trepidation. This sensation is even more peculiar than facing the Grand Offering Qian Daolu and the Pope Bibi Dong. When confronting the Grand Offering and the Pope, it was their formidable power and immense authority that instinctively instilled a shiver of fear in Shilong. However, this does not imply that his martial soul shares the same trepidation. Shilong possesses a mutated martial soul, which upon reaching the soul sage level, manifests in two distinct forms, the weapon soul and the beast soul. Remarkably, both can simultaneously exert their influence on Shilong, rendering it truly formidable. Such a powerful martial soul ranks among the elite within the entire Douluo Continent. Furthermore, what limitations could a martial soul that has ascended to the rank of title Douluo possibly have? Initially, while covertly observing that Violet, Shilong felt no particular unease. He merely regarded her as a somewhat gifted child. Yet, his martial soul reacted with fear. Indeed, the perception of a martial soul is unfailingly accurate. Even if one could deceive oneself, the warnings of the martial soul are infallible. For the first time in all these years, his martial soul exhibited such an anomaly. Without a doubt, that brat Violet must harbor some profound secret. Otherwise, his martial soul would not exhibit such trepidation. Suddenly, Shilong furrowed his brow, sensing as if he were being targeted by an unseen force. It is important to note that he is a title Douluo. What good would it do to have numerous soul Douluos if they cannot even detect a lurking title Douluo? This is also the reason why Shilong dared to come and investigate during the annual meeting of the soul fighting arena. He was not afraid at all. This moment is different from the past. Now, Shilong is already drenched in sweat. The sensation of being locked in, poised to deliver a potentially lethal blow at any moment, caused Shilong to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, Lake Xios furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing with seething fury. The several chieftains engaged in conversation were momentarily taken aback. "Brother Lake, what troubles you?" Morphet inquired, puzzled. "Why the sudden anger amidst our pleasant discourse? Was the previous gift insufficient?" "That seems unlikely. It is nothing, merely the discovery of a rat in the sewer," Lake Xios replied dismissively, his tone tinged with hostility. In such a scenario, it is utterly audacious for someone to lurk in the shadows, dismissing the esteemed 8 great families with utter disdain. Previously, this might have been forgivable, as they were merely soul masters and likely unaware of the hidden title Douluo lurking in the dark. If they were oblivious, they would naturally remain unperturbed. Even if they accidentally discovered the truth, they would most likely swallow their indignation. After all, a title Douluo is still a title Douluo. However, the situation has changed. Lycos has now ascended to the realm of title Douluo. Upon hearing this proclamation, the expressions of those present instantly darkened. "How dare you?" Morpheus bellowed as he slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. "Who dares to act with such impudence in my soul arena?" The overwhelming aura of a peak soul Douluo surged forth, sweeping across the assembly. Before Lycos' breakthrough, he and Morpheus were the only 2 among the 8 patriarchs to attain the pinnacle of soul Douluo at level 89. In contrast, the other patriarchs, while also soul Douluos, remained significantly distant from that level. The auras of the 7 soul Douluos from the Ross family, Robert, the Adam family, Otto, and the Milan family, Mimi, erupted simultaneously. Even an ordinary title Douluo would struggle to match their combined might at this moment. Lycos slowly rose, his gaze ablaze with golden flames. Scanning the hidden location of Shilong 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rapidly ascended from beneath Lycos' feet. Notably, the final soul ring, black with a hint of crimson, radiated an aura rivaling that of a typical 100,000-year soul ring. It is crucial to recognize that this was the soul ring of a peak dragon-type soul beast. For a creature like Xiaowu, a 100,000-year soul beast, encountering a dragon type of over 90,000 years would only leave her with the option to flee. Soul beasts are categorized into 2 types, ordinary soul beast and dragon species. The dragon type, particularly the subdragon, is indeed formidable. Shilong, the hidden Shilong felt a surge of panic. Wasn't he agreed that only 8 soul Douluos belonged to the 8 great hidden families? Where then did this fearsome title Douluo emerge? Shilong gulped nervously. Had he truly been discovered? The one who had locked onto him earlier must surely be this title Douluo. As for that boy, impossible. He is merely a child. Unbeknownst to Shilong, he had inadvertently dismissed the correct answer. It was indeed Villet who had locked onto him. It was only because Villet had yet to come of age that his aura had leaked. Otherwise, Shilong would never have sensed Villet's presence. Ordinarily, Shilong would not have been exposed, even with Lycos being a title Douluo. As long as Shilong did not focus his gaze upon Lycos, the latter would remain oblivious to any anomaly, both being titled Douluos, unless there was a significant disparity in soul power levels. It is exceedingly difficult to detect one another when not actively revealing their presence. However, due to Shilong's fear, his aura leaked, which was precisely what Lycos detected, leading to his exposure. "Will you emerge voluntarily, or shall I compel you to come forth?" Lycos spoke indifferently, sensing that this rat was merely of level 91. It would be several years before the transformation of Tiando Palace, and he had yet to reach the pinnacle of soul power. Lycos, being a level 93 title Douluo, held no fear in the presence of a level 91 rat, especially with his formidable companions by his side. Suddenly, Lycos appeared to recall something, glancing at Villet and Fucalos, which bolstered his confidence even further. Upon hearing his words, Shilong felt a twinge of anger. After all, they were both titled Douluos, who was superior. However, upon further reflection, the 8 great families were undoubtedly neutral forces, and there was no necessity to offend one another. Should the other party insist on pursuing the matter, Shilong's exposure would be of little consequence, but what of the risk to Qian Renxue's undercover mission? With this thought, Shilong reined in his anger. "Gentlemen, there is no need for such hostility. I harbor no ill intentions." With a feigned smile, he stepped out from the shadows. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. Given his demeanor, they should not pursue the matter any further, should they? I merely passed by the Soul Arena and, upon witnessing a gathering, sought a cup of wine to enjoy. Xilong spoke nonchalantly. For one who has cultivated to the level of title Douluo is certainly an adept performer. When did those two arrive? Lycos and his companions regarded Xilong as if he were a simpleton. Such a statement might deceive a child, but it was too transparent for them. After navigating the continent for decades, they had encountered countless scenarios. Noting the silence of the group, their unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Xilong felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. These individuals were proving to be more formidable than he had anticipated. Who are you? Lycos asked with an air of indifference, his golden flames intensifying further. This scene left Xilong momentarily stunned. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the flames emanating from this person, as if he had encountered them before. Regrettably, this was not the time for such musings. A solitary figure, he had fortuitously ascended to the rank of title Douluo. Yet, Xilong could not afford to speak the truth. The heads of the 8 great families were present. If he uttered the truth, he might inadvertently establish a formidable enemy for the Spirit Hall. Although the strength of the 8 hidden families was dismissed by the Spirit Hall, the cost of their eradication would be exorbitant. What sort of place is the Soul Arena? How many Soul Masters have gone through their entire lives without setting foot in it? While the Soul Arena maintains a stance of neutrality and refrains from engaging in the continent's conflicts, it is far from a pushover. At any moment, it could rally thousands, even tens of thousands of Soul Masters to form a legion, which is one of the reasons why no faction dares to eliminate the Soul Arena. A solitary figure dares to act recklessly within my Soul Arena. It seems you are courting death. Lexius did not believe Xilong's words. Not everyone possesses the ability to reach title Douluo through solitary cultivation like Douluo. This individual is likely a title Douluo concealed by a formidable power. Could it be the Tiando royal family? Casting a glance at Xilong, Lexius shook his head. If the Tiando royal family possessed a title Douluo, they certainly would not be so eager to court Douluo. The gatherings of the 8 noble families are hardly a secret. They occur annually, and any diligent investigation would reveal the truth. However, the specific family involved is determined by a lottery. If it is not the Tiando royal family, could it be a title Douluo hidden by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not distant from Tiando City, situated in a mountain range just beyond its borders. The Sword and Bone Douluo frequently accompany the school's master, Ningfengxi, across the Douluo Continent, and their appearances are known to several clan leaders. Lexius shook his head, unable to comprehend the situation, and chose to abandon the thought. Upon hearing this, Xilong's face contorted with anger. Did he truly believe Xilong to be a soft target? Humph. With a cold snort, Xilong declared, "We are both title Douluos. How dare you insult me so? Are you brave enough to engage me in a one-on-one duel?" If the opponent were to swarm him, even Xilong, a level 95 title Douluo, would have to retreat temporarily. Yet, in a fair duel, he might not be defeated. His martial spirit's true form is no trivial matter. Even if he were to struggle, could he not simply flee? Initially, Xilong could have chosen to escape, but he intended to gather information on Lexius, which was why he refrained from a hasty retreat. It may seem as though he lacks wit, but in truth, he is meticulously calculating. To slay a title Douluo intent on survival is nearly impossible unless there is a significant disparity in levels. Although Lexius appears fearsome, his soul power level could not possibly exceed 94. This is also one of the reasons left by Xilong. Upon hearing this, Lexius exchanged glances with the others. Pondering for a moment, it seemed he had come to a realization, and thus he declared, "Very well, I shall grant your request. Since my ascension to the rank of title Douluo, I have yet to engage in a serious battle. Brothers, now you can witness my current prowess." Morpheus, Riley, and the others twitched their lips. This old fellow merely wished to show off, did he not? They understood that Lexius had 2 motivations for agreeing to this challenge. After all, the opponent was a title Douluo, and it was uncertain whether he could be subdued swiftly. Moreover, this was the spirit fighting arena, where the younger generation was present. If a fight ensued, there was a risk of injury to them. Are you brave enough to leave the city for a duel? When title Douluos clashed, it was nothing short of earth-shattering. Who would be held accountable for the damage incurred in one's own home? What is there to fear? Xilong responded without a moment's hesitation. Having uttered these words, Xilong moved, vanishing from sight and reappearing outside the spirit fighting arena. Lexius did not pursue him immediately, but cast a glance at Morpheus. Morpheus remained silent. That look held a multitude of meanings and responsibilities. "Very well, I shall stay," was Lexius's straightforward implication, indicating that he would watch over the younger generation. At this moment, The gazes of the younger generation towards Lexius changed dramatically. Grandpa Lexius is actually a title Douluo. Lei Qingqing murmured in astonishment. They had truly been unaware of this in their generation. Surely, Lexius would not boast of his achievements in front of his grandchildren, only sharing such matters with his old comrades. When will my grandfather manage to ascend to the rank of title Douluo? Mo also gazed in disbelief, unconsciously voicing his thoughts. This made Morphet seethe with anger, as he could hardly contain his desire to confront him, for it was truly an inappropriate moment to bring up such matters. This is also why the 7 patriarchs tacitly chose not to disclose that Reincarnated had already ascended to the rank of title Douluo. As the scene shifted, the group swiftly arrived at the outskirts of Tiando City. At that moment, within the grand soul arena of Tiando City, Morphet, somewhat perplexed, counted the younger generation. 1, 2, 3, 7. How curious. Where have little Navalet and Fucalos gone? Morphet scratched his head, pondering if these 2 youngsters might have inadvertently followed the crowd out of the city. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head. With so many brethren present, safeguarding the 2 little ones was more than sufficient. With this thought, Morphet felt a sense of relief and continued recounting to Mo, Lei Qingqing, and others the adventures he and Reincarnated had during their maritime exploits. At the outskirts, Shilong gazed solemnly at Reincarnated in the distance, their eyes locked in a silent confrontation, ready for any sudden move. Meanwhile, Lei, Mimi, and the others looked on in bewilderment at Navalet and Fucalos. When did they arrive? How could they, as Sol Douluo, have failed to notice? Just as Lei Li was about to finish his thought, Fucalos casually waved his hand, conjuring 8 bubbles, each approximately half a meter in radius, that appeared behind them. Everyone, please take a seat. Let us observe, Fucalos declared with a smile. Her utterly sincere demeanor caused the 6 patriarchs to gasp in astonishment. The group exchanged glances between the bubbles and the duo of Navalet and Fucalos. I am the son. These 2 young individuals undoubtedly harbor some undisclosed secrets. Fortunately, they are part of their own group. Had they been outsiders, even the 8 prominent families, known for their neutrality, would have felt compelled to investigate. It is noteworthy that among this assembly, the weakest individual boasts a formidable rank of 85 level Sol Douluo. Remarkably, not a single person detected that Violet and Fucalos stealthily trailed behind them. For a fleeting moment, Riley and the others questioned whether they had aged, perhaps becoming somewhat senile and sluggish in their reactions. Setting aside the failure to notice Violet and Fucalos, the earlier display by Fucalos left everyone utterly bewildered. To what extent must one master their soul power and control over the water element to effortlessly conjure such bubbles with a mere wave of the hand? Only a select few water attribute soul masters can achieve this feat, provided they unleash their martial spirit and possess the corresponding soul skills. In the absence of a soul skill designed to create bubbles, even water attribute soul masters who have attained a certain level of proficiency in their soul power can still generate bubbles through sheer will. However, did Fucalos not just refrain from manifesting their martial spirit? The manner in which these bubbles materialized with a simple gesture astonished the seasoned onlookers. When it comes to mere destruction, a soul master can indeed launch an attack without activating their martial spirit, although such an assault would be feeble, incomparable to the might unleashed when their martial spirit is in play. The essence of a soul master's strength resides predominantly within their martial spirit and soul rings. Seated upon the bubbles, the assembled crowd found them to be surprisingly more comfortable than a sofa. After taking their seats, Riley and the others exchanged glances and discreetly prodded the bubbles with their fingers, curious to gauge their resilience. How astonishing it was that a bubble could support the weight of an ordinary person, defying all expectations. While the bubbles conjured by soul masters are indeed formidable, one would assume there must be a limit to their endurance. To their bemusement, when they poked the bubbles, they did not burst but rather yielded like cotton. Upon achieving this result, the group instinctively channeled their soul power, pressing against the bubbles once more. It is essential to note that they were all formidable soul masters of the Sol Douluo rank, their soul power vast as an ocean, far surpassing that of ordinary soul masters. The mere pressure of their soul power alone could render even soul kings and soul emperors incapable of standing, let alone the raw soul power itself. In mere moments, Riley and his companions gasped in astonishment. The bubbles were surprisingly resilient. Despite their efforts, they could not pierce through the bubble's surface. Were the circumstances different, they would have unleashed their martial spirits and employed their soul skills to test the true limits of the bubble's endurance. If such an effortless gesture could yield such formidable bubbles, one could only speculate on the terrifying prowess of the individual who conjured them. As they cast their gazes back toward Fucalos, the expressions of the onlookers began to shift subtly. Fucalos and Violet remained composed, taking note of the small actions of the 6 clan leaders without uttering a word. They chose to maintain their silence, leaving the rest to the imagination of those present. This is but a brief interlude. Lexius and Shilong exchanged glances, the tension between them palpable as a confrontation seemed imminent. Neither uttered a word. Instead, they relied on their instincts to assess one another's strength. Lexius made the first move. With the power of the Golden Crow at his disposal, there was no need for introductions between them. At their level, many aspects remained shrouded in secrecy, vital intelligence not to be casually divulged. Observing this, Shilong dared not hesitate for a moment and promptly summoned his martial spirit, the Serpent Spear. This mutated martial spirit, the Serpent Spear, bore a striking resemblance to the dragon staff of the demon-subduing Douluo Continent. The Serpent Spear contained the soul of an ancient beast, the two-headed serpent, endowing Shilong's 7th soul skill with 2 distinct forms. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black, swiftly ascended from beneath Shilong's feet. Both he and the bloodstabbing had suboptimal soul ring configurations, as their 5th soul rings were merely millennium rings. The fact that they have cultivated to the level of a title Douluo indicates that their innate talents are indeed formidable. However, at that time, they simply lacked better options. As Shilong unleashed his martial soul, Robert, seated next to Violet, instinctively remarked, "So this is his martial soul. I remember him. Back when I had just broken through to the 70th level to hunt soul beasts, I had some disputes with this individual. At that time, he was also a soul sage, and I was no match for him." Robert murmured, recalling the few times he had suffered injuries, particularly the severe ones, which left a lasting impression. He never anticipated that this individual had already ascended to the rank of title Douluo. His martial soul's true form is remarkably unique, possessing both a weapon soul and a beast soul. It was precisely due to my ignorance of his capabilities that I suffered such a devastating defeat. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lei Li and the others shifted dramatically. Robert had actually faced defeat at the hands of this title Douluo. It is known that Robert's martial soul is renowned for wielding the power of the Earth Bear, in terms of both defense and offense. He is an overwhelmingly powerful presence among soul masters of the same rank. To think he lost to Shilong at the same level. At this moment, as Shilong gazed at the figure of Lexius in the sky, an involuntary cold sweat broke out upon him. Golden Crow. The martial spirit of this individual is, astonishingly, the Golden Crow. He previously pondered why this golden flame felt so familiar. It is no wonder. The 6-winged angel martial spirit utilizes the true sunfire, and the Golden Crow martial spirit also harnesses the true sunfire. If one were to merely compare the mastery of the true sunfire, the Golden Crow martial spirit would undoubtedly prevail. The God of Angels is not the sun god. Possessing merely a fraction of the sun's power is already formidable. Furthermore, the 6-winged angel encompasses not only the fire attribute but also attributes of holiness and light. In terms of a comprehensive evaluation of martial spirits, the 6-winged angel is considerably stronger than the Golden Crow. As for the 3-legged Golden Crow martial spirit, I am the sun. Alas, the human physique is incapable of enduring such a terrifying martial spirit. With a swift motion, Shilong did not dare to test the waters. He activated his 3rd soul skill, which is also his 1st purple soul ring. Instantly, Shilong's aura surged, and the serpent spear sliced through the air like a phantom, aiming directly at Lexius. The individual's martial soul is the Golden Crow. How could Shilong afford to be careless? It is not that he lacks martial ethics. Upon witnessing this, Lexius's eyes flickered with disdain. This title Douluo was clearly panicking. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to his 3rd spirit skill. 100, Bloodstab, save me. Humph, a mere trivial technique. Lexius scoffed dismissively as the 1st spirit ring shimmered, the one with the shortest age, a century-old spirit ring. 1st spirit skill, Raging Flames. As the words left his lips, golden flames surged from the wings behind Lexius, which then swept forth, launching 2 streams of golden fire toward Shilong. I recall that Brother Lexius's 1st spirit skill was emitted from his mouth. Has his martial soul evolved, and his technique transformed? The audience member, Rayleigh, instinctively remarked. Is it possible that Brother Lexius's comprehension of the fire attribute has reached unimaginable heights? Sat beside Rayleigh, Arobanu, also known as Abanu, murmured thoughtfully. The origin of Abanu's name is quite peculiar. His father intended to name him Orobase but vaguely perceived a streak of purple sword energy slicing through the sky. Believing the child could not bear such a name, he ultimately settled on Arobanu. Old O, Are you not also of the fire attribute? How profound do you think Brother Lexius's understanding of fire truly is? Inquired Mimi from the side. How profound? Abanu smirked, glancing at Lexius before responding. Perhaps as high as several stories. In truth, it is not particularly remarkable. My grandfather's comprehension of the fire attribute currently remains at the stage of destruction. Violet, speaking with a composed demeanor, added. The so-called stage of destruction indicates that Lexius merely employs his martial soul for annihilation. His understanding of the fire attribute is, in fact, not profound. Fire, by its very nature, is an exceedingly violent attribute. In terms of destructive power, it is only slightly inferior to that of lightning. Destruction is easy. One can obliterate with spirit power. However, creation is a challenge. Grandfather's martial soul has only recently evolved, and his grasp of the true fire of the sun is not particularly deep. Esteemed uncles, there is no need for such flattery. Upon hearing Violet's words, the 6 clan leaders were rendered speechless. In their eyes, Lexius's display was already formidable, yet, to this younger generation, he appeared merely average, or perhaps even below average. Just a novice? Should you not listen to the words you utter, Violet? Before the words were fully spoken, Violet extended his left hand, summoning a swirling mass of water elemental energy. In an instant, 8 elegantly crafted goblets, formed entirely of water, materialized and floated serenely before him. With a graceful sweep of his hand, streams of water began to flow gently into the goblets, resembling the pouring of fine red wine rather than mere water. Esteemed gentlemen, please indulge in this water, Violet said, lifting his right hand slightly to guide the goblets towards the gathered assembly. As 2 goblets remained, he finally took one for himself and addressed Miss Fucalos, saying, Miss Fucalos, this goblet contains sugar. Should the sweetness not meet your preference, please inform me, and I shall concoct another for you. The others, Rayleigh, Mimi, Obani, and the like, exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the goblets before them. They instinctively reached out, marveling at the clarity and definition of the water-formed vessels. Indeed, they found themselves convinced of Violet's assertion that Lexius's understanding of fire was merely superficial. Their fists clenched in disbelief. How could they accept that Violet was merely a soul master? Soul master? To hell with that. He was one of their own. Yet he had concealed such prowess. Fucalos, with a smile, cast a knowing glance at Violet, recognizing that he was not flaunting his knowledge but simply stating the truth. Lexius's grasp of the fire element was undeniably shallow. Thank you, Mr. Violet, Fucalos said with a smile as she accepted the goblet. Violet then raised the final goblet, gently clinking it against the one in Fucalos's hand. These 2 young individuals lack martial integrity. They have come to witness the battle, not to partake in trivialities. We are comrades. Let us not behave in this manner. Naturally, being seasoned veterans for decades, they would never voice such sentiments aloud. The crowd exchanged glances, mimicking the gesture of Violet and Fucalos as they clinked their cups together, then downed their drinks in one swift motion. The vessels in their hands transformed once more into streams of water, cascading down to the ground. Water, indeed, is precious. Yet, at this moment, their hearts were awash with myriad emotions. These 2 young individuals are quite extraordinary. It is rather peculiar to note that if Fucalos can remain concealed, it is because she is not one of the esteemed 8 great families, her age and strength shrouded in mystery. Yet, as for Violet, he is someone they have witnessed grow up. Such a prodigy existed right beneath their very noses, yet they astonishingly failed to perceive any irregularity. This is the epitome of terror. Lexius and Shilong are engaged in an intense battle, oblivious to the situation unfolding among the spectators. With each passing moment, Shilong feels increasingly unnerved. The searing waves of heat assail him, leaving him somewhat discomposed. Previously, the flames had originated from allies, and he had never experienced such sensations. This time, however, it is different. Little serpent, I am no longer inclined to indulge in frivolities with you. Suddenly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lexius's eyes, and his aura surged to an even greater intensity. Initially, he had merely summoned Shilong to assess his new martial spirit, but now, the evaluation was complete. The one known as the title Douluo seems rather unremarkable. Upon hearing this, Shilong momentarily froze, only to have his expression suddenly shift. It dawned on him that Lexius had merely been toying with him. Though he had not exerted his full strength, he had indeed revealed his true capabilities. Yet his opponent was merely playing? How disdainful. 7th soul skill, true form of the serpent spear, Shilong bellowed, as the brilliance of his 7th soul ring erupted, transforming the serpent spear in his grasp into an ancient beast adorned with 2 serpentine heads. Ah, so this is your confidence? Lexius maintained an expression of indifference. As golden flames began to rise around him, enveloping him swiftly. Seventh soul skill, true form of the golden crow. In an instant, a golden crow, radiating golden flames, manifested in the heavens. In comparison to the two-headed serpent, the size of the golden crow was notably smaller. However, strength is often independent of size. As the golden crow emerged, the space within 1,000 meters seemed to warp slightly, a normal phenomenon caused by the flames searing the air, indicating an exceptionally high temperature. Ever since I acquired my ninth soul ring, I have refrained from utilizing its powers. Now, it is time for the world to witness its might. Ninth soul skill. The sun rises in the east while rain falls in the west. Though the sky appears clear, there is still brightness. The sunlight shines forth. The golden crow, transformed from Lexius, ascended into the sky like the rising sun, causing the stars and moon above to dim momentarily. At that moment, he seemed to have become the sun amidst the darkness. Shilong trembled all over, the reality of death truly sinking in. This strike he certainly cannot withstand. Sishue, save me. 101. Are there still masters? Sishue, save me. At the moment when Shilong uttered these words, there was no hesitation. As he unleashed his most formidable soul skill, his ninth soul skill. At this moment, if there were any hesitation, it was likely that they would remain here today. In the shadows, Bloodstinger, sensing the urgency, almost instantaneously summoned his martial soul, darting to Shilong's side. Subsequently, the seventh and ninth spirit rings shimmered, unleashing the true form of his martial soul, while simultaneously activating his ninth spirit skill to counteract the imminent strike from Lexius. Shilong assumed the role of the primary attacker, while Bloodstinger focused on defense. The collision of their three ninth spirit skills illuminated the sky. Lexius, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Bloodstinger, was momentarily surprised, not expecting the opposing side to possess two titled Douluos. Fortunately, this titled Douluo's spirit power level was merely at 91. Lexius had no qualms about facing two opponents. With this thought, Lexius intensified his spirit power output, causing the golden flames to blaze even more fiercely. The earth began to crack, and the surrounding vegetation had already turned to ash. Both Shilong and Bloodstinger were drenched in cold sweat. It was only through their combined efforts that they could barely contend with this golden crow Douluo, who was terrifyingly formidable. Regrettably, they could not call for reinforcements, as the only titled Douluos present in Heaven Do City were the two of them. Both had secretly aligned with the Spirit Hall, and as long as they did not expose their identities, even if their origins were surmised, there would be no grounds for prosecution. However, should they summon the Spirit Hall as personnel from Heaven Do City, the implications would be entirely different. A gasp escaped the six clan leaders as they felt their scalps tingle. They never anticipated that a titled Douluo would be concealed in the shadows here. It was as if invisible hands had reached into the battle arena. The arena, devoid of contention or greed, raised the question, which force had their sights set on this battleground? The presence of two titled Douluos was unprecedented in the past. The combined strength of the 8 clan leaders would have been insufficient to match even a single titled Douluo. Suddenly, Rayleigh snapped back to reality and shouted at the others, "What are you waiting for? They disregard martial ethics. They are summoning reinforcements. Are we to reason with them?" With that, Rayleigh sprang to his feet and charged into the fray, simultaneously releasing his martial soul, Lightning Whip. The true form of his weapon soul manifested. Thunder descended from the heavens. Darkness arose from the earth. 8th spirit skill, thunderous movement of the 9 heavens. In an instant, thunder roared, and the lightning whip transformed into genuine lightning, sweeping across the battlefield. The 8 great families were interconnected. Their fortunes rose and fell together. If Lexius were to be defeated, what fate awaited them? Damn it, Rayleigh, why are you rushing in so hastily as a control type? Don't throw yourself into danger. The 6 clan leaders simultaneously unleashed their martial soul true forms, activating their most potent 8th spirit skills. The disparity between soul Douluos and titled Douluos was immense. Yet, with so many soul Douluos unleashing their 8th spirit skills simultaneously, even the titled Douluos had to momentarily retreat from the onslaught. Violet and Fucalos exchanged glances, discreetly shaking their heads. If they wished to eliminate Shilong and Bloodstinger, they could do so in an instant. However, the aftermath of slaying Shilong and Bloodstinger would be exceedingly troublesome, likely leading to an escalating cycle of conflict. Continuing this path could result in countless casualties. Furthermore, since Shilong and Bloodstinger had arrived without malice, it indicated that their intentions for being in the battle arena were ulterior. Thus, Violet and Fucalos chose to remain spectators. willing to intervene only if Shilong and Bloodstinger sought their own demise. At this moment, both Shilong and Bloodstinger felt a shiver run down their spines. The Golden Crow Douluo was already a formidable opponent, and now there were so many Soul Douluo present. Were they intending to keep the two of them here? The two exchanged glances. After so many years as brothers, a mere look was sufficient to convey their intentions. Without any hesitation, they both activated their 9th spirit rings with all their might. In that instant, the golden flames momentarily stalled the assaults of the 6 great clan leaders, granting them a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, the Bloodthorn, transformed into a spiny porcupine, devoured Shilong in one swift bite. Subsequently, it made a hasty escape, its speed akin to that of a startled fish in water. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. A tidal Douluo fleeing at full speed rendered the Soul Douluo incapable of even catching a glimpse of its shadow. Had they truly escaped? When Shilong and the Bloodthorn amplified their soul power output, they assumed the other party was prepared to fight to the death. They had already ignited their true flames. It was not something one could simply cease. Yet, just as they were ready to engage in a desperate struggle, the adversaries turned and fled. Lexius did not pursue them. Instead, he gently descended to the ground. Upon retracting his martial soul, his expression became exceedingly strange. 2 unfamiliar tidal Douluo? The ability to simultaneously dispatch 2 unknown tidal Douluo indicated a power that required no speculation. If it were not for the Spirit Hall, Lexius would have inverted its name. Why would the Spirit Hall have set its sights on us? Lexius murmured in perplexity. He found this point perplexing. Having recently ascended to the rank of tidal Douluo, he understood that the number of individuals privy to this matter was rather limited. It seemed implausible for the Spirit Hall to arrive so swiftly. Could it be that they harbored ulterior motives? At this juncture, the 6 clan leaders also retracted their martial spirits, their auras slightly diminished in that moment. Their expressions far from pleasant. Even for a Soul Douluo, manifesting one's martial spirit would result in certain aftereffects. Only upon reaching the tidal Douluo level could such aftereffects be significantly alleviated. This is precisely why the true manifestation of one's martial soul is regarded as a trump card, reserved for moments of utmost desperation by soul masters of the soul sage rank and above. Upon hearing Lexius's words, the expressions of the 6 clan leaders shifted dramatically. Suddenly, it seemed as though a realization dawned upon them, as they exchanged glances with Violet and Fucalos. The objective of the martial soul hall must be these 2 prodigies. Their prowess is ominous, yet their mastery over water elements is nothing short of extraordinary, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. The mastery of water elements is sufficient to garner the attention of the Spirit Hall. This matter shall be discussed upon our return. Just as Riley prepared to say something, Lexius waved his hand dismissively, maintaining an impassive expression. Upon hearing this, Riley nodded in understanding, as if a light had dawned upon him. This is not an appropriate venue for such discussions. Should the other party possess formidable experts, they would inadvertently reveal their capabilities. With the potential to deploy 2 tidal Douluos, they might even summon a 3rd or 4th. The depth of the Spirit Hall is something they are somewhat aware of. In a shift of focus, we find ourselves at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji, Qian Renxue, and Gu Rong sit in the council chamber, exchanging glances. Several tidal Douluos, along with a number of soul Douluos, are engaged in a fierce battle on the outskirts of Heaven-Do City. Such commotion makes it exceedingly difficult for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to remain oblivious. 3 unfamiliar tidal Douluos have appeared. Remarkably, one of them is able to contend against 2 without succumbing, accompanied by 6 formidable soul Douluos as reinforcement. Have you ascertained the details? Ning Fengji inquired solemnly of the newcomer. Given the circumstances of both sides, it appears to be a clash between 2 significant powers. One faction boasts 2 tidal Douluos, while the other comprises 1 tidal Douluo and 6 soul Douluos. Such formidable power, regardless of its placement, constitutes one of the most elite forces on the Douluo Continent. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses merely 2 tidal Douluo. Returning to the sect leader, there are 2 supreme elders. The reasons behind the clash among these formidable beings remain shrouded in mystery. One faction's expert hails from the Soul Arena. Their annual meeting this year is convened in Heaven-Do City. The informant relayed the gathered intelligence. And to uncover such extensive details in such a brief span is indeed remarkable. The 8 great families, how enlightening. They have, astonishingly, acquired a tidal Douluo, which elucidates the presence of numerous Soul Douluo level experts aiding them. Upon hearing the report from the scout, Ning Fengji and the others experienced an epiphany. If it pertains to the 8 great families, then there is no cause for concern, as each family possesses at least one sole Douluo level expert. As for the reason behind their confrontation with the 2 titled Douluo, it is indeed puzzling that the scouts could unveil that information. You may withdraw now. Certainly. After the scout departed, Ning Fingji, Qian Renxue, and Gu Rong fell into a contemplative silence. After an indeterminate duration, Gu Rong finally spoke. The 8 great families have historically refrained from meddling in the affairs of the Douluo Continent. It is astonishing that some among them have ascended to the titled Douluo rank without our knowledge. Had it not been for these 2 unfamiliar titled Douluo crossing each other's thresholds, they might have remained concealed. In response to this statement, both Qian Renxue and Ning Fingji nodded in agreement. The 8 noble families possess a long-standing heritage, seldom concerning themselves with the currents of Douluo Continent, focusing solely on the management of the Soul Arena. To the great powers of Douluo Continent, these families appear akin to NPCs, only visible within the confines of their own territory in the Soul Arena. Currently, they boast 1 titled Douluo and at least 7 Soul Douluo. Might they harbor certain ambitions? This is precisely what Ning Fingji is most concerned about. If the 8 great families harbor intentions of establishing sects, the interests of their 7 treasures, glazed tile school, may very well be jeopardized. It would be prudent to observe for a while. Even if they do entertain such thoughts, we should not be the first to panic. With arms crossed, Qian Renxue calmly stated that as long as he and Gu Rong remain alive, the status of the 7 treasures glazed tile school cannot be shaken. However, the situation is different for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. As for the 2 unfamiliar titled Douluo, Qian Renxue paused at this point, refraining from continuing. In the entirety of Douluo Continent, there are only a handful of factions capable of mobilizing 2 titled Douluo simultaneously. It could either be the Haotian sect or the 7 treasures glazed tile school. The Haotian sect has remained closed for over a decade, and considering the Haotian hammer, which is easily recognizable, it is clear that the unfamiliar titled Douluo are not affiliated with them. Those within the 7 treasures glazed tile school are well aware of their circumstances. Currently, they are in a transitional phase, lacking even a few Soul Douluo, let alone newly emerged titled Douluo. Should Qian Renxue and Gu Rong unexpectedly perish, it would be questionable whether the 7 treasures glazed tile school could maintain its position among the lower sections. The Spirit Hall, the 3 exclaimed almost in unison. Besides the Spirit Hall, it is improbable that any faction could conceal itself so deeply. 2 titled Douluo, no less. As for the 8 great families, with their numerous Soul Douluo, it would hardly be surprising for one to fortuitously break through to the titled Douluo level. On the surface, the Spirit Hall only acknowledges 3 titled Douluo, the Pope Bibi Dong, Ghost, and Ju. Yet, I am certain that they harbor additional hidden titled Douluo. My father once challenged the Spirit Hall's Grand Priest, Qian Douluo, that peerless Douluo of the 99th rank. At this point, Qian Renxue chose to remain silent, recalling how his father had urged him not to harbor hatred, as it was a result of his own choices. He had not anticipated the Spirit Hall to be so deeply entrenched. It is indeed time to conduct a thorough investigation into the 8 great families. Qian Renxue and Gu Rong exchanged bewildered glances. Ning Fingji, do you comprehend what you were saying? You just mentioned the Spirit Hall's deep concealment and now suggest investigating the 8 great families? Are you unwell? Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. Sensing their confusion, Ning Fingji elaborated. What do you think is the purpose of the Spirit Hall sending 2 titled Douluo to the Soul Arena? What could have provoked them to the extent of clashing with 2 titled Douluo? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue and Gu Rong suddenly understood. Indeed, without a compelling reason, the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall would not venture into the Soul Arena, let alone provoke conflict. It is clear that those who ascend to the position of sect master possess considerable wisdom. With Ning Fingji's explanation, they grasped the situation. It must be that the Spirit Hall uncovered some secret regarding the 8 great families, prompting them to dispatch 2 titled Douluo for investigation. However, they never anticipated that someone among them had actually broken through to titled Douluo, leading to the ensuing confrontation. Fingji, it is indeed you. Listening to Gu Rong's praise, Ning Fingji's expression darkened. Was this a compliment or a rebuke? The scene shifted to the outskirts of Tiando City. Shilong, fearing that Laxius might pursue him, did not immediately flee towards Tiando City, but instead retreated in the opposite direction. At that moment, Shilong spat out a mouthful of old blood, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Astonishing, indeed. The 9th soul skill of Rexus, Sunshine Illuminates, is not so easily withstood. Shilong took the lead in the attack, with Ci Shui providing support. This barely allowed them to endure the onslaught, yet he too sustained considerable injuries. As for the outburst from Lei Li and the others, it was of secondary importance. A soul Douluo is ultimately just a soul Douluo. Xilong, how are you? Ci Shui, a brother of several decades, asked in a somewhat anxious tone upon seeing Xilong's condition. That golden crow Douluo possesses significant prowess. His strength might very well rival that of the offerings in the offering hall. It is beyond our capacity to contend with. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I fear I would have met my end today. Xilong spoke with a hint of trepidation, perplexed as to why the opponent harbored such lethal intent. It is known that while defeating a title Douluo may be feasible, utterly annihilating one is a formidable challenge. There was no apparent reason for them to wish for blood. The strength of Violet has now been revealed. This is precisely why Xilong did not witness the gifts being presented to Violet. Had he seen them, he would have comprehended the murderous intent that stirred within Lexius, compelling him to contemplate the act of slaying. Were it not for the bloodshed, he would undoubtedly have initiated a relentless pursuit at the earliest opportunity. For those gifts could stir even the most stoic of title Douluos. It was astonishing that these individuals had concealed themselves so profoundly, possessing title Douluos yet publicly proclaiming only 8 soul Douluos. Are we not in a similar predicament? The candid truth regarding the bloodshed left Xilong momentarily speechless, struggling to formulate a response. With so many title Douluos within the spirit hall, they still claim to possess merely 3? While the reasoning may hold validity, the sensation of having been outmaneuvered is undeniably disconcerting. Alas, the young lady's affairs have gone awry. However, uncovering the secrets of the soul arena could be deemed a form of redemption. Xilong let out a sigh. Let us return now and tend to our injuries. This matter has left Qi Shui at a loss for words. Xilong went to investigate a junior, and what happened? He caught a big fish, nearly becoming prey himself. Truly unfortunate for him. At this moment, in the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando City, 8 clan leaders sat together, their expressions grave. I had previously harbored suspicions about the Tiando royal family and the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, yet neither could possibly conceal 2 title Douluos. The origins of these 2 are undoubtedly linked to the Spirit Hall. Lexius spoke solemnly, stating that while the Soul Arena does not meddle in the affairs of the Douluo Continent, it certainly possesses an extensive intelligence network. Lex, forgive me for saying something you might not want to hear, but I believe their targets are likely the young Navelet and Fucalos, Rayleigh remarked after some contemplation. Turning to Lexius. You old fool, having deceived us for so many years, why not continue the ruse? Although the 2 children are exceptionally gifted, they are still young and in need of protection. If they remain hidden until they become titled Douluos, Rayleigh was not upset with Lexius for withholding information about Navelet's talents. Rather, he resented that after so many years of secrecy, he did not conceal them a bit longer. Indeed, Navelet and Fucalos have achieved a level of control over their soul power that is unfathomable to these soul Douluos. Yet, at the end of the day, Navelet and Fucalos are merely children in their teens. No matter how high their soul power, how high can it actually reach? Upon hearing these words, Lexius felt a twinge at the corner of his eye. Continue hiding? If they do, Navelet will be ascending soon. His grandson's combat prowess far eclipses that of this title Douluo, not to mention that his granddaughter-in-law is equally enigmatic. Indeed, if you have kept this from us, how could the Spirit Hall be privy to their information? They even sent 2 title Douluos to investigate, which shows just how seriously the Spirit Hall regards this matter. Mimi interjected, equally displeased. Navelet had grown up under their watchful eyes, yet right beneath their noses, he remained hidden so well. Lex, it's not that I want to press you, but this really is unacceptable. Do share the specifics. What level of Soul Master is young Navelet? Let us calculate how long it will take him to mature. A talent such as his requires protection, and when the time comes, we can take turns safeguarding him. Morpheus inquired, somewhat puzzled. During last year's annual meeting, Old Ding mentioned that Navelet had already reached the Soul Ancestor level. It is beyond doubt that this news is accurate. Yet it feels far too low. Lexius hesitated slightly, but then reconsidered. Does Navelet truly need protection? He might be better off safeguarding these old men instead. With that thought, Lexius replied, as for my grandson's precise level, I am not entirely sure. Lexius spoke the truth. He genuinely did not know what level Navelet had attained. In the past, Navelet would occasionally release his soul rings, indicating his level as a soul master. However, now he could not even be bothered to display his soul rings. Abandoning the pretense altogether, the group exchanged puzzled glances at Lexius, incredulous that he did not know the specifics of Navelet's level. Lex, such divisive remarks should be avoided, Morpheus said with a scowl. Upon hearing this, Lexius felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He truly did not intend to speak thus. Old M.O. I'm not deceiving you. I genuinely do not know my grandson's current strength. However, I recall that on his 12th birthday, he should have reached level 63. Lexius mused thoughtfully. This was his final inquiry to Wei Lei regarding his soul power level, after which he experienced a mental breakdown and never posed the question again. Coupled with the previous soul hunting incident, when the ancient dragon, boasting over 95,000 years of existence, claimed it could annihilate him in an instant. Does the concept of soul power level even hold any significance anymore? What are you saying? I ask you, what are you saying? The 7 clan leaders were utterly bewildered. Ah, this old fellow is quite remarkable. The 33rd level of that villet. He had stated it was merely at the 33rd level. He has effectively diminished Villet's soul power by a full 30 levels. Observing his excited companions, who looked as if they could hardly restrain themselves from delivering a punch, Lexius raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and continued, I merely wish to maintain confidentiality. The group fell silent. If such a prodigy emerged within their own clan, they too would undoubtedly act similarly. Then why claim you're unaware now? One queried. Little Nai's 12th birthday has only just passed a little over half a year ago. Even if he is extraordinary, he can at most be a soul sage, correct? Riley pondered aloud, for he was already contemplating the higher possibilities. After all, as one progresses further, the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous and slow. To ascend from the 63rd to the 70th level within half a year is indeed a lofty expectation. At this point, I shall not conceal anything from you any longer. Lexius sighed and continued, You must have seen my 9th soul ring, have you not? Indeed, a soul ring of over 95,000 years. A dragon of the abyss. Morphet replied with a scowl. Lexius had boasted about this soul ring on numerous occasions before him. How could he possibly forget? What perplexed him was how Lexius managed to slay a dragon of such an age. More importantly, he had done it without assistance, single-handedly vanquishing the abyssal dragon. Haha. You may find it hard to believe, but it was my grandson who weakened it, and I merely delivered the finishing blow, Lexius declared with pride. Alone. He could never have slain the dragon. Even with the aid of 7 clan leaders, it would have been a daunting task. The group was left in a state of bewilderment. Little Nai, do tell us, did you and Fucalos secretly witness the tidal Douluo's epic battle? Queried Lei Qingqing, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Surely, grandfather Lexius emerged victorious, did he not? When tidal Douluo's clash, is it not earth-shattering? As he observed the longing in Lei Qingqing's eyes, Villet found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How should one articulate this topic? Tidal Douluo. The annihilator of heaven and earth? At this moment, Violet fell into deep contemplation, yet a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. He could hardly contain himself. The deities of the Douluo Continent, even when plummeting from a height of 1,000 meters, faced the peril of death. Tidal Douluo, the destroyer of heaven and earth? Mo, and the others gazed at Violet with curiosity, eagerly anticipating his remarks. Following the return of the clan leaders, they hastily convened a meeting, leaving only Violet and Fucalos with the luxury of time. As for Fucalos, they were not well acquainted and hesitated to engage her in conversation. This would halt the slumbering Violet, who wished to inquire about the specifics. Previously, they had witnessed the breathtaking spectacle of the sunrise within the arena, a truly magnificent scene. Indeed, grandfather emerged victorious. As for the earth-destroying Qingqing, look up at the sky and feel the ground beneath your feet. Violet, suppressing a smile, spoke with an impassive demeanor. Lei Qingqing and the others, momentarily taken aback, instinctively followed Violet's suggestion. They gazed at the night sky, adorned with a myriad of stars. To enhance the authenticity of the experience, Lei Qingqing stamped her foot, revealing her pristine, albeit slightly bashful, foot upon the floor. How peculiar this girl seemed. Violet and Fucalos could not contain their laughter. In response, Lei Qingqing appeared unperturbed, blinking in confusion as she inquired, and then, upon hearing this, Violet confirmed that this girl was not only a battle enthusiast but also rather naive. The sky remained unchanged, and the earth was still the same. The tidal Douluo could not obliterate the world. Of course, should one surpass the limits of a tidal Douluo and ascend to the divine realm, there would indeed be a chance to annihilate the Douluo continent. Despite her naivety, Lei Qingqing grasped Violet's meaning. She lowered her gaze to her feet, her face flushing with embarrassment. How humiliating. Why had she acted so foolishly? How infuriating. Little Violet, do you dare to engage me in a duel? Daring to mock your elder sister Qingqing? Without waiting for Violet to respond, The timid Momo beside Lei Qingqing tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Qingqing, let it go. Let it go. We cannot possibly defeat him." "Humph. Just because we have not fought yet, how can you claim I cannot best him?" Lei Qingqing huffed, shaking off Momo's hand. This fellow was far too timid. As a defensive soul master, such cowardice was a disgrace. "Momo, this is where you are mistaken. It is New Year's, and what harm is there in our siblings sparring a little?" Spoke Luo Xiaobai, the grandson of the family patriarch Robert. He too had inherited the family's martial soul, the earth bear, and possessed a naturally combative spirit. He relished watching others spar, and would sometimes even personally step in to offer guidance. He was one who thrived on the excitement of chaos, due to his martial soul. He was slightly younger than Momo, yet he stood the tallest and most robust among those present, unlike Zhao Wujin, who bore a bear-like martial soul. The members of the Luo family were all tall and imposing, resembling a formidable bear. Without a powerful physique, one would be looked down upon by their kin. As the patriarch's grandson, Luo Xiaobai worked diligently to enhance his strength. This is also the reason why he greatly enjoys sparring. Indeed, Xiaobai is correct. During the festive season, what harm is there in engaging in a friendly match? Moreover, we have never truly sparred with Xiao Nawei before. Oliver, the grandson of Aoban Yo from the Aro family, remarked. The Aro family's inherited martial spirit is the blazing lion, an exceptionally formidable beast martial spirit, albeit slightly inferior to that of the golden lineage. The blazing lion embodies the fiery essence of a lion. This is also the reason why, during the previous great battle, many inquired about the extent of Oban's fire control abilities, given that both factions belong to the fire attribute. I am merely concerned for Qingqing's safety, am I not? Momo lowered his head and continued. Grandfather Lake boasts every year, cough cough, about how formidable Nawei is, although I have never witnessed it myself. What if Qingqing truly cannot prevail? Upon hearing this, a dark vein appeared on Nawei's forehead. Is this truly the epitome of honesty? If one were to take a closer look, would it not reveal a darkness within? Each year, his grandfather, Laxius, boasts about the exceptional prowess of his grandson. Yet one wonders if he perhaps underestimates it. Upon hearing such words, the crowd could not help but cast scornful glances at Momo. Would a grandfather ever admit to his peers that his own grandson is lacking? But then again, Momo's grandfather, Morpheus, is indeed capable of such candor. In truth, Morpheus finds himself at a loss for words when it comes to praising his own grandson. As for spirit power levels, the difference among grandchildren is rather minimal. And Momo, being the elder, possesses no distinct advantage. His timid disposition hardly warrants any commendation. Morpheus might well lament, "My unremarkable grandson." These words are the result of profound contemplation. If Momo's character cannot be altered, then this chieftain harbors no hope. Even if Morphit is willing to pass the mantle to him, he would face opposition from the clansmen. There is no need for such a timid and cowardly leader. This thought weighs heavily on Morphit's mind. Momo, do I appear so fragile to you? Qingqing? If you are afraid and timid, then perhaps you should stop following me. Just the sight of you gives me a headache. Qingqing spoke candidly, and were it not for their long-standing friendship, she would have liked to give Momo a couple of slaps and send him away. Upon hearing her words, Momo trembled as if struck by lightning. I am at a loss for words. Qingqing, your words are rather harsh. Momo should be able to improve. The often overlooked Nilebin spoke up. Nilebin is the grandson of the chieftain of the Nile family, Nelson, and he is also the designated young leader of the family. Martial spirit, Wind Demon Wolf. No, Qingqing is right. However, I am neither cowardly nor timid. I simply do not wish for those around me to suffer harm. After uttering this, Momo painfully closed his eyes. Yet the gazes of the others remained unchanged. To protect those near you from harm, one must first possess absolute strength. When you wield such power, those around you will naturally remain unharmed. Violet stated calmly. He sensed that Momo was not lying. He was neither cowardly nor weak. Circumstances had shaped him into the person he was today. Brothers, let us beat him up. Little Niwei, before we address this fellow, do you wish to compete? Qingqing rolled her eyes at Momo, and then turned to Violet. What hardships could this timid and cowardly fellow possibly have? Cowardice is simply cowardice, and weakness is just weakness. There are no myriad excuses to be found. As for what Violet said, it holds a degree of truth. Such matters require time to mature. Upon hearing these words, the younger generation cast their eager and fervent gazes towards Violet. This young fellow, being the youngest, is affectionately referred to as Little Navalet or simply Nav. During past annual gatherings, Navalet would always stay close to Lexius, seldom uttering a word. His youth rendered him exempt from any competitive trials with the others. What young person isn't brimming with passion? Such fervor for battle is precisely what a soul master ought to embody. Observing this, Navelet glanced at his companion, Fucalos, who was gazing at him with a beaming smile. Madame Fucalos, it seems our delightful cake rendezvous may need to be postponed. I hope you won't take offense. Navelet expressed with a hint of regret, for he had indeed promised Fucalos to return to their dormitory for cake, only to be interrupted by this unexpected group. Not to worry, Mr. Navelet. One can still indulge in cake while spectating. Fucalos chuckled, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her beautiful eyes. The sight of Navelet's slightly helpless expression was utterly amusing. Here stood a fervent youth, juxtaposed with a reincarnation of an old sage. And the most absurd part was that this old sage happened to be the youngest of them all. Is this something that this group of single individuals can truly appreciate? Hasn't Valentine's Day already passed? Goodness, do they not regard them as human beings? What perplexes Lei Qingqing and the others is the rather peculiar manner in which this couple addresses one another. Madame Fucalos and Mr. Valette? They seem to treat each other with utmost respect and decorum. Everyone is somewhat at a loss. As for this query, Mr. Valette and Madame Fucalos maintain that this is entirely customary. Fontaine is a place steeped in romance and gentility, where referring to one's partner as Mr. or Mrs. prior to marriage is quite commonplace. Sister Qingqing, then let us engage in a friendly contest. To the point, Mr. Valette calmly suggested to Lei Qingqing. Defeating Lei Qingqing would be exceedingly simple. A mere ordinary attack would be more than she could withstand at this moment. The young girl is remarkably combative. If she is easily defeated without any semblance of challenge, she might incessantly seek retribution. It would be far better to provide her with an unforgettable experience in combat, allowing her to grasp the disparity between the two fighters. Fear not, dear sister. I am well aware of the balance required and shall ensure you remain unharmed. Lei Qingqing remarked with a smile as she patted the tablet. Indeed, she too possessed a certain flatness, albeit slightly superior to Fucalos. As for Villet, whether Lei Qingqing could inflict any harm upon her is uncertain. Surely her grandfather, Lei, could not. Qingqing, Mo whispered from the side. But Lei Qingqing shot him a glare, causing him to retract his words. Enough, Mo. Do refrain from speaking too much. Little Villet is no outsider. Are you implying a lack of trust in our comrades? Luo Xiaobai's words left Mo flustered, and he quickly shook his head, exclaiming, how could that be? I would never doubt my brothers. It's just that. Soul skills are unpredictable. Damn it, let us just hit him. This is infuriating. Before Mo could finish his sentence, Nirbin shouted and threw a punch. Luo Xiaobai, Oliver, and the others surrounded Mo, giving him a thorough beating before hoisting him away towards the audience area. At that moment, the arena had reached its closing time, and the vast space was devoid of outsiders, save for a few staff members. Lexius and the others had concluded their meeting, their faces still etched with shock and confusion. Did they truly need to protect Villet? Even if the old fellows banded together, there would hardly be a match for her. What? Qingqing and little Villet are stepping onto the arena? Upon hearing the staff's discussions, Lei was instantly roused from his reverie. The other clan leaders also regained their composure, their faces displaying peculiar smiles. Why was Lei so agitated over such a trivial matter as stepping into the arena? One could only hope that this young lad would not discourage Qingqing, if only he could temper her spirited nature. With that thought, Lei hurriedly made his way to the audience area. The others exchanged glances, and in unison, they declared, let us go, let us go. Let us observe this lad's technique. In a brief moment, they reached the edge of the arena where Villet and Lei Qingqing were about to engage in combat. The Grand Soul Arena of Tiando City boasts not merely a single stage. In fact, the numerous platforms combined exceed several dozen. If one were to remove the partitions in the center, the arena could easily accommodate over 50,000 spectators. This is indeed the arena of the capital. And how could the venue possibly be small? When the crowd arrived at the spectator seats, Violet and Lei Qingqing had already taken their positions atop the stage. With Luo Xiaobai serving as the referee, the commencement of the battle was announced. The members of the 8 great families, even those who had never officiated before, were quite familiar with the process of the soul battles. Both sides were granted 1 minute to unleash their martial spirits, and after that, the duel would officially commence. Upon finishing his declaration, Luo Xiaobai swiftly moved from the center of the arena to its edge, relinquishing control to the 2 combatants. Lei Qingqing, wielding the lightning whip, a 35-level control-type battle spirit, proclaimed, please advise me. With an air of disdain, She released her martial spirit first, appearing less like a soul master and more akin to a certain kind of instructor. At merely 15 years of age, she had already reached the remarkable level of 35. Adorned with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple, the optimal combination for a soul master of her rank. Douluo, the esteemed host and commentator, also bore 3 soul rings, with a pair of pristine wings manifesting behind her. Her martial spirit was that of a pigeon, an exceedingly commonplace spirit. Violet then took a moment to contemplate before unleashing his martial spirit, the eternal flow of the ages. 3 azure soul rings ascended rapidly from beneath his feet. My martial spirit is the eternal flow of the ages, and I am a 39-level control-type battle spirit. Please advise me. After Violet calmly uttered these words, a bead of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the 7 clan leaders. 39? Surely you must be at least 93. The ability to alter the terrain at will. And yet you claim to be merely a soul master of 39 levels? The corners of the eyes of the 7 clan leaders twitched at the audacity of young Violet's proclamation of his level. Isn't this absurd? According to the description provided by Lexius, this little fellow possesses strength equivalent to at least level 90. After more than 95,000 years, the subdragon can simply annihilate its opponent at will. Our group, even when combined, falls short of his prowess. You are absolutely right. Perhaps it's best not to speak further. Lei Qingqing and her companions were left astonished, for they knew that Violet was merely a little over 12 years of age, not yet 13. To their surprise, he had already reached level 39. No wonder their grandfather entrusted his family legacy to him. Young Violet's innate talent is indeed the most formidable among us. Nirbin's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he continued, stating that in a few decades, he would ascend to the rank of title Douluo, thereby inheriting the position of grandfather Lexius. Life for our generation would likely become much easier. A few of them exchanged puzzled glances at Nirbin. The Lexius family dominates, and it is likely that in the future, there will be 2 titled Douluos from the same clan. How could this be considered a good thing? Of course, they did not harbor any resentment towards the Lexius family or towards Lexius and Violet. They simply wished to confront reality. When everyone reaches the level of Soul Douluo, a situation of monopolization would not arise. If the dominant family holds no ulterior motives, then the camaraderie would remain as close as before. But what if the Lexius family, or Lexius and Violet, harbored different intentions? Your grandson possesses vision. These young ones have many paths ahead of them, Mofiat remarked, patting Nielsen on the shoulder with a smile. Nielsen remained silent, nodding solemnly. If this were not the case, how could Nirbin be appointed as the young clan leader at such a young age? It is worth noting that Nirbin's father, who is also Nielsen's son, is still alive. As old friends, discussing certain matters openly may not be appropriate. So they opted not to delve deeper into this topic. The mere fact that the Lexius family was willing to share the purple extreme magic eyes was sufficient proof that Lexius did not harbor such intentions. Even if he did, would they not still support him? Having a leader could potentially yield greater rewards than without one. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. On the arena, Lei Qingqing felt somewhat dazed. She was overwhelmed. Grandfather Lexius was not exaggerating. Violet truly possessed remarkable talent. The difference between level 35 and level 39 may not seem significant. Yet it is exceedingly rare for someone at level 35 to triumph over someone at level 39, coming from a family that operates a battle arena. She was well aware of such common knowledge. There exists a kind of might known as the overwhelming superiority of soul power levels. In a mere minute, Luo Sibai announced the commencement of the battle. It's time, be cautious. With the battle officially underway, Lei Qingqing shouted and swung her lightning whip towards Violet. Following this, her first spirit ring flickered to life. Thunderous whip, invincible. The lightning whip, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, was instantly extended to several meters upon the activation of her first spirit skill. Blue lightning crackled and surged along the whip. Generally, once a soul master is struck by the lightning whip, they would almost invariably succumb to a state of paralysis. The Lei family's martial spirit resembled wielding a high-voltage wire. Violet, however, remained unfazed, his expression unchanged as the brilliance of the ever-flowing classic illuminated before him. Water has no fixed form. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the entire arena was suddenly enveloped in water, though it was not very deep, merely about 10 centimeters. What baffled everyone was that despite the absence of barriers, the water on the arena did not flow downwards. At this moment, unlike Violet, who stood upon the water's surface, Lei Qingqing found her ankle submerged. Holding her lightning whip, Lei Qingqing felt bewildered. Violet had effortlessly altered the terrain. Was he truly a soul master? Certain terrains provide amplifying effects for soul masters of the same attribute. For instance, ice attribute soul masters hold a significant advantage in the frigid north, while water spirit masters excel at sea. A volcanic crater is essentially a paradise for fire attribute soul masters. Violet's martial spirit is water-based, and his ability to manipulate the terrain instantaneously granted him some advantage. Kid, stop pretending, all right? Even we old-timers cannot accomplish such a feat, mused several clan leaders inwardly. While Lei Qingqing could grasp the concept of altering the terrain for her benefit, she was utterly perplexed by the tingling sensation she felt. Typically, a soul master's own martial spirit does not inflict harm upon its host. Even if it did, most of the power would be mitigated. Lei Qingqing was bewildered. Her own lightning had struck the water, and the combination of electricity and water had left her in a state of paralysis. Why is this happening? She asked, her face marked by confusion. Violet's expression darkened. Everyone knew that water conducts electricity. Well, it seems that soul masters on Douluo Continent primarily study knowledge related to soul masters, making it unsurprising that she lacked this common understanding. Changing the terrain for one's advantage. What purpose does that serve? Violet's intent was quite simple, to make Lei Qingqing understand that she was not his match, even if he did not lift a finger. If this were a game, the words electrocuted would be incessantly popping up above Lei Qingqing's head. Although Lei Qingqing was oblivious, after being shocked for a while, she eventually withdrew her martial spirit, causing the paralyzing sensation to dissipate. You little brat, are violating the rules of combat. What is the meaning of this water? Why am I paralyzed merely by having my martial spirit touch it? Lei Qingqing asked indignantly, struggling to comprehend this knowledge that was still beyond her grasp. How should I explain this to you? Violet fell into contemplation, genuinely unsure of how to elucidate the matter to Lei Qingqing. A conductor? Would she even understand? Qingqing, don't be foolish. If Violet truly wanted to attack, he could easily flood the arena, and you wouldn't even have a chance to speak. He could undoubtedly accomplish that. If the beings on the ground lost their footing, fighting would become exceedingly difficult. Lei, having experienced this firsthand, recalled his previous ventures at sea. Unlike Lexius and Mophiat, he returned empty-handed. Impossible, grandfather. To conjure up such a volume of water is the limit of a soul master. Seeing Lei Qingqing's defiance, Lei's expression darkened, and he said somewhat angrily, Violet, don't spare her feelings. Let her have a taste. Violet responded, 107. Ancient Banyan, allow me to test your mettle. Testing her would lead to her demise. He glanced at Lei, then at the perplexed Lei Qingqing before contemplating for a moment and finally saying, all right. If you can't hold out, just blink. This statement, however, left Lei Qingqing perplexed. Could she truly not withstand it? What kind of soul skill could possibly rival her? A 35-level soul master? Previously, her downfall had merely stemmed from carelessness. She had been caught off guard by her own lightning. This time, she was determined to observe what Violet planned to do. Humph. Lei Qingqing huffed, her expression brimming with defiance. Come on, little Violet. If I so much as furrow my brow, I shall write my name in reverse. Write my name in reverse. Her companions fell into contemplation, pondering that reversing her name would still yield Qingqing. Violet, witnessing their reaction, remained unperturbed, a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, however, the smile on Violet's face froze as she gazed skyward at the battle arena. A somewhat formidable presence was approaching, one that belonged to a titled duel-level expert, arriving with astonishing speed, unmatched by ordinary soul masters. Wait, alongside this formidable aura, there seemed to be another, significantly weaker presence, likely at the Soul Sage stage. The combination of a titled Douluo and a Soul Sage was rare. In the entirety of Tiando City, such a pairing seemed to be unique to one individual. Based on the aura, it appeared to be the Bone Douluo, slightly inferior to Qian Renxue, along with Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. What could have brought them to the battle arena? Violet fell into deep thought. The battle arena and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had no intersection. They existed in a state of mutual indifference. Their sudden arrival, could it be related to previous events? With this realization, Violet seemed to grasp the truth. The crowd, observing her, was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by her sudden gaze towards the sky. What had happened to the promised battle? Only Lexius furrowed his brow in concern. The aura emanating from this presence is significantly stronger than that of the previous two individuals. Brother Lake, what seems to be the matter? The clan leaders inquired, noticing Lake's grave expression. Something is approaching. On the arena, Lei Qingqing observed that Violet remained motionless, instead gazing skyward. "Little Violet, what is the matter with you?" she asked. Perplexed, "Are you about to unleash your soul skill?" Upon uttering these words, she too lifted her gaze towards the heavens. Apart from the twinkling stars and the luminous moon, there was nothing else in sight. "Wait a moment, someone is coming," Violet replied, maintaining her unwavering focus on the sky. "Someone is coming? Where?" Before Lei Qingqing could finish her sentence, a colossal skeletal dragon appeared before them, its immense form casting a shadow that enveloped the entire spirit arena. Gasping, she inhaled sharply, her eyes widening in astonishment. A skeletal dragon? Wasn't it said that someone was arriving? At this moment, the crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unexpected appearance of the skeletal dragon. The dragon lowered its head, its eyes glowing like ghostly flames as it surveyed the ground below, seemingly verifying its destination. When its gaze fell upon Violet on the arena, an involuntary shiver coursed through its entire being. What is this sense of oppression? The ghostly fire flickered in the skeletal dragon's eyes, casting an uncertain gaze upon the Violet. Indeed, it is he. The oppressive sensation emanating from the depths of his soul instilled within him an impulse to prostrate in reverence. It is essential to acknowledge that he is a 95th level title Douluo, yet he finds himself in the presence of a mere youth. How could he possibly experience such a feeling? Before he could ponder further, the bone dragon swiftly transformed into a human form. No, it should be said that the bone dragon reverted to human guise, descending gracefully from the heavens as a distinguished middle-aged man. Ning Fengji, the bone Douluo, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. One is the leader of the second most prestigious sect in the world, while the other holds the esteemed position of the sect's supreme elder. They frequently traverse the Douluo Continent, and the patriarchs of the 8 great families are well acquainted with their appearances. Having encountered you esteemed individuals, I, Ning, must apologize for my presumptuous intrusion, Ning Fengji said, bowing slightly to the 8 patriarchs, his smile unwavering. He understood the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. As the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, he was well aware of this principle. With a demeanor both refined and amiable, he grasped a staff resembling a scepter, enhancing his noble presence. In contrast, the bone Douluo, with his massive skeletal frame and minimal flesh, stood like a small giant. His features, though not conventionally handsome, bore an unsettling quality due to his imposing structure. "May I inquire what brings Sect Master Ning and the bone Douluo to my battle soul arena at such an hour?" At this moment, the 8 clan leaders, led by Lexius, approached Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, offering a respectful clasp of their hands in return. They then spoke. Meanwhile, the younger generation had lost their interest in the soul battle, for 2 significant figures had arrived. They stood to the side, saying little, merely observing in silence. On the arena, Violet and Lei Qingqing also turned their attention toward Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. Lei Qingqing scrutinized Ning Fengji before glancing at Violet and instinctively remarked, "Little Violet, I must say your appearance is rather peculiar with that cane. So, it seems you learned from someone else." The crowd, composed entirely of soul masters, could hear every word, especially since Lei Qingqing's voice was far from soft. Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and the 8 clan leaders, along with the younger generation, instinctively cast their gazes toward Violet, then back at Ning Fengji. What a coincidence! It was not merely a desire to compare, they were strikingly similar. Both possessed agile limbs, yet each carried a cane. Soon enough, the crowd returned their attention, and Ning Fengji could only manage a helpless smile. After all, how could he argue with a young girl? Children often speak without restraint. Indeed, the handsome youth with azure hair had a commendable aesthetic in his attire. Only Gu Rong, the bone Douluo, could not shift his gaze from Violet, keen to understand the source of the fear and reverence he felt. A 3-ring soul master? This young lad could not possibly be a 3-ring soul master. Observing Violet's unyielding spirit rings, Gu Rong pondered. He began to suspect that Violet might be a title Douluo who had reversed his age, not just an ordinary title Douluo. To instill such fear and respect, one would have to possess the extraordinary power of a 98 or even 99 ranked title Douluo. "Fengji, hold on a moment. Let me have a word with this young brother." Just as Ning Fengji was about to clarify their intentions, Gu Rong suddenly interjected, disregarding any agreement from Ning Fengji, and walked directly toward Violet. Lexius and the others exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Truly, the seasoned title Douluo had perceived the anomaly surrounding the young Violet at a glance. 108. Primary Martial Soul. Violet. Wait, something feels off. Shouldn't they prevent such interactions? Yet, the speed of a title Douluo is astonishing. In an instant, Gu Rong had reached the arena, assessing the young Violet standing atop the water before turning his attention to the bewildered Lei Qingqing. Little girl, you should step down. This young brother is not someone you can contend with. Allow me to test his strength. Gu Rong's expression was grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he felt an overwhelming pressure. However, he could not suppress his curiosity. Lei Qingqing stared at Gu Rong in confusion, bewildered by the audacity of the Bone Douluo to utter such words. He wished to test? What was happening? Before Lei Qingqing could process the situation, she felt the surroundings retreat, her body suddenly appearing before Lei Li, who promptly retracted the lightning whip martial soul wrapped around her waist. Grandfather? No questions, just watch. Lei Li stated with an unflinching demeanor. After Gu Rong's acknowledgement as the Bone Douluo, they were increasingly convinced that Violet was not as simple as they had initially thought. Did you not notice how composed Lexius remained? Indeed, Lexius was unfazed. He had witnessed Violet's prowess firsthand. However, Ning Fengji began to feel uneasy. Standing among the 8 clan leaders, his smile froze. He felt an instinctive dread that bringing Gu Rong along was a mistake. Should anything untoward happen to the young lad, Ning Fengji would undoubtedly be at the mercy of the 8 clan leaders. Uncle Bone, you have truly put me in a precarious position. Due to this experience, Ning Fengji refrained from accompanying Gu Rong for a lengthy period, having been thoroughly unsettled. Being protected by 7 soul Douluos and 1 title de law was indeed daunting. He was merely a support-type soul sage. Even as the leader of the foremost support sect, he remained just a support-type figure. May I ask the name of this young brother? I am Gu Rong, one of the elders of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, title, Bone, rank 95. Gu Rong spoke with utmost courtesy, overwhelmed by the formidable aura radiating from Violet. Briefly scrutinizing Gu Rong, Violet maintained his composure and replied, Ah. So you are the Bone Douluo. It is an honor to meet you. I am Violet. Violet? Both Gu Rong and Ning Fengji were taken aback. The name felt strangely familiar, as if they had heard it before. Wait, it dawned on them. When Ning Rongrong returned to the sect, she frequently mentioned someone named Violet. The smile that graced her face when she spoke of Violet had led Ning Fengji, Qian Renxue, and Gu Rong to suspect she might be enamored. Consequently, they had even conducted an investigation and consulted those responsible for Ning Rongrong's protection from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Gu Rong furrowed his brow. Records indicated that Violet was merely 12 years old, the grandson of a clan leader from one of the 8 hidden families, currently serving as a referee at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. His encounters with Ning Rongrong had been few, merely 2 or 3 times. 12 years old? Impossible. Gu Rong was engulfed in confusion. If this young lad were truly only 12, then what was the source of the chilling aura he exuded? Was the information incorrect? Could it be that he was